The Perfect Supreme Chapter 4878 to Chapter 4961. The sea of fog rolled, and two figures flew along the surface of the sea. It was Lin Ling. A powerful divine energy appeared in Lin Ling's hand, enveloping Longyang. He brought Longyang to find a peaceful island to improve her strength. Longyang had wasted her cultivation for Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling naturally had to help Longyang recover. Moreover, in the Dao Pagoda area, one could not go far without strength. What's more, Longyang was the host of the world's will. Without strength, it would be 1,000 times more dangerous. Boom! Wherever Lin Ling passed, the sea water soared into the sky as if it was exploding. Now, Lin Ling's speed had reached 50 million world speed. This was his basic speed. If he used Pangu's soul-shocking strike, his speed could reach 100 million world speed. Such speed was almost invincible among the superior gods. This was the benefit of breaking through the 8 dantians. Roar! At this time, a huge mouth came from the bottom of the sea. In a new place, the divine beasts did not know Lin Ling's strength. They actually took the initiative to attack, and there were many of them. At the same time, there was an ancient steel ship flying in the sky. On the ancient ship, someone could vaguely see Lin Ling and Longyang on the sea. Boom! Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at those divine beasts. He punched out and killed them. Moreover, with a wave of his right hand, a large amount of divine beast essence floated over and was devoured by Lin Ling. Previously, at the sinkhole, Lin Ling had also collected a large number of divine beast remains, devoured and refined them, and left behind a large amount of essence for Longyang, and these divine beasts were incomparably rare, so the essence left behind was naturally a precious treasure. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's strength was too strong now. The divine beast remains did not bring much help, only increasing Lin Ling's physical strength. Lin Ling sensed that the strength of his physical body now was probably a little like Pangu's. Heavens, that man actually blew up a divine beast with one punch. Such strength, I reckon it's the strength of a giant god of the universe. At this moment, the ship was flying towards the distance, but the people in the cabin were shocked as well. They all knew that in order to travel freely in the fog sea, one had to have the strength of a universe giant god at least. Even a universe giant god would be in danger if they encountered a primordial flood. This was also the first time they had seen people in the fog sea. Too few people entered the misty sea. It was a dangerous place. Apart from a god who pursued the limit, who would come here to throw away their lives, unfortunately, when they wanted to take a closer look, the ancient ship had already taken them away. Lin Ling was naturally aware of the ancient ship in the sky, but its speed was too fast. Lin Ling was too lazy to chase after it. Most importantly, the ancient ship was passing through the primordial chaos torrent. That place was too dangerous. If we follow this direction, we should be able to get out of the fog sea. Lin Ling looked ahead and said. After a while, he found an island and set up camp on it with Longyang. Boom! Boom! Before the mythical beasts around the island could make a sound, they were all killed by Lin Ling. Longyang, you can cultivate in seclusion here. I'll protect you. Lin Ling said to Longyang and put down a large number of treasures, including the remains of mythical beasts. Moreover, he also exchanged some treasures for the celestial Dao restoration throne. Previously, when he killed the mythical beasts, there were many treasures in their bodies. There were also some celestial Dao restoration thrones that were about to disappear at any time. Naturally, Lin Ling benefited from them. After a large number of treasures were piled up, Longyang also sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Her innate divine fetus was too strong, so in a short period of time, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Lin Ling stood guard beside her and then quietly sank into the ground. He wanted to see if there was anything special about this place. However, what shocked him was that even with his strength, he couldn't reach the bottom of the sea. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. Even with his strong physical body, it was difficult for him to resist. This celestial Dao restoration throne is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He no longer sank to the bottom of the sea, but flew forward. At the same time, countless lanterns appeared in front of him. Looking carefully, it was a mythical beast that was as large as a jellyfish. My luck is not bad. It's the mother of the evil ghost jellyfish. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He pounced over and punched out. Then, he obtained a large amount of mythical beast essence, which he used to improve his talent. Unfortunately, the evil ghost jellyfish had reached its limit and did not improve much. However, there were many mythical beasts in the sea, which was enough for Lin Ling to improve a small part of his strength. Boom. Boom, Lin Ling was like an overturning river and sea as he continuously killed mythical beasts. Moreover, he met even stronger mythical beasts that were comparable to the giant gods of the universe. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had used his trump card and killed the strongest divine beast with just one trump card, and with the death of this mythical beast, the treasures he obtained were even more awesome. Lin Ling felt as if his whole body was dripping with energy. As he continued to devour the mythical beast essence, Lin Ling's body became stronger and stronger. He was just a little bit away from cultivating the next level of Pangu. Why did the cultivation of gods require so much time? Because it mainly depended on one's foundation. Only with enough foundation would one be able to break through smoothly. Accumulating foundation naturally required a lot of time. While Lin Ling was constantly killing mythical beasts on the island, Longyang was also crazily breaking through, forming waves of impact halos that swept in all directions. The mythical beasts around her had been eliminated by Lin Ling, so Longyang was also incomparably safe. In a short period of time, Longyang had stepped into the ranks of lesser gods, and her strength was still increasing. After reconstructing her body, Longyang's talent had increased greatly. In addition, she had cultivated before, so her speed was naturally very fast. Even the reincarnated gods couldn't compare to Longyang's speed of recultivation, mainly because of her innate divine fetus. Gods who had recultivated also had to work hard on their innate divine fetus, but Longyang didn't need to. Lin Ling is still the best. He created such a body for me. He's practically omnipotent. Longyang sensed the surge in her strength, and she was also very excited. At this rate, it was even possible for her to break through to become a higher god. She only hoped that the treasures would be enough for her to break through. Bam, bam, bam. As the mythical beast corpses around her kept disappearing, more and more treasures floated over from the depths of the sea. They were all thrown up by Lin Ling. There were ancient jellyfish, endless pearls, and too many. This guy. Longyang secretly laughed. Was Lin Ling going to exterminate the fog sea? However, with the treasures thrown up by Lin Ling, the difficulty of her breakthrough was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. After a long time, a powerful aura erupted from the island, and a dragon-shaped phantom soared into the sky. Longyang's long hair danced wildly, and her aura rose sharply. She had reached the peak of mid-deity and was breaking through to become a higher god. At the same time, in the sky, dark clouds rolled, and the divine tribulation arrived. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's earth-shattering divine tribulation, Longyang's divine tribulation was undoubtedly much simpler. However, to Longyang, such a great tribulation still couldn't be underestimated. At the bottom of the sea, Lin Ling also sensed the fluctuation, but he didn't pay attention to it. Therefore, not only did Lin Ling not help, he swam even further. Rumble. As time passed, the huge divine lightning suppressed down. Longyang looked up, her eyes solemn. In her body, the dragon god soared into the sky to resist the divine tribulation in the sky. Compared to Lin Ling, her divine tribulation was indeed much simpler. In addition, she had a divine fetus, so the divine tribulation did not bring her much pressure. Moreover, in the end, a new power surged out of Longyang's body. It was the power of the world's will. Bang! Bang! Once this power came out, the divine tribulation finally turned into ashes, and Longyang also successfully stepped into the ranks of the superior gods. She was so happy that she could not close her mouth. She was very clear that if not for Lin Ling creating the leakless dragon god body for her and continuously providing her with treasures, it would definitely be difficult for her to break through. Congratulations, Your Excellency, there is another superior god in this world. However, while Longyang was looking for Lin Ling everywhere, on the island, several figures landed on the island uninvited. These people were a few old men of different heights. They smiled faintly at Longyang. Longyang was facing a great enemy. She actually did not notice the arrival of these people. She frowned and said, "Who are you people? You don't need to know who we are. Little girl, we're here for you." One of the old men with white hair and a youthful face said with a smile. He stretched out his right hand and attacked Longyang. White threads gushed out from his palm. They looked delicate, but they were incomparably powerful. Longyang immediately urged her divine essence to form the power of divinity to resist. Rumble. Longyang had just broken through and her power of divinity had increased greatly. She actually cut off all the old man's white threads. You have some ability. The old man was not surprised by the scene in front of him. Instead, he revealed an interested expression. He said indifferently, "Not bad, a divine fetus. I reckon you're among the superior gods. In terms of talent, once you grow up, you'll definitely be an extremely powerful existence among the superior gods. Why are you attacking me?" Longyang took a step back and her expression became even more dignified. "I told you, you don't need to know." The old men looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. They appeared to be very benevolent. "Let's test her strength again," one of the elders said with a smile. They looked kind, but they didn't put Longyang in their eyes at all. They attacked for no reason, as if they were occupying the truth. "Let me." A thin and weak old man walked out. His hands danced continuously, forming a powerful divine power that turned into a huge pagoda, suppressing Longyang. This old man's power of divinity was incomparably terrifying, nearly reaching 1 billion. The 8 trigrams cloud light pagoda, a treasure of water, fire, and earth, an all-encompassing treasure left behind by the goddess of stone. The old man continued to attack while stroking his beard. "Girl, you'd better resist with all your strength." "Damn it." Longyang felt like she was a lab rat. These people attacked without distinguishing between right and wrong, taking advantage of their seniority to bully her. Moreover, they didn't give her any reason. Rumble, Longyang couldn't care less. She used all her strength to resist the huge pagoda smashing down from the sky. She used all her strength, but unfortunately, her divine power was no match for the other party. If the other party wasn't at the level of a giant god of the universe, then he must be at the level of a peak high-level deity. "Girl, if you don't use all your strength, you'll die." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. He even whispered a few words to the few people beside him, and then all of them revealed benevolent smiles. Upon seeing this, Longyang's body trembled. Suddenly, a mysterious force soared into the sky, as if it had turned into a sword, slashing toward the sky. Rumble, the huge pagoda in the sky was finally cut in half. After doing this, Longyang breathed heavily and became weak in an instant. Amazing. She's only at the early stage of a high-level deity, but she can erupt with the power of a peak high-level deity. I reckon not many late-stage high-level deities can resist this move. This is the power of the world will. As expected, she's the host body of the world will. It's not in vain that we've been watching for so long. Sensing Longyang's power, the few old men smiled as if they had been waiting for this moment. In fact, when Longyang was undergoing her tribulation, they had been watching. Later, they discovered the power of the world will and were attracted to it. "Girl, you're the host body of the world will, right? Look at you, all alone. You don't know what kind of dangerous place you're in." After the few old men smiled, they looked at Longyang and said, "In this world, countless deities want to harm you. You're all alone, and it's very dangerous. Moreover, as far as I know, there's a huge divine gate in the chaotic realm looking for the host body of the world will. Come with us. We're the 5 elders of the southern mountain. We can guarantee your safety." They spoke one after another, still looking kind, as if they wanted to help Longyang. "It's your fortune to have met us." The old man at the very beginning even proudly said a sentence. Longyang naturally didn't believe them. She stepped back again and said with a frown, "Thank you, seniors. But I don't intend to go with anyone. Moreover, there's someone waiting for me here. He's now at the bottom of the sea." Sigh, no wonder these deities only attacked her but didn't kill her. It turned out that they were after her, the host body of the world will. "No one can help you. That person probably doesn't know what you're going to face. Otherwise, he would have left you long ago. Come with us." The old men didn't take Longyang's words seriously at all. Their only target was Longyang. "Sigh, since you're young and ignorant, I won't blame you. In the future, you'll know the painstaking efforts of the 5 elders of the southern mountain." Then, they didn't want to waste any more words. They wanted to kidnap Longyang by force. Silk threads shot toward Longyang and tied her up tightly, not giving Longyang any chance to resist. "Lin Ling, Lin Ling." Longyang couldn't help but shout, summoning Lin Ling from the bottom of the sea. "Why do you want to harm another person?" Even if he shows up, he'll only bring trouble to himself. After tying up Longyang, the old man wanted to leave, boom, but at this moment, the bottom of the sea suddenly exploded, and a huge whirlpool appeared. Countless corpses of mythical beasts were sucked in and spat out in the whirlpool. Then, a man slowly floated up. He was wearing a blue and white robe, and his long hair was dancing wildly. He looked like a giant god of the universe. "Who are you?" The man was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was looking at the old men coldly. Previously, he had gone a little far, so when he found these old men, he was a little far away. Now, he had rushed back. This young man is quite powerful." The old men frowned because the way Lin Ling appeared was too shocking. It seemed that he had killed his way up from the bottom of the sea. Moreover, they stared at Lin Ling's surroundings and found a large number of corpses of mythical beasts. They knew that Lin Ling had killed many mythical beasts. His strength was estimated to be at the late stage of the superior deity stage. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead, he walked along the surface of the sea and said coldly, "Who are you? Speak. You'd better pray that you're someone I know. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling walking over coldly, Longyang felt relieved and happy. Every time she was in danger, the one who protected her was Lin Ling. This time was no exception. Shameless boasting. "We are the 5 elders of Emperor Yao's tomb. We meet Emperor Yao directly. We are the first group in Emperor Yao's tomb." Hearing Lin Ling's arrogant words, the elders were enraged. In their opinion, this young man was at most a late-stage high god. Who gave him the guts to be so arrogant? Emperor Yao's men? Lin Ling heard this and narrowed his eyes. "Emperor Yao, when did you become interested in the will of a world? With your status, you don't have the right to know." One of the elders said angrily. "Ha ha ha, sorry, I'm also a host of the will of a world." Lin Ling suddenly let out a loud laugh. His blue robe quietly turned gray. He took a step forward, and his fist exploded forth. 2 billion points of power crushed everything in its path. What? The elder's eyes trembled violently. A late-stage high god had actually exploded with 2 billion power. Boom. Before they could react, the person closest to Longyang was killed by a punch. Moreover, the threads on Longyang's body were broken by the powerful force. At the same time, Lin Ling landed on the ground and looked coldly at the elders. "Do you think we're idiots? When it comes to the will of a world, we're more familiar with it than you are. Don't you know who you're facing? Who are you?" The elders finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. "I'm Lin Ling." The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he slashed. Rumble. 2 billion power merged with the eternal killing world. Perhaps only the giant god of the universe could resist it. Boom, an old man's body exploded. It was simply unstoppable. "Lin Ling, you are Emperor Yao's #1 enemy, Lin Ling? Lin Ling on the Heavenly Law's wanted list?" The remaining few came to their senses, and their pupils were trembling. Why did he run into Lin Ling, if it was said that they could still take advantage of their seniority in front of others, but in front of Lin Ling, this was a bit difficult. Moreover, when did Lin Ling become so strong? Boom, Lin Ling didn't say anything. With another slash, he reaped the life of another old man. "In front of me, all of you are as weak as ants. How dare you talk about the will of the world?" Lin Ling's sword slashed out once again, leaving only one of the old men. As for the last old man, his face was pale, and the corner of his mouth was bitter. Previously, when they saw that Longyang was alone and her cultivation was weak, they wanted to take her away by force. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be here as well, and even more so, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. In Emperor Yao's territory, they were highly respected and respected. However, all of this was nothing to Lin Ling. "Kneel." Lin Ling didn't kill the last person for the time being. Instead, he said coldly, "No, don't kill me. I don't have the protection of the Dao realm anymore." The old man knelt down with a thud. "Bring us out of the fog sea," Lin Ling said coldly. This was also the reason why he left the old man alive. Previously, when he explored the bottom of the fog sea, he realized that this place was very big. Moreover, there was the primordial chaos current. Without anyone to lead the way, it would be difficult to leave, unless they waited for the ancient ship in the sky to fly by and leave with it. I don't know the way out. The old man laughed bitterly. You don't know? Not many people want to enter the fog sea. Those who dare to enter must have made sufficient preparations. You must know the way back. You don't want to say it, right? Fine, go to the netherworld and tell Nether God. Lin Ling sneered and raised the sword in his hand. No, no, no. I'll say it, I'll say it. The old man immediately surrendered. He didn't dare to hide anything. Lead the way. Lin Ling kept his sword and took a step forward. He kicked the old man, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The old man gritted his teeth. Ever since he reincarnated, even Emperor Yao treated him with respect. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But now, the situation was out of his control, so he endured it. This way. The old man quickly led the way and flew towards the east of the fog sea. Longyang, let's go. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the old man's tricks. In front of powerful strength, all schemes were like paper. Emperor Yao, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Emperor Yao had tried to kill him time and time again. It was time for him to settle this grudge, but he estimated that Emperor Yao was very strong. Even if he had broken through, he might not be Emperor Yao's opponent, unless his Panga Strike or Universe 3 Extreme Break were upgraded again, or he could reach mid-stage high god strength, but breaking through to the god realm was too difficult. In a short period of time, it was impossible to break through. Longyang, let's go back. Lin Ling said to Longyang. We will be safe once we return to Yellow Emperor's side. By the way, brother Lei Gong and sister Shaoluan's strength has increased greatly. They will be able to help you in the future. Longyang smiled and nodded. But you must be careful. Because you are the hosts of the world's consciousness, there will be experts who will attack and devour you. Lin Ling couldn't help but remind them. He had devoured a host of the world's consciousness. Naturally, he knew that hosts of the world's consciousness would devour each other. Devour us? It was Longyang's first time hearing this news. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and told her everything he knew. Longyang's face turned pale. Could it be that the so-called hosts of the world's consciousness would devour each other in the end, leaving only one behind? Don't worry, I, Lin Ling, will never devour you. Seeing Longyang's worried face, Lin Ling also promised Longyang. Longyang couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, then smiled and said, I have always believed in you. And no matter what happens in the future, I, Longyang, will never devour you, Lin Ling. She knew very well that Lin Ling already knew this secret. If he wanted to devour her, there was no need for him to help her. But Lin Ling didn't. Not only did he tell her the secret, he also promised that he would never devour them. Longyang absolutely believed in Lin Ling's character. And even if such a day comes in the future, I will be willing to be devoured by you. Longyang pondered for a moment and said solemnly. She knew that with Lin Ling's character, he would never attack his own people. However, there were always exceptions. For example, if Lin Ling was controlled by the world's consciousness and lost his mind, anything was possible. That day will never come. Lin Ling also knew what Longyang meant, but he still promised her heavily. After a long time, the coast finally appeared in front of them. A large number of gods could be faintly seen moving about. Among them, a familiar figure was also walking along the coast, checking on the gods that were constantly coming ashore. However, when he noticed Lin Ling coming from afar, his expression changed abruptly, and his eyes turned as red as blood. Emperor Ziwei stared at Lin Ling and the others in shock. His pupils constricted, and he felt as if something had exploded in his mind. Because Lin Ling was still alive, he had seen Lin Ling disappear into the flood of primordial chaos with his very own eyes. Logically speaking, Lin Ling shouldn't have made it out alive. One had to realize that even a giant god like him didn't dare to approach the flood of primordial chaos. How could a mere intermediate god like Lin Ling still be alive? He stared intently at Lin Ling and took a long time to digest this reality. After confirming everything, his fury began to burn. Because Lin Ling was still alive, he had killed his son and taken his treasures, so why was he still alive? Emperor Ziwei. At the same time, Lin Ling was also looking at the gods on the shore with an indifferent expression. It's him again. What a vengeful spirit. We're almost at the Yellow Emperor's territory, but he's still chasing after us. Long Yang frowned. Lin Ling shook his head and said, he's not chasing after us. He's been looking for us this entire time, afraid that he might miss a chance to kill us. He's just surprised that we're still alive. Then what do we do now? We're still some distance away from the Yellow Emperor's territory. Even if the Yellow Emperor and the others hurry over, they won't be able to make it in time. Long Yang knew that Emperor Ziwei was extremely powerful. They were no match for him, however, Lin Ling remained silent. There was no point in overthinking things at this point. Instead, he was more curious about the strength of a giant god. My strength has increased greatly. Even though I'm not 100% invincible among the higher gods, I can still defeat 99% of them. However, I haven't fought a giant god yet. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he was confident that the gap between them wasn't too large. Ha ha ha, Emperor Ziwei, it's Emperor Ziwei. Lin Ling, you're dead. Let me go if you're smart. In front of him, one of the 5 elders of Nanshan also shouted, bang. However, Lin Ling sneered and smashed the heads of the 5 elders of Southern Mountain with a punch. After taking all of their treasures, he brought Long Yang to the shore. Crash, following Lin Ling's footsteps, monstrous waves appeared in the ocean. His aura was incomparably powerful, as if he was an omnipotent divine lord. There were a large number of deities on the shore. At this moment, they were all intimidated by this aura, and all of them felt a great increase in pressure. Who is this person? I feel that he is very strong. I don't know him, but if he dares to face Emperor Ziwei, he's probably no weakling. Emperor Ziwei is one of the 4 extreme divine emperors. Who would dare to face him head-on? After that, the gods discussed spiritedly among themselves. It was only when someone cried out in surprise that everyone came to their senses. That's Lin Ling on the Heavenly Dao's wanted list. When this voice floated out, countless people's eyes burned with passion. The 300 million Dao realm fragments deeply stimulated them. They never would have thought that Lin Ling, whose name shook the Dao pagoda, would actually appear at the edge of the fog sea. Kill him and get the 300 million Dao realm fragments? Some of the deities seemed to have lost their minds as they stared at Lin Ling as if they were staring at a boundless amount of Dao realm fragments. Long Yang, be careful. However, Lin Ling completely ignored the deities around him. After giving Long Yang some instructions, he continued to walk forward. Long Yang nodded. She had already notified the Yellow Large and the others to hurry over as soon as possible. Lin Ling, your 300 million Dao realm fragments are mine. At this moment, some of the impulsive deities had already pounced toward Lin Ling. They wanted to snatch the 300 million Dao realm fragments. Moreover, there were many deities like this. Rumble, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. A gray robe appeared on his body, and he unleashed a punch. He didn't even look at the deities, his entire gaze was locked onto Emperor Ziwei this entire time. He killed him with a single punch. My god, that's a late-stage high god. Some of the deities behind him wanted to pounce toward Lin Ling, but they forcibly stopped in their tracks. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so powerful. He was completely different from the rumors. Could it be that this is a fake Lin Ling? Some of the deities even began to doubt their own eyes. Rumble, however, at this moment, a resounding boom erupted from their side as an extremely terrifying power swept toward them. It was Emperor Ziwei. It seemed like Emperor Ziwei didn't want them to interfere with this battle. Perhaps Emperor Ziwei also knew that they were no match for Lin Ling. Instead, they would only be a hindrance to him. Lin Ling, give me back my treasures. Emperor Ziwei stepped out from the ocean with an extremely terrifying aura. Who else could do it but him? As one of the 4 emperors, Emperor Ziwei's power was unfathomable. He was a mighty figure in the Dao Tower region. Even the 5 emperors would have to give him some face. Even though he could sense that Lin Ling had become a high god, he didn't believe that Lin Ling had the power to oppose him. Furthermore, Lin Ling had escaped from him multiple times, and this was the Yellow Emperor's territory. He knew that he had to end this battle quickly and not give Lin Ling any chance to escape. I've eaten all of your treasures. Lin Ling stood tens of thousands of kilometers away from Emperor Ziwei. His aura had also been unleashed to the maximum. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was no different from a distance of 100 meters to a god. They could cover this distance in the blink of an eye. This kind of distance was perfect for a battle of life and death. You actually refined all my treasures. I reckon that you relied on my treasures to break through to the next realm. Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened even further. His eyes were burning with rage. If he had exchanged 100 million Dao realm fragments for Lin Ling's life, then it would have been worth it. However, he had lost all of his Dao realm fragments and Lin Ling was still alive. How could he tolerate this? I'm going to refine you. Emperor Ziwei spoke in a low voice as he hurled his right hand into the sky. In that instant, an incomparably vast aura exploded forth. The entire ocean trembled violently, and even the shore trembled incessantly. All of the gods felt as if they were being suffocated. They knew that Emperor Ziwei had unleashed his most powerful technique. It looks like Lin Ling is dead for sure. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. Even though Lin Ling was no longer the same person he used to be, they still believed that Lin Ling was dead for sure. The gap between the giant gods of the universe and high gods was simply too vast. Under normal circumstances, high gods had no chance of killing the giant gods of the universe. However, the giant gods of the universe were also omnipotent gods who could defy fate. Whoosh, violent wind swept through the air. The light that Emperor Ziwei had hurled out suddenly expanded in size before transforming into a cloth that gradually enveloped this entire world. This is... Countless people stared up at the sky and drew sharp intakes of breath. The cloth grew larger and larger until it transformed into a scroll painting. Moreover, this scroll painting was still expanding until it enshrouded everyone within it. Within the scroll painting was a vast and boundless world. There were mountains, rivers, seas, and clouds. It was as if this was an entire universe. The universe. Furthermore, after Lin Ling carefully comprehended, he was able to sense countless humans on the continent. There were even gods. The mountain and river map. Someone suddenly yelled in horror from the shore. Is that the mountain and river map? That's a top-grade chaos holy tool. More and more gods were yelling in disbelief. A top-grade chaos holy tool. Lin Ling's eyes were also flashing. He could sense that an unparalleled power of divinity was erupting from the painting. It could be said that there was no end to the power of divinity. Emperor Ziwei lived up to his name as a mighty god of the universe. His power of divinity was far too powerful, and he even possessed an entire universe. However, this was to be expected. Even Xianxia had his own universe, let alone Emperor Ziwei's. Of course, Lin Ling felt that Emperor Ziwei's universe didn't feel like a real universe. Although this universe was filled with spiritual energy and laws, it seemed to have a huge flaw. It couldn't regenerate. Lin Ling knew the flaw of this painting. For example, Lin Ling's universe could grow infinitely, but this painting's universe was fixed and couldn't expand at all. Moreover, although the spiritual energy here was rich, it couldn't be regenerated. However, Lin Ling's universe didn't have this flaw. Emperor Ziwei's universe was indeed more powerful than Xianxia's universe, but it wasn't a complete universe. You're embarrassing yourself by bringing out a trash universe. With that in mind, Lin Ling said in disdain. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand, Lin Ling. My mountain and river map isn't something that you can understand. Emperor Ziwei harumphed coldly. He thought that this was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a powerful technique, so he didn't know how powerful it was. Is that so? Your universe should be from this painting, not a universe that you created and nurtured. All you're doing is throwing treasures into the painting. That's all. Lin Ling chuckled coldly. Emperor Ziwei's pupils contracted upon hearing this. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to see through his mountain and river map. Emperor Ziwei was naturally aware of the flaws in the mountain and river map. I'll show you the power of the stately painting. Emperor Ziwei roared as he abruptly pointed a finger at the painting in the sky. The painting expanded in size, and the 18 continents became even clearer. Upon closer inspection, the 18 continents were formed from 18 crepe myrtle stars. Emperor Ziwei had fused his Ziwei star into the mountain and river map. With the addition of this power, the picture scroll actually danced and then disappeared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, the sky seemed to have transformed into another universe. Everything was vivid and lifelike. The gods flew into the sky as if they could reach another universe. Divine artifact. The stately painting has become a chaos divine artifact. On the seashore, countless gods cried out in shock. Chaos divine weapons were incomparably powerful, and their owners were all top-notch gods of multiple eras. Lin Ling, let's see how you break this. Emperor Ziwei chuckled coldly as he made a series of complex divine seals with his hands, which he pointed toward the mountain river painting in the sky. A powerful suction force appeared and sucked Lin Ling into the mountain and river map. This meant that Lin Ling was about to enter Emperor Ziwei's universe. Lin Ling's expression shifted drastically as he was well aware of just how dangerous it was to be in someone else's universe. For example, Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe. Any god that entered it would be attacked by the Lin Ling universe, and their power would be greatly reduced. Now that he was being sucked into the mountain and river map, this meant that Lin Ling was about to be controlled by Emperor Ziwei. Damn it! Lin Ling clearly didn't expect Emperor Ziwei's mountain and river map to be so powerful, and he was unable to react in time and was sucked into the mountain and river map. After entering, Lin Ling immediately sensed that his power had weakened. However, this effect was weaker than Lin Ling had anticipated. He discovered that his power of divinity was still there, and his divine stares and divine abilities were still there. This meant that the mountain and river map wasn't as powerful as Lin Ling universe. The mountain and river map's power was that it could be brought into the Dao Pagoda and still be used. However, Lin Ling universe couldn't. Watch me break your mountain and river map. Lin Ling roared and unleashed all his power. 2 billion power points fused into the tyrannical song sword, and the eternal killing world descended. Kill. At the same time, the gods in the mountain and river map charged toward Lin Ling. To Lin Ling's surprise, these gods were all like giant gods of the universe. Of course, they were slightly weaker than the real giant gods of the universe. This also made Lin Ling realize that the mountain and river map couldn't change the person who entered, but it could increase the power of the gods in this universe. Of course, there was also a flaw, and that was that the gods in the mountain and river map weren't as strong as Emperor Ziwei. Kill. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword and slashed out fiercely. Rumble. No one could block this slash, and it killed a large number of gods. Of course, if the opponent was a higher god, there would be even more casualties. Bang, bang, bang. However, the gods that had been killed by Lin Ling flickered and came back to life, charging toward Lin Ling. All kinds of divine power and countless chaos treasures blasted toward Lin Ling. Kill. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword again, forming a 10,000-mile wide sword light that viciously slashed towards the ground. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of attacks were cut off by Lin Ling, and countless gods were killed. However, those gods came back to life once again and returned with murderous intent. One had to admit that the mountain and river map was indeed very powerful and almost invincible. Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned cold. If this continued, it would be useless no matter how strong he was. He would die here sooner or later. There must be some flaw in the mountain and river map. After all, it wasn't a complete universe. At this moment, countless people on the coast looked up with solemn expressions. They had all seen the battle in the mountain and river map and witnessed the power of the mountain and river map. There were so many gods half-step into the universe. Thinking about it, if these gods appeared in the Dao realm, even the 5 emperors wouldn't be able to stop the North Pole Emperor. However, there were great laws in the universe, and the gods in the mountain and river map obviously couldn't enter the Dao realm. Even if they could, they definitely wouldn't be so strong. Lin Ling will die in less than an hour. The North Pole Emperor looked indifferently at the sky with his hands behind his back. He was also extremely shocked by Lin Ling's strength. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be an almost invincible existence below the universe giant gods. Fortunately, Lin Ling was brought into the mountain and river map. Otherwise, there would definitely be twists and turns in his battle with Lin Ling. Rumble. In the mountain and river map, the crazy battle was still ongoing. Lin Ling killed gods, and the battle was earth-shattering. Unfortunately, the gods around him died quickly and reappeared quickly. Moreover, their numbers were increasing. Terrifying. How could Lin Ling resist the densely packed half-step giant gods of the cosmos by himself? Too strong. Even if I use my trump card, I can only kill a batch. I can't destroy this universe. I have to think of a way. But now, he was surrounded by countless giant gods of the universe. It would not be easy for him to get to the 18 continents. I can also use your pressure to improve my Panga strike. Lin Ling sat in the sky and chose to comprehend the Panga strike. He still had not used his trump card because he felt that it was not the right time yet. Previously, in the Fog Sea, He had killed countless divine beasts and devoured their essence. His physical strength had slowly increased, and now it had reached a new threshold. Kill. At this moment, a large number of attacks came, covering the sky and covering the earth, causing the entire universe to be filled with light. Looking up from the coast, the sky was incomparably magnificent and shocking. Perhaps even the universe giant gods in the mountain river map would be filled with hatred in the underworld. Lin Ling. Above the fog sea, Longyang was extremely worried. At the same time, she said anxiously, "Yellow Emperor, where are you? Lin Ling is in danger now. We still need 3 incense sticks time to rush over." The voice from the other side was also very anxious. Clearly, the Yellow Emperor also knew that the North Pole Emperor was not someone Lin Ling could fight against. Hurry up. Longyang kept staring at the sky and could not help but complain. It was as if she had seen the most ancient battle of gods. The battle was incomparably fierce. Perhaps the great calamity of the worlds will back then could not be compared to this, and at this moment, in the mountain river map, Lin Ling was enduring countless attacks. The pressure made his whole body tremble, and Yiguang was also clenching his teeth tightly. If this continued, he would definitely die. However, he still did not choose to use his trump card. Finally, at a certain moment, an ancient gust of wind spread out from his body, turning him into the Pengu strike. Ancient and magnificent, an ancient voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's body. "Return, my god." The voice was old, and it spread out in all directions. Lin Ling instantly opened his eyes. He sensed that under the countless attacks, his body was under great pressure. Then, he activated the power of the Pengu strike and successfully cultivated a new level. This was the heaven and earth rumble. A series of rumbling sounds resounded within Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling felt as if his bones had turned into mountains, his blood vessels into rivers, his eyes and teeth into stars and moons. This was Pengu. Lin Ling didn't know why it had become like this. He only felt that a steady stream of energy was surging out of his body. It made him feel like he was about to shatter the heavens and collapse the universe. He abruptly stood up, and his figure grew infinitely taller. The tyrannical song sword in his hand fell to the ground as if it was out of his control. Pa pa pa, Lin Ling's long hair spread out and danced about like a sea urchin. Moreover, it was growing at a crazy speed. He floated in the air, but as he continued to grow, his legs actually touched the ground. Looking at the surrounding gods, they were now as insignificant as flies. They had all stopped attacking and were making strange noises. What divine ability is this? He turned into a giant. Kill him. Those gods used powerful techniques, but when they landed on the giant Lin Ling's body, it was as if they were just itches. Not to mention injuring Lin Ling, they couldn't even make Lin Ling move an inch. Heaven and earth is the combination of split the heavens and shatter the earth. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart exploded. He knew the power of Pengu's heaven and earth This was the invincible power of a god, and it also had split the heavens and shatter the earth. Moreover, Lin Ling could only use this divine ability once in the past, but now, he felt that he could use it many times, like shatter the earth, heaven and shatter the earth. Heaven and shatter the earth was particular about time. As long as the time didn't decrease, Lin Ling would be invincible. Only the steps of the gods could hurt Lin Ling. Amazing. Awesome. This is what an ancient giant god should be like. Lin Ling let out a roar, raised his foot, and stomped on the ground. Rumble, the vast and boundless earth cracked open, and the earth shook. Bam, bam, bam. Lin Ling stomped 3 times in a row. Boom. The continent beneath his feet shattered and floated in the sky like an eggshell. The gods around Lin Ling were all affected and were killed by a powerful force. Moreover, at least a small portion of them were unable to be resurrected this time. Sure enough, the flaw in this universe was the 18 continents. Ha ha ha, mountain river map, watch as my god destroys you. Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly in the wind, and he looked like a savage. He lifted his large feet and sprinted towards another piece of land. His foot stomped down fiercely. Meanwhile, everyone on the continent trembled as they watched a gigantic foot stomp down, threatening to destroy their world. Boom boom boom. After a few more stomps, the second continent shattered. At this moment, the shore was deathly silent. All of the gods were staring up at the sky, watching as Lin Ling shattered the mountain river map and stomped down on the universe. What kind of divine ability is this? Emperor Ziwei's expression also changed drastically. He discovered that Lin Ling's power of divinity seemed to be invincible. Moreover, Lin Ling's attacks were extremely terrifying. They possessed the power to shatter the laws of nature and reconstruct the universe. He was far too powerful. This was definitely an extremely ancient divine ability. Boom. The third continent shattered, then, the fourth continent shattered. The universe within the mountain river map was stirred up by Lin Ling alone, and heaven and earth trembled. When the 18th continent shattered, the entire mountain river map became dim and lifeless. However, at this moment, a gigantic hand stretched out from within, as if a giant had crawled out of the map. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's movements were very slow, but in the eyes of everyone, even their breathing slowed down. Giant, this was a true ancient giant. Heaven and earth fell silent for a moment, and everyone could only watch as Lin Ling slowly crawled out. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of an ancient god. In the end, when Lin Ling appeared before everyone's eyes, countless gods could only look up at Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was looking down upon all of heaven and earth. His gaze finally fell upon Emperor Ziwei, and he abruptly thrust his fist backward before crashing down with devastating force, sending gale-force winds sweeping through the air. What a terrifying sight! "You beast, don't you dare!" Emperor Ziwei roared as the Ziwei sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it toward the sky with a majestic might. He was a giant god of the universe, and his power of divinity had already reached a terrifying level. 10 billion. This was his power of divinity. However, in the face of Lin Ling's gigantic fist, the Ziwei sword was still bent. The power of divinity was completely ineffective against Lin Ling. The gigantic fist crashed directly toward Emperor Ziwei. How is this possible? Emperor Ziwei finally understood just how terrifying Lin Ling was after witnessing Lin Ling's ferocious display of power. No wonder Lin Ling was able to shatter his mountain river map. This was the bloodline of the Pangu. Boom! Emperor Ziwei's gigantic fist crashed viciously into the shore, shattering the shore. However, Lin Ling's fist didn't stop there. It was like a torrential downpour as it rained down upon Emperor Ziwei. The giant stepped onto the shore and unleashed a torrential barrage of punches. Violent winds howled, the seawater evaporated, and the earth quaked and heaven and earth quaked. Countless gods trembled in fear as they drifted through the air in the distance. Even Longyang drew a sharp intake of breath in shock. Emperor Ziwei was a mighty god of the universe. His power was only inferior to that of the 5 emperors. Originally, she had guessed that Lin Ling would only be able to defend passively in the battle until the Yellow Emperor and the other experts arrived. However, never would she have thought that Lin Ling would be able to retaliate and crush Emperor Ziwei in such a domineering manner. How could Emperor Ziwei still be alive after being struck by such a fearsome punch? I estimate that the giant's punch already contains over 2 billion power of divinity, and it also contains an invincible power. That should be Lin Ling's trump card. It's way too powerful. All of the gods who had wanted to kill Lin Ling and were wanted by the heavenly Tao had turned pale with fright. None of them dared to provoke Lin Ling now. 300 million Tao realm fragments were extremely valuable, but they had to be able to obtain them. Ancient Ziwei Emperor Seal. An elderly voice suddenly sounded from the dilapidated shoreline. Purple light soared into the sky as the projection of the 1000 Emperor Seal descended. The terrifying purple light formed a gigantic barrier of light that continued to expand like an eggshell. Lin Ling's giant fist was gradually blocked by the barrier of light. Lin Ling looked down and could sense just how powerful this barrier of light was. Emperor Ziwei stood in an extremely sorry state with a ferocious expression on his face and an imperial might emanating from his body. Emperor Ziwei was one of the 4 ancient emperors. Aside from the fact that he wasn't as old as the 5 emperors, everything he had done in the past was comparable to the 5 emperors. After reincarnating, he was supposed to be the ruler of this era. However, there were far too many gods in this era, and all of the gods who had disappeared into the river of time had returned. As a result, he was no longer as glorious as he was in the past. However, even a toothless tiger was still a tiger. How could he be crushed by a small god of unknown origins? This battle was the most humiliating battle that Emperor Ziwei had ever fought in many years. Lin Ling, how dare you offend your superior? Emperor Ziwei's long robes danced in the wind, and the Ziwei sword appeared in his hand as he pointed it at the giant Lin Ling. Countless god Emperor Dharma idols appeared around him, all of them looking at the giant Lin Ling with awe-inspiring gazes. Om, Ma, and I, Pa, Me, they all let out a divine sound, and it was as if a divine decree had arrived. The light they formed continuously strengthened the purple light around them. This was an ancient technique that came from the same era as Lin Ling's Pangu strike, but its origin couldn't compare to the Pangu strike. *T, this is no longer the era of the past. Even if the throne is rotated, it's time for someone else to sit on the throne. High up in the sky, Lin Ling let out a loud roar. He felt that the energy in his body had not been used up, so he also activated all of it. Pangu's heaven and earth slash was indeed much more powerful and could last for a much longer period of time. However, Lin Ling was unable to defeat Emperor Ziwei with his current attacks, so he had to become even more powerful. Grow. Lin Ling was already a giant, and he was still growing at an insane rate. He was already as large as one of the 9 states, but as he continued to grow, he became as large as the 9 states. His head was almost at the level of the primordial flood. The sturdy shoreline crumbled layer upon layer as seawater soared into the sky. Lin Ling's feet broke through the shoreline and stepped onto the seabed. Ah, this guy can still grow bigger. Is he going to transform into the universe? The gods in the distance flew even further away. They were all astonished by Lin Ling's terrifying power. They had naturally seen their fair share of giants. Over the course of several eras, many gods had the ability to grow bigger. However, there was a limit to how big they could grow. Furthermore, no matter how big they became, it would only be an illusion. Their strength would not increase. This was the first time they had seen someone as large as Lin Ling. Most importantly, as Lin Ling grew bigger, his power also seemed to be increasing explosively. It was said that this universe had been created by giants. Now, they felt as if they were witnessing the most ancient giants, the giants who had once created the universe. Emperor Ziwei, do you see how huge I am? You're like a single strand of hair on my body. How dare you speak of the God Emperor in front of me? Lin Ling could feel the power from Pangu's attack surging into his body, giving him the feeling of shattering heaven and earth and reshaping an era. Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei raised his head, and his heart was also filled with shock. He didn't know what kind of technique Lin Ling had unleashed to make him so powerful. Hee, the wind I blow is enough to make you do a somersault and disappear into the horizon. The sound of my laughter is enough to make your soul tremble. The look I give you is enough to see through your 3 lifetimes. Even a fart from my mouth is enough to blast you into smithereens. Do you think you can compare to me? Lin Ling looked down at Emperor Ziwei. In his heart, Emperor Ziwei was extremely tiny and weak. It was as if he had transformed into the true giant Pangu. Eat my fist. Lin Ling then let loose a thunderous roar, and violent winds erupted as heaven and earth trembled. This was the power of a giant. Pangu was the giant. His bloodline transformed into the earth, his bones transformed into mountain ranges, his left eye was the sun, and his right eye was the moon. His fist seemed to be imbued with the most ancient power of the universe. The only difference between Lin Ling and Pangu's true form was the appearance. Boom, the fist that was the size of an island crashed down, and the shore crumbled again. The gigantic purple light emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if it were carrying an extremely terrifying power. In the end, cracks began to appear on the purple light. A gargantuan fist then crashed heavily into the ground, crushing Emperor Ziwei's body and flattening him into a pulp. Boom, the shoreline collapsed like a house of cards, extending into the distance with no end in sight. PFFF, this time, Emperor Ziwei threw up a mouthful of blood. If it were any other god in his place, they would have already been reduced to smithereens. What a domineering fist. All of the gods in the distance trembled in fear. They hurriedly searched for Emperor Ziwei, only to discover that he was drifting down into the ocean like a kite with its string cut. Wang, Ma, and I, Pa, me. However, the severely wounded Emperor Ziwei continued to make mysterious seals with his hands before slamming them toward the gigantic Lin Ling. Freeze! A majestic voice drifted out at the same time. The voice was very simple. It was just a single word, but it was imbued with supreme divine might. After it landed on Lin Ling's body, it actually immobilized Lin Ling. Furthermore, this freeze also possessed the power of sealing, and it caused Lin Ling's body to shrink continuously until he returned to his original size. Emperor Ziwei is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was astonished. Even a giant god of the universe would have been injured by his attacks. Who would have thought that not only would Emperor Ziwei survive, but he would also be able to unleash a powerful attack, as expected of one of the 4 extreme divine emperors. The power of a god, the steps of a god, and even my treasures have been sealed. A gigantic vortex appeared in the air not far in front of Linling. It was pitch black inside, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. A forbidden divine wind began to permeate through the air. Then, a true phoenix soared through the sky, a Kuan-Pung spread its wings, and the lightning emperor descended upon the world. Countless mythological beasts and divine items rushed out from the gigantic vortex. These were all powerful techniques that Emperor Ziwei had collected in the past, but it also seemed like Emperor Ziwei had communicated with time and space to summon powerful beings to help him. Rumble. Countless divine items rushed toward Lin Ling as if they were trying to tear Lin Ling to shreds. Even though Lin Ling had shrunk in size, none of the powerful attacks missed, and Lin Ling threw up blood over and over again. His physical body had become much more powerful, but he was still unable to withstand these powerful attacks. Furthermore, he possessed the power of a god. Otherwise, he would have been torn to shreds a long time ago. Of course, the most terrifying attack was still Emperor Ziwei's immobilized technique. It was exactly because of this technique that Lin Ling was unable to resist and could only allow himself to be trampled. Immobilized technique, a technique that originated from Goddess Nuwa's mending of the heavens. Back in the day, the universe collapsed, and the boundless power of the void engulfed all living beings. Goddess Nuwa mended the heavens and froze all of the powers from the void in order to successfully mend the heavens. All of the gods in the distance discussed spiritedly with grave expressions on their faces. None of them would have thought that a divine ability from the primordial era would appear before their eyes, much less be mastered by Emperor Ziwei. One had to realize that this immobilizing divine ability could immobilize even the mighty gods of the universe, let alone the greater gods. When cultivated to the pinnacle, even the entire universe could be immobilized. Just think about it, the vast universe had been immobilized, time and space had been immobilized, and countless gods had been immobilized. Just how terrifying was that? As for Lin Ling, he saw all kinds of powerful attacks coming at him. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he would definitely die. All of a sudden, his eyes became as scorching as the sun as a powerful soul power gushed forth. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul power was already at the level of the universe, and it was extremely terrifying. It was as if a god was transcending a tribulation, and it struck everyone with a sense of overwhelming pressure. Soul power. Emperor Ziwei raised his head, and his expression became even more grave. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Not only was his physical body terrifying, but even his soul force had reached a level where it could suppress everything. Furthermore, Lin Ling's divine essence was also unimaginably powerful. Progress in all major areas. Such a Lin Ling was simply too powerful. No wonder he was invincible even though he had just become a high god. If Lin Ling were to step into the late stage of the higher deity stage, it was likely that even the king-level giant gods of the universe would not be able to suppress him. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Demon Destruction. After Lin Ling's soul force appeared, it transformed into a large cosmic ray that stretched for millions of miles, sealing off the area. The cosmic rays washed over, and wherever they passed, all souls would crumble. Soul divine ability, yet another divine ability. Just how many divine abilities is this Lin Ling hiding? Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth. He felt as if Lin Ling was hiding countless secrets, and when he thought that he had seen through Lin Ling, he suddenly discovered that Lin Ling still had other secrets that were as unfathomable as ever. Return to the land of the Emperor. Emperor Ziwei let loose an enraged roar, and his voice rumbled through space like divine thunder. After that, the vortex that had appeared in front of Lin Ling appeared in front of Emperor Ziwei this time. Countless divine-level treasures surged forth to resist the cosmic rays in the sky. The final battle between two top-tier gods and two top-tier emperors was about to begin. This was an earth-shattering battle, and it was a clash of heavyweights. Rumble. The cosmic rays swept past, and countless divine-level treasures crashed into the ocean before becoming completely motionless. The cosmic rays were like a waterfall. However, Emperor Ziwei also unleashed an endless stream of divine-level treasures in an attempt to overwhelm the power of the cosmic rays with sheer numbers. Time appeared to be slow, but it passed by in the blink of an eye. Countless gods looked on at this earth-shattering battle, and they were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe. In the end, the cosmic rays were already very close to Emperor Ziwei. 100 meters, 10 meters, and finally, 1 meter. Emperor Ziwei felt as if his soul had been severely damaged, and he felt as if he were suffocating as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Bam! However, at this critical moment, the cosmic rays finally disappeared. This was because even though the three extremes of the universe was powerful, there was a limit to it. If it destroyed too many souls, it would eventually be depleted. However, Emperor Ziwei had unleashed too many divine-level treasures, and the three extremes of the universe had been completely depleted. Of course, even so, the cosmic rays were less than 1 meter away from Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei sensed that he had just been on the brink of death, and he had almost perished. Bam! At the same time, Lin Ling crashed into the ocean, and he looked up at Emperor Ziwei with battle intent burning in his eyes. The two of them stared at each other from afar, and neither of them spoke. Both of them wore extremely grave expressions. Lin Ling was shocked. Emperor Ziwei's strength was simply unfathomable. Emperor Ziwei was also shocked by Lin Ling's means. They were simply endless. They were like the two strongest gods of the current era, facing each other head-on. No one dared to approach the distant gods. They could only look up at the two strongest gods of the current era from afar. Lin Ling, I found you. But at this moment, divine voices rolled over. Two gods arrived from afar, and each transformed into a large hand that grabbed at Lin Ling. These two people were extremely powerful. They were true God Penghua and Emperor Yuan. They obviously didn't expect that Lin Ling was still alive and had become so strong. Previously, they were notified by Emperor Ziwei and had been watching the battle since then. They witnessed Lin Ling's tyrannical power that could tear apart heaven and earth. This made them realize that they must immediately capture Lin Ling and bring him back to White Mountain. Moreover, they were also trembling in fear. If they were to face Lin Ling one-on-one, they might die if they weren't careful. Fortunately, this was the best opportunity, but just as they moved, a large amount of divine light soared into the sky from afar. It was the arrival of the Yellow Thearka's powerhouses. Damn it! True God Penghua and Emperor Yuan cursed, but they weren't surprised by the appearance of the Yellow Thearka's group. After all, this was the Yellow Thearka's territory. Lin Ling. In the distance, a mighty divine light arrived. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the Yellow the Arch and the others, including Yu and the others. After seeing Lin Ling, they were all ecstatic. Lin Ling was arranged by the Yellow the Arch to do a mission last time. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, he became a wanted criminal of the Heavenly Tao, making it difficult for him to return. They were very worried about this, but they all believed that Lin Ling would be able to return. Now, after such a long time, they finally saw Lin Ling. Bang bang bang, powerhouses landed on the sea surface one after another, looking at Emperor Ziwei and the others majestically. As for Emperor Ziwei and the others, their expressions were ugly as they remained silent. Lin Ling. The Yellow the Arch walked out from the crowd step by step, and his face was full of shock. Previously, he had already sensed the shocking battle here from afar. He never expected that Lin Ling would become so strong, comparable to a god emperor. I'm fine. Lin Ling nodded at the Yellow the Arch. Then, he looked at Emperor Ziwei and said indifferently, it's a draw. Indeed. Emperor Ziwei also nodded. The battle between him and Lin Ling with all their might was indeed a draw. Thinking of this, Emperor Ziwei suddenly looked at Lin Ling, his eyes full of killing intent. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to kill Lin Ling again. True God Penghua and Emperor Yuan also looked at Lin Ling. They knew that if they let him leave this time, it would be very, very difficult to catch Lin Ling again, but now, the Yellow Emperor was here, and there were countless powerhouses there. It would be even more difficult to touch Yihan. Let me help you. But at this moment, a deafening sound appeared in the sky. Dark clouds rolled and divine light soared into the sky. A dense group of gods arrived. Leading them was a naked man with long hair fluttering in the wind. Who else could it be but Emperor Yao? Emperor Yao had obviously received the news and now took the initiative to kill Lin Ling, and behind him, countless gods followed. There were higher gods, half-step giant gods, and innumerable others, millions of murderous weapons. No one expected that Emperor Yao would actually mobilize everyone in order to kill Yihan. Emperor Yao. The Yellow Emperor's eyes narrowed. This was his territory, and Emperor Yao dared to attack. It seemed that Emperor Yao and the others were going all out, but Lin Ling alone wasn't enough to make Emperor Yao fight to the death. It seems that Emperor Yao and the others know that Lin Ling is the host of the world's will. The Yellow Emperor instantly guessed after pondering for a moment. And he guessed that the reason why Emperor Yao was so crazy was because of the support of the three divine gates of White Mountain. Kill Lin Ling. Millions of murderous weapons shouted in unison. Their momentum was earth-shattering, and the seawater at the edge of the Sea of Fog evaporated. Lin Ling is the host of the world's will, and his ambition is to destroy the world. Kill Lin Ling and return peace to our universe. Emperor Yao, who was leading the group, shouted as a long ruler appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. What? Lin Ling is the host of the world's will? Oh my god, has the host of the world's will finally surfaced? No wonder this Lin Ling is so powerful. In such a short period of time, his strength has skyrocketed. It turns out that his origin is really not small. Kill Lin Ling. Revenge for that year must be avenged. Under Emperor Yao's shout, many gods also joined the battlefield, and this was also the first time Lin Ling's identity was exposed. Once the identity of the host of the world was revealed, there was no doubt that the entire situation had changed. Emperor Yao. At this moment, Lin was also the emperor's will. He wasn't surprised. He knew that it would come sooner or later, but he didn't expect this day to come at such a time, to him to the emperor to the world to choose the yellow emperor tomb. At this moment, another powerful aura came from another direction. It was a huge demonic eye. This demonic eye seemed to lead to the darkest corner of the universe, giving off an extremely cold aura. In the demonic eye, a woman was sitting there. It was Emperor Shun. At the same time, a gigantic demon snake slithered out from the depths of the demon eye. The demon snake's entire body was blood red, and it was incomparably huge. Its skin had no scales, and instead, it was wrinkled like an earthworm. At the very front of its head was a gigantic red eyeball. Snake of the Level Hill. Many gods stared at the demon snake, their bodies trembling and their scalps going numb. They had heard that this was the ancestor of all snakes. Back then, it had appeared in the ancient grasslands and devoured everything. Later, it was subdued by the ancient emperor and hidden in his underground world. The Emperor Shun was the leader of the women. In that era, women had the most power, especially the Emperor Shun. She swept through the ages and defeated all her enemies. Emperor Shun is here too. The Yellow Emperor's expression became even more serious. He's here, he's finally here. The North Pole Emperor's body trembled, and he became inexplicably excited. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. This time, he wanted Lin Ling dead. Ding ding dang dang. In the distance, the blood snake let out a crisp sound, as if there were countless bells on its body. It was pleasing to the ears, but in the hearts of everyone, it was like a soul-luring song. Emperor Yao's million weapons were glaring like tigers watching their prey. The situation was extremely unfavorable for the Yellow Emperor. Looks like Lin Ling is dead for sure. Good. As long as the will of the world doesn't die, we'll never have a peaceful day. Kill Lin Ling. More and more gods arrived, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone, listen to me. At this time, the silent Yellow Emperor finally spoke. I admit that there are indeed will hosts in my territory. But have you thought about it? They won't die. Even if you kill them, they'll just reincarnate. What's the point of that? The Yellow Emperor said calmly. Yellow Emperor, I respect you for your virtue and prestige. What do you want to say? A god of considerable seniority asked. The will of the world doesn't always want to destroy the world. They also want to help us. The Yellow Emperor shouted, I'm too familiar with these people. They cherish the present and like this universe. They will never destroy the universe. They just want to protect the universe together like us. Moreover, no matter how powerful the giant gods were, they were still no match for the world's will. This shows that to defeat the world's will, we still have to rely on the will of the world. Everyone, believe in me. At the end of his speech, the Yellow Emperor looked at everyone with a sincere expression. Everyone fell silent. They had to admit that what the Yellow Emperor said made sense. Ha ha ha, nonsense. But suddenly, a loud shout interrupted everyone's silence. Everyone, don't forget the humiliation back then. Don't forget how the world's will destroyed the world and how our family and friends died in the hands of the world's will. I, Emperor Yuan, will never forget that day. My Tao companion, my disciples, and my descendants were all ruthlessly crushed by the world's will and turned into ashes. This deep hatred, I will never forget it. The one who spoke was Emperor Yuan. At this moment, his eyes were red and filled with killing intent. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Emperor Yuan was a member of the three major divine gates of White Mountain. Was he qualified to talk about the will of the world? After all, after the three major divine gates of White Mountain, the world's will of the world was almost the strongest. Everyone, don't listen to the Yellow Emperor, he's lying to us. At this time, true God Penghua also spoke. The will of the world is destined to destroy the world. Even if it's good now, it's just an act. In my opinion, the Yellow Emperor wants to control the entire universe and the will of the world. That's why he helped the will of the world. I know that the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, so everyone also wants to give the will of the world a way out. However, we are kind, but the will of the world isn't. They want to take our bones, drink our blood, and destroy our home. At the end of his speech, true God Penghua was filled with righteous indignation. Voices also began to come from all around. They wanted to crusade against the will of the world, they couldn't afford to gamble. Yellow Emperor, you don't have to bewitch everyone anymore. Emperor Yao also sneered. I know that you can't fight against us anymore, that's why you're bewitching everyone. Don't think that I don't know your tricks. Emperor Yao knew that this was the best opportunity. He must not let the Yellow Emperor cause trouble again. Yellow Emperor, you are the oldest celestial emperor of mankind. I respect you as a person, but you shouldn't interfere in this matter. One of the gods shouted loudly. Yes, as long as you hand over the world we'll host, we won't touch you. Even more gods were roaring loudly. Lin Ling, Lei Gong, Longyang, Shaoluan, the four of them are all hosts of the world will. Someone shouted, causing the eyes of the gods to narrow. They never expected that the Yellow Emperor had so many hosts of the world will. One must know that there were 9 hosts of the world, and the Yellow Emperor alone had 4 of them. However, Lin Ling saw who was shouting. It was Emperor Yuan. He instantly knew that this was the will of Dipankar Buddha. The latter wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop and devour all the hosts of the world will to fight against the Grandmaster of Heaven. Hand them over. More voices sounded, dong dong dong, war drums sounded between heaven and earth. More gods arrived, their might shaking the world. They were openly forcing the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. It could be said that since he became the Celestial Emperor, this was the first time he was forced to abdicate. One must know that for a long time, the people in the world respected and worshipped him more. If you don't hand them over, kill the Yellow Emperor. Emperor Yao's eyes were cold. He summoned the gods, wanting to use this opportunity to eliminate the Yellow Emperor. Yellow Emperor, what should we do? Seeing such a mighty scene, Ning Wading, who was beside the Yellow Emperor, hurriedly asked. If they hand over the people, they would be safe and sound. If they don't hand them over, they would all be in danger. The gods behind the Yellow Emperor had all arrived at this moment. But compared to the gods around them, they were still much weaker. After all, there were 2 ancient emperors gathered here, gods from countless eras. Lin Ling. At this moment, Longyang, Lei Gong, and the others came to Lin Ling's side. They were incomparably nervous, facing the gods of several eras. They couldn't even resist. Yu, go to the Yellow Emperor's side immediately. Lin Ling ignored Lei Gong and the others and said to Yu and the others. He knew that many people wanted to kill Yu and the others to kill them. You to go to the Yellow Emperor's side. Unfortunately, Yu and the others all shook their heads, especially Indra and treasure god Nanwufengyu. Not only did they not leave, but they all walked towards Lin Ling to show their determination. Lin Ling sighed softly and did not try to persuade them. These people had been through thick and thin together for many years. He knew that it was impossible to persuade them to leave. Unfortunately, I fought with Ziwei Emperor before. My trump card needs time to recover. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so helpless. Lin Ling kept thinking. Sorry, I have made up my mind. At this time, the Yellow Emperor finally raised his head and said his decision. Senior Yellow Emperor, what do you mean? A god frowned and asked. What I mean is that Lin Ling and the others must not be handed over. Because I know that some of you here are not doing this for the whole universe, but for your own selfish interests. If they get Lin Ling and the others, the universe will be destroyed even faster. The Yellow Emperor looked at Emperor Yuan and the others and guessed their intentions. Moreover, he knew very well that if Lin Ling and the others were devoured, Dipankar Buddha would become even stronger. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the others were still alive, which could restrain Dipankar Buddha. stubborn, I think there's no need to persuade him anymore. Let's do it. Yes, kill the will of the world. The gods roared. They wouldn't give the Yellow Emperor any more chances. Rumble. A war chariot appeared on the horizon, destroying everything in its path. On the ground, a large number of divine beasts suddenly appeared in the originally dry seawater. They roared towards the sky, preparing to fight to the death. Millions of murderous weapons, overflowing murderous aura, flattened hill demon snake, devouring everything. Kill. Emperor Yao saw that everyone's morale was greatly boosted. The giant ruler in his hand pointed forward as if he had returned to the most ancient era, leading countless ancient gods to fight on the battlefield. Protect the Yellow Emperor. The gods beside the Yellow Emperor followed him from the ancient era. They were loyal and devoted, and they charged forward without hesitation. Kill. Lin Ling and Lei Gong also rushed forward. At this point, they had no choice but to fight to the death and survive in this war of gods. Swish, Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked ahead. The Yellow Emperor protected him with his life. Lin Ling also remembered this kindness in his heart. Lin Ling, I'll go with Longyang and the others. You go with Yu and the others. At this moment, the Thunder God's voice was heard, and Lin Ling nodded. Lei Gong, Longyang, and the others had the power of the world's will and had learned how to control it. They were very strong and could fight against late-stage high gods. On the other hand, Yu, Nanwufeng Yu, and the others were weaker, so they went with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling also had experts on his side, such as Xingyi, the wielder of the Donghuang Bell, the young Qilin, and the bloodline of the Qilin god. It was a pity that the giant ghost wasn't here. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to sweep across the battlefield. Swish, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he relied on his powerful divine energy to kill a late-stage high god. The mid-stage high gods were like vegetables in front of him. They couldn't stop him at all. However, Lin Ling's gaze fell upon Emperor Ziwei. He knew that Emperor Ziwei wanted to fight him the most. The battle that they hadn't finished before was now about to begin. Rumble. Lin Ling wielded his tyrant song sword and charged toward Emperor Ziwei with unstoppable force. Bam bam bam. When the two swords clashed, a deafening boom erupted, and waves of terrifying power annihilated all of the surrounding high gods. Lin Ling's opponent was none other than Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei wielded the Ziwei Divine Sword and charged toward Lin Ling. Boom! Lin Ling was unable to withstand this attack, and his body flew backward. Moreover, a powerful force invaded his body, injuring him again. Without his trump cards, Lin Ling was no match for Emperor Ziwei. After all, the latter was a giant god of the universe. Ha ha ha, die! Emperor Ziwei followed up with another attack, and his sword was like the universe itself, capable of destroying all things. You can't, Emperor Ziwei! True God Penghua and the others roared in unison. They had to bring Lin Ling back alive, so they couldn't allow Emperor Ziwei to kill him. Don't worry, I'll take his life and leave you the power of the realm intent. Emperor Ziwei wasn't stupid. He didn't dare to offend the three divine sects of the White Mountain. Then, his ferocious sword, which was imbued with the terrifying power of a god, landed in front of Lin Ling and sliced Lin Ling in half. It was too easy. It was so easy that Emperor Ziwei was stunned. However, after thinking about it, everything was normal. After all, Lin Ling didn't have any ancient divine abilities. At most, he was only an invincible high god. This sword strike was incomparably sudden, and its killing intent was deafening. It was as if an illusory universe was crashing down. The power of a god was also incomparably terrifying. Emperor Ziwei's heart trembled violently. He turned around and found that the killing sword was terrifying, but the god behind it was even more terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes seemed to emit two sharp beams of light that shot toward Emperor Ziwei. Boom! Emperor Ziwei's black hair was disheveled, and his body glowed with light. Clouds swirled around him, and he exuded an extremely astonishing aura. He hurriedly slashed out with his Ziwei sword. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled, the two swords clashed again, and the power of a god swept out in all directions, killing all the gods nearby. This was a clash between two giant gods of the universe. Although there were giant gods of the universe present, there weren't many of them. Most of them were half-step giant gods of the universe, hence, the impact of the clash between Lin Ling and Emperor Ziwei was very large. Emperor Ziwei's body trembled as he sensed that Lin Ling's sword strike contained a mysterious power. It was the power of a god of slaughter. and it also brought him into an illusionary realm that affected his combat ability. This brat's techniques are truly terrifying. Emperor Ziwei was shocked and flustered. He thought that Lin Ling had exhausted all of his trump cards, but who would have thought that Lin Ling still had another trump card up his sleeve? Wing wing wing. Under the influence of the illusionary realm, Lin Ling's sword strike wounded Emperor Ziwei. Adding to his already wounded state, Lin Ling took advantage of this opportunity and slashed down with his sword again. The terrifying killing intent seemed to materialize as it attempted to engulf Emperor Ziwei. I was too careless. Although Emperor Ziwei was affected by the illusionary realm, he was still a giant god of the universe. The eternal killing realm didn't affect him too much. However, he was injured, and his combat ability was affected by the eternal killing realm, so he couldn't block Lin Ling's sword strike. Bam bam bam, he clashed with the Ziwei sword and stumbled back several steps. The blood in his body roiled, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lin Ling! Emperor Ziwei roared. However, he was still affected by the illusionary realm, as if he couldn't see Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword continued to slash toward Emperor Ziwei, inflicting more and more injuries upon him, and he was forced back over and over again. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. Never had he imagined that he would actually fall into a disadvantageous position in the next battle. Of course, this was also caused by his carelessness. If he had known about Lin Ling's illusory slaughter earlier, he would have taken precautions and reduced the influence of the illusory slaughter to the minimum. Lin Ling, don't be rude. At this moment, True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan attacked at the same time. Although these two were also king-level universe giant gods, they were obviously much stronger than Emperor Ziwei. A huge pressure pressed down on him, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. He retreated at full speed. He was only able to evade Emperor Ziwei's attack and counterattack because of Penga's absolute shock. Even though Lin Ling had used all of his trump cards, he hadn't used his speed trump card yet. Once absolute soul shock was used, Lin Lin's speed increased by 100%, reaching the speed of 100 million worlds. So fast. True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan's attacks had just arrived when Lin Ling disappeared, shocking them. Of course, they didn't use their full strength. After all, their goal was to capture Lin Ling. Catch him. The two of them unleashed their full strength and attacked Lin Ling continuously. Lin Ling's speed was at full speed. Not only did he avoid the attacks of the two gods, but he also took the time to deal with the enemies for Yu Yu and the others. For a time, many gods died in Lin Ling's hands. Damn it, how can this kid be so fast? He has reached 100 million world speed. Even the gods at the peak of the higher deity stage don't have such speed. The two gods' expressions were extremely ugly, but they could also see that Lin Ling's heaven-defying method had a time limit, therefore, they only needed to wait. Lin Ling fought 3 universe giant gods in a row. If it weren't for him, our battle would have ended even faster. The battle between gods broke out all over the coast. There were also people who were watching the battle on Lin Ling's side. Of course, more people were watching Emperor Yao. The battle between Emperor Shun and the Yellow Emperor was the most terrifying. If the ancient emperor was angry, the world would be destroyed. The collision of the 3 ancient emperors also caused countless gods to be implicated, causing countless deaths and injuries. A huge vortex burst out in the sky above the coast. The terrifying power of gods was constantly swallowing and spitting out. This was the ferocious power formed by the collision of the 3 ancient emperors. Ah, no. The battle was too intense, causing some gods to get close to the vortex. Then, they were sucked into the vortex and turned into nothingness. This vortex was too terrifying. The power formed by it was unstoppable. Moreover, the vortex was huge. It was millions of miles wide, comparable to the area of a prefecture in the 9 prefectures. If such a vortex of gods appeared in the void of the 9 prefectures, the entire void would be destroyed, and the universe would disappear. The Yellow Emperor was restraining the 2 ancient emperors. This caused the pressure on the Yellow Emperor's side to decrease a lot, but the situation was still not good. He ignored all the gods and fought against the strongest gods, preventing the battle from being one-sided. Lin Ling was restraining the 3 giant gods of the universe, but as time passed, Lin Ling's situation was getting worse. His power of absolute soul was disappearing. As for the 3 extremes of universe, he was still a little bit away from recovering. Lin Ling, caught you. True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan seized the opportunity and attacked Lin Ling crazily. As long as they caught Lin Ling, the rest of Lei Gong and the others would be easy to deal with. You dare to provoke the 3 divine sects of the White Mountain? Today, you should know how powerful the 3 divine sects of the White Mountain are. True God Peng Hua made a move. The flaming universe appeared and suppressed Lin Ling, even though Lin Ling used Grey Robe and had the eternal killing world. After colliding with the flaming universe, his figure was immediately sent flying and he vomited blood repeatedly, too strong. It had probably reached 5 billion power of divinity. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that the other party didn't use his full strength at all because True God Peng Hua was afraid of killing Lin Ling, otherwise, the power of divinity would have reached 10 billion. Lin Ling's talent fusion was only 2 billion, he couldn't block it at all. Trash Lin Ling, you have repeatedly ruined our plans. Now, show me what you've done. After True God Peng Hua made his move, Emperor Yuan also made his move. With one move, Lin Ling retreated again, vomiting blood continuously. Suppressed, Lin Ling, who had exhausted all his trump cards, could only be suppressed heavily now. Lin Ling. My lord. Lei Gong and the others roared in the distance. Although Lin Ling was being suppressed, they all knew that Lin Ling fought against 3 giant gods of the universe alone. Among them, Emperor Ziwei was seriously injured by Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling was being suppressed, it wasn't embarrassing at all. Lin Ling, are you still not going to surrender? True God Peng Hua attacked, and Lin Ling was injured again. From the beginning, you should have submitted to our divine sections. Do you think you have the capital to fight against us? Emperor Yuan also attacked. My lord. At this time, Xingyi overcame all difficulties and activated the Eastern Emperor Bell, smashing it down fiercely. Pooh, they forcefully removed the bloodline imprint on the Eastern Emperor Bell, then laughed loudly. Eastern Emperor Bell, great, it belongs to us. Pooh, Xingyi noticed that he had lost contact with the Eastern Emperor Bell and immediately vomited blood. He was seriously injured. Idiot, with your strength, you dare to help Lin Ling? This is like a mantis blocking a chariot. Seeing that you gave us treasures, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. True God Peng Hua was in a good mood. He looked at Xingyi with contempt and slapped him fiercely, wanting to kill him. Xingyi. Seeing this scene, Lei Gong, Longyang, and the others abandoned their opponents and pounced on Xingyi, erupting with powerful world wills. Rumble. A total of 3 people activated the world wills, and under the fierce collision of power, they actually blocked True God Peng Hua's attack. As expected of the world wills, this strength is amazing. True God Peng Hua was slightly shocked, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, Lei Gong and the others were still too weak, not as abnormal as Lin Ling. You want to save him, but I must kill him. True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan looked at each other and pounced on Xingyi. With the 2 of them working together, let's see how Lei Gong and the others were going to block them. In fact, Lei Gong and the others had been fighting for so long that the world wills had been almost exhausted. How could they block the joint attack of 2 universe giant gods? They were all sent flying by the powerful airwaves. If it weren't for the fact that True God Peng Hua and the others didn't dare to kill Lei Gong and the others, Lei Gong and the others would have died long ago. Come, save him. After Lei Gong and the others were sent flying, True God Peng Hua also mocked them. He wanted to see who could save Xingyi. Don't come over. Xingyi felt a lot of pressure, but he also roared. He didn't want everyone to die for him, because he knew very well that no one could block the attacks of these universe giant gods. Helping him would only add a few more corpses. Xingyi, Yu, Lei Gong, and the others roared as they saw the holy return life and death calamity. Their eyes were moist. Xingyi had fought alongside them for many years and had always protected them. Every time an enemy came, Xingyi would be the first to rush up and block the enemy. He was Lin Ling's right-hand man. How could he die here? Brother Ling, quickly save him. After Yu shouted, she suddenly looked at the weak Lin Ling. You can't let him die. He's your brother. Bang, Lin Ling clenched his teeth and struggled to take a step forward. However, his injuries were too severe, and the battle had been going on for too long. He simply didn't have the strength to resist the 2 giant cosmos gods. Ha ha ha. Real God Penghua naturally saw Lin Ling and he could not help but laugh sarcastically. Lin Ling was the host of the world's will. He couldn't kill him, but Lin Ling had wasted so much of their time. If they couldn't deal him a heavy blow, they would find it difficult to vent the hatred in their hearts. Come on, Lin Ling. Emperor Yuan was the same. He admired Lin Ling's unwillingness but helpless look the most. Lin Ling. At this moment, and Yuer also shouted at Lin Ling, come on, now, only you can save Xingyi. For so many years, no matter what kind of storms we faced, you have withstood them for us. This time, you can do it too. Lin Ling, I know you have tried your best. You are already very tired, but fight for Xingyi again. Xianxia also shouted. Ah! Lin Ling roared towards the sky. His long hair danced wildly as he kept drawing out the power in his body. However, all that was left for him was the power of God. This power of God was no match for the giant cosmos gods. Kill. However, Lin Ling took a step forward and charged towards the two giant cosmos gods. His sword slashed out fiercely. My lord. Looking at Lin Ling, Xingyi's eyes were also wet. He knew that Lin Ling was already going all out. He was already fighting with his life on the line. However, sometimes in this universe, power was eternal. It wasn't something that could be changed by willpower, unwillingness, and fighting spirit. My lord, in my next life, I will be your underling again. Don't bother about me. Xingyi shouted at Lin Ling, dream on. Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He slashed his weak sword fiercely at true God Penghua and Xianxia. His sword was very slow. Its power was also very weak, however, he still slashed out resolutely, because he couldn't bear to see his brother die in front of his eyes. And he didn't do anything. If that was the case, he would never forgive himself in the future. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Ling fighting with his life on the line, true God Penghua and Xianxia laughed even louder. They were enjoying this carefree scene. However, at this moment, Lin Ling sensed a surge of power within the tyrannical song sword. This power was very unfamiliar. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that he had used up all his trump cards. Why would there suddenly be an unfamiliar power? The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling clearly sensed that this power didn't have any killing intent. Instead, it was as gentle as water. Suddenly, Lin Ling realized what was going on. In his body, there was a power that he had never controlled before. This was the power of the world's will. In the end, even if I am exhausted, I will never give up. Because this is my belief. Lin Ling suddenly shouted. The sword in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and the killing intent disappeared. It was as if he was holding a divine light that shone in all directions. The entire coastal battlefield was affected, and it was shaking non-stop. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, and their expressions changed drastically. The power of the world's will. Lei Gong and Xianxia trembled all over. They sensed that Lin Ling's sword was exuding a familiar power, but it was extremely different from theirs. How could they know that their previous calls for Lin Ling had become their belief? Lin Ling was their belief. Every time a massacre came, every time a storm came, it was their belief that brought them across all kinds of dangers and to the other side. Boom, with a slash of the sword, a white light swept across, reaching thousands of miles long, shocking the world. True God Penghua and Emperor Yuan's pupils trembled. What kind of power is this? Boom, leaving behind only one sentence, they turned into nothingness. They couldn't be more dead. Even if they had the protection of the Tao realm, it was useless, and behind them, countless gods were implicated and turned into nothingness. But what was terrifying was that Lei Gong and the others were also in that direction, but they were safe and sound. They only felt a gust of wind blowing across their bodies. They didn't know that because of their belief, they couldn't die. The battle of gods fell silent for a short while. All the gods stared at Lin Ling in the sky, their pupils trembling. What a terrifying sword. With the strength of a higher god, he killed a giant god of the universe. As expected of the host of the world's will. Sword of faith. Lin Ling stood weakly in the sky, looking at the sword in his hand and sensing the power of the world's will in his body. Then, a burst of dizziness came, and Lin Ling was completely unconscious as he smashed towards the ground. My lord. But at the critical moment, a palm suddenly grabbed Lin Ling's hand and held him back. It was Xingyi. at this moment, tears were dripping down his face. He knew that his lord had saved him once again. The entire battlefield was completely silent at this moment. All the battles between gods had stopped. Countless gods were staring at the sleeping Lin Ling in the sky, their pupils were trembling, and their hearts were trembling. The power of the world's will. They had seen Lin Ling unleash the power of the world's will and kill 2 giant universe gods with a single strike. Unbelievable. According to their guesses, Lin Ling was probably an extremely powerful existence among the hosts of the world's will. Dead, true God Penghua and the others are dead. Emperor Ziwei's entire body was trembling as he looked at the sky with a pale face. Even though Lin Ling was unconscious, his life and death were unknown, but when he looked at that figure, he still trembled and did not dare to face it head-on. If he had continued to fight Lin Ling, perhaps he would have followed in the footsteps of true God Penghua and the others. He felt like he was dreaming. Back then, his son had come to the Dao Pagoda area, but someone had killed his son along the way, causing him to fly into a rage. When he saw the person clearly, he knew that it was a minor god named Lin Ling. He hated this minor god to the bone and was determined to crush his bones and scatter his ashes. However, before he could find this minor god had killed his people and stolen his treasures. When he found an opportunity to kill this minor god, he suddenly discovered that this ordinary-looking minor god actually had the strength to kill him. In that short instant, Emperor Ziwei was struck by a pang of regret, as if he shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling. Of course, Emperor Ziwei also knew that the enmity between him and Lin Ling had already been formed, and it was impossible for them to make peace. Therefore, he had to kill Lin Ling. He had to watch Lin Ling die in front of him. He's already fainted. Why aren't you killing him? Kill him! Emperor Ziwei shouted, pleasantly surprised everyone. Many people's eyes turned cold, and the shock from before disappeared quietly. Instead, it was replaced by a surge of killing intent that soared into the sky. Lin Ling had already displayed the power of the world's will. It was very terrifying and very strong. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only an early-stage high god. What if he became a peak high god? What if he became a giant god of the universe? Perhaps, the dusk of the gods would repeat itself. Lin Ling was a ticking time bomb. He had to die, or they would never be able to rest in peace. Kill him. Meanwhile, Emperor Yao spoke with monstrous killing intent. Everyone, why are you still showing mercy? If he doesn't die, then it'll be the end of us. Although the White Mountain 3 sacred gates wanted to capture Lin Ling alive, he would rather have Lin Ling die. This was because he was even more astonished than Emperor Ziwei. After all, when he was at the Dao realm, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed with the flip of a hand, and now, Lin Ling was a great threat to his life. Back then, if I hadn't sided with the giant white tiger god and helped Lin Ling instead, Lin Ling would already be one of my people. Although Emperor Yao had to kill Lin Ling no matter what, when he thought of what happened back then, he felt a wave of regret. Kill. At this moment, the demonic eye in the sky released an endless amount of green light. The green light was incomparably thick and shot out in all directions like a giant green sun. Emperor Yao had already made the first move. She abandoned the Yellow Emperor and wanted to kill Lin Ling. First. Kill. Seeing Emperor Yao make the first move, Emperor Yao also came to his senses and slashed his ruler at Lin Ling. Kill Lin Ling first. The angry roars of the gods sounded at the same time. All the gods focused their attacks on Lin Ling, ignoring everyone else. As a result, Lin Ling was under a lot of pressure. His life depended on this moment. However, Lin Ling was already unconscious from his injuries. How could he stop them? Bastard! Saint Guy was still holding Lin Ling's hand. He couldn't help but roar as he looked at the power coming from all directions. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. He had long known that Lin Ling was the host of the world's consciousness, but he believed that his lord would never destroy the world. In fact, his lord had repeatedly opposed the host of the world's consciousness in order to protect everyone around him. However, the people attacking now were completely unreasonable. They only wanted to kill Lin Ling. They didn't even know that there was a powerful host of the world's consciousness among them. It was the 3 divine sects of White Mountain. However, who would dare to kill the 3 divine sects of White Mountain? Big Brother Ling. Lin Ling. In the distance, Yu, Nanhua Fingyu, and treasure god Nanhua Fingyu all anxiously shouted. Ever since they reached the Dao realm, they had encountered many life and death situations. However, this time was the biggest and most dangerous one. Lin Ling will not destroy the world. However, at this moment, an old voice rang out. From the giant black vortex, a surging river rushed out majestically. The river grew bigger and fiercer as if it was the first river in the universe. The Yellow Emperor had made his move. Moreover, the river he summoned was more than twice as powerful as the one he summoned against Emperor Yao before. Rumble. All the powerful forces near Lin Ling were swept away by the river and disappeared into the distance. Lin Ling was only separated from the gods by a river, but it was like the distance between heaven and earth. No attack could affect him. Kill. Emperor Yao slashed out with his green ruler. A green light, like an endless amount of plants, slashed towards the river. However, it disappeared into the river without a trace. Looking back at Emperor Shun, the giant snake under her control was washed away as soon as it got close to the ancient river. The one-eyed giant snake kept rolling in the river and finally turned into white bones, disappearing into the distance. This river was too majestic. It was like the most ancient and powerful force in the world. The Yellow Emperor was actually hiding such power. Emperor Yao's expression was incomparably ugly. He knew that the Yellow Emperor had held back when he fought him. Although he was surprised by this, he also felt that it was normal. After all, the Yellow Emperor rarely took action. Among the deities of several eras, very few knew of his full strength. Now, he was probably going all out, and this kind of full strength was extremely terrifying. No one could hurt Lin Ling. Ill fate, Lin Ling, come back. While the river was protecting Lin Ling, a huge swastika suddenly appeared in the sky. It slowly rotated and bloomed with endless Buddhist light. An ancient power had descended upon the shore. And this power was incomparably terrifying. It actually passed through the Yellow Emperor's river and tied Lin Ling up into the sky. Looking carefully, the Buddhist light had unknowingly turned into endless Buddhist prayer beads that wrapped around Lin Ling. Dipankara Buddha. In the surging river, the Yellow Emperor's aged voice sounded, incomparably shocked. He clearly did not expect that Dipankara Buddha, who was far away in the primal chaos realm, would stick his hand into the Tao Pagoda. This strength was truly heaven-defying. Yellow Emperor, this child is of great importance. For the sake of the universe, I must take him away. Go. The Yellow Emperor controlled the surging river and rushed towards the sky, wanting to rescue Lin Ling who had been taken away. However, his ancient river rushed towards the sky, and a Buddhist light bloomed, blocking the power of his river. Dipankara Buddha was too strong. Ma, and I, Yi, oh, Jia. However, at this moment, a clear voice sounded. In the distant horizon, the Buddhist light shone, and the divine sound entered one's ears, turning into an invisible force that dimmed the huge swastika in the sky. Moreover, a gentle force lingered around Lin Ling, who was wrapped around the Buddhist beads, making it difficult for him to fly towards the sky. Buddha against Buddha. Your Excellency, Buddhism is boundless. May I know who you are? In the sky, a benevolent voice sounded quietly. Ning Qingxin. In the distance, a calm voice sounded, and then a figure walked over. She did not seem to be walking fast, but in the blink of an eye, she appeared under the sky and looked at the swastika in the sky indifferently. As for this woman, no one knew her. However, no one expected her Buddhist Dharma to be so powerful that she could fight against Dipankara Buddha. Ning Qingxin. However, among the crowd, Lei Gong suddenly shouted in shock. Of course, he knew Ning Qingxin. Back then, he and Lin Ling were chased by Emperor Shun and finally escaped to the great Buddha kingdom. After that, they met a woman on the path of Mahayana Buddhism. This woman pursued the purest supreme Buddhist Dharma. Because Lin Ling had obtained Mahayana Buddhism, she humbly came to ask for it. However, in the void, this woman was injured by the evil spider god and was on the verge of death. It was Lin Ling who kept her alive, fighting against the heavens, fighting against humans, and fighting against the underworld. In the end, he saved her from death and allowed her to reincarnate again. Unexpectedly, Ning Qingxin had returned now. Her reincarnation had ended so quickly. Your Excellency, Buddha is merciful. At this moment, Ning Qingxin put her palms together and looked at the sky indifferently, her eyes pure and holy. Divine body of Buddha. Above the sky, a benevolent voice floated out. You and I are both Buddhas. Why are you protecting this person who destroyed the universe? You should know that if you have any connection with him, you will also be tainted by evil karma and fall into hell. Repent and be saved, repent and be saved. Hearing this voice, Ning Qingxin's expression did not change at all. She said lightly, Senior, why do you want to capture Lin Ling? Lin Ling is the host body of the will of the world. For the universe and for the common people, I have to keep an eye on him. I hope that I can wash away the hostility and murderous intent in his heart with Buddhism. The voice in the sky carried with it a supreme holiness, majestically falling into everyone's ears. Lin Ling is the host body of the world's will, so he will be taken away by Senior, right? Ning Qingxin remained unmoved and said calmly. Yes, yes. The swastika in the sky bloomed with Buddhist light as it slowly spoke. Then, as Dipankara Buddha and the host body of the world's will, who will wash away the hostility and murderous intent in your heart. Ning Qingxin raised her head and said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the coast fell silent, and the gods were shocked. Many of them could guess that the one who did this was Dipankara Buddha behind the three great divine gates of White Mountain. However, they did not expect that Dipankara Buddha was also the host body of the world's will. This was news that shocked the gods. Another host body of the world's will has appeared? It's actually Dipankara Buddha. This must be fake. Impossible, Dipankara Buddha is the most benevolent Buddha. How can he be the host body of the world's will? Everyone discussed animatedly, unable to believe it. You all said that the host body of the world's will wants to destroy the world. Now, Dipankara Buddha is also the host body of the world's will, so will you go and kill him? Ning Qingxin looked at everyone again and said. Her soft voice was like a fierce slap that landed heavily on the gods' faces. Kill Dipankara Buddha, would they dare? Senior, I don't know what you have to say. Ning Qingxin ignored everyone's expressions and looked at the sky again. However, the sky was silent, which was rare. Obviously, Dipankara Buddha didn't expect Ning Qingxin to know about his background. One had to know that the stone tablet that recorded him as the host body of the world's will had long been destroyed by him. No one knew that he was the host body of the world's will. Even the great gods of Spirit Nation and the others who were closest to the stone tablet did not know. How did Ning Qingxin know? Unfortunately, Dipankara Buddha did not know that Lin Ling had already guessed it and even told many people about his thoughts and received their approval. This is a secret of heaven and earth. It's better that you don't know, lest you be tainted by the great calamity of the universe. Finally, the ancient voice floated out, still benevolent. Then, the light of Buddha continued to take Lin Ling away. Shameless! Ning Qingxin shouted in a low voice and silently chanted a Buddhist mantra to resist the light of Buddha in the sky. Shameless! Lei Gong and the others also cursed. Dipankara Buddha spoke so well and righteously. Now that his scam was exposed, he actually pretended to be stupid and did not give the gods any explanation. The most despicable thing was that after his identity was exposed, this ancient Buddha still spoke in a benevolent tone. The host body of the world's will is immortal. The only thing that can threaten them is the other host bodies of the world's will. I think Dipankara Buddha, your original intention is to devour Lin Ling. This way, you will be even stronger. Lei Gong suddenly roared, his voice once again caused endless echoes. Many people whispered. It turned out that this was Dipankara Buddha's goal. They had never imagined that the ancient Buddha god would be so shameless. Everything was for him to become stronger. All living beings are ignorant. Above the sky, the ancient voice was still benevolent. However, a Buddha bowl flew over from afar, passing through the powerful nebulous primordial chi and buckling down towards Lin Ling. As soon as this Buddha bowl appeared, it seemed to block all of Lin Ling's Buddha power, causing him to be sucked into it and fly towards the sky. Shameless! Lin Ling! Seeing this scene, Lei Gong and the others roared. The Yellow Emperor also kept attacking the sky, but his power could not help Lin Ling at all. They all knew that once Lin Ling was taken away, he would be devoured and disappear from the world forever. On the other hand, Dipankara Buddha would become stronger and stronger. Dipankara Buddha was very smart. He knew that Lin Ling was an extremely powerful existence among the host bodies of the world's will. Therefore, he was the first to attack Lin Ling and did not pay attention to Lei Gong and the others. Unfortunately, Lei Gong and the others' shouts were of no use. The Buddha's light gradually disappeared, and Lin Ling was completely taken away. The coast instantly fell silent. No one thought that this fierce battle of gods would end up like this. Lin Ling was not dead, but he was taken away by Dipankara Buddha. Lin Ling's sword must have attracted Dipankar Buddha's attention, so he took Lin Ling away. The Yellow Emperor frowned deeply. If it were not for Lin Ling's sword, Dipankar Buddha would have thought that Lin Ling was only on par with Lei Gong and the others. However, with that sword, Dipankar Buddha was clearly interested in Lin Ling's world will power. Now, what do we do? The seashore was completely silent. Countless deities were still looking up at the sky. The battle was over. In the end, Lin Ling was taken away by the Dipankar Buddha. This was an ancient god, and a host of the world's will. The ancient giant god of the universe had attacked Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was completely defenseless. Let's go. Someone suddenly said in a low voice. There are still a few worlds will hosts over there. Someone pointed at Lei Gong and the others. Worlds will host should be killed, but who can stop the Yellow Emperor now? At this time, the one who spoke was Emperor Yao. After a cold laugh, he turned and strode away. At the start, it seemed like he was fighting for the entire universe, but in truth, his real goal was just a personal vendetta. Now that Lin Ling was taken away, he was dead for sure. There was no need for him to risk his life. Although he also wanted to kill Lei Gong and the others, he would not be so foolish as to become cannon fodder. Besides, Lei Gong and the other worlds will hosts had not yet grown to the point where they could be feared. How am I supposed to kill them? Many wanted to kill Lei Gong and the others, but their strength was limited. They were helpless. Let's go. At this time, Emperor Yao also spoke. He entered the demon eye and turned into a terrifying demonic aura. Her thoughts were naturally the same as Emperor Yao's. They were not fools, and with the two strongest ancient emperors leaving, the others did not dare to continue fighting. They all left one after another. Lin Ling. Longyang looked at the sky, her eyes wet. During the trip to the Fog Sea, she and Lin Ling had resolved their past grievances and misunderstandings. She was looking forward to Lin Ling returning to the Yellow Emperor's territory and fighting alongside them, but she never expected that only she would return. Lin Ling had disappeared again. This caused her heart to be filled with grief and sorrow. Lin Ling, Yu Yu, Lei Gong, and the others also had tears in their eyes. Ever since Lin Ling became a wanted criminal, they were constantly worried about Lin Ling. However, they finally saw Lin Ling, but it was only a fleeting glance. Senior Yellow Emperor, what will happen to Lord Lin Ling? Can we save Sir Lin Ling? Sheng Guiyi was the one who felt the most guilty. He believed that Lin Ling was captured because he was protecting him. Alas! The Yellow Emperor sighed and comforted him. Lin Ling, the heavens help the blessed. In the primal chaos realm, there will be people who will help him. However, this consolation sounded extremely weak. Not to mention Saint Guy and the others, even the Yellow Emperor himself didn't believe it. Let's go. When he saw that Lei Gong and the others had no intention of leaving, he said sternly, if you want to help Lin Ling, you have to become stronger. After today, you will enter the Dao Pagoda. Dao Pagoda. Lei Gong and the others trembled and nodded fiercely. The Dao Pagoda was the core of the Dao realm. It was said that it was the cruelest place. Without a certain level of strength, one would die without a doubt. However, this cruel place also had its benefits, and that was the speed at which one could increase their strength. Therefore, the Dao Pagoda was also a double-edged sword. I'll go too. Nan Wufingyu and the others nodded as well. We'll go too. Yu Yu and the others also looked at the most mysterious Dao Pagoda in the Dao realm. Now, the entire universe was their enemy. They couldn't let Lin Ling block everything. They had to become stronger. Alright, before going to the Dao Pagoda, I will give you an opportunity to become stronger. The Yellow Emperor knew that anger and unwillingness were the motivation for people to become stronger. He was looking forward to how powerful these people would become because of Lin Ling. He left with the others, but his eyes were still looking at the sky. Lin Ling, Master will help you. I hope you can cross this great calamity. He knew that ever since Lin Ling entered the Dao realm, he had been fighting. If he wasn't being chased, he was being chased. However, this great calamity was one that Lin Ling had to cross. If he did, he would be able to see the sea and sky. At this moment, the Buddhist light in the grand mist energy was dazzling. It wrapped around Lin Ling and pierced through. What was terrifying was that the grand mist energy of the Dao Pagoda was incomparably grand. The Buddhist light flew at a terrifying speed, but it still couldn't cross the grand mist energy. On the contrary, Lin Ling slowly woke up in the Buddhist light. He then found himself wrapped in brass that was only 2 meters in size. It was extremely mysterious. Where is this? Lin Ling was shocked. After he fainted, he didn't know what happened afterwards. This is the Buddha bowl of the Dipankara Buddha. A voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's ears, startling Lin Ling. Then, he said in ecstasy, Senior Xianxia? You brats are crazy enough. The war of the gods started because of you. Now that your identity has been exposed, you will have to face the gods of several eras. Xianxia's helpless voice sounded. If my disciple, the Yellow Emperor, hadn't informed me, I wouldn't have known that you had caused such a great war. Then how am I now? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask anxiously. You have been targeted by the Dipankara Buddha. He probably already knows that you have devoured a world will host body, so he wants to devour you. Xianxia said. Dipankara Buddha? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. How did this matter involve a heavyweight of the Chaos Realm? Don't worry. Although the Dipankara Buddha is very powerful, I will do my best to protect you and let you safely return to the Tao realm. Xianxia continued, however, I am imprisoned in the square prison. When the time comes, I will need you to release me. Moreover, the Dipankara Buddha is a giant god of the universe at the same level as me. Hundreds of millions of years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet him once. Now that so many years have passed, I am not too sure about his strength. I know. All in all, this trip to the Chaos Realm will be dangerous. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. He was going to the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm was the oldest place in the entire universe where the most giant gods of the universe gathered. With his strength, he would most likely die if he entered. Xianxia, why don't we escape now? Maybe we will have a chance to return to the Tao realm. Lin Ling quickly suggested. No, we are now at the border between the Tao realm and the Chaos realm. This place is full of nebulous aura. Even I can't easily appear here. This matter can only be resolved in the Chaos realm. Xianxia said helplessly. Lin Ling could only nod. He sat cross-legged and continued to recover. At the same time, he also thought of the matter of killing true god Penghua. He remembered that he had activated a powerful sword and killed 2 giant gods of the universe. The power of faith. Lin Ling was shocked. He hurriedly investigated and found that in the deepest part of his soul, the dissipated power had recovered again. However, no matter how he activated it, this power was uncontrollable. The only change was that Lin Ling sensed that this power of the world's will was stronger than before. This power of faith is really difficult to deal with. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. After investigating for a long time, he finally chose to give up. Looking around, he was at the top of a mountain. The surroundings of the top of the mountain were mottled. There were no trees or living beings. There were only mountains, endless barren mountains. Furthermore, looking along the horizon, the entire land was like an abandoned land. There were no living beings to be seen. This is the Chaos Realm? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The primal Chaos Realm in his imagination was a paradise with birds chirping and flowers blooming. However, the scene in front of him was completely different from his imagination. The place where the gods returned was actually a barren world. The Chaos Realm is too ancient. It has experienced countless eras. Now, this universe has reached its end. A voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. When Lin Ling raised his head, he saw a middle-aged man in monk robes looking at Lin Ling with his palms pressed together. This man's Buddhist light shone brightly. Gods and demons could not invade him. He was extremely powerful. Lin Ling had a feeling that even if he went all out and used all of his trump cards, he would still be no match for this man. Patron, please follow me. The man said to Lin Ling kindly. Who are you? Lin Ling asked. I'm the Dragon King of Jinghai, a disciple of the Dipankara Buddha's tomb. The man was incomparably benevolent and said, the Buddha wishes to see you. Patron, please follow me. Lin Ling nodded and followed the man. Now that he had landed in this place, it was impossible for him to refuse. As he walked along the top of the mountain, Lin Ling kept looking around. He discovered that at the foot of the mountain, Buddhist light shone brightly. The mountain range was carved with a large number of huge stone Buddhas. They had experienced tens of millions of years and were ancient. Under those stone sculptures, countless Buddhist cultivators sat cross-legged and silently chanted Buddhist scriptures. On their bodies, a mysterious power bloomed faintly, giving off a gentle and comfortable feeling. However, if they were used in battle, they would definitely be incomparably valiant. Although the Buddhist power was gentle, it gave Lin Ling a very uncomfortable feeling. Not long after, a wooden house appeared in front of him. The wooden house was on the top of the mountain and was illuminated by the sun all year round, looking somewhat dilapidated. From time to time, Buddhist scriptures that Lin Ling could not understand came out of the wooden house. "Benefactor, we're here." The wealthy monarch bowed slightly to Lin Ling, smiled, then turned around and left. Lin Ling stood outside the wooden house and sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that he would finally meet this legendary almighty figure. Lin Ling was no stranger to Dipankara Buddha. He knew that this person was called Dingguang Buddha, who was also the Buddha of the past. He was as famous as Gautama Buddha. There were even rumors that these three Buddhas were one and could not be separated from each other. It was legal equality. No one was superior to the other. His name was Anuttara Samyaksabhuti, but now, such an ancient and famous Buddha god wanted to see Lin Ling. No matter how knowledgeable Lin Ling was, it was inevitable that his heart would fluctuate. This was also the second powerful ancient god that Lin Ling had seen after Patriarch Bodhi. The sunlight here is getting longer and longer. There are only 2 hours of night every day. Suddenly, a benevolent voice came from the wooden house. This also made Lin Ling look up at the sun in the distance. He realized that although the spiritual energy here was rich, everything gave him a feeling of age, like an old man on the verge of death. Following that, Lin Ling pushed open the door and entered. The wooden house wasn't big, but it was very clean. A thin old man sat cross-legged. He was wearing a wooden kasaya and Buddha beads. Everything about him looked very ordinary. If Lin Ling did not know that this person was the omnipotent Dipankara Buddha god, he would definitely think that he was an ordinary Buddhist cultivator. As for the old man, he sat on a mat and gently knocked on a wooden fish. He closed his eyes and silently chanted Buddhist scriptures. To others, these Buddhist scriptures were the key to crossing the sea of suffering, but to Lin Ling, they were unpleasant and made him extremely uncomfortable. "Benefactor Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you." At that moment, the old man opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Ling. His smile was very benevolent. "Greetings, Senior Dipankara." Lin Ling bowed slightly. "I didn't expect Benefactor Lin Ling to be so respectful of your master. But why do you want to destroy the world?" The old man said with a smile and pointed to the ground, indicating for Lin Ling to sit down. Lin Ling nodded and sat down cross-legged. During this process, he sensed a mysterious force probing his entire body. This also made his entire body tense up, as though he was afraid that he would be seen through. Lin Ling carried many divine abilities and ultimate arts, hiding ancient secrets. Among them were the Panga strike, the three extremes of the universe, the world will host, and the square prison. Among them, the most important was none other than the Chaos Divine Formula. He did not want the Chaos Divine Formula to be seen through. This was because Lin Ling had always felt that the Chaos Divine Formula was the key to him. Lin Ling, to recover his past. Of course, the square prison could not be seen through. This was Lin Ling's capital to escape. Fortunately, the feeling of being spied on quickly disappeared. Dipankara Buddha god did not seem to see anything. "Benefactor Lin Ling, who are you?" the old man suddenly asked. "I'm Lin Ling." Lin Ling said with a smile. No. Everything in the universe has a root, but Benefactor Lin Ling has no root. It's as though you were born out of thin air." the old man said with a smile. Lin Ling's expression did not change, but his heart skipped a beat. He knew that Dipankara Buddha god had indeed been probing him before, but he did not find what he wanted to know. Facing such an ancient Buddha god, Lin Ling felt pressure all the time. It was no less than an earth-shattering battle between gods. "Senior Buddha god, I also have a mother, relatives, and friends. I can't be born out of thin air." Lin Ling replied with a faint smile. The old man nodded. "I just said that Benefactor Lin Ling respects your master, but now it seems that's not the case." Dipankara Buddha god meant that Lin Ling was hiding something from him. This was disrespectful. "Although I respect my master, it's only on the surface. Deep down, I don't respect my master that much." "Oh?" Benefactor Lin Ling, you're being unkind. How am I being unkind? I have no master by my side, and I have no Tao to seek. How can I respect my master? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Dipankar Buddha God fell silent. He had been paying attention to Lin Ling for a long time, but because the chaos realm was far away from the Tao realm, he could only roughly comprehend it. He did not know what Lin Ling had experienced all these years and what secrets he was hiding. That was why he asked. However, through asking, he knew that Lin Ling was different from ordinary people. He seemed to respect his master, but that was only on the surface. A master would guide Lin Ling, but Lin Ling walked his own path and did not follow his master's old path, Tao. Every god had their own Tao, but generally speaking, they all pursued the Tao of their predecessors. For example, Buddhism, countless Buddhist cultivators pursued the Buddhist Tao, which was the path of their predecessors. However, Lin Ling did not. He seemed to have his own Tao, which was why Lin Ling said that there was no Tao to seek. In their first contact, Dipankar Buddha God realized that Lin Ling was extremely difficult to deal with. He hid very well and carried the secrets of the universe, making it difficult for others to see through him. Dipankar Buddha, you are also a host body of the world will. I wonder who will wash away your hostility and murderous aura. Lin Ling said with a smile. The people of the universe. Dipankar Buddha's eyes looked into the distance as if saying that he could be a demon for the people of the universe, but the people of the universe could punish him. Hee, I guess only Senior knows if the people of the universe can wash away your hostility and murderous aura. Lin Ling naturally did not believe Dipankar Buddha's words. At the critical moment, Dipankar Buddha would definitely not commit suicide. I can tell you my origin. Lin Ling said again, I am the oldest creation god of the universe. I am one with the host body of the final world will. He is the destruction of the world, and I am the creation of the world. As soon as he said that, Dipankar Buddha's eyes flashed. If what Lin Ling said was true, then Lin Ling was the creator of all gods. He could not help but look at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling's smile was both real and fake. If it were other gods, Dipankar Buddha would be able to see through them at a glance. That was because he was the Buddha of the past. However, he could not see through Lin Ling, therefore, it was difficult to evaluate whether Lin Ling's words were true or false. You said that you are one with the final world will. Do you have any proof? Dipankar Buddha asked. There is no proof. I feel that I have the power of the world will. Perhaps that is the case. Lin Ling replied. Dipankar Buddha fell into deep thought again. At first, he almost believed Lin Ling's words. However, Lin Ling's next sentence reminded him that Lin Ling was the host body of the world will. Since he was the host body of the world will, how could he be a creator? Your Excellency Lin Ling, whether you are the creator or not, I want you to convert to Buddhism for the sake of the people of the universe. Dipankar Buddha knew that he would not be able to get anything out of him if he continued to ask. He would only know everything if he refined Lin Ling. Dipankar Buddha, nice move. Lin Ling was not surprised by this scene. Dipankar Buddha definitely did not capture him to take care of Lin Ling. Benefactor Lin Ling, I apologize for offending you. If you violate the harmony of heaven, I, Dipankar Buddha, will bear the responsibility. Dipankar Buddha began to close his eyes and chanted Buddhist mantras. A gentle light enveloped Lin Ling, sending him into the 18th level of hell. Rumble. The place where Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged split open, and Lin Ling fell downwards. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ling saw endless Buddhist light all over the place. He felt as if he had entered Buddha's body. Large amounts of Buddhist scriptures materialized and gradually appeared, hovering and lingering about. At the same time, in the surrounding mountains, all the Buddhists sat down cross-legged and silently recited the rebirth scripture. Endless Buddhist power enveloped the mountain, causing the mountain to shine with golden light in all directions. If one looked at it from afar, they would discover that this vast and magnificent mountain was actually a huge stone Buddha. At this moment, the ancient and simple stone Buddha was radiating colorful Buddha light. It was so beautiful that the giant gods of the universe in the vicinity were all blinking their eyes. They couldn't understand why the three godly gates of White Mountain, which had been quiet for tens of millions of years, would make such a big fuss today, resulting in the scene of tens of thousands of Buddhas worshipping. Rumble. At this moment, the Buddhist light suppressed Lin Ling in the body of the Buddha, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. What was terrifying was that he could not feel any pain. but he could feel that he was melting. It was as if everything in his body was about to turn into the most ancient thing. Bald donkey. Even though Lin Ling had already sensed this scene, he still could not help but curse. Of course, he did not lose his mind because he had also hidden his trump card. Senior Guangchengzi, how is it? Lin Ling asked in a low voice. Now is not the time yet. Guangchengzi's voice was somewhat anxious. If I help you now, Debunker Buddha will have to wait for him to enter a meditative state before he can catch you again. At that time, even if you escape, he will need 3 breaths of time to wake up. These 3 breaths of time will be the time you need to save your life. However, after escaping from here, how to leave is also a huge problem. Have you found a way out? Hearing this, Lin Ling pondered and hurriedly said, I know that there is a path in the void of 9 states that leads to the chaotic realm. I just need to find that path. The path of domination in the void of 9 states led to the chaotic realm. Back then, little Kunlun and even the giant ghost had left from there. Right, little Kunlun and the giant ghost. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and hurriedly went to inform them. However, the chaotic realm was too vast. In addition, Lin Ling was now in the body of the Buddha, so he did not know if he could inform little Kunlun and the others through voice transmission. At the same time, the critical moment had arrived. Lin Ling discovered that his entire body was beginning to turn illusory. His physical body and divine essence were showing signs of dissipating. The terrifying thing was that Lin Ling could not feel a trace of pain. He could only watch as he dissipated and was then swallowed by the Buddha. When he turned into nothingness, all his secrets would inevitably be revealed, the chaos divine formula, the square prison, the power of the world's will, and everything else, including Lin Ling's memories, origins, and so on. At that time, Debunker Buddha would obtain everything of Lin Ling. Not only would he become stronger, but he would also become the god of creation. Hold on, hold on. Lin Ling kept shouting, hoping to hold on for longer and let Debunker Buddha enter a meditative state. Time passed quietly. In the end, Lin Ling sensed that he had arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Around him, countless Buddhist chants constantly attacked him like flames, burning Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's body to turn into powder that lingered in the Buddhist chants. At the same time, in the wooden house, Debunker Buddha's eyes lit up. When Lin Ling dissipated, he vaguely comprehended something. This also increased the speed of his refinement by a notch. Suddenly, he entered a meditative state. It was as if he was in the vast starry sky and saw ancient secrets. Each and every one of these secrets could shake the universe. It would take some time to unearth them and completely understand them, and Debunker Buddha spent a lot of energy and vaguely understood the first secret, the square prison. One of the 4 oldest prisons in the universe is actually on him. Debunker Buddha was shocked and continued to investigate. Then, he discovered a power even more mysterious than the power of the world's will. However, when he wanted to completely understand it, suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the Buddha's body. Lin Ling, go. At this moment, Guangchengzi made his move. He used a powerful method to blast away the surrounding Buddhist power. Eat Old Sun's staff. At the same time, a giant staff appeared and smashed forward. The entire huge Buddha was smashed into a path of life and death. From the outside, one could see a huge hole in the Buddha's stomach. Even the great sage, heaven's equal, has been summoned? It's the square prison. Debunker Buddha was slightly angered. His soul left his body and appeared in the Buddha's body, transforming into a huge Buddha hand that grabbed at Lin Ling. Only then did he recall that Lin Ling had the square prison and could summon the ancient mighty god. Unfortunately, he realized it a little too late. Previously, he was focused on investigating Yi Han's deepest secret, causing him to miss this point. Lin Ling, leave quickly. I'll stop him. Guangchengzi appeared like a stream of light in the huge Buddha's body. After chanting, the cyclic sky seal descended from the sky and slowly floated towards the huge Buddha hand. The brick-sized cyclic sky seal did not seem to have any power, but when it approached the Buddha hand emitted an anxious voice. Not good. Endless Buddhist light flowed as the Buddha hand exploded, revealing Debunker Buddha's soul. Clang. At the same time, the cyclic sky seal smashed down, aiming for the head. Even with Debunker Buddha's strength, he felt dizzy from the impact. Guangchengzi. Debunker Buddha bellowed. With a thought, the sky shattered as a Buddhist light shot down at an extremely fast speed. after this Buddhist light enveloped Dipankara Buddha, his body rapidly recovered. He's awake. Guangqingzi knew that Dipankara Buddha was beginning to recover. He could not help but turn to look at Lin Ling and realize that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the exit. However, the Buddha was also extremely powerful. A large number of Buddhist chants floated over and were repairing the exit. Cyclic Sky Seal. However, Guangqingzi ignored Lin Ling. The cyclic sky seal smashed at Dipankara Buddha again, causing the latter's body to become unstable. Guangqingzi, I'll remember this grudge. This karma will come to an end. Dipankara Buddha said in a low voice. Bald donkey, you'd better not remember it for too long because I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me if you remember it for too long. Guangqingzi said with a smile. His figure floated back as he activated the cyclic sky seal and chased after Lin Ling. Of course, he was also shocked by Dipankara Buddha God's strength. He had smashed his head so many times, but he was still alive, and this was when Dipankara Buddha had just left his meditative state. If he was at his peak, he would probably be even more terrifying. Of course, Master Guangqingzi was in the four-directional prison, and only one of his clones had come out. He wasn't using his full strength. Take this. The one leading the way for Lin Ling was the avatar of the great sage, Heaven's Equal. With a sweep of his staff, the Buddhist light in the hole flickered incessantly. Everyone, please do your best. At this moment, outside the huge Buddha, tens of thousands of gods and Buddhas sat and chanted Buddhist sutras. All of them were attacking the huge Buddha. In the endless mountains, stone Buddhas of various sizes were also emitting a gentle Buddhist light. This Buddhist light enveloped the huge Buddhas, causing the huge stone Buddhas to be as dazzling as golden Buddhas. What powerful Buddhist energy! However, Old Sun was invincible in the universe back then. Do you think you can stop Old Sun? Bro, just charge. A gigantic ape appeared. It held a gigantic staff in its hand and continuously opened up a path in a frenzy. The staff smashed towards the Buddhist light, dazzling, rumble, the entire huge Buddha was on the verge of collapse. Victorious fighting Buddha, why are you helping an outsider? You are a Buddha god. Behind him, Dipankara Buddha was clearly anxious. Sorry, this avatar of mine isn't the victorious fighting Buddha, but the great sage, Heaven's Equal. The gigantic ape stabbed out with his staff and landed on the huge Buddha's stomach, stirring up the hole that was constantly recovering. Damn you, macaque. Dipankara Buddha couldn't help but curse. Brother, hurry. The ape suddenly shrank to the size of an ordinary person and then rushed out of the big hole. Behind him, Lin Ling hurriedly followed and shouted at Master Guangqingzi, Senior, hurry. However, after rushing out, Lin Ling couldn't help but gasp. There were countless gods and Buddhas sitting in the sky and on the ground, looking at him majestically. The strength of these gods and Buddhas was terrifying. With Lin Ling's current strength, let alone fighting, he couldn't even win against one of them. Haha, you're all bald donkeys. However, in front of Lin Ling, the great sage, Heaven's Equal was wearing purplish gold armor and holding a huge staff. He laughed loudly as he looked at the gods and Buddhas. Looking at his majestic appearance, it was as though he had returned to the time when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. His monkey brother was wild. Victorious fighting Buddha, you've already converted to Buddhism. Why are you causing trouble here? A dignified Buddha said coldly. I have countless avatars. The victorious fighting Buddha you speak of isn't here. I'm the great sage, Heaven's Equal. The great sage, Heaven's Equal laughed. Must you save this puny god? Another short and fat Buddha said. Eat my staff. The Buddhas thought that the great sage, Heaven's Equal would reply, but who knew that the monkey was so wild that he couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and directly smashed them with his huge staff. Beat him until he turns the world upside down, ha ha ha. The great sage, Heaven's Equal was like a wild monkey that had charged out of the Five Fingers Mountain. He was extremely arrogant as he swung his staff, not giving anyone face. The gods and Buddhas in the sky were instantly disrupted and were fuming with anger. Brother monkey, awesome. Lin Ling followed behind the great sage, Heaven's Equal. He was excited to see the great sage, Heaven's Equal beat up whoever he saw. In his memories, the great sage, heaven's equal was at his strongest when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. At that time, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky were fearless. After all, the great sage, heaven's equal, was unrestrained and unrestrained. He fought with his full strength. Later on, when he went on the path of seeking Buddhism, he lost some of his wild nature due to the additional burden and fear. His strength was greatly reduced. However, after becoming a Buddha, Brother Monkey was very smart. He split himself into avatars. One was seeking Buddhism, one was the great sage, heaven's equal, and one was the stone monkey. As such, they minded their own business. Stupid monkey, you! A Buddha was so angry that his body trembled. However, he was met with a staff strike, dong. This Buddha god was also incomparably powerful, but after being struck by the staff, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his bald head caved in. Ha ha ha! The great sage, heaven's equal, laughed heartily. He held the Rui Jingubang with both hands and spun it around like a fiery wheel. Strong winds blew and the entire world seemed to be flipped over. Amazing! The power of the gods is terrifying. Moreover, the strength of his physical body has reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Most importantly, there's a powerful mystique in Brother Monkey's Rui Jingubang. Lin Ling gasped. Seeing the gods and Buddhas tumbling around in the sky, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Bang bang bang, countless stone Buddhas tumbled around in the land of the great Buddhas like kites. The scene was spectacular. Monkey, stop playing. Dipankara Buddha has caught up. However, at this time, Guangqingzi appeared behind Lin Ling and said anxiously. All right, old brother. I'll take you away. Only then did the great sage, heaven's equal, put away his staff. He pulled out a hair and blew. A mysterious cloud appeared. Lin Ling took a closer look. His eyes twitched. Wasn't this the primordial aura? Could this be the somersault cloud, using the primordial aura to make the somersault cloud? Let's go. The great sage, heaven's equal, roared. His terrifying speed was 10 billion miles per hour. In an instant, the three of them disappeared into the horizon. Ba. Evildoers, where do you think you're going? At this moment, Dipankara Buddha appeared. He threw out a Buddha bowl, stepped on it, and chased after them. Behind him, the gods and Buddhas were also chasing after Lin Ling and the rest. Of course, the most terrifying was still Dipankara Buddha. Although his Buddha bowl was not as good as the somersault cloud, it had the ability to traverse realms and teleport, appearing around Lin Ling time and time again. However, although the somersault cloud did not have such an ability, it was fast and agile. Every time Dipankara Buddha appeared, the great sage, heaven's equal, would turn and flee, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, making it difficult for Dipankara Buddha to catch him. Evildoers! Dipankara Buddha was also infuriated. Ha ha ha, bald donkey, come and catch me. The great sage, heaven's equal, was clearly wary of Dipankara Buddha and did not dare to fight him head-on. However, when it came to escaping, he was confident that he would not lose to anyone. Lin Ling, Square Prison has a time limit. We can't be out for too long. If we can't shake them off in this period of time, it's all up to you. Guangqingzi was not as wild as the great sage, heaven's equal. He said solemnly. Lin Ling nodded. Guangqingzi and the rest could come out because Lin Ling had given them a big break. However, this kind of break had a time limit. At this thought, Lin Ling quickly patted Monkey Bro to remind him. The great sage, heaven's equal, reacted immediately and grinned, indicating that he understood. However, at this moment, there was a mysterious force circulating in the sky. Time was speeding up. Oh no, that Dipankara Buddha is using his mystique to speed up time. Looks like he's very familiar with Square Prison. Time is speeding up. We have to return to Square Prison. The great sage, heaven's equal, and Guangqingzi's expressions changed slightly, while Lin Ling was even more anxious. It doesn't matter. Watch what I, old son, can do. At this moment, the great sage, heaven's equal, plucked a strand of hair and blew. Countless great sages appeared and flew in all directions. These clones were difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Dipankara Buddha was momentarily dazzled. Although he had the means to see through the real and fake avatars, he needed some time. In a battle between powerful gods, even an instant was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Dream like mirage. Dipankara Buddha growled. His eyes became bright like two dazzling suns. Beams of light shot out from his eyes and swept forward. Wherever they passed, all the avatars of the great sage, heaven's equal, were incinerated. However, by the time he saw through everything, the real great sage, heaven's equal, had already disappeared. Ba. Dipankara Buddha whispered, but his expression was extremely gloomy. He had already determined that Lin Ling was a divergent of the universe and possessed endless secrets. Previously, he was about to obtain the secrets of the universe, but at the critical moment, Lin Ling had escaped. This child's origin is probably even more formidable than the world will host body. I must find him. Dipankara Buddha God muttered to himself. Behind him, endless Buddhist light shot into the distance, frantically searching for Lin Ling in the Chaos Realm. Moreover, the major sects in the Chaos Realm had also received the news to find a minor god. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling was riding on the primordial cloud, rushing forward at a crazy speed. The Chaos Realm is so big. Lin Ling was shocked. With his current speed, in the void of the 9 states, he could travel through the entire void of the 9 states in less than 2 hours. In the Tao Realm, it would probably take a day, but in the Chaos Realm, it seemed like he was still in the territory of the 3 major sects of White Mountain. Lin Ling, I feel that the square prison is summoning me. I'll go first. At this moment, Guangchengzi said to Lin Ling. Then, he bowed slightly and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This guy is too disloyal. The great sage, heaven's equal, said disdainfully. Then, he said to Lin Ling, brother, don't worry. I will bring you out safely. But where are we going? The Chaos Realm is probably the territory of Dipankara Buddha God. If this goes on, he will find us sooner or later. Lin Ling said with a frown. If only we could find my master. The great sage, heaven's equal, said with a sigh. Don't you have a doppelganger with Patriarch Bodhi? You can't find him? Lin Ling was surprised. Sigh, my master has always liked to live in seclusion. If he doesn't want to meet someone, that person will never find him. So my doppelganger is there, but he doesn't know where he is. The great sage, heaven's equal, shook his head. Without the help of the powerful giant gods of the universe, we are no match for Dipankara Buddha God. Lin Ling felt that it was even more troublesome. However, at this moment, a voice transmission came. It was the giant ghost. Lin Ling, where are you? The giant ghost's voice was anxious. Apparently, he had guessed Lin Ling's current situation. Lin Ling did not know where he was, so he could only use the voice transmission jade talisman to roughly tell him the direction. Come to the east, I will bring you out. The giant ghost immediately instructed. Brother Monkey, I know how to leave the Chaos Realm. Let's go to the east. Lin Ling said hurriedly. It's easy now that you know the way out. The great sage, heaven's equal, also smiled happily and shot toward the east with Lin Ling. South. After walking for 2 hours, the giant ghost's voice came again. Northwest. They went in another direction, and the giant ghost pointed again. After a long time, numerous mountains of stalagmites that towered into the clouds appeared ahead. These mountains were incomparably huge, and they were like divine mountains. Moreover, there were no plants in the surroundings, and the foot of the mountains was covered in hazy mist, causing one to be unable to see everything clearly. However, Lin Ling could vaguely hear terrifying screams coming from the foot of the mountains. Perhaps the foot of these stalagmite mountains was a forbidden area. An old man stood on top of one of the stalagmite mountains. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but be delighted. Eh? 8 gods? The great sage, heaven's equal, recognized the old man and couldn't help but be shocked. He's also a giant ghost. Lin Ling said with a smile. Then, he flew down the mountain with the great sage, heaven's equal. Lin Ling, are you all right? The giant ghost came over. He was now wearing a loose white robe. His hair was white, and his beard was elegant. He looked like a divine being who had attained the Tao. Looking at him, he was indeed more like the 8 gods. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, this elegant divine being was a ferocious giant ghost. I'm fine, but do you know how to leave this place? Now, Dipankara Buddha is looking for me. We don't have much time left. Lin Ling said. Follow me. The old man led Lin Ling and the others forward. A moment later, they saw a huge vortex between two mountains. That's the path of domination. It leads to the void of the 9 states. The old man pointed ahead and said. Lin Ling was delighted. He hurriedly looked at the old man and said, Giant ghost, aren't you going back with me? The old man smiled and shook his head. Lin Ling, my matter in the chaos realm hasn't been resolved. After I'm done, I'll definitely look for you. By the way, I've also seen little Kunlun. That child is very powerful now. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy for little Kunlun. However, time waited for no one. He hurriedly said, then I'll go back first. Good. Good. Lin Ling and the giant ghost had known each other for many years, so he was not pretentious. Haha, brother, it's time for me to go back. Have a safe journey. Good. Seeing that Lin Ling was safe, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, also withdrew his Hongmeng cloud. After bidding farewell to Lin Ling, he disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Giant ghost, see you in the future. Good. Lin Ling knew that he could not stay here for long. After bidding farewell to the old man, he immediately shot into the huge whirlpool in front of him. Lin Ling, have a safe journey. Good. The old man looked at the departing Lin Ling with reluctance in his eyes. Unfortunately, he had unfinished business in the chaotic realm, so he could only watch as Lin Ling left. The huge whirlpool was tumbling, and Lin Ling's figure gradually disappeared as if he had merged into the water. However, after entering the whirlpool, Lin Ling did not leave immediately. Instead, he was blocked by a layer of thin film. I heard that the higher one's realm is, the more difficult it is to leave the path of domination. Lin Ling felt that there was a force pushing him, preventing him from entering, and even trying to push him out of the huge whirlpool. He finally knew why the Dipangkar Buddha and the other giant gods of the universe did not go to the void of Jiuzhou. It was because it was difficult to enter. Although Lin Ling was powerful, he was only an early-stage high god. If he reached the mid-stage or late-stage high god level, it would be even more difficult. Fortunately, although it was difficult to enter, there was still hope for him to enter if he spent some time. Lin Ling sensed that he had quietly merged into the light film. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and he shouted into the distance, Giant ghost, hurry up and leave. The giant ghost was watching Lin Ling leave. When he heard Lin Ling shout, he could not help but look into the distance and immediately realized that something was wrong. There was a large amount of Buddhist light in the distance. The Dipangkar Buddha had found him. Lin Ling. The giant ghost shouted worriedly. Let's go, I'm fine here. When they arrive, I can leave. Lin Ling said hurriedly. When the giant ghost heard this, he suddenly gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ling again reluctantly before flying into the distance and gradually disappeared. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, a large amount of Buddhist light appeared in the vicinity. Suddenly, an anxious shout was heard, Lin Ling, over there. A god had found Lin Ling. Then, a large number of Buddha gods appeared, and looked Buddha and Dipangkar Buddha Dipangkar Buddha also appeared. He put his palms together and chanted, Ba, evil creature, evil creature. He could see that Lin Ling had already entered the path of the Sovereign Lord. It would be very, very difficult for them to catch up. Sorry, bald donkey, but I'm leaving. He said God, 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 Buddha, God, 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 Buddha, God, God, Lin Ling, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and be saved. Dipangkar Buddha was neither happy nor sad as he looked at Lin Ling indifferently. I like to walk the same path to the end. You're flattering me. Lin Ling said with a smile. He knew that although Dipangkar Buddha looked kind, he was actually very hypocritical. Ba, benefactor, why do you have to do this? Dipangkar Buddha was in a good mood and was not angered by Lin Ling's words. It's none of your business. I like to do things my own way. Lin Ling said again, what a pity. You almost got my world will power, but you were just a little bit short. Moreover, apart from the world will power, I actually have many secrets, but you were just a little bit short. Sigh, what a pity. Lin Ling's voice kept drifting over. Even though Dipangkar Buddha had a good temperament, his face could not help but turn gloomy. He could ignore Lin Ling's mockery and gloating, but when he thought of the universe secrets that Lin Ling was hiding and how he had almost gotten them, he felt uncomfortable. No matter how good his temperament was, he could not bear it, because he had a feeling that those universe secrets could allow him to dominate the entire era. Lin Ling, who are you? Dipankara Buddha said in a low voice while suppressing his anger. Do you want to know? Lin Ling pursed his lips and continued to mock, I won't tell you. Dipankara Buddha fell silent. He closed his eyes slightly as if he was silently chanting the meditation Buddhist mantra. However, Lin Ling continued, Monk, don't think that I don't know that you're using the world willpower to forcibly bring me out. Unfortunately, it's a little too late. You might have been able to do it 15 minutes earlier. Now, I'm going to leave. Also, let me remind you. Although your world willpower is poodoo, I also have the world willpower, and it has similar special effects as yours. Therefore, I can sense that you're secretly attacking, despicable monk. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling gradually disappeared from the path of Dominator. Dipankara Buddha finally opened his eyes. His eyes were cold. Previously, he had indeed used the world willpower, but he did not expect Lin Ling to escape. Reporting to the gods and Buddhas in the sky. No matter what, you must bring Lin Ling back. Dipankara Buddha disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a cold sentence. The surrounding gods and Buddhas trembled. Dipankara Buddha had always given people the feeling that he was very kind. This was the first time they had heard him speak in a cold voice. This showed how angry Dipankara Buddha was. At that moment, on the path of Dominator, Lin Ling seemed to have entered a vortex and was sucked into it as if he had traveled through time. The surroundings were very small, only allowing two people to walk side by side. It was like a pitch-black hole, but with the passage of time, it gradually became wider. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally arrived at the path of Dominator. Looking around, the surroundings were like a starry sky. Islands were floating around slowly. On those islands, specks of light flickered. Those were treasures. To the 9 states void, the path of Dominator contained countless treasures. Unfortunately, there were very few people in the 9 states void who could walk here. The only famous one was Taoist master of many treasures. These treasures are useful to martial artists, but not to gods. Lin Ling ignored those treasures and turned into a stream of light, shooting forward. After a long time, he returned to the 9 states void again. Standing in the void, he looked at the vast universe. He had now lived through several eras and witnessed the secrets of the universe. Therefore, when he saw the 9 states void, he felt that the universe was incomparably small. That's the North Territory, my hometown. Suddenly, Lin Ling looked in a certain direction and saw the rainforest sacred land where he had grown up in the past. He suddenly sighed in his heart. When he had been learning martial arts, he had not expected to become so strong one day, surpassing the universe and even fighting against the most ancient gods of the universe. In the past, he had experienced countless life and death situations. If he had not stepped on a few of them, there would probably be no Lin Ling today. Let's go back. A moment later, Lin Ling appeared in the Dao Pagoda again. In the distance, the sea was rolling, and the coastline was now a mess with many large holes. This was the place where Lin Ling had been taken away. However, compared to the bustling deity's base, it was now a desolate place. After all, after the War of the Gods, this place was no longer suitable for a port, so no gods came here. I'm back. Lin Ling took out a voice transmission talisman and sent a message. Brother Ling. There was no doubt that a shocked voice came from the other side. Lin Ling, you're back. Lei Gong's voice also came. Heavens, didn't you go to the primal chaos realm? Next, the voices of the Yellow Emperor and the others floated over one after another. Someone helped me come back. Lin Ling replied with a smile. He was very happy. Although he had killed people like flies and was being suppressed by the gods, he found that there were still many people who cared about him. These people might be the motivation for him to become stronger. While Lin Ling was deep in thought, the Yellow Emperor's voice floated over again. Then come back quickly. I can't go back now. There are some things that I must do. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then looked into the distance and said, his eyes full of cold light. Lin Ling, what do you mean? The voice from the voice transmission talisman sounded worried. That day, if not for Emperor Ziwei, I wouldn't have encountered such danger. True God Penghua and the others are dead, but Emperor Ziwei is still alive, so he must die. It's because of him that my identity as Lin Ling and Lei Gong were exposed, causing the gods to want to suppress us. This is even more reason for me to kill him. Lin Ling said word by word. That day, if not for Emperor Ziwei informing Emperor Yao and the others, how could there be danger? With Lin Ling's temperament, of course he would seek revenge. Lin Ling, let the matter of 10 years ago be in the past. Now, find a safe place to cultivate and then enter the Dao Pagoda. The Yellow Emperor advised. 10 years? I've only been in the Chaos Realm for a few days, but 10 years have passed? Lin Ling was astonished and incredulous before a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, I'm confident in my ability to kill Emperor Ziwei. Alright, then you have to come back after killing Emperor Ziwei. Don't go anywhere else. Seeing that Lin Ling had made up his mind, the Yellow Emperor stopped trying to persuade him. Lin Ling nodded. After chatting with Yu Yu and the others for a while, he put away the voice transmission talisman and flew into the distance. He had a chance to kill Emperor Ziwei during their last battle, but there were too many powerful beings at the time, and Emperor Ziwei was able to escape with his life. This time, however, Lin Ling had obtained a powerful treasure, which was the immortal slaying sword. He was confident that he would be able to kill Emperor Ziwei. The immortal slaying sword was a primordial treasure, a chaos divine weapon. However, the banishing immortal sword that the giant ghost had given him was obviously damaged, so it could not be used many times. Dipankara Buddhist God is so powerful. His realm intent is even more powerful than mine. I only managed to escape because of Dipankara Buddhist God's carelessness this time, but I won't be so lucky next time. I have to become stronger. Also, I have to be careful of Dipankara Buddhist God secretly attacking me. As he traveled along the ground, the sea of fog gradually disappeared, and endless mountains appeared in front of him. Not only were these mountains ancient, but they were also lush and filled with rich spiritual energy. Compared to the Chaos Realm, the Dao Realm is much more vibrant. Lin Ling sighed. Although the spiritual energy in the Chaos Realm was richer, it was like an old man on the verge of death. The Dao Realm, on the other hand, was like a young man in his prime. As for Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe, it was like a child. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared in an ancient city. After putting on a disguise, he went to inquire about Emperor Ziwei. Now, the entire Dao Pagoda area knew that Lin Ling had been captured and was probably dead. Therefore, the Heavenly Dao arrest order had been cancelled, causing not so many people to pay attention to Lin Ling, and it was not easy to find out the whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei. Fortunately, Emperor Ziwei was too famous. Lin Ling used some Dao Realm fragments and finally found out the vague whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei. This person seemed to be east of the Dao Pagoda and was capturing someone. East of the Dao Pagoda, God-slaying mountain. Lin Ling memorized the name of the place and immediately left the city. The gods who had seen Emperor Ziwei said that they knew that Emperor Ziwei was at God-slaying mountain 3 days ago, and 3 days was enough time to change everything. Therefore, Lin Ling could only try his luck. This person seems to be Lin Ling. When Lin Ling left the city, he passed by a few gods. Those gods stopped in their tracks and were stunned. Then, their faces were filled with astonishment. Although Lin Ling had changed his appearance, it was only a casual change, so it was not difficult for those who had seen Lin Ling before to recognize him. Of course, these people were not too sure. Isn't Lin Ling dead? This must be fake. It's probably someone who looks the same, but his aura is very similar to Lin Ling. My eyes are playing tricks on me. How could Lin Ling escape from Dipankara Buddha? In the end, these gods shook their heads and denied that Lin Ling was still alive. The reason was precisely because of Dipankara Buddha. The area around the Dao Pagoda was very large. Lin Ling exploded with speed and spent a day to finally reach the so-called God-slaying mountain. What surprised Lin Ling was that God-slaying mountain was only a mountain, but it was so huge that he could not see the end. According to legend, this was the most sensational place of the great calamity of the world's will. Countless gods had fallen here, so it was called God-slaying mountain. It's too big. It will probably take a lot of time to find Emperor Ziwei. But who is Emperor Ziwei capturing? Lin Ling walked forward and disappeared into the huge and magnificent ancient mountain. Over there. Found him. At this moment, in the magnificent ancient mountain, a large number of gods were flying through the air. The person in the lead was Emperor Ziwei. He had his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. Under his gaze, a god was frantically fleeing for his life at an incomparably fast speed. Unfortunately, Emperor Ziwei was too strong. He was a giant god of the universe and controlled everything. That person could not escape from Emperor Ziwei's grasp at all. Great god of Spirit Nation, I heard that you are also one of the hosts of the world's will. How about you submit to me? What was surprising was that the person Emperor Ziwei was capturing was actually a great god of Spirit Nation. During the battle at the coast, the Yellow Emperor had recruited several hosts of the world's will. Although Emperor Ziwei did not know the Yellow Emperor's intentions, he had a feeling that these hosts of the world's will would be useful for something. Therefore, after the battle, he secretly inquired about the whereabouts of the hosts of the world's will. In the end, he caught a few gods who claimed to be from the Spirit Nation. Only then did he learn about the great gods of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, he heard that this great god of Spirit Nation seemed to be related to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. However, this great god of Spirit Nation secretly left the 3 divine gates and escaped alone. This was even more convenient for Emperor Ziwei. My lord, run. Don't kill them. Stop. The North Pole Emperor hurriedly stopped them when he saw that they were about to kill the Spirit Nation great god. He wanted to recruit the Spirit Nation great god, so he had to be friendly from the start. North Pole Emperor, we've already minded our own business. Why do you want to capture me? Capture? The fleeing god of the Spirit Nation also stopped in his tracks and glared coldly at the North Pole Emperor. He knew that the North Pole Emperor had his eyes on him. He wouldn't be able to escape in the short term. Capture? Don't put it that way. I just admire your ability and want you to work with me. That's all. The North Pole Emperor smiled calmly and walked down from the sky with his hands behind his back. The Spirit Nation Great God and the others were surrounded by the Spirit Nation Great God to prevent them from escaping. A mysterious enchantment quietly appeared, forming an aura that enveloped the Great God of Spirit Nation and the rest. The Spirit Nation Great God stared coldly at the North Pole Emperor. However, he could sense that the North Pole Emperor was not going to let him off easily. My lord. The Spirit Nation Great God and the other gods around him were all looking at him. The Spirit Nation used to be the strongest existence in the 9 states void. However, after the arrival of the Tao realm, they became so weak that they weren't even worth mentioning. Even the Spirit Nation Great God was the same. Even though he was the host of the world will, he was still weaker than an even more ancient god. Among the Spirit Nation Great Gods, one of them was Lord Ning. Haha, great god of the Spirit Kingdom, you came from the void of the 9 continents. You were close to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, but for some reason, you left them. What surprised me was that the 3 divine gates didn't care about your escape. But don't worry. If you become my great god's tomb, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain won't dare to cause trouble for you. The North Pole Emperor smiled calmly. Of course, the Spirit Nation Great God didn't believe him. He knew how terrifying the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were. A mere North Pole Emperor was no match for them. I can become your tomb great god, but you have to make them leave first. The great god of Spirit Nation pondered for a moment before raising his head. He naturally wasn't going to submit to anyone willingly. However, he knew that he had to lower his pride now that he was surrounded. If he could find an opportunity, he would definitely leave Emperor Ziwei's side. As for Lord Ning and the others, following the great god of the Spirit Kingdom, they would be used against him. In my opinion, it's better for them to stay together. I personally value little gods with bright futures. If they follow me, their potential will be even more extraordinary. However, Emperor Ziwei had seen through the Spirit Nation Mighty God's ploy. At the very least, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble before he had complete control over the Spirit Nation Mighty God. Damn it! The great god of Spirit Nation cursed inwardly. Now, he had no way to back down. So, what do you think? Emperor Ziwei approached the great gods of the Spirit Kingdom with a friendly expression, but there was a hint of pressure in his voice. The great god of Spirit Nation was silent. Lord Ning and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. As long as the great god of the Spirit Kingdom gave the order, they would strike immediately. They sighed inwardly. In the past, they could cover the sky with a single hand in the void of the 9 prefectures. But here, many ancient gods could dictate their lives. However, as members of the Spirit Kingdom, there was a wisp of the world's consciousness in their bodies that still supported the great god of the spirit kingdom. "My lord, do you want to fight?" Lord Ning asked in a low voice. The great god of the spirit kingdom remained silent as he assessed the situation. "Sorry to disturb you, but I'm here for someone." However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded and broke the seal of the enchantment. Then, a figure slowly walked over. "Do you have a death wish? Can't you see that Emperor Ziwei is doing something?" The gods around Emperor Ziwei roared majestically. However, the newcomer didn't stop and gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the god-slaying mountain fell silent. Emperor Ziwei's pupils trembled in disbelief. The great gods of the spirit kingdom also looked at the newcomer and were shocked. "Lin Ling!" They all shouted at the same time. Lin Ling had been taken away by the Dipankar Buddhist god. This was something that everyone in the Tao realm knew. In their opinion, Lin Ling was dead for sure. But now, Lin Ling had appeared before them. For a moment, everyone felt that this was too surreal. They all used their divine abilities to investigate Lin Ling, wanting to see if this was an illusion. In particular, Emperor Ziwei was the first to use his divine ability. In his opinion, this might be an illusion created by the great gods of the spirit kingdom. However, everything was very lifelike. "Piss off." Moreover, when Lin Ling kept moving forward, there were two gods in front of him blocking his way. He reached out and grabbed the heads of the two gods in midair. Then, like a watermelon, he smashed them viciously. Bam! There was a loud boom as the heads of the two gods exploded. No amount of divine power or protective divine energy could protect them. All of this proved that this wasn't an illusion. "Lin Ling, you're not dead." Emperor Ziwei also let out a furious roar when he saw that it was really Lin Ling. "That's right, I'm not dead. In fact, I've returned. In fact, the first thing I did after returning was to find you." Lin Ling's footsteps faltered as he looked coldly at Emperor Ziwei. His eyes met Emperor Ziwei's, and Emperor Ziwei's body trembled as a sense of indescribable panic welled up in his heart. He had experienced Lin Ling's power a long time ago, and he knew that Lin Ling was no weaker than him. "Stop him." Emperor Ziwei quickly thought to himself before pointing a finger at Lin Ling. The underlings of his tomb instantly pounced toward Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. He didn't even dare to fight. All he wanted to do was to leave. Most of the underlings of Emperor Ziwei's tomb were late-stage high gods, and they all unleashed their full power in an attempt to kill Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's tyrant song sword appeared and pounced toward his enemies. His sword slashed through the air, decapitating his enemies. Divine blood gushed forth. Sword projections flashed through the air like rainbows, slicing through time and slaying divine kings. After just one incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance. "Lin Ling." The eyes of the spirit nation mighty figures trembled as they stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Emperor Ziwei had come to capture them, and they had nowhere to run. However, Lin Ling's sudden arrival had scared Emperor Ziwei into fleeing, and all of his underlings had been slain. Looks like Lin Ling has undergone a metamorphosis after the battle in the Sea of Fog. The eyes of the spirit nation mighty figures flashed. Ever since they parted ways at the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, he knew that Lin Ling was extremely powerful. However, only now did he realize that Lin Ling was far more powerful than that. Even Emperor Ziwei was afraid of Lin Ling. Is he still Lin Ling? The spirit nation mighty figures were still able to accept reality, but Master Ning couldn't. He hadn't seen Lin Ling in a long time, and he didn't think that Lin Ling would be this powerful. He had always thought that the spirit nation mighty figure's strength would increase by leaps and bounds after reaching the Tao realm, and that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would at most be on par with them. However, he didn't think that Lin Ling would grow even faster than the spirit nation mighty figures in the same place and at the same time. "Don't worry, Lin Ling is one of us now." The great god of spirit nation looked into the distance as if he saw Dipankar Buddha and the Grandmaster of Heaven. He knew very well that Lin Ling would not sever ties with him before these powerful world will hosts died. Now, they were even allies. This. Lord Ning and the others were shocked. "Let's go." The great god of spirit nation did not say much and left immediately. He looked calm, but there were flames burning in his heart. That was the anger of indignation. Because he did not want to be the weakest among all the world will hosts, this was very dangerous. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei flew over the ancient mountain and informed Emperor Yao and the others. Why is Lin Ling still alive? Damn it, I was too careless. Now that he is back, he will definitely take revenge. Lin Ling is not much weaker than me. If I am not careful, I might even be killed by him. Emperor Ziwei was extremely angry. The main reason was that 10 years ago, Lin Ling killed true god Punhua and Emperor Yuan with a single sword strike, leaving a heavy shadow in his heart. He was confident that he could not withstand that sword strike at all. Rumble. However, at this moment, a huge sword light slashed over, mixed with the terrifying power of divinity and the illusion of slaughter. He caught up so quickly? Right, I forgot that his speed is extremely fast. Emperor Ziwei's mood became even more uncomfortable. The Ziwei sword in his hand also slashed out, erupting with ferocious power of divinity, colliding with Lin Ling's sword. Then, he did not dare to fight and continued to run. His only choice now was to buy time for Emperor Yao and the others to arrive. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from behind. The collision of the two's power of divinity completely disintegrated, but at this moment, a sword appeared above his head and slashed down like a battle axe. Lin Ling had arrived. This speed is indeed heaven-defying. Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth and slashed out. Lin Ling, don't push me too far. It was Emperor Yao and the others who harmed you back then. What does it have to do with me? At the same time, Emperor Ziwei cursed angrily. You don't have to explain. I only have one goal today, and that is to sacrifice you to my sword. In the sky, Lin Ling slashed down like a giant, shaking the heavens. Rumble. The two swords collided, erupting with a terrifying power of divinity. But this time Emperor Ziwei was on guard, so Lin Ling's eternal killing world didn't have much effect on him. Even so, Emperor Ziwei was still struck by a sense of foreboding. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't as weak as he appeared to be. Sure enough, Lin Ling suddenly grew in size and used Panga Strike, Heaven and Earth Slash, the power of divinity's Heaven Slash. Emperor Ziwei let loose an enraged curse as he tossed out the mountain and river painting to stop Lin Ling before immediately fleeing. But Emperor Ziwei knew that this was only a temporary measure of time. 10 years ago, he had used this technique in the Sea of Mist, but it had still been destroyed by Lin Ling. Rumble. Sure enough, the universe in the sky continued to tremor, as if a giant was creating a new universe and destroying everything. In just a few moments, a huge fist stretched out and tore apart the stately painting. Crap, these guys are even more powerful than they were 10 years ago. Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. He had thought that the mountain river map would last longer, but he didn't think that it would last even longer. Run! Emperor Yao, are you still not going to appear? Emperor Ziwei's speed increased even further. However, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted behind him. The sky and earth trembled, and Emperor Ziwei turned around to see his face turn deathly pale. He was greeted by the sight of a giant whose head reached the heavens and feet stomping on the ground chasing after him. All of the mountains he encountered along the way were destroyed with a single stomp. He was like an invincible being. Most importantly, not only was this giant massive, but his speed was also insanely fast. The distance between Emperor Ziwei and the giant was also constantly shrinking. Over there. Cold sweat poured down Emperor Ziwei's forehead as he stared ahead and discovered a huge city. He immediately transformed into a purple streak of light and shot toward the city. Who's going to help me? Emperor Ziwei let loose an explosive roar before they had even reached the city. His voice caused the entire city to tremble. Countless gods looked up into the sky with rage, but they were all surprised to see Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei was one of the 4 divine emperors, and he was not someone normal gods could afford to mess with. Something's not right. Look, Emperor Ziwei seems to be in a hurry. And he's asking us to help him? All of the gods had their own speculations, and they all wanted to go and help him. Bam bam. Bam. However, deafening booms soon erupted, as if the heavens were exploding and the earth were being torn apart. Then, under the gazes of countless gods, a gargantuan giant galloped toward them from the distance. Most importantly, this giant's long hair flowed down his back, and his upper body was bare, giving him an extremely ferocious appearance. That looks like Lin Ling. Some people stared intently at the giant's face, and they recognized him. There were many gods in the city, and 1 or 2 of them had also appeared in the Battle of the Fog Sea 10 years ago, and they gradually began to recognize Lin Ling. The host body of the realm intent, Lin Ling. Cries of surprise erupted, and all of the gods froze in place as they stared into the distance with dumbstruck expressions. Emperor Ziwei is being hunted down by Lin Ling. It wasn't difficult for them to see what was going on, but they remembered that Lin Ling had fought Emperor Ziwei to a draw during the Battle of the Fog Sea. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help me, or I'll kill all of you. Emperor Ziwei was enraged by the fact that everyone was just watching without doing anything. I'll reward anyone who helps me with boundless Dao realm fragments. Emperor Ziwei yelled again. Lin Ling is the host body of the realm intent, and everyone has the right to kill him. You'll be doing the universe a favor by killing him. However, all of the gods in the city began to stir upon hearing this, and they all began to flee in different directions like a pack of rats. This was supposed to be a vast and boundless city, but it was instantly reduced to an empty city. Emperor Ziwei was dumbstruck. Not only were these pieces of trash not helping him, they were fleeing instead. You pieces of trash. Emperor Ziwei was struck by the urge to throw up blood. Unbeknownst to him, everyone had witnessed the Battle of the Fog Sea 10 years ago, and Lin Ling had made a name for himself. Unless they had a god like Emperor Yao leading them, they wouldn't dare to fight against him. They would be committing suicide. Take this, Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei had wasted some time in this city, and Lin Ling was drawing closer and closer to him. His fist was like a massive boulder crashing toward him from afar. Whoosh, the gargantuan city was swept up by gale-force winds, and the buildings tumbled like straw in the air. That one fist swept through most of the city. Emperor Ziwei's expression shifted drastically, and he had no choice but to fight back with all his might. Boom. Meanwhile, at this moment, the giant arrived. He attacked crazily as if he wanted to destroy everything, destroying the entire city. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion rocked heaven and earth. Half of the ancient city had already been destroyed, and now, Lin Ling had completely destroyed it. Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei was forced back again and again, and his Ziwei sword was being bent by Lin Ling's massive fists. There was no way he could block them. If this were any other time, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to suppress Emperor Ziwei. After all, his innate talent fusion could only match Emperor Ziwei's, but now, Lin Ling had used his trump card, Pangu's Strike, and his power had skyrocketed. Mountain River Map. Emperor Ziwei was forced into retreat, and he unleashed his mountain and river painting again. This treasure of his was indeed extraordinary. It had just been destroyed by Yihan, but he could use it again in a short period of time. The Mountain River Map is said to be a self-contained universe. This is a combination of a powerful divine staircase and a chaotic holy tool. Look, Emperor Ziwei has used the Ziwei Star. Lin Ling is probably going to die in the Mountain River Map. What a joke. You guys didn't see the Battle of the Sea of Fog, right? At that time, Lin Ling had already destroyed the Mountain River Map. What? Everyone was discussing spiritedly in the distance. Some gods who had returned from the Sea of Fog sneered coldly, causing many people to draw sharp intakes of breath. They all knew that Lin Ling was the host body of the realm intent, but they didn't think that Lin Ling would be this powerful. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. Why don't we go and help? A god suggested in a quiet voice. The host body of the realm intent is determined to destroy the world. Now that Lin Ling is still able to suppress it, this is also a good opportunity. In the future, it will most likely be difficult for him to ascend to the heavens. Even more gods agreed with this idea. However, not only did the gods who had returned from the Sea of Fog not help, but they also fled further and further away. Boom, sure enough, just as they thought, Lin Ling was trapped in the stately painting for only half an incense stick's time before a fist broke the stately painting. Then, the giant's figure descended once again. As for the gods who were trying to help, they had just approached the stately painting. When they saw this scene, all of them were so frightened that their mouths trembled. Even Emperor Ziwei's lips were trembling. This was because Lin Ling was breaking through his mountain and river map even faster than before. Kill me? The giant looked down at the earth, and it was as if he could hear the voices of the gods. This reminded Lin Ling of the battle of the gods in the Fog Sea. At that time, the gods were his enemies and only wanted to kill him. He didn't care about what he had done in the past. I, Lin Ling, am the host body of the world will. Whether I want to destroy or save the world, what does that have to do with ants like you? You dare to kill me? Die. Lin Ling threw out a punch, and the size of his fist was comparable to half a city. Run. Run my **s. We can't run now. Everyone, activate your power of gods and kill him. Countless gods roared and activated their powerful techniques to resist Lin Ling's punch. Ding ding dang dang. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's punch was like a divine fist of steel. Any powerful attacks that landed on it were all blocked. They couldn't affect it in the slightest. This is too heaven-defying. Seeing the massive fist hurtling toward them, the gods who had attacked all turned as pale as paper. Boom. When Lin Ling's punch arrived, they were all smashed into pieces. They couldn't be more dead. Some of the gods who still had the protection of Dao Realm cultivators were relatively lucky and were taken away by the Dao Realm cultivators. Get lost. Lin Ling's leg was like the sun, moon, and stars. It swept out horizontally and shattered the heavens. Bam bam bam, everywhere it passed, the gods and the surroundings exploded like flies. There were countless casualties. Lin Ling, how dare you kill us? Even more gods yelled anxiously as they fled for their lives. Ha ha ha, I'm the host body of this realm's consciousness. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to save you? Lin Ling laughed maniacally. His voice reverberated through the heavens, and the nearby area trembled incessantly. A giant. This was nothing more than a giant that could split heaven and earth apart. Die. Then, Lin Ling let out an explosive roar. His voice was like a divine staircase that exploded forward. The powerful energy compressed the space and formed a terrifying sound wave that blasted a few early-stage high gods to pieces. As for intermediate gods, there was no need to even look. The sound waves created by Lin Ling's fist could directly crush them into pieces. North Pole Emperor, hand over your life. Ignoring the weak gods around him, Lin Ling started to pounce toward North Pole Emperor. Lin Ling. North Pole Emperor gnashed his teeth in anger. Ever since he became one of the 4 divine emperors, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? He was being hunted down and forcibly suppressed in the ancient city. This was a great humiliation. However, even though this was a great humiliation, he couldn't face Lin Ling head-on. Time, the most important thing is time. North Pole Emperor was well aware that time was of the essence, regardless of whether it was waiting for Emperor Yao and the others or Lin Ling's invincible divine abilities. North Pole Emperor 7 stars. North Pole Emperor activated all of his divine power. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were bloodshot. Countless ancient divine emperors appeared around him before transforming into streaks of purple light that surged into his body. At this moment, his body also grew infinitely taller as his divine power skyrocketed. In the end, he was already as massive as Lin Ling. He was a giant, and an ancient giant at that. His divine power had also reached a terrifying level of 15 billion. With such divine power, insta-killing a higher god was as easy as breathing. Take this. North Pole Emperor slashed out with his sword. The sword transformed into a North Pole Emperor's divine light that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers as it slashed toward Lin Ling. North Pole Emperor, I didn't expect you to have this hidden technique. Lin Ling roared. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to tremble as cracks spread. Then, he unleashed a punch. Rumble, the 2 giants collided, creating a terrifying force that could destroy the universe. If this had happened in the void of the Kingdom of the 9 States or any other universe, this collision would have reduced everything to nothingness. How terrifying. Many gods had fled far away as they watched the fierce battle between the 2 giants. They could sense that the ferocious power unleashed by them could easily destroy all of them. Lin Ling is only a higher god, but his strength is comparable to a giant god of the universe. If he becomes a giant god of the universe, he'll definitely destroy the world. Even more people's hearts trembled. They wanted nothing more than for North Pole Emperor to kill Lin Ling. Rumble. At this moment, blood gushed out like a river, like an ocean, and dyed the sky red. Lin Ling had been wounded by North Pole Emperor's sword. His arm had been sliced open, and his body crashed into the ground like a gargantuan mountain. Boom, the entire earth tremored as countless ancient mountains crumbled. Dust and dirt soared into the sky, and the entire world became as dark as the underworld. Rumble, however, right at this moment, heaven and earth began to tremor violently as a giant rose from the ground. It was Lin Ling. You're not dead. Emperor Ziwei's body shuddered. My sword strike can sever the sun and moon, sever karma, and sever past and present lives. Why aren't you dead? Ha ha ha, with my powerful physical body, all curses, laws, and the great Tao of heaven and earth are useless against me. Lin Ling stepped forward with a boisterous laugh, his arm was still dripping with blood, and this came as quite a surprise to him. After all, his power of divinity was invincible, yet Emperor Ziwei was still able to wound him with his power of divinity. If Lin Ling hadn't unleashed his Panga strike, that sword strike would have most likely been enough to kill Lin Ling with ease. Emperor Ziwei is a god emperor who has reigned for several generations, and he has far too many divine abilities and monarch techniques up his sleeves. I have to kill him right away. Lin Ling sensed the passage of time to discover that the power of his Panga strike was also continuing to weaken. Die. Lin Ling pounced forward and unleashed a barrage of fists that crashed down upon Emperor Ziwei. Rumble, purplish golden blood gushed from Emperor Ziwei's entire body as the Ziwei star appeared above his head. Heaven and earth crumbled as the two of them battled, and countless gods perished as a result of their battle. Lin Ling. All of a sudden, a dazzling light appeared in the distance. Emperor Yao had arrived with countless vicious weapons. Help me, Mr. Emperor Yao. Emperor Ziwei was holding on for dear life, and he couldn't help but yell for help upon seeing Emperor Yao. In reality, he had been fighting Lin Ling with all his might. After all, he had been extremely wary of Lin Ling from the very beginning, and he didn't dare to battle Lin Ling. I'll definitely help you. Emperor Yao was extremely fast, and he was also a half-naked giant with his hair dancing wildly in the wind. He stared intently at Lin Ling, and his heart thumped like thunder. Just like Emperor Ziwei, he was extremely shocked to see Lin Ling return alive, and a strong sense of horror welled up in his heart. Even Dipankar Buddha couldn't suppress Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was too heaven-defying. Moreover, he was absolutely irreconcilable with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also the host of the realm will. If Lin Ling didn't die, he, the ancient emperor, would fall as well. Emperor Yao. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed the surging aura behind him, and his expression turned serious. Emperor Yao was very powerful. He was comparable to the Yellow Emperor, and he was 100 times more powerful than Emperor Ziwei. If he allowed these two god emperors to fight him at the same time, he would definitely be forced to flee. Kill Emperor Ziwei first. Emperor Ziwei, your life is over. I saw it last time. The protection of your Tao realm has been used up. If you die this time, your divine altar will collapse, and there is a possibility that you will be reincarnated again. Back then, I killed your son, and you came to kill me. Now, it's time for me to kill you. Lin Ling's fists pressed down furiously, causing Emperor Ziwei to break out in cold sweat. He knew that Lin Ling was going to go all out. He roared, "You dare to kill me? I, Emperor Ziwei, have dominated this era and been invincible throughout the world. How could I be afraid of a mere Lin Ling?" He was clearly trying to boost his own morale. Demon vanquishing break. Lin Ling chuckled coldly. As he continued to press down with his fists, the cosmic ray also erupted. He used all his trump cards to kill Emperor Ziwei. Lin Ling had a feeling that if Emperor Ziwei didn't die this time, it would be very difficult to kill him again. This was because Emperor Ziwei would probably leave the Tao realm and join the 3 divine sects of White Mountain. Such a powerful enemy was like a fishbone in his throat. How could he survive? Soul Mystique. An invisible pressure descended, causing Emperor Ziwei's expression to shift drastically. He was wary of Lin Ling as he had witnessed all of Lin Ling's trump cards, one of which was soul power. He had always been wary of this technique as he had never thought of a way to counter it. Last time, he had expended countless god emperors to just barely block it. This time, he didn't have that many god emperor avatars left. Even if he did, they had all been obliterated by Lin Ling. Don't kill me. Emperor Ziwei stumbled back in retreat. The cosmic ray made his soul tremble. Lin Ling, you brat, don't you dare. Emperor Yao's panicked and enraged roar erupted from behind him. Arrogant. All of the gods in the distance were trembling as they witnessed Emperor Ziwei's imminent death. It was as if they were witnessing the rise of the most ancient god emperor, who had conquered all eras and swept through all ages, and this god emperor was none other than Lin Ling. Rumble. The cosmic ray passed through Emperor Ziwei's body, and he could clearly sense that none of his techniques were able to stop Lin Ling's mystique. Only his soul could. However, his soul power was nowhere near as powerful as Lin Ling's. This caused his soul force to continuously shatter. It was like an imperial project that gradually transformed into shattered glass, fell to the ground, and finally dissipated with the wind. Rumble, Emperor Ziwei fell to the ground, causing mountains and rivers to tremble. An ancient four-way god emperor had fallen here. His fall seemed to signify the change of time. God Emperor Lin Ling had risen to power. Lin Ling. Emperor Yao arrived from behind with countless vicious weapons. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled as he witnessed this scene. An earth-shattering might erupted from the long ruler in his hand. This was the divine farmer ruler. Haha, Emperor Yao, you're too late. Lin Ling's Panga strike continued to weaken, and finally returned to its former state. He looked at the giant Emperor Yao in the distance and laughed heartily. Back then, when I reached the Dao realm, you were the first to hunt me down, forcing me to flee in all directions. I walked past the cliff of death many times, but you didn't kill me. Instead, I grew stronger and stronger. Now, I've killed Emperor Ziwei and been crowned emperor. I'm getting closer and closer to you. Lin Ling pointed at Emperor Yao with the tyrannical aria in his hand. As his sword appeared, the gods in the distance trembled, as if they had seen an ancient god emperor. They had to bow and submit. Lin Ling, I've underestimated you. At such a time, you can still crown an ancient god emperor. Impressive, impressive. Emperor Yao's expression was savage. Back then, he had seen Lin Ling as an ant, a god. But now, he saw Lin Ling as an ancient emperor. Alright, Lin Ling, won't waste words with you. If you want to fight, 100 years later. Lin Ling laughed coldly. He knew he couldn't stay here for long, but how could Emperor Yao let him escape? You think you can escape? Emperor Yao roared. His terrifying divine power was even more terrifying than Emperor Ziwei's. It could reverse the universe and change the era. Lin Ling ignored him and turned into a shooting star, shooting into the distance. Lin Ling is escaping. Don't let him escape. Many gods clenched their fists nervously. Now was the best time to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Yao had to succeed. Kill. Emperor Yao roared. He didn't want to say anything. He only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Behind him, millions of ferocious weapons were ready to move, charging towards Lin Ling in a mighty manner, but at this time, the immortal Slayer sword arrived, turning into a 10,000 li long divine sword and slashing out. Terrifying laws slashed out. The sky seemed to be cut open, and a huge sword scar appeared in the primordial chi. The moment the immortal slaying sword appeared, heaven and earth changed color. Any laws, fate, and reincarnation were all cut off. The immortal slaying sword was too domineering. Heaven and earth fell silent. The gods in the distance felt their hearts explode. In front of them was a sea of blood. They didn't know how many of the murderous weapons were dead or injured. Even Emperor Yao stopped in his tracks. His eyes were trembling as he watched Lin Ling leave. The previous sword was too fast and too dangerous. It made him feel great danger. Fortunately, he had too many murderous weapons and blocked the sword for him. Could it be the sword from that day? Emperor Yao's voice was trembling. He looked back and saw the sea of blood rolling. More than half of the murderous weapons were dead or injured. The lucky ones only had their limbs cut off. Next, painful screams came from the murderous weapons that didn't die. When these screams came together, it was like the most tragic hell in the world. It made people feel cold all over. Emperor Yao's murderous weapons were incomparably famous. In the past, he relied on these weapons to sweep through the most ancient human world. He defeated all the kings of the era. No one dared to challenge him, but now, more than half of them were killed by a single sword. His glory was gone. Emperor Yao didn't say anything. He stood there and recalled the previous sword. Let's go. Then, he didn't chase after Lin Ling. He left with the remaining murderous weapons. He was obviously afraid of Lin Ling's sword. He didn't know if that sword had the power of the world's will. After all, Lin Ling had killed true god Penghua and the other two universe gods with a single sword. That was the power of the world's will. If Lin Ling had such a terrifying power of the world's will, it would be even more difficult for him to kill Lin Ling. He had to call for more experts. That day in the Sea of Fog, Lin Ling was suppressed by the various deity emperors. Lin Ling could only passively resist. But today, Lin Ling killed Emperor Ziwei and fought Emperor Yao without losing. In just 10 years, Lin Ling's strength has increased too much. The heavens want to destroy our universe. The worlds will still want to destroy the world. The gods in the distance were discussing. Lin Ling flew into the distance. When he sensed that no one was chasing after him, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, the celestial slaying sword could only be used 3 times. The first time was obviously used to intimidate. Fortunately, the effect was not weak at all. Rumble. After that, Lin Ling increased his speed and violently flew through the air. Where did you come from? How arrogant. What a powerful aura. That looks like Lin Ling. The gods hiding in the mountains sensed the fluctuations in the sky and came out one after another. However, many of them recognized Lin Ling and trembled, not daring to utter a single word. Lin Ling didn't die? Even more people were surprised by this. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. Now, the entire Dao realm knew that he, Lin Ling, was the host body of the world's will, so there was no need to hide anything. After a long time, Lin Ling finally arrived at the Yellow Emperor's territory. Where did you come from? A stern shout was heard. Then, from the endless mountains, a towering aura erupted. After the battle in the Fog Sea, the Yellow Emperor's side was now in a state of panic. All the gods had returned to protect Lei Gong and the others. This one is Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at a huge flying dragon on the ground. This flying dragon was as big as a mountain and covered in purple flames. It was extremely impressive. Lin Ling. The flying dragon's body trembled and turned into a man in purple robes. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. It's Lin Ling. It's really Lin Ling. Subsequently, more and more deities recognized Lin Ling and were incredibly astonished. Lin Ling had become famous after the battle in the Fog Sea. They naturally recognized Lin Ling. The Yellow Emperor already knows that I'm back. I'll go see him. Lin Ling smiled at the gods. They didn't dare to stop him. They knew that Lin Ling's seniority in the Yellow Emperor's heart was not low. Lin Ling, you're back. At this time, Ji Wading and the others also arrived. They were all delighted and brought Lin Ling to the depths of the mountains. Moments later, on a plain, the Yellow Emperor and the others were all present. Other than the people in Lei Gong's hall, the strongest experts in the Yellow Emperor's tomb were also there. These people all had the strength of the universe's giant gods. Lin Ling, you're back. The Yellow Emperor personally came to welcome Lin Ling. After Lin Ling landed, he bowed slightly to the Yellow Emperor. In the past, he treated the Yellow Emperor as a peer, but now, he more or less respected the Yellow Emperor. This was because without the Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong's hall would definitely be in danger. Big Brother Ling. Lin Ling. My lord. The people in Lei Gong's hall all gathered around, incomparably excited. I've made everyone worried. Lin Ling could feel that everyone's concern came from the bottom of their hearts. This warmed his heart. During this period of time, he had been constantly fighting outside, and his heart had long turned cold. Only when he saw his family and friends would the warmth hidden in the depths of his heart be revealed. Lin Ling, how did you escape back? Lei Gong and Longyang smiled at Lin Ling and asked. It's a long story. Let's find a place to rest first. Lin Ling said. All right. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed. He knew that Lin Ling must have some secrets, so he let the others leave, leaving only his confidants behind. Moments later, a large amount of food and wine was served. Everyone ate and chatted. Lin Ling ate heartily. After so many years, he had not eaten mortal food for a long time. Even though it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't eat or drink at his current level, he still kept the traditions of mortals. These traditions told Lin Ling that no matter how powerful he would become in the future, he was still a mortal who had entered the spirit through martial arts. In the Chaos Realm, I saw Dipankar Buddha. That old man wanted to refine me, but he underestimated me. I asked Senior Guan Chengzi and Brother Monkey for help, and used Dipankar Buddha's carelessness to escape. Later, I saw the giant ghost. He was the one who brought me back. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Ling said slowly. Master, it's Master. The Yellow Emperor immediately became excited. That day, he had informed his master, but he was not sure if his master would receive the news or help Lin Ling, but now it seemed that he was overthinking. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. Although Lin Ling said it simply, they all felt that the process must be extremely dangerous, but no matter what, Lin Ling being able to return was enough. However, Dipankar Buddha has probably already set his eyes on me. He will definitely try his best to capture me. At this time, Lin Ling said solemnly. He was at the Yellow Emperor's place. As long as he could find the Yellow Emperor, he would be able to find Lin Ling. This worried Lin Ling a little. This is a little troublesome. The Yellow Emperor also knew Lin Ling's concerns. Then, he pondered and said with a smile, Lin Ling, you can enter the Tao Pagoda. This way, Dipankar Buddha will have a hard time finding you. Tao Pagoda. The Tao Pagoda is the core of the Tao realm. The one who controls the Tao Pagoda can control the entire Tao realm. Moreover, the cultivation speed inside is faster than in the Tao realm. Of course, it's also more brutal. I, blind, and heartless have all been there before. We saw with our own eyes how the giant gods of the universe were obliterated. However, the Tao Pagoda is divided into 9 levels. The higher you go, the stronger the giant gods of the universe are. At the lowest levels, they probably won't be able to harm you. Lin Ling listened to the Yellow Emperor's explanation and finally nodded. He had wanted to go to the Tao Pagoda for a long time, but he had been delayed by the Heavenly Tao's arrest warrant. Okay, then I'll enter the Tao Pagoda immediately. Lin Ling looked at the Yellow Emperor and said. We'll go too. Yu and the others were now much stronger, so they also wanted to enter the Tao Pagoda. The Yellow Emperor nodded. All of you should go in, especially Lei Gong, Longyang, and Xiaoluan. It's too dangerous for you to stay in the Tao realm. Although the Tao Pagoda is dangerous, there aren't as many gods in the Tao realm. It'll be safer for you. Seeing that the Yellow Emperor also suggested that Yu and the others enter, Lin Ling had no choice but to agree. Originally, he didn't want Yu and the others to take the risk. Right, why are there strong and weak giant gods of the universe? Lin Ling thought of the recent battles and couldn't help but ask curiously. For example, True God Penghua and the North Pole Emperor were obviously stronger. The giant gods of the universe control the universe and transcend life and death. In fact, there's only one realm. There's no strong or weak. However, many giant gods of the universe have cultivated for a long time and have treasures on them. That's why there are strong and weak giant gods of the universe. As for the gods who become giant gods of the universe, each one of them is a god emperor of their era. Changing their fate is as easy as flipping their hands. They are divided into 3 major titles, King class, Saint class, and God class. For example, Emperor Ziwei and True God Penghua are merely King class. Even I am at the King level. The Yellow Emperor kept explaining. Lin Ling gasped. He had thought that since the Yellow Emperor was more powerful, he would have to be at the titled rank. But as it turned out, the Yellow Emperor was only at the King rank. Lin Ling, you have too many trump cards, Yellow Emperor reminded him. You can kill a giant universe god, but you can't defeat all the king-level giant universe gods. You have to remember this, so that you won't be in danger because of your arrogance. Lin Ling nodded heavily. It seemed that he had to increase his strength again. Unfortunately, he didn't have many treasures in his possession now, so if he wanted to break through again, he would probably have to expend a great deal of effort. Can the Tao return to heaven be used in the Tao Pagoda? Lin Ling asked again. Yes, there are even more Tao realm fragments inside the Tao Pagoda. In fact, there are layers of tests left behind by the master of the Tao Pagoda. Those who complete the tests will be rewarded, the Yellow Emperor said. Test. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Although he could obtain a lot of Tao realm fragments by killing people and robbing treasures, it wasn't enough for him to break through. Now that the Tao Pagoda had tests, it was the right time for him to accumulate a lot of Tao realm fragments. Do you have any other questions? The Yellow Emperor looked at the crowd, but they all shook their heads. How about you enter the Tao Pagoda in 3 days? Okay. Everyone agreed in unison. Lin Ling, you should have rested longer. After all, you've been fighting all this time and haven't had much time to rest. Unfortunately, the enemy didn't leave us much time, so you can only rest for 3 days. The Yellow Emperor said to Lin Ling after seeing everyone nod. 3 days is enough. Lin Ling said with a smile. You all can rest here. We haven't seen each other for many years, so you must have a lot to talk about. The Yellow Emperor smiled and left with Guan Wading and the others. As for Lin Ling, he accompanied the people in Lei Gong's hall and continued to talk and laugh. They all roughly talked about their experiences over the years. In general, everyone had encountered danger and everyone had their own opportunities. It was just that Lin Ling had encountered the greatest danger and the greatest. This conversation took up most of the afternoon. That night, Lin Ling accompanied Yu Yu and the other two girls in the cave mansion. After a long time, the three beauties lay on Lin Ling's chest and listened to Lin Ling talk about his experiences over the years. Lin Ling teased his three beautiful wives and talked with assurance. His mood was unprecedentedly comfortable. On the second day, they didn't cultivate. Instead, they left the Dao realm and returned to the Lin Ling universe to accompany their families. After all, no one knew how long this trip to the Dao Pagoda would take, so they had to seize this hard-won time. Ling you've worked hard. While accompanying Extreme Flame Ancestor also sighed. Every time Lin Ling went out, they would tremble in fear and pray that Lin Ling would return safely. Fortunately, Lin Ling returned safely every time and protected everything. However, when they thought that the battle was over and they could live a peaceful life, the battle was still not over. Lin Ling was forced to become stronger again. This process seemed to be never-ending. However, they felt that Lin Ling was about to reach the end. At that time, no one in this universe could invade their home. In fact, Lin Ling also had this feeling. With his current strength, he could already face Dipankara Buddha. As long as he didn't die, he would definitely be able to catch up to Dipankara Buddha, pursue the universe's most ancient secrets, and even control it. While Lin Ling was accompanying his family, on the other side, the Yellow Emperor's territory also welcomed a large number of powerful enemies. These powerful enemies were led by Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and Great Emperor Xianxia. They came to suppress Lin Ling. However, the Yellow Emperor did not inform Lin Ling. Instead, he called for the gods in the tomb to resist with all their strength. Fortunately, this battle was not intense. Only a few gods died. In the end, the three great ancient emperors were scared away by the Yellow Emperor's determination. After all, if they really wanted to fight the Yellow Emperor head-on, it would be a matter of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of their own. 3 short days passed quietly. On this day, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and the others back. However, on this day, the Yellow Emperor's territory welcomed another expert. This expert was incomparably powerful and came from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. When Lin Ling and the others returned, they found out that the Yellow Emperor had blocked a wave of powerful enemies for them. The current wave was no small matter. Lin Ling, quickly go to the Dao Pagoda. I will stop them. After Lin Ling and the others received the news, the Yellow Emperor solemnly warned them. But Lin Ling did not want the Yellow Emperor to block these powerful enemies alone. Go, I can stop them. Moreover, only if you go to the Dao Pagoda will they change their target. The Yellow Emperor's voice came again, causing Lin Ling and the others to grit their teeth. Under the lead of Wu Ting, they flew toward the ancient Dao Pagoda. In order to enter the Dao Pagoda, each person needed 1,000,000 Dao Realm fragments. However, this amount of Dao Realm fragments was clearly not a problem for Lin Ling. What Lin Ling lacked was more Dao Realm fragments. After a long time, the Dao Pagoda came into view. Looking closer, Lin Ling realized how huge and mighty the Dao Pagoda was. It was like the most ancient god of the universe overlooking the entire universe. The Dao Pagoda exuded a terrifying majesty. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others were getting closer and closer. Lin Ling, the light under the Dao Pagoda can take you in. Remember, every time you enter, you have to spend 1,000,000 Dao Realm fragments. After entering, your Dao Realm return to heaven will allow you to leave. However, when you leave, you can only appear at the place where you first came from. Wu Ting looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. The void of the 9 continents? Lei Gong and the others nodded. So, if we want to leave the Dao Pagoda and reach the Dao Realm, we need to take another path? Lin Ling asked. In fact, the Dao Pagoda has paths to various universes, even the Primal Chaos Realm. However, where the paths are, you will need to explore them. Wu Ting said. His eyes looked into the distance and then said apologetically, Lin Ling, I have to go help the Yellow Emperor. I wish you good luck. Go. Lin Ling nodded and watched Wu Ting leave. He led Yu Yu and the others step by step to the bottom of the Dao Pagoda. Looking up, the Dao Pagoda was suspended in midair, emitting a gentle light. At the bottom of the Dao Pagoda, a huge ray of light shone down. Endless brilliance flowed, incomparably beautiful. That ray of light was the entrance to the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling looked around and found that there were no gods around. It seemed that not everyone could enter the Dao Pagoda, however, it was undeniable that entering the Dao Pagoda was the goal of every god in the Dao realm. Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and many ancient gods still haven't entered the Dao Pagoda. Is there a reason? However, they will eventually enter the Dao Pagoda, as well as the great gods of Spirit Nation and the Taoist of many treasures. Lin Ling secretly pondered. Then, without hesitation, he led Yu Yu and the others toward the huge ray of light. As soon as they entered the beautiful ray of light, everyone's Dao return to heaven floated out. Everyone could clearly feel that the Dao realm fragments inside were disappearing. If we don't have enough Dao realm fragments and walk in here, I wonder what will happen. Yu Yu asked curiously when she noticed that there was no pressure around her. Lin Ling sensed for a while and guessed, if I don't have 1,000,000 Dao realm fragments, I'll probably die in this divine light. When everyone heard this, they could not help but shudder. This Dao Pagoda was indeed heartless. Lin Ling, there seems to be a change. At this moment, Dragon Lady reminded him. Only then did everyone realize that their bodies were becoming illusory. Then, they began to disintegrate, all of them showing signs of turning into dust. Milord? Shungi asked anxiously. Everyone wanted to rush out of the divine light. They were deeply afraid of dying here. Lin Ling's expression also changed drastically. Was he trying to turn them into nothingness? However, each of them had prepared 1,000,000 Dao realm fragments. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor would never allow them to enter if there was any danger. Don't be impulsive, wait. Forcefully suppressing the thought of escaping, Lin Ling shouted. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone suppressed their impulses and waited quietly in place. Next, the divine light disintegrated all of them, turning them into dust and drifting in the divine light. The most frightening thing was that even though Lin Ling and the others had turned into dust, they could still sense the changes in their surroundings. Then, a huge suction force came, bringing countless dust into the colorful light and drifting away with the wind. This dissipation felt very fast, but it also felt as if it had gone through several eras. A moment later, light appeared on the first floor of the Dao Pagoda. A large amount of colorful dust swirled in the light and gradually began to take human shape. It was Lin Ling and the others. So that's how it is. As his body continued to recover, Lin Ling also came to a realization. Then, he looked around and kept shouting, Yu Yu, Yu Gur, Lei Gong. However, a large number of figures also appeared around him. It was Yu Yu and the others. We're in? After Yu Yu and the others appeared, they all said in surprise. It turned out that this was the power of the Dao Pagoda's teleportation. Lin Ling quickly counted the number of people and found that everyone was there. There were Yu Yu and the other girls, Lei Gong, the three great world wills, and Nanhua Fingyu, Young Lin, Shengyi, and the others. Even Sakura, Young Demon Master, and the others had entered together. Not a single one of them was missing. Only then did Lin Ling look around and realize that the sky here was a little gray, as if night had fallen. They were in a large grassland, however, it was terrifyingly quiet, as if there were no traces of people. This is the first floor of the Dao Pagoda? But the spiritual energy here is very rich, 10 times richer than the Dao realm. No wonder everyone came for the Dao Pagoda. Next, everyone was pleasantly surprised. The gods wanted to become stronger. To put it bluntly, it was the process of accumulating the power of the universe. Whoever had more power of the universe would naturally be stronger. Finally, when they reached a certain level, they could use the various powers in their bodies to create their own universe and stand at the peak of the era. However, there were too many gods, and there were not enough resources to share. Therefore, the spiritual energy of the Dao realm in the Jiuzhou void was not strong. However, here, the spiritual energy was 10 times richer, and it would undoubtedly allow the god's strength to increase faster. It's comparable to the chaos realm. Lin Ling could not help but smile. Roar, however, at this time an earth-shattering sound came from afar, causing the entire prairie to shake. There are monsters here. Lei Gong immediately said, and judging from the aura, these monsters are very strong. I just don't know what kind of divine beasts they are. Let's leave first. Lin Ling looked at everyone and said. It was their first time in the Dao Pagoda, and they were unfamiliar with everything. It was right to be cautious. Everyone immediately flew in another direction, but along the way, they still did not see any gods. All this showed that the first floor of the Dao Pagoda was very, very big, beyond imagination. However, the prairie was still dark. In the depths of the distance, a little bit of starlight vaguely appeared, as if they were eyes, monitoring Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others were not weak. When they investigated, they found that there was nothing there. Only the tall grass was fluttering in the wind. It was very strange. There are indeed monsters over there, but they are not weak. When we investigated, they avoided us. Lin Ling reminded them solemnly. Look over there, those eyes have appeared again. At this time, Yu Yu pointed to the other side and said. There are also some over there. Sakura also said. Everyone felt a chill. Even if they were gods, in the Dao Pagoda, they still felt that life and death were out of their control. This feeling was even stronger than when they were in the Dao realm. After all, they could see enemies in the Dao realm, but they could not see them here. There are too many of them. If this goes on, I'm afraid we will be in danger. Lin Ling said with a frown. He was most afraid of such hidden dangers, and there were so many of them. Be careful and protect yourselves. I will go and investigate. Do you think those people are illusions? The monsters here are so powerful that they can release illusions to tempt the gods. I don't think so. The monsters that are good at illusions are all near the water, and there is no water nearby. That's right. Let's see if those people are strong. They were talking in low voices. Although they were secretly transmitting their voices, Lin Ling's soul power could vaguely hear something. These people were very cautious. Moreover, they were all late-stage superior gods, and the strongest was only a peak superior god. They saw Lin Ling and the others stop in their tracks. After pondering, they immediately glided towards Lin Ling's side. Their speed was incomparably fast, but what was surprising was that they did not dare to fly too high. They only flew close to the ground. This made Lin Ling even more certain that they were afraid of something. You guys, where did you come from? After the three people arrived, they immediately smiled at Lin Ling. The three of them were old men wearing loose robes, giving off a kind and amiable feeling. Lei Gong and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was silent. Lei Gong hurriedly smiled at the three people and said, We just entered the Dao Tower. Fellow Taoists, why are there so few people in the Dao Tower? I see. The three people's expressions relaxed, and one of the old men smiled and said, This Dao Tower is dangerous. There are monsters everywhere, and they are very powerful. They are the manifestation of the Dao Tower's will, and they specialize in devouring gods to strengthen themselves. The gods do not dare to casually go out and hide in the palace, only daring to come out at dawn. Dawn? Lei Gong was suspicious. That's right. Every day, there are 8 hours of dawn, and the rest is darkness. When darkness comes, it is the most terrifying. If the giant gods of the universe are not careful, they will also fall here. What are those palaces? There are many palaces here, located in every corner. They collapse every day and are reborn every day. There is a divine light in the palaces, which is the divine light that brought you into the Dao Tower. This divine light can make the monsters not dare to come close. Oh right, you can also leave the Dao Tower in the divine light of the palaces. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others suddenly understood. It turned out that they could only leave from a place that had the divine light of the Dao Pagoda. Where is the palace? Shungi asked. Then, he said with lingering fear, There are eyes watching us from all directions. Walking on the grassland is too scary. We all want to find a palace to rest. Of course. When night falls, most gods don't dare to go out. It's very dangerous. You guys have just entered the Dao Pagoda, and your bodies are still protected by some divine light. That's why those monsters didn't easily devour you. Otherwise, you would have died long ago, said the old man. What will happen at dawn? This time, Lin Ling asked. The three old men glanced at Lin Ling discreetly. Seeing that Lin Ling's realm was not high, they finally relaxed. After all, they'd noticed that this group of people were more or less looking at this young man. Obviously, this young man was the leader of this group, but his strength was rather surprising. At dawn, this place is full of treasures. The earth will grow crazily. Universe-level spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers will wither at night, so dawn is also the time for us to collect treasures. Then how do we get the Dao realm fragments and enter the second floor? Lin Ling asked again. To enter the second floor, you need 10 million Dao realm fragments. The third floor needs 100 million, the fourth floor needs 10 billion, the fifth floor needs 100 billion, and so on. The three didn't hide anything and kept explaining. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others gasped. There were 9 floors in the Dao Pagoda. How many Dao realm fragments would it take to reach the 9th floor? After Lin Ling recovered from his shock, his eyes flashed quietly. These 3 people had answered one of his questions, but there was still one question left unanswered. That was how to get the Dao realm fragments. He felt that there must be a secret behind this rumble. At this time, the grassland shook again, and there was a deafening roar. This made the 3 old men's faces change dramatically. They said anxiously, go quickly, the monsters are coming. After saying this, they ignored Lin Ling and the others and fled into the distance. Go! Lin Ling and the others hurriedly chased after them. They looked back and saw that the grassland was still quiet, but it was so dark that it made one's heart palpitate. It was as if some terrifying monster was hiding in the darkness. Looking around again, the eyes from before had disappeared, as if they were afraid of the monster that had made the roar. Moreover, the monster's roar had been following Lin Ling and the others. Obviously, it had locked onto Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling released his soul force to investigate and found that in the distance, a large expanse of darkness was rolling over. What kind of monster was hiding in the darkness? Even Lin Ling couldn't detect it. It's really scary. Lin Ling was strong, but he was also secretly afraid. Look, is that a palace? Suddenly, Xianxia pointed ahead and said. Looking along the horizon, there was a white dot in the grassland. One could vaguely see that it was in the shape of a palace. When everyone used their abilities to look, they could see that it was a dilapidated palace. However, the palace was brightly lit. At this time, the 3 people at the front suddenly stopped and walked towards Lin Ling with smiles on their faces. There's one more thing that I forgot to remind you, they said as they walked. Xianxia and the others wanted to listen to the 3 people's explanation, but at this time, Lin Ling's voice came, causing their eyes to flicker with a cold light. What is it? Sakura suddenly asked. There's a taboo on this level. It's extremely important. If you don't pay attention, you can easily die here. An old man said with a smile. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others. But at this time, Xianxia made his move, and the Donghuan bell suppressed them. Rumble, the old man couldn't react in time, and with the Donghuan bell's power, he was immediately suppressed to the ground and suffered heavy injuries. Second brother. The other 2 people's faces changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to suddenly make a move. Stop pretending. You should be Taoist realm demons, right? Do you think I didn't see through your true forms? At this time, Lin Ling said slowly. He had explored the demon city to the west of the Dao Pagoda, so he naturally recognized the aura of these demons. It seems like you've already sensed it, but I'm curious. How did you know that we were going to harm you? The other 2 old men shook their bodies, and their demonic aura surged as they transformed into huge demons. Their origins were extremely strange. One of them had a face full of long hair, like a gorilla or monkey, but it didn't look like one. The other one was completely naked, like a bear. Mountain demon and mountain ghost? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he saw through their origins. He said indifferently, it's simple. Because you haven't told me how you got the Dao realm fragment. Now that I know, you probably got it from killing people. As soon as he finished speaking, he combined his talents and slashed out with the eternal killing world. At the same time, Lei Gong and the others also made their move, joining forces to suppress the other expert. Lin Ling didn't need to say much. He was only a peak higher celestial, and when he unleashed his full strength, it was as easy as chopping vegetables. Lei Gong's 3 world will hosts, and together with Yu and the others, it wasn't difficult to kill the other expert. Under the night sky, Lin Ling and the rest glided across the grass. Ahead of them, the Palace of Light was getting closer and closer. However, behind Lin Ling and the rest, a terrifying aura was pressing down. The dark clouds merged into the darkness like a demon wolf, rapidly devouring everyone. Hurry! No one could see what was behind them. All they could see was darkness. Lin Ling's anxious voice drifted over. In fact, Lin Ling didn't even attack the thing behind them. He felt that if he did, the outcome would be even more troublesome. What the hell is this? Why does it give me such a terrifying feeling? Yu and the rest were also exclaiming, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind them, the wind of darkness blew, chilling their hearts. Fortunately, the Palace of Light was within sight, and the door was open as though there was no one inside. Charge in! Lei Gong shouted and was the first to charge into the palace. Following him were Xingyi, Yu, and the rest. Lin Ling brought up the rear. He looked at the darkness that was closing in and pondered for a moment. Then, he punched out, using the powerful strength of God to attack the darkness. After that, Lin Ling didn't dare to linger and charged into the palace. That punch from before was merely a probing attack. Rumble. To Lin Ling's surprise, the punch disappeared without a trace after hitting the darkness. Instead, it caused a terrifying reaction. If Lin Ling hadn't charged into the palace, he would probably be in trouble. Bang bang bang, the door of the palace was closed tightly by Lei Gong and the rest. They were afraid that the demons outside the palace would charge in. However, the dilapidated door of the palace had a strange magical power that kept the demons outside the palace pacing back and forth. In the end, they didn't dare to come close. Lin Ling, look! At this moment, Yu shouted at Lin Ling. There were windows all around the palace, and they could see everything outside. Lin Ling rushed over and looked through the window. Then, he gasped, outside the house, the darkness was tumbling, gradually turning into the shape of a huge dog. This dog was incomparably huge, even more majestic than a mountain. It looked down at the palace, and dark clouds swirled around its body, like a divine dog of darkness. It also saw Lin Ling and the others by the window. Its strange eyes stared at them, and finally, it turned into darkness and flew into the distance. How terrifying! Lin Ling and the others were gods. They had seen a lot of demons and ghosts in their lives, but this was the first time they saw a dark divine hound like this. Previously, they had only exchanged a glance, but they all felt that if they were to really fight, that terrifying black dog would be able to devour them in one gulp. Is it formed from Dao Realm willpower? Yu murmured. Fortunately, he left. Longyang also quietly wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Everyone, look around and see if there are any loopholes. Lin Ling said to the others. Then, he wanted to set up a barrier around the palace, just in case, but then, Lin Ling helplessly realized that all this would not work, because when the barrier fell around the palace, it was swept by the divine light and turned into ashes immediately. Lin Ling looked up and saw a gem hanging from the ceiling of the palace. The divine light came from the gem, and when one stared at the gem, it was not dazzling to the eyes. Instead, an ancient voice sounded in the depths of one's soul, the Temple of Sun. So, this was the Temple of Sun. Lin Ling suddenly understood. At this moment, young Master Yao's voice was heard. Lin Ling, there's a second floor here. There's also a window, and you can see further. Then, everyone rushed to the second floor. Nanhua Fingyu Bai and Whitewater Pure Girl felt that it was not safe, so they moved a huge rock from the palace to block the entrance. Although this was a completely useless action and was purely a psychological comfort, it was still better than nothing. When they reached the second floor, they saw that there were 4 windows on the second floor, and they could see the endless prairie in the distance. However, the prairie was dark and silent, as if it was filled with endless danger. This is the first time I've felt so scared after becoming a god. It's like a mortal coming to the ghost realm. Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu said with a wry smile as he stared outside the window. Everyone was deeply moved by this. Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the eastern window. Lin Ling and the others hurried over and saw a terrifying white light rising in the dark distance. It seemed that there was a great battle. Go to hell, go to hell. They could vaguely see that the ones who attacked were gods. There were about 2 of them. One of them had the strength of a peak high-level deity, and the other had the strength of a giant god of the universe, they unleashed their full strength, and the surrounding area shook as if heaven and earth were falling. Even the palace in the distance was shaken. However, in the eyes of Lin Ling and the others, the light gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. The entire prairie, except for the aftershocks, returned to silence. This made Lin Ling and the others speechless for a long time. "Is he dead?" Finally, Yu said in a low voice. "He's dead." Lin Ling sighed and nodded. As soon as he said this, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even someone as strong as a giant god of the universe had died. If they had been a step slower, they would have been completely wiped out. They had just come to the Dao Pagoda and were not familiar with the area, and then they had brushed shoulders with death. This made everyone feel a lingering fear, including Lin Ling. "If we hadn't just arrived and still had a bit of divine light on us, we would have died too." Lin Ling said solemnly, "No wonder we can't see any gods. It turns out that the gods who entered here are all hiding." "Yes. Lin Ling, are we safe in the palace?" "I think so. If even the palace is not safe, then who would enter the Dao Pagoda?" Next, everyone discussed spiritedly. Lin Ling nodded. "This palace is called the Sun God Temple. It's probably the only thing that can resist the darkness. Hiding in the palace should be fine. However, the darkness here lasts for a long time. Everyone can only cultivate in the palace. Remember, no matter what, don't leave the palace. Even if your own people appear outside the palace, you have to confirm the number of people and remind everyone before you go out. I heard the 3 great demons say that the monsters outside the palace can use illusion techniques to lure people away." Lin Ling kept reminding everyone. Everyone understood and nodded one after another. Then, they smiled bitterly. They felt that the Dao Pagoda was both exciting and dangerous. Everyone's eyes quietly looked at the window. In the distance, the prairie was pitch black, and one could vaguely see eyes. Sometimes, they would disappear, and sometimes, they would appear. One could even vaguely see dark clouds gliding across the ground. It was as if a huge dark divine hound was running, searching for its prey. "It's watching us." A moment later, Lin Ling said in a low voice. Only then did everyone realize that in the distant prairie, there were hills. On one of the hills, the huge dark divine hound stood there, looking at the palace in the distance, and then disappeared. With just a glance, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and could not say a word. "Well, everyone, let's cultivate." The Yellow Emperor said that the giant gods of the universe wouldn't be in much danger here, but it's still very dangerous. Lei Gong suddenly smiled helplessly. What he should have said was that as long as we find the palace, we will be absolutely safe. And if we encounter any gods, the giant gods of the universe should be able to dominate them. Lin Ling explained. "If that's the case, why don't we just hide in the palace and cultivate? The spiritual energy here is dense. I estimate that we can break through in less than 10 years. Shungi suddenly suggested. His words made everyone's eyes light up. That was indeed the case. However, Lin Ling shook his head. "Did you forget what the 3 great demons said? After daybreak, the palace will decay and disappear. When darkness descends, it will appear again. This means that we can only hide here for 1 night. After that, we have to continue searching for the palace." This. Everyone was helpless. They had all seen how terrifying the prairie was. If they didn't find the palace before nightfall, just thinking about it was terrifying. "Everyone, let's cultivate first." Lin Ling also felt that this matter was very troublesome. However, they could only take 1 step at a time. Of course, they could also leave the Dao Pagoda and return to the void of the 9 prefectures. However, it was rare for them to enter the Dao Pagoda. They didn't want to leave just like that. Moreover, even if they left now, they would still be in the same place the next time they entered. However, by that time, the palace would no longer be there. If they were to encounter nightfall, they would be helpless. Time passed quietly. Gradually, dawn arrived. A ray of sunlight shot over and actually passed through the palace, landing on everyone's body. The huge palace also quietly disintegrated, turning into dust. Everyone opened their eyes and found that after a night of cultivation, their progress was extremely obvious. Even though Lin Ling had 8 dantians, he felt that his progress was significant. He seemed to be one step closer to the peak of the early-stage high god realm. After the palace disappeared, they were all sitting on the grassland. The sun in the sky was like a divine light. After it scattered on the grassland, the exotic flowers and plants were quietly growing at an incomparably fast speed. Moreover, the sunlight had a wonderful power. It made people feel that when they bathed in the sun, their cultivation speed would be faster. "Brother Ling, look." At this time, Yu pointed at the ground and said with a surprised expression, "This is sky-piercing azure frost grass. It comes from the ancient times. Even the Yellow Emperor only had one stalk. According to legend, one stalk of grass can make a person become a god. Look over here. That's a supreme tri-origin fruit that's worth 5 million Dao realm fragments." Xianxia also exclaimed. On the grassland not far away, there was a grass that looked like a god sitting cross-legged. There was a rainbow on the grass, and it was beautiful and incomparably magical. It was like a god the size of a palm. "This is a precious treasure." Lei Gong also saw it and was overjoyed. Next, everyone discovered that their surroundings were filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, they were growing at a crazy rate, as if they had experienced tens of thousands of years of growth. How magical! Lin Ling's horizons were broadened. Then, he looked into the distance and discovered that there were also universe-level treasures growing in the distance. For example, there were towering trees and incomparably rare divine mountains. However, in terms of value, they could not be compared to the treasures around them. It seemed like the treasures that grew in places with palaces were even more precious. "Everyone, hurry up and collect them," Lin Ling said hurriedly. Everyone immediately busied themselves and collected the treasures. Lei Gong, Longyang, Xianxia, and Lin Ling were guarding the surroundings. This was not the first time they had gone out in a group. They were already experienced and had great teamwork, especially Xianxia and the others. After entering the Dao realm with Lin Ling, they often faced external enemies together, and their teamwork had improved. However, at this time, a rainbow flew across the sky. Several figures stepped on flying swords and flew over quickly. "Martial uncle, look." Suddenly, someone pointed at Lin Ling's direction and said, the main thing was that there were not many gods in the prairie at the moment, so Lin Ling and the others were extremely conspicuous. TSK, we saw another treasure. This place was probably a palace last night." An old man in a loose robe could not help but smile. With a wave of his hand, the sword under his feet shot toward the ground, bringing everyone down. They stared indifferently at Lin Ling and the others. Suddenly, a sword appeared in their eyes. Like a sword pupil, they clearly saw the realms of Lin Ling and the others. Then, everyone relaxed. "Don't worry about the treasures in your hands. Scram, I'll let you leave alive." After the old man in the lead landed, he shouted loudly. He was straightforward and did not hide it at all. They came for the treasures. Lin Ling and the others looked at this group of people. There were a total of 5 of them. The leader was at the level of a giant god of the universe, and the others were at the peak of the superior god realm. It could be seen that the others were not old, but their realms were not low. This showed that they had grown up in the Dao Tower. In the Dao Tower, there was a slim chance of survival. However, if they could survive more than 10 nights, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling saw a strong killing intent in the eyes of the old man in the lead. This person not only wanted to snatch the treasures, but also to kill. Sure enough, it was as the Yellow Emperor had said. The Dao Tower was even more cruel. "Yu, continue to collect the treasures," Lin Ling said. "Lei Gong, Xianxia, Longyang, fight with me." He led the 3 of them over. "Impudent! How dare you not kneel in front of our martial uncle? Who are you to be so arrogant?" Seeing Lin Ling act so unbridled, one of the men pointed a sword finger at Lin Ling and said majestically, "It's been a long time since someone dared to say such words in front of us. You must be new here. Don't you know that we're from Shushan?" The leader shouted coldly. Shushan? Lin Ling had heard of it many times. It was said that it was an incomparably ancient sword sect. "Where are you from?" Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, the old man in the lead asked again. He released an incomparably terrifying aura that made Xianxia and the others feel great pressure. A giant god of the universe was clearly not someone they could fight against. However, they also felt that this person was not as strong as the North Pole Emperor. During the Battle of the Fog Sea, the North Pole Emperor and the other giant gods of the universe were even more terrifying. Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead, he looked at them with a cold smile. You have some ability. A mere higher god, yet you're not afraid of my aura. The old man's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, put down the treasures, and I'll spare your lives this time. Remember, we're not only from Shushan, but also Emperor Shun's people. Seeing that Lin Ling was somewhat mysterious, he finally restrained his killing intent. The main reason was that he did not want to cause trouble, otherwise, he would have already killed them all. Emperor Shun. Lin Ling was taken aback. He was incomparably surprised. He was surprised that the Emperor Shun and the others had not entered the Dao Tower. The Dao Tower should have had nothing to do with them. It turned out that the Emperor Shun and the other experts had already encroached on the Dao Tower. Sorry, I'm the Yellow Emperor's person. Lin Ling sneered, killing intent rising in his heart. You treat me as an acquaintance, but I don't treat you as acquaintances. Lin Ling sneered and said coldly after the old man from Shushan Mountain spoke. Huh? Those people frowned in disbelief, as if they had misheard something. What do you mean? The old man in the lead asked in a low voice. He had spared their lives out of respect for the Yellow Emperor, but who knew that these people would be so shameless? Nothing much, but all of you will die. Lin Ling nodded as if he was talking about the most normal thing in the world. After saying that, he glanced at Saint Guy. Saint Guy and the others understood his intentions and unleashed their strongest moves to attack the experts from Shu Mountain. The Donghuang bell fell from the sky. Lei Gong and Longyang also activated their world will. Rumble, they seemed to have the strength of a higher god, but like Lin Ling, they also had the strength to fight those above their level. Under their full strength, the gods from Shu Mountain were killed without any resistance. A crazy gust of wind blew past his ears, causing the old man to stand there coldly. His eyes were fixed in disbelief. Not only were these people shameless, they even took the initiative to kill their people. Stop looking. You will die too. Just as the old man was in disbelief, Lin Ling also revealed his fangs. The Cosmic Three Extremes break was executed, forming a cosmic ray to seal off this giant cosmic god from Shushan. The old man's eyes narrowed. Not only was he in disbelief, but he also found it hard to believe. Killing the people from Shu Mountain, and even wanting to kill him, not to mention where this young man's confidence came from, openly provoking the relationship between Emperor Yao and the Yellow Emperor. Could this young man bear the consequences? You're crazy. The old man roared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. But just as he was about to attack, the cosmic ray came and made his soul tremble. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. Even though he was a giant god, he still felt a terrifying sense of danger. What kind of move is this? The old man pointed with both hands, and numerous ancient swords of Mount Shu shot out to slay demons and devils. The swords contained the power of over 10 billion gods. However, when these sharp swords shot out, they couldn't affect the cosmic rays at all. They even pierced through them. Not good. Divine power is ineffective. At this moment, the old man finally panicked. He looked at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. You probably don't know that the Yellow Emperor and the Yao Emperor have already broken off their relationship. They have already gone through several battles. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said indifferently. When did this happen? The old man reacted and was even more incredulous. He had always been in the Dao Pagoda and was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Let me tell you something else. The reason why the Yellow Emperor and the Yao Emperor broke off their relationship was because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued, and I am Lin Ling. It's you. The Mount Shu old man's expression changed drastically. It was as if something had exploded in his heart, because he was quite familiar with Lin Ling's name. It was said that he was the #1 enemy of the Yao Emperor. Now, he finally knew that Lin Ling was going to attack him. Since you are an enemy, I won't hold back anymore. The old man shouted in a low voice. His body shook, and swords flew out one after another. There were as many as 10 billion swords. This was the universe of swords. I don't know what kind of move you are using, but I am a giant god of the universe. The old man's voice was like heavenly thunder. Brilliant heavenly might urged countless swords to shoot toward Lin Ling, and these swords were mixed with the terrifying power of the god stairs. They had the power to seal and attack. Sure enough, those who could become giant gods of the universe were all incomparably heaven-defying and could destroy the universe. Is that so? Then let's see who dies first. This was Lin Ling's second time fighting a giant god of the universe. So in terms of experience, it was much better than the first time he fought the North Pole Emperor. Under his control, the terrifying large cosmic ray shot forward rapidly. Before it reached the old man, one of his Mount Shu disciples died. He was killed by the cosmic ray and his soul collapsed. This caused the old man to look over, and he was slightly distracted for a moment. Then, he once again controlled the endless swords of Mount Shu to drown Lin Ling. Everyone, be careful. Seeing this scene, even Yu and the others stopped collecting treasures and retreated far away. From where they were, the scene in the distance was extremely spectacular. There were too many swords. This was the first time they had seen so many swords in their lives. They couldn't see the sky or the earth. They could only see the universe of swords densely packed like hedgehogs. All these swords shot toward Lin Ling with the power to kill everything. Brother Ling. Although they knew that Lin Ling had killed the North Pole Emperor, Yu and the others were still worried. After all, they didn't see it with their own eyes. Lin Ling didn't use any powerful techniques. He just looked ahead. He and the giant god of the universe were competing to see who would kill the other first, but previously, he saw that the old man was momentarily distracted. He immediately knew that he had won. If the old man hadn't been distracted, perhaps Lin Ling would have had to use the Pangu strike again to block that terrifying universe of swords. Oh no! At this moment, the old man also realized that he was still a little too slow. I was distracted before. I shouldn't have made such a big mistake. Perhaps at that time, I thought I would win without a doubt. That's why I was so confident. The old man muttered to himself. Then, he became more and more panicked as he witnessed the terrifying cosmic rays sweeping toward him. It was like a prison cell, trapping his soul and cutting it apart. I, a giant god of the universe, was actually killed by a higher god. I can't accept this. How is this possible? Lin Ling, how can you be so strong? The old man let out a roar of indignation. Shushan God, your information is outdated. First, you're not the first giant god of the universe I killed. Second, even if you weren't distracted, you can guarantee that I didn't have a backup plan to block this move of yours. Lin Ling said coldly. His words froze the old man on the spot. Then, his soul was completely cut into pieces. His body didn't move at all. His eyes were wide open. Clearly, he died with grievances. The most shocking sentence left in his heart was Lin Ling saying that he wasn't the first giant god of the universe killed by Lin Ling. Peng. After the old man died, the countless swords in the sky, earth, and space seemed to have lost their master. Peng, 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 they fell to the ground like rain, and these endless swords were less than a meter away from Lin Ling. The second giant god of the universe to die in my hands. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he allowed the endless swords to fall. Uncle Master. As soon as the old man died, the gods of Mount Shu who still had a few years left roared. Their eyes were red with disbelief. Lin Ling, you're Lin Ling. Obviously, they had heard of Lin Ling's name before. Go to hell. However, while they were distracted, Saint Guy had already wiped them out. Dao fragments, so many Dao fragments. At this time, Saint Guy picked up their Dao antecedents and said excitedly, a total of 8 million. Mine has 10 million. Mine has 11 million. Lei Gong and Longyang also laughed excitedly. So many? Lin Ling was very surprised. He found the old man's Dao antecedents amidst the countless swords of Mount Shu in front of him. After checking, he was even more shocked. Mine, 100 million. When his voice floated out, everyone was dumbfounded. 100 million Dao fragments, this was a huge sum of money. No wonder the gods in the Dao pagoda only want to kill and rob. There are so many Dao fragments between each other. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh excitedly. After killing a giant god of the universe, 100 million Dao fragments would be in his hands. If he killed a few more, he would be rich. In addition to the treasures on the ground, he wouldn't lack the treasures he needed to break through to mid-stage high god. Everyone, let's continue collecting treasures. These swords of Mount Shu are all excellent divine weapons. There are so many of them, and they're worth a lot. But they're all mine. Lin Ling scooped up all the Mount Shu divine swords around him and then joined the group of people who were collecting treasures. After a long time, all the treasures were collected. Lin Ling and the rest continued to collect treasures on the grassland. However, the universe spirit grass in the grassland couldn't be compared to the treasures in the palace area. But it was still very valuable. Look, this is the mountain of life. Ha ha ha, what a huge mountain of life. River of Qi, it's the river of Qi. They didn't go far. They were crazily plundering the surrounding area. Sakura is seen holding a huge axe in his hand as he frantically chops down on a divine mountain. Soon after, he moves the entire divine mountain away. Nanwufingyu gem used its ability to move a blue river away from the grassland. These were all rare treasures. Even in the Dao realm, there weren't many of them. As for the void of the 9 continents, they could only appear in legends. How strange. Apart from the gods of Shu Mountain, how could there be no other gods? To Lin Ling's surprise, there was hardly anyone along the way. Haha, it's good to have fewer people. With fewer conflicts, we'll have more time to collect treasures. Lei Gong laughed heartily. With the passage of time, the harvest reached a terrifying level. Wait. However, just as everyone was about to collect more, Lin Ling suddenly realized a serious problem. Night was coming. Although the surroundings were still as bright as noon, Lin Ling remembered that there were only 8 hours of daylight here. Now, everyone had been collecting treasures non-stop, and they had probably spent more than 6 hours. There's not much time left. Stop collecting and look for the palace immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but remind everyone. It's still early. Can't you see that the sun is still hot? Young Beastmaster was still collecting treasures and said without looking up. The others were the same. With so many treasures in front of them, they would be stupid not to collect them. They wouldn't waste them. Stop collecting. Let's go now. However, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. He realized that the endless treasures were also attracting everyone, making them lose their cool and become greedy. Although the sun is still hot, I'm guessing that there's no dusk here. The sun disappears just like that. There's less than 3 incense sticks left to 8 hours. Lin Ling's voice became more and more anxious. Then, he saw that young Beastmaster and the others were still collecting treasures. He couldn't help but throw a punch. Boom, the grassland exploded. Young Beastmaster and the others were sent flying and rolled like gourds. However, when they came to a stop, they all calmed down. Previously, when they saw the endless treasures, they collected them crazily. However, now that the treasures were destroyed by Lin Ling, they realized that danger was quietly approaching. What a scary place. If Lin Ling hadn't reminded us, we would probably still be collecting treasures and wouldn't even know that night had fallen. Lei Gong said with lingering fear. Then, he followed the others to Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling was looking around, but there were no signs of the palace floating around. There's probably no palace in this area. Let's go, that way. Lin Ling didn't have time to explain too much. He ran into the distance, the others hurriedly followed. Along the way, they saw a ground full of treasures that made them drool. However, when they saw Lin Ling leading the way, they suppressed their excitement and chose to ignore it. They focused on running. Time passed quietly. Half an hour passed. Although the sky was still hot, everyone felt that a huge danger was approaching. If they couldn't find the palace by the time darkness arrived, they would have to travel through the grassland through the night. The danger level would increase by 200%. This way. Lin Ling's expression became more and more solemn. But soon, his eyes finally lit up. In the distant prairie, he finally saw a floating palace. However, the distance to the palace was very far. It wouldn't be easy to reach the palace in half an hour. Everyone, let's speed up and go all out. Lin Ling shouted to the others. Then, he held Yu and the others' hands and glided across the grassland. At the same time, gods began to appear in all directions of the palace. These gods, like Lin Ling and the others, were running towards the palace in a frenzy. Their faces were pale and filled with anxiety. Moreover, there were many people in the palace at this moment. They were gloating in the palace. Looking at the sky again, the sun was still hot. Divine light shone down, warming the earth. However, this warmth changed completely in the next moment. Darkness descended, the sun and the sky disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rolling darkness spread across the sky and earth like a tide. The speed was so fast that it left one tongue-tied. Ah! In the darkness, a painful cry sounded. A running god was suddenly ambushed by a demon and disappeared in the grassland. Quick, quick, quick! The surrounding gods all roared and charged forward madly. Ah! At this moment, another cry sounded. At some point, another god was ambushed by a demon and disappeared in the grassland. A strange and terrifying atmosphere quietly spread around the palace. Everyone regretted it. They shouldn't have been greedy for treasures. They should have started searching for the palace immediately 6 hours later. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dangerous situation. Darkness descended, and the prairie returned to its merciless state. However, just as the sun in the sky was about to be covered up, the sky made a move. Myriad phenomena, the universe reincarnated, and within it, a huge square flew across the sky. It was a huge, ancient coffin that seemed to bury the universe. In the prairie, countless gods looked at the huge coffin, their bodies and minds trembling. Even the gods in the palaces were the same. They knew that every time night descended, the coffin would appear. Some believed that the coffin contained the most ancient giant god of the universe. There were also people who believed that the coffin was buried in the universe. No matter what, no one knew the secrets of the coffin. What's that? Lin Ling also stared at the sky. Although the huge coffin had disappeared in a flash, he remembered it deeply in his heart. For some reason, the coffin gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Hurry! However, at this moment, an anxious voice came from the front. He looked around and realized that there were hundreds of gods running around the palaces. They were extremely fast and could cross tens of thousands of worlds in an instant. However, there was demonic power in the prairie, so their speed was suppressed and couldn't be compared to in the void. Get lost! At this moment, a shout came from in front of Lin Ling. It turned out that a few gods had rushed in front of Lin Ling and blocked his path. When he looked around, strange eyes had quietly appeared and were constantly plundering the gods. You are the ones who should get lost. At this critical moment, Lin Ling didn't show any mercy. He slashed out with the tyrant's song and killed the gods in front of him. His innate talent had fused together. To him, high gods were no longer a terrifying opponent. You! When they saw Lin Ling slaughtering his way over, the gods' brows were tightly knitted together. Roar! However, at this moment, a huge mouth appeared, and darkness leaped 100 meters in front of Lin Ling. The terrifying aura made Lin Ling's expression change drastically. Then, the gods in front of him disappeared. However, Lin Ling saw that the one who had pounced on him was a dark divine hound. If he had been a bit faster, perhaps he would have been the one who had been pounced on. Quick! Not daring to stay any longer, Lin Ling led the group towards the palace. In the surroundings, more and more deities were charging towards the palace. Some were using secret techniques, some were teleporting. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, none of these were of much help. After all, the palace could even destroy the enchantment, so teleporting couldn't directly enter the palace. Out of the way, out of the way! By the time Lin Ling's group got closer and closer to the palace, the two universe giant gods had also arrived. However, the palace was already packed with people. They wanted to enter the palace before Lin Ling, but at this moment, Lin Ling wouldn't be soft-hearted. A panga heaven-splitting slash hacked out. The two giant cosmos gods, one tall and one short, one fat and one skinny, were wearing godly robes embroidered with the sun and moon. After sensing the fatal killing intent, their expressions changed drastically, and they leaped back. If they forced their way into the palace, they would definitely be struck by Lin Ling. Therefore, they could only temporarily give up on entering. Sir, how dare you spoil my plans? The two deities shouted angrily as they retreated. They didn't provoke Lin Ling, but in the end, in order to enter faster, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack them. Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. He came to the palace gate and let Yu and the rest enter one after another. The two deities wanted to charge into the palace again, but at this time, darkness attacked them from all directions, and one of the deities beside them was pounced away. Now, if they wanted to continue entering the palace, it would undoubtedly be more difficult. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and ran in another direction. After all, there were still many deities around the palace who hadn't entered yet. If they attracted the dark divine hound's attention, they might be able to last until the next palace. Of course, they might also die under the night sky. However, if they forced their way into the palace again, it might be even more dangerous. The demons in the darkness were very smart. They specifically guarded the palace's surroundings and swallowed anyone who tried to approach. "Sir, I'll remember you." As they left, the two of them glared at Lin Ling with resentment. Lin Ling had just entered the palace when he felt a chill attack him. It was as if a blood curse had entered his body. These two deities aren't much weaker than Emperor Ziwei. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. Lin Ling thought to himself. Lin Ling was also in a bad mood after provoking these two deities for no reason. However, at that time every man for himself was doomed, therefore, he could only sacrifice these two deities. "Get out of the way." Lin Ling then looked ahead and saw that the palace was packed with people. There were no less than a few hundred deities. "If you continue to be so arrogant, don't blame us for kicking you out of the Sun Palace," a deity said coldly. Most of the deities were looking at Lin Ling with malicious intent. It seemed like they were going to attack him. Lin Ling and the others were very close to the door. It seemed safe, but there might be unforeseen events. That was why Lin Ling wanted to enter the palace. "Is that so? Then I'd like to see who's going to kick me out of the Sun Palace." Lin Ling had already offended the two of them. He might as well go all the way and be domineering to the end. He activated Pangu's Heaven and Earth Slash, and his body suddenly expanded. His fearsome physical strength descended and pushed aside all the deities around him. Moreover, his divine power was invincible. All the deities' eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. They could feel a crushing pressure bearing down on them. In the face of this power, the high-tier deities were as insignificant as ants. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." They all squeezed to the side and opened up a path for Lin Ling to enter. Yu and the others behind Lin Ling also hurriedly followed after Lin Ling. Die. However, there were many deities present, and some of them were unwilling to give up. They secretly attacked Lin Ling and unleashed a lethal attack. A shapeless and colorless shuttle imbued with fearsome power launched a sneak attack on Lin Ling. This place was narrow, so the sneak attack could be said to have a 100% success rate. However, when this lethal shuttle hit Lin Ling, it was rebounded by Lin Ling's powerful physical body. "You're courting death." Lin Ling shouted angrily and grabbed at the crowd with his large hand. No, it's not me." A thin and weak old man waved his hand anxiously, his expression full of panic. "This fellow cultivator, it's not him, it's not him." The other deities were also pleading for mercy on his behalf. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all and reached out with his large hand. He grabbed the old man like he was grabbing a chicken and threw him out of the palace. "Ah, you. The old man flew backward, and at the same time, he shouted anxiously. A powerful divine light appeared around him. Unfortunately, a gust of dark wind blew past, and the old man disappeared. Any divine power was useless. The king of the north, Elder Tong, died just like that. Many people sighed as they looked at the domineering Lin Ling, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. Who else wants to die? Speak. I'll send him out of the palace. None of the gods dared to say anything. They lowered their heads. Since they were weaker than him, they had nothing to say. Lin Ling led Yu and the rest to the second floor, where they discovered that there were fewer people there. Furthermore, they were all very strong, with over a dozen giant universe gods. They were clearly surprised to see Lin Ling. Your Excellency, you can come up, but they have to go down. One of them, who looked like a god emperor, pointed at Yu and the rest. The second floor was much quieter. Experts were qualified to come up, and Lin Ling's aura was somewhat terrifying, so they all acknowledged him. However, Yu and the rest were very ordinary, so they didn't acknowledge them. If you're not convinced, let's fight. Lin Ling still looked like a pangu, with his long hair fluttering wildly. However, because of the palace, he didn't transform into a giant. Although his body wasn't big, his combat power was the same. Your Excellency, don't be too arrogant. Several giant universe gods, who were originally sitting cross-legged, stood up at this moment. Powerful auras filled the air, and there were signs of a great battle with Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a step forward like a giant, looking at them fearlessly. If Yu and the rest were driven to the first floor, who knew what would happen? Lin Ling wasn't a saint, and he didn't have time to save the world. He only cared about the people around him. For a moment, the two sides confronted each other. Their auras kept rising, and the whole palace seemed to be shaking. Time passed quietly, and finally, a giant universe god sat back down. He sensed that Lin Ling was very stubborn. If he wanted to drive people away, he would fight to the death. Although he was very unhappy with Lin Ling's arrogance and overbearingness, it was now night time. If any trouble happened and they were swallowed by the dark demons, it would be a great loss. After the first giant universe god sat down, the others' eyes flashed, and they sat back down one after another. They had the same idea. In other places, they could have a great battle, but here, it was better to avoid trouble. You have guts. The giant universe god who had spoken at the beginning also sat back down, but he still stared coldly at Lin Ling. The two gods you ambushed earlier are giant sun-moon gods. Now that you've offended them, you're dead meat, the giant universe god said again. Titan god of sun and moon, Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the two people he had ambushed at the door. However, he said indifferently, we'll talk about it if they survive tonight. That may not be the case, but if you can survive, they'll definitely come looking for you at daybreak and take your life. That giant universe god sneered. That includes you, right? Lin Ling swept his gaze over everyone present. These people didn't say anything, but it was a tacit agreement. Alright, I'll wait for you. Seeing that they didn't speak, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with them. Mainly, he also thought that it was better to have less trouble. He glanced around and was surprised to find that there was actually a third level here. The second level had more than 10 universe giant gods, so what about the third level? Why didn't these universe giant gods go to the third level? All kinds of thoughts arose in Lin Ling's mind. After pondering for a while, he led Yu and the others to the third level. Seeing Lin Ling go to the third level, the others were obviously stunned for a moment, but then they laughed in schadenfreude. Sir, the third level is a Dao child. Someone reminded him. It was obvious that this Dao child was extremely powerful, and they were all afraid of him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had just arrived at the Dao pagoda and didn't know what a Dao child was. Besides, he had already offended many people, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Therefore, he ignored them and continued to move forward. Seeing that Lin Ling was obstinate, the smiles on these universe giant gods' faces deepened. Lin Ling. Lei Gong, who was following behind Lin Ling, cautiously reminded him. At this time, let's not care about him. In any case, at daybreak, someone will definitely come looking for us to settle the score. On the contrary, we'll be safe tonight. Lin Ling explained. Hearing this, the others nodded. After setting foot on the third level, there was only one person here, and the area wasn't small. There was a statue in the center, and that person was sitting cross-legged beside the statue. The statue was blurry, and one could only vaguely see that it was a human figure. It should be very ancient. As for that person, he was actually a teenager of 16 or 17 years old. His long hair was tied up and he wore cotton clothes, just like an ordinary teenager. Dao child. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock. Yu and the others were the same. They had seen that the universe giant gods below were very afraid of the third level and thought that it was some demon king or god emperor, but it turned out to be a teenager. At the same time, the teenager opened his eyes. He was very calm, and his eyes were very clean. He even revealed a smile. This place is very big. It's not a problem to have a dozen more people. It seemed that he didn't object to Lin Ling and the others coming. Thank you. Since the others were polite, Lin Ling naturally also said something polite. After the teenager nodded, he sat down cross-legged again, looking harmless to humans and animals. However, Lin Ling and the others weren't inexperienced people, so they naturally wouldn't underestimate this teenager. They quietly investigated the surroundings, and Lin Ling went to the window and looked out. Outside the palace, there were still a large number of gods rushing over, and the monsters in the darkness were also constantly devouring. Looking into the distance, he saw a large number of corpses lying on the ground. It was a tragic sight, of course. As time passed, the people coming to the palace became fewer and fewer. The prairie regained its calm, but the feeling it gave off was even more terrifying. What a mysterious Tao pagoda. Lin Ling thought to himself. He thought of the dark divine hound and the ancient coffin in the sky, and felt that the Tao pagoda hid the universe's most ancient secrets. Then, he saw that everything had calmed down. He walked back to the center and looked up and down at the stone statue. The stone statue was about 2 meters tall and was made of the most common lime. A light touch would probably cause the lime to fall down. However, the teenager was very close to the stone statue, as if he was cultivating. This filled Lin Ling with curiosity. He also approached and then sat down cross-legged. At this time, the teenager seemed to have noticed Lin Ling sitting. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "What a powerful superior god. I can't compare to you." As soon as he said this, Lin Ling realized that the teenager was also a superior god. A superior god was enough to make the universe giant gods fear. This showed how terrifying the teenager's strength was. This was also the first time Lin Ling had seen someone who was on par with him in strength. "You're also very strong." Although Lin Ling couldn't sense the teenager's strength, he could vaguely guess how strong he was. "According to the realm, when I was an early-stage superior god, I still couldn't compare to you." The teenager smiled and said, "But this is normal. You are the host body of the world will. It's not strange that you have such strength." After saying this, he looked at Lei Gong, Longyang, and the others and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to see 4 hosts of the world will at once. How lucky. The most important thing is that the 4 hosts of the world will are actually together." As soon as he said this, an oppressive atmosphere filled the 3rd floor. However, Lin Ling waved his hand, indicating to Lei Gong and the others not to be impulsive. Then he smiled. "Your Excellency, you have good eyes. But facing a world will host body, will your Excellency go all out to eliminate it?" "Yes." "Not for now." "Yes." The youth smiled, revealing his clean teeth. He pointed to the statue in front of him and said, "This is a sun and universe stone statue. It has powerful laws and is very suitable for cultivation. Why don't you try it?" "Right, I can last at most 3,861 years inside. Then I have to come out to take a breath. I wonder if you can last longer." After speaking, the youth closed his eyes slightly. Everyone was confused. Was this youth an enemy or a friend? They all looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then shook his head and smiled. He had seen countless people in his life and was already used to it. No matter where this god called Tao Child came from, it was fine as long as he was not hostile. "What is this statue? Why does it say that it can last for 3,861 years? Lei Gong and the others gathered around and kept sizing up the limestone statue. "Everyone, give it a try. I don't think this stone statue is dangerous," Lin Ling said to everyone. Then he closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the limestone statue. However, as soon as he connected, Lin Ling immediately discovered that he had entered a dusky multiverse. This multiverse was vast and boundless, and there was a huge fireball in the distance. It was like a blazing sun that illuminated the multiverse, the universe of light. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen it. Looking around, he saw that the thunder god and the others had also appeared. They were all extremely surprised. "Lin Ling, did our souls enter here, or did our bodies enter here?" Treasure god Nanwufengyu could not help but ask. This statue was too miraculous. It could communicate with the universe. "And where is this?" Saint Guy also asked. Lin Ling looked ahead and kept investigating. He had Lin Ling's universe, so he was familiar with it. Then he said in surprise, "This is a real universe." "Ah." Everyone was shocked. However, this universe is extremely strange. It can be said to be incomplete, but also complete. It can be said to be flawed, but it has all the laws. Lin Ling frowned. This was the first time he had seen such a strange universe. Of course. This was the very beginning of the Tao realm, so it was very complete. However, just as the universe was about to take shape, the giant god who controlled the universe gathered the shattered god world, the primal chaos realm, and the old lands to form another multiverse. That was the Tao realm, which led to this multiverse. It's also been abandoned. At this moment, a voice sounded from the distance. It was that Tao child. It can also be said that it is a body that is reconstructed by the universe for you, and it is exactly the same as the body in the outside world. Of course, after you leave this place, everything you obtain in this universe can also be brought back to your body. Also, after you leave this place, you can also bring back everything you obtain in this universe. Of course. Alright, let's start running. Let's see how long we can run. The Taoist child smiled and shot forward. That's right, if you want to leave, you just need to sense your Tao return to heaven seat. Your Tao return to heaven seat will bring you back to the palace. My name is Tao Child 10 million years. His voice drifted through the universe, but the Tao child had already disappeared. What a strange guy. Everyone blinked and then looked at Lin Ling, asking Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. Let's give it a try. Then, he imitated the Tao child and sprinted forward. Suddenly, a strange force rose around him. It was like spiritual energy, but also like a great law. Meteors flew past him like clouds. It can increase one's soul power and cultivation realm. Moreover, it's faster than cultivating in the outside world. Lin Ling nodded and transmitted his voice to Lei Gong and the rest at the same time. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly followed suit. The group of people flew through the multiverse at a terrifying speed. The blazing sun in the distance shone on them, making them feel warm all over. Around them, countless meteors flew past, but they did not collide with them. It was extremely strange. It's been a year, Lin Ling. I feel that time is moving. At this moment, Yu and the rest's voices sounded. So that's how it is. We're running in the universe's great law of time. Lin Ling was completely enlightened because he felt that he had been running for less than half an hour, but he had been running for a year. A year's time was not of much help to gods, but a year's cultivation was definitely better than half an hour. It turned out that this was a way to speed up cultivation. Everyone, continue. Then, Lin Ling sent a telepathic message over and looked ahead, looking for the Taoist child. However, the young man had disappeared. He ran away quite well. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, Brother Ling, I broke through. I broke through too. After a long time, cheerful voices sounded, making Lin Ling happy for everyone. Then, he pondered and instructed everyone to use all the treasures they had obtained from the Tao Pagoda for cultivation. Unknowingly, another 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. There were more meteors around them, as if they had witnessed countless seasons, sunrises, and sunsets. Lin Ling, I broke through. Lin Ling, I'm going to become a higher deity. More and more surprised voices sounded. It'll probably be easier to pass the tribulation here. You guys go ahead. We won't help you because it'll be more troublesome. Lin Ling said with a smile. He never expected that the stone statue would have such benefits. He had already taken out a large number of treasures and refined them continuously. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the early stage of higher deity, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ling also looked around and found that the meteors were like white horses galloping past. They were so fast that he was a little dazzled, and his body began to feel uncomfortable. However, as time passed, Lin Ling found that the effects of cultivation were more obvious. Lin Ling, I can't take it anymore. There are too many meteors around me. I can't take it anymore. Me too. How did I leave? Return to the heavenly plane. After 1,000 years, the voices of Young Yao and the others could be heard. Then, they disappeared and returned to the palace. The remaining people were still persevering because they also found that the longer they persevered, the more help they would receive. It wasn't until 1,500 years later that Yu and the others also withdrew. Lin Ling, we're going to break through. My lord, I'm going to break through too. At this time, Longyang, Shaluan, and the others' voices could be heard. Shungi, Nanwafingyu, and the others also broke through. In particular, Lei Gong and the others had all bought into the realm of mid-stage higher deities. Although Lin Ling was also cultivating crazily, because of his 8 dantians, he was still a little bit away from breaking through. When it reached 2,000 years, Saint Guy and the rest also left, leaving only Lei Gong and the other two to follow Lin Ling. The four of them were the host bodies of the world's will, and they were undoubtedly much more powerful. Lin Ling, I discovered that this radiant universe is improving in all aspects. Even my world's willpower has improved. Long Yang's voice came, but it was obvious that she was struggling to speak. Yes, my physical body and soul power are both improving. Because this is cultivating in time, it's equivalent to us cultivating here for 2,000 years. Lin Ling replied with a smile. This place is too good. Why don't we stay here and cultivate? Lei Gong's hearty laughter came, but it was also very difficult to laugh. At daybreak, this palace disappears. It's hard to keep cultivating. Lin Ling said helplessly. That's true. Unknowingly, 2,500 years had passed. Sir, I can't hold on anymore. Shaluan's voice came first. After 2,600 years, Longyang's voice also came. It wasn't until the year 2,800 that the Thunder God finally gave up. Alright, you guys can start from the beginning. Lin Ling nodded. The further they went, the faster time passed. In other words, the effect of cultivation was even more obvious. At the starting point, the pressure was lower, but the flow of time was also slower. Now, only Lin Ling was left running in the universe alone. The meteor shower that appeared in front of him was like Lin Ling's cosmic ray, majestic and mighty. This meant that the flow of time had reached a hair-raising level. Until 3,000 years, Lin Ling finally sensed the signs of a breakthrough. Rumble, 8 danchans were tumbling, and various divine embryos bloomed around Lin Ling. Waves of terrifying divine essence spewed out in all directions. Rumble. There was even a lightning tribulation that came, as if to kill Lin Ling. However, in the radiant great cosmos, the thunder tribulation was undoubtedly weakened. After all, Lin Ling had already been running for 100 years by the time the thunder tribulation arrived. He had only touched the tip of the thunder tribulation's power. The most important power of the lightning tribulation had been completely taken away by time. My first breakthrough went so smoothly. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He hadn't even experienced the lightning tribulation yet, and then he had broken through in a daze. Rumble. At the same time, the 8 divine embryos returned to Lin Ling's body. Within Lin Ling's body, a powerful energy erupted. His divine power, physical strength, and soul strength crazily soared. I reckon that even if I don't use innate talent fusion, ordinary late-stage high gods won't be a match for me. Lin Ling smiled happily. However, when he thought of the Tao child, his expression turned serious. This world was fair. He, Lin Ling, had the host body of the world's will, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He was able to kill a giant god of the universe with the strength of a higher god, but others could do it as well. The Tao Pagoda is indeed worthy of gathering the most terrifying gods of this era. What is the origin of the Tao child who has lived for 10 million years? Lin Ling was still running wildly. However, because of his breakthrough, the pressure around him had weakened somewhat. It wasn't until 3,500 years later that the pressure began to increase. Lin Ling found it difficult to breathe, and his eyes were dazzled. However, at this time, a figure quietly appeared in front of him. This person was sitting cross-legged in the universe of light and was moving forward at a slow speed. In this long river of time, one could actually slow down. Lin Ling couldn't help but widen his horizons. Moreover, he could see that the person sitting cross-legged, his whole body shining with light, was none other than the Tao child. As expected of the host body of the world's will, the strength of a higher god has reached 3,500 years. At this moment, the Tao child opened his eyes and said with a faint smile, ordinary high gods have at most 1,500 years of cultivation. Even late-stage high gods have only 2,000 years of cultivation. But you have more than 3,000 years of cultivation. The other 3 have all reached 2,000 years of cultivation. Then you are even more powerful than us. Are you also a host body of the world's will? Lin Ling immediately laughed. Of course not. However, I am the same thing as you. I am formed from the most ancient universe, the Tao child said with a smile. You are the thing. Lin Ling immediately said with dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. The Tao child laughed even louder. You are a host body of the world's will. How interesting. However, I am about to reach my limit. Last time I reached 3,800 years. This time I want to surpass the previous time. How about it? Are you interested in a competition? Sure. Lin Ling nodded and his figure quickly passed by the Tao Child. The Tao Child also withdrew his techniques and exploded with full speed. The two figures ran wildly in the universe of light. The surrounding meteors turned white and were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling and the Tao Child didn't speak. They were both under tremendous pressure. The hidden techniques in their bodies were secretly activated to resist the side effects of the flow of time. Gradually, the two of them reached 3,700 years. Lin Ling was shocked. This Tao Child's body was indeed hiding a powerful force. The Tao Child was also shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to persist for so long. The two of them didn't say a word and continued to compare secretly. Unknowingly, 3,800 years had passed. At this moment, the pressure on the two of them increased greatly. With every year, it was as though they had exhausted all their vitality. The various mysterious forces hidden in their bodies were all resisting the flow of time. Lin Ling's face was solemn and he sighed. It was indeed difficult for gods to surpass the universe. After all, he was already so powerful now. However, in the face of the vast universe, he was still as weak as an ant. It has been 3,858 years. The last time this Tao Child passed was 3,862 years. Then, Lin Ling grumbled in his heart. He gritted his teeth and continued to release more mysterious forces. However, in the end, he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, especially after reaching 3,862 years. The pressure was even greater. It forced Lin Ling to give up immediately. Hold on for one more year. Lin Ling felt the power of the worlds while floating out to protect him. However, it wasn't of much help. On the contrary, the chaos godly formula produced a mysterious force that seemed to be refining something. It allowed him to persist for a longer time. Unknowingly, another year had passed. He finally broke the record of the last time the Tao Child came. Hold on for one more year. Lin Ling felt dizzy. His soul and body felt like they were about to explode. However, he felt that he could still hold on for a while longer. Time passed quickly. 1 year was like a breath. Lin Ling reached 3,864 years. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that he had failed. Without showing off, Lin Ling returned to the heavenly plane and returned to the palace. A mysterious light appeared and the surrounding pressure gradually disappeared. Lin Ling discovered that he had already appeared on the 3rd level. The moment he appeared, he was sweating profusely. It was as though he was about to collapse. That Tao Child is a freak. He can still hold on. Lin Ling said as he sat on the ground. He looked around and saw that there were only 3 people around. They were the young demon master, Bai Shui, and Pure Maiden. However, they were all looking at Lin Ling in shock. This made Lin Ling feel that something was wrong. He turned around and saw that the Tao Child was already sitting on the other side. He was also sweating profusely and his face was pale. A year earlier? Lin Ling was shocked when he saw the Tao Child's bitter smile. In his opinion, he should have come out earlier than the Tao Child. Looks like I'm still no match for you if you really want to fight me to the death. The Tao Child said again as he stared at Lin Ling. There was a strange glow in his eyes. Lin Ling also stared at the Tao Child and waited for him to continue. Unfortunately, the Tao Child didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the statue and said, "It's not suitable for you and me to enter the Sun Celestial statue again. Once we enter, it will take too long. If the Sun Celestial temple disappears, we won't be able to come out." They're coming. Of course, they haven't been in for long, so it's not a big problem. Hearing this, young Master Yao and the rest nodded and entered the stone statue again. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. Only Lin Ling and the Tao Child were left on the 3rd level. The Tao Child then said, "I thought that the will of the world was only SOSO. No matter how powerful it is, it can't be stronger than us. But now, it seems that we've underestimated the will of the world." Looks like you're very familiar with the will of the world. Lin Ling said casually. You can say that I'm familiar with it, but I guess that we're more familiar with it than you guys. The Tao Child smiled. We? Lin Ling understood that there was more than one person like the Tao child. You said that you're familiar with the will of the world. Then let me ask you, do you know who the 9 will of the world are? Lin Ling asked. Hee, you're trying to trick me. The Tao child smiled mysteriously and pondered for a moment before saying, fine, since you're also a host body of the world will, this isn't a secret. There's no harm in telling you. Now, there are only 8 host bodies of the world will left, because one of them was devoured by a person called Lin Ling. The will of the world is the great god of spirit nation, Taoist Duobao, Lei Gong, Shaoluan, Longyang, Lin Ling, and the most mysterious one, the person behind the 3 holy gates of White Mountain. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh out loud. He had thought that this Taoist child was very familiar with the world will's host body, but it turned out that he was not as familiar as him. What are you laughing at? The Taoist boy thought that Lin Ling would be surprised, but who knew that Lin Ling was actually mocking him? Your secret is not a secret to me at all. Lin Ling said disdainfully, I guess you only know that we are the host bodies of the world will, but you don't know what our names are. Of course, compared to ordinary people, you know a lot. That's commendable. You. The Taoist child's face turned red. This person actually used such a tone to speak to him? He was unconvinced. You don't know much more than I do. I'm sorry, I'm probably more familiar with the world will host than anyone else. As for the person behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain that you mentioned earlier, I know that it's Dipankar Buddha, and he's one of the strongest world will hosts. You really know? The Taoist child sucked in a breath of cold air. He had deliberately not said the name in order to whet Lin Ling's appetite, but who knew that Lin Ling knew more than him? Of course, I've even seen him. He almost wanted to devour me, but unfortunately, he failed. Lin Ling nodded and said, moreover, according to what you said, you know all the world will hosts, but you're still missing one. This, we naturally know who it is, but it's a serious matter, so I can't say it. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Taoist child's face turned serious. Say it. Perhaps in my opinion, your secret is not a secret at all. Lin Ling said with a smile. The Taoist child pondered for a moment, then finally nodded and said, the last world will host body is the god of the underworld, Xianxia. What? Lin Ling almost spat out. Previously, he really thought that the Taoist child knew, but in the end, this guy was talking nonsense. Don't tease me, god of the underworld, Xianxia, who is he to be qualified to be the strongest world will host body? Lin Ling could not help but laugh. However, Lin Ling's expression undoubtedly made the Taoist child's face turn red. He felt that Lin Ling was mocking him even more. He said angrily, isn't it? Of course not. Lin Ling shook his head. Is a mere god of the underworld, Xianxia, qualified to make Dipankar Buddha afraid? Is he qualified to be above Dipankar Buddha? These words made the Taoist child's expression change drastically, as if he had been struck by lightning. Because what Lin Ling said made sense. But in the chaotic realm, according to the rumors, the last world will host body is the god of the underworld, Xianxia. The Taoist child frowned. It's just a rumor spread by others. Do you really believe it? Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. The last world will host body I know is an extremely impressive person. Who is it? The Taoist child was suddenly curious. Why should I tell you? Unless you can tell me where you came from. Lin Ling said. The Taoist child was so angry that he stomped his feet. His eyes flickered and he kept thinking. If I tell you where we came from, you will tell me where we are the last world will host body. How about that? Finally, the Taoist child looked at Lin Ling and said. Then, seeing Lin Ling nod, he hesitated for a long time and finally said, we are the 10 stars of the universe, and also the nemesis of the world will host body. We were created by the universe after the world will destroy the world. Everything in the universe has a way to counter each other. Even the host body of the worlds will has a way to counter each other. In the entire universe, perhaps only the creator of the universe is truly invincible. But I heard that the creator of the universe also has a counter, but the counter comes from himself. Therefore, our mission is to destroy the world will. Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded and believed the Taoist child's words. He smiled and said, "Then, you know that we are 4 world will hosts, but why don't you attack us?" "Because I have a feeling that you are stronger than me." The Taoist child smiled. "Then, you are not afraid that we will join forces to kill you?" "Haha, we are the same as the world will host body. We will not die. Even if we die, we will be reincarnated. Moreover, I feel that you will not kill me." "You are quite confident." Lin Ling had a good impression of this Taoist child. He sighed in his heart. This was the nemesis of the world will host body, and he could actually chat with him so happily. "Okay, don't change the topic. Tell me, who is the last world will host body?" At this time, the Taoist child hurriedly asked. "The prime of Tongtian." Lin Ling did not hide anything and told him the answer. When the answer came out, the Taoist child was obviously stunned. His eyes kept flickering, as if he could not accept this fact. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. He closed his eyes and sensed his strength after the breakthrough this time. His 8 dantians had all stepped into the ranks of mid-level high gods. Now, Lin Ling's physical strength had reached 1.5 billion, and his power of divinity had reached 1.5 billion. If he fused his third stage talent, it would be 2 to 3 billion, which was equivalent to 6 billion. Of course, in the outside world, as long as Lin Ling had enough cultivation resources, 3,000 years of cultivation could also raise his realm, but because of the stone sculpture, these 3,000 years were just a day in the outside world. Strange, my world's willpower has increased by very little. It seems that this is because there is not enough faith. Instead, my soul force has reached 400,000 levels. The rate of increase is terrifying. I wonder if I can cultivate the second Universe 3 Extremes break. Lin Ling immediately began to comprehend and cultivate the Universe 3 Extremes break. The Universe 3 Extremes break was the most ancient Mahayana Buddhist technique. It had the power to kill enemies with cosmic rays. With this top-notch trump card, Lin Ling had already killed the North Pole Emperor and a great demon, so, now that there was a chance, Lin Ling would definitely not miss the chance to raise the power of his trump card. Buddhist chants rose in Lin Ling's mind. Although the Universe 3 Extremes break was a Mahayana Buddhist technique, it was not the purest Buddhist technique. It was the Tao of killing Buddhas, annihilation, and killing 3000 cosmic rays, called Jiayuan break. Lin Ling's heart seemed to explode. The cultivation method of the second Universe 3 Extremes break had appeared, forming 3 cosmic rays, killing all souls. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. With such a terrifying trump card, Lin Ling was confident that even among the king-level universe gods, there were fewer people who could block his trump card. The Tao Pagoda is indeed the place where the final gods fight. Lin Ling was excited. He had not been in the Tao Pagoda for long, but his strength had greatly increased. Next, he checked the Pangu's attack again. Unfortunately, it was still far away from the next attack. On the contrary, the increase in power of the Quafu Sun chasing boots allowed Lin Ling to have a speed of 200 million. Next, I have to improve my divine embryo. After all, my strongest divine embryo is the eternal killing world, and this divine embryo is only at the level of a superior god. The improvement of the divine embryo directly affects the breakthrough and even affects the amount of divine power. If the divine embryo is too weak, it will undoubtedly be difficult for me to improve my realm. Moreover, I also need to start preparing treasures to open the 9th dantian. However, I reckon that the last dantian should be the most difficult. But now that the 8 dantians have been opened, my strength has become heaven-defying. If the 9th dantian is opened, it will undoubtedly allow me to surpass the universe. Lin Ling was analyzing his own path of cultivation. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and noticed that everyone was sitting cross-legged around him. Everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This made Lin Ling feel relieved. In a cruel place like the Tao Pagoda, everyone's strength would undoubtedly increase and they would be able to survive longer. What an unexpected piece of news. When the Tao child saw that Lin Ling had woken up, he could not help but shake his head helplessly. So, instead of dealing with us, why don't you think of ways to deal with Tong Tian sect leader? After all, if he doesn't die, what's the point of us dying? Lin Ling hurriedly advised, there's also Dipankara Buddha. His strength is also heaven-defying. He should also be your number 1 enemy. He took the opportunity to infuriate these 2 giants. We also know this. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't do anything before. The Tao child nodded. Moreover, if you're alive, because you're devouring each other, you can still restrain each other. If you're all dead, then Tong Tian sect leader and Dipunk Buddha will be one big family. Hearing this, Lin Ling was secretly happy. This young man has won my heart. Well, it's almost time. This palace is about to disappear. Then, the Tao child stood up, went to the window, and looked into the distance with a solemn gaze. Lin Ling saw this and did the same. Outside the window, the pitch-black prairie was still cold and cruel. From time to time, strange eyes flashed past. Lin Ling stared out the window and asked casually, "By the way, are there many experts like you in the orthodoxy?" "There aren't many, but there are also quite a few." The Tao child did not hide anything. The Tao Pagoda has gathered many ancient god clans, such as the Tooth clan from the Fog Sea. These god clans have existed since the creation of the world. Coupled with their unity, their strength is not weak now. Moreover, there are also cultivators from the underworld, as well as cultivators from the chaotic realm. Of course, there are also 5 ancient emperors. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling felt as though his horizons had been broadened. Although he had already stepped into the pinnacle of this era, it was still extremely difficult to move forward in this great cosmos where thousands of races stood on equal footing. And there were 5 ancient emperors. It was about time for the Yellow Emperor and the others to enter the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling knew that they were still outside the Tao Pagoda to collect more Tao realm fragments and reach the final peak. Well, the Sun Palace is about to disappear. At this time, the Tao child looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although you are the host body of the world's will, we can still talk. As for me, I am the 10,000-year Tao child. I once sent 10 million doppelgangers into the endless universe to experience life. After 1,000 years, I returned and gathered them into one body. I see. No wonder you gave me a sense of familiarity. Because I think I have seen one of your doppelgangers before. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. And I am Lin Ling. So it's you, Lin Ling. I have heard a lot about you. The Tao child's expression was obviously shocked. It seemed that he had heard of Lin Ling's name, Rumble. At the same time, the palace began to collapse. Sunlight shone in and fell on the bodies of the gods in the palace, making them smile. Another night had passed, and now it was time for a harvest. In the dazzling prairie, all kinds of treasures grew wildly. All the gods began to collect them. This was the universe's reward for them. After all, they had passed another tribulation. Yu, collect the treasures. Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. Looking around the palace, it was the giant gods of the universe who were collecting the treasures. When they saw Lin Ling, their expressions were obviously not good. However, when they saw the Tao child, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only let Lin Ling and the others collect the treasures. Of course, they were also shocked. They did not expect the demon child to be able to chat so happily with the youth. It was extremely strange. After the Tao child leaves, those people are dead meat. Yes, the Sun Moon God will definitely come to settle accounts with them. Moreover, the gods they bullied before will also come to settle accounts with them. These giant gods of the universe kept collecting the treasures, but they were also talking coldly. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know their little scheme? He did not leave. First, he wanted to collect the treasures around him. Second, the Tao child was still here. He would give some face. After the Tao child left, the treasures collected by these giant gods of the universe would all belong to him, Lin Ling. In a place like the Tao Pagoda, Lin Ling would not be merciful to anyone. Well, Lin Ling, I have to go first. You guys continue collecting. If there is a chance, I hope to meet you on the 2nd level. After a while, the Tao child smiled at Lin Ling, took a step, and disappeared. The gods on the prairie were still collecting treasures, but the sneers on their faces were getting thicker. They were ready to make a move. When St. Guy's voice rang out, half of the grassland fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and looked at St. Guy in disbelief. They were already prepared to attack St. Guy, but before they could, St. Guy and the others had already set their sights on them. He even wanted them to hand over their treasures. One had to know that many of them had no intention of attacking at all. St. Guy's words had offended everyone present. Reckless fool, you actually dared to provoke me. I didn't intend to bother with them, but they overestimated themselves and tried to steal our things. Kill them. All the gods stopped their harvesting and looked coldly at Saint Guy and the others. Young friend, I'm the first Yang Ming greedy wolf star emperor of the 7 Big Dipper emperors. Take back what you said before, or I'll take your life. The other powerful gods also spoke in a cold voice. The eyes of the gods who had a grudge against Lin Ling were now ice cold, and they were already planning how to slaughter these people. Saint Guy, don't waste your breath on them. Kill them all. At this time, Lin Ling's voice rang out. He looked at Yu and the others and said, you guys attack too. I'll be in charge of harvesting. Lin Ling had always been in charge of protecting them while Yu and the others harvested. But this time, Lin Ling would be the one harvesting. He wanted to let Yu and the others experience their strength after breaking through. Okay. Yu and the others nodded. Within the sunstone sculpture, their strength had greatly increased, and their confidence had been greatly boosted, especially Yun Yao and the others. They had broken through 2 levels. Hee, it's finally our turn to attack. Lei Gong and the others sneered and walked out slowly. That youth who can transform into a giant, he's not attacking? As for the cosmos giant gods, all of them frowned as they felt humiliated. The other gods were even more so. Lin Ling had once displayed his strength in the Sun Temple, so everyone knew that he was the strongest. But now, he wasn't attacking. Did he think that they weren't worth Lin Ling's time? Kill them. The deities didn't waste any more words. They attacked one after another, wanting to kill Lin Ling and the others. Attack. With Lei Gong as the leader, everyone also attacked. This was especially true for Lei Gong, Longyang, and Xiaoluan. Their strength had skyrocketed, and it could be said that they were more than twice as strong as before. Because they were the hosts of the world will, they could control the world will's power as they pleased. Even Lin Ling couldn't do this. There were more than a dozen giant gods present, and Lei Gong and the other 2 were able to block more than half of them. In addition, Saint Guy was also helping. Although they could not kill the giant god of the universe, it was not difficult to block him. There were strong and weak universe gods as well, and these universe gods couldn't compare to the likes of Emperor Ziwei. These people are also so strong? Impossible. If they are so strong, why didn't they unleash their full strength when they entered the palace? Could it be that they crazily increased their strength in the palace? Seeing Lei Gong and the others fighting against the giant god of the universe, the surrounding deities were all shocked. At the same time, Yu and the others also attacked. Although their realms weren't high, they had received guidance from Lin Ling and were proficient in many techniques. Looking at treasure god Nanhua Fingyu and pure lady Whitewater, they were suppressing their opponents. Die. Treasure god Nanhua Fingyu and the others had traveled extensively with Lin Ling and had seen a lot. They already had powerful trump cards. Attack. What are you idiots looking at? Seeing that they couldn't kill Lei Gong and the others, many deities shouted at the same time into the distance. There were still many deities watching from afar, and they were very shocked. Then they pondered for a moment and also attacked. That brat is collecting. Maybe he's the weakest. Some deities from other places stared at Lin Ling because Lin Ling's realm wasn't high. More importantly, Lin Ling was actually collecting. Perhaps they could succeed in a sneak attack. Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold. If he could kill Lin Ling, all the treasures on Lin Ling's body would belong to him. Why bother fighting with others? Hee. That deity became more and more excited and pounced. However, just as he moved, he realized that a few other deities were also pouncing toward Lin Ling with the same idea as him. Damn it. He couldn't help but curse. At the same time, he shouted, let's make it clear first. We'll split the loot equally. What a cunning person. There were gods flying toward Lin Ling from all directions, all of them cursing in their hearts. Originally, after killing Lin Ling, the loot would belong to him alone. However, with so many people attacking, the loot would have to be split equally. Forget it, we'll split the loot equally. However, they also agreed to it. After all, this was a sneak attack. They would retreat after a successful attack. Otherwise, the other deities would have to split their loot even more. Then, they locked their gazes on Lin Ling. All of them prepared a powerful killer move, wanting to kill Lin Ling instantly. they were confident that when these killer moves were combined, even a giant god of the universe would have to avoid them. However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who had been bending down to collect the loot, slowly stood up. He only glanced around before throwing out a few punches, then, he continued to collect. Bam. Bam, bam. 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 The deities that had pounced on Lin Ling earlier were all killed with a single punch. Their divine bodies exploded, and their divine bones and divine blood spilled all over the ground. The surroundings fell silent at once. The deities that were still fighting stopped subconsciously and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. One punch, a late-stage high god died. Moreover, he didn't use any killer move at all. It was just a very ordinary punch. Moreover, that punch had killed several high gods at the same time. If he had attacked earlier, what would the result have been? At the thought of this, many deities began to retreat because the result they imagined was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly stood up straight and carefully counted his loot. People couldn't help but look around Lin Ling and realize that all the treasures around the palace had been collected by Lin Ling. An ominous premonition quietly rose in their hearts. Okay, time's up. It's my turn. Sure enough, Lin Ling looked around with a faint smile. He didn't want to waste too much time here. After all, he still had to go to other places to collect loot. Oh no, he's going to attack. All the deities were shocked. What's there to be afraid of? He's just one person. Someone forcefully emboldened himself. That's right, that's right. We have more than a dozen giant gods of the universe here. What's there to be afraid of? More people nodded. They all looked at Lin Ling and wanted to say something, but at this moment, Lin Ling had already attacked. The speed of the Quafu sun chasing boots exploded, and the third stage of the fusion talent burst out with a strength of 3 billion. Bam, in the prairie, a loud boom sounded. Then, a deity exploded, dead. Pung, 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 even more gods died without knowing how they died. Even if they used powerful methods, such as the god staircase, it was useless. It was as if night had fallen on the prairie as a large number of gods died. This also caused all the gods to tremble in fear. It was too terrifying, so the result of this youth's attack was so terrifying. I don't want the treasures anymore. Some gods were completely terrified. They threw down the treasures and wanted to run. Pung. However, they still couldn't escape death. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared. He looked at everyone indifferently and said, "You wasted so much of my time, and now you want to run. What's the use of not dying? You." Countless gods' eyes narrowed. What an arrogant tone. It was useless to beg for mercy because they had wasted the youth's time. This was too overbearing. It's your turn. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes locked onto a universe giant. This person was the weakest among the dozen or so universe giants. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He unleashed all his strength and ruthlessly slashed at that universe giant like a god descending to the mortal world. I remember you. In the palace, you were the one who was most dissatisfied with me. A terrifying sword, mixed with ferocious murderous intent, slashed out. That universe giant was attacking Lei Gong and the others. After sensing the terrifying power behind him, he shouted angrily, "Do you really think I'm a superior god? I have 10 billion deity force on me." He pushed with both hands, and a huge circular shield appeared. The shield contained terrifying deity force with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around it. It was incomparably powerful. This was the origin-breaking shield. According to legend, it was formed from an unformed universe, Rumble. However, when Lin Ling's sword slashed down, the shield suddenly swayed. Afterward, the killing illusion affected that universe giant. Not good. This universe giant god anxiously roared, bang. However, the next sword strike cut through the shield and split this giant god of the universe into two. Boundless divine essence poured out like the universe. The prairie was also slashed open, and the world was in turmoil. What a terrifying sword. Countless gods trembled, even a universe giant was killed with a single sword, and the dozen or so universe giant gods retreated one after another, their expressions changing drastically. On the third level of the Sun God Palace, because Lin Ling did not follow the rules, they were not convinced. They planned to kill Lin Ling after the palace disappeared, but now, it seemed that Lin Ling was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It would not be easy to kill him. although the giant universe god that was killed was the weakest, they had a feeling that this youth had not used his full strength. Hand over the treasure and accept your death. Lin Ling landed on the ground and waved his sword, as if he was doing the most ordinary thing. After all, when Han Shuo was an early-stage high god, there were few high gods who could match him. Now that he was a mid-stage high god, his 8 dantians had been greatly strengthened. Other than those heaven-defying Dao children, there was no high god who could stop him. You're the one who harmed us. Hand over your life. However, at this moment, dark clouds rolled in from afar. A sun and a moon were approaching, the prairie burned, and the other side froze. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Looking carefully, 2 chariots were galloping between the sun and moon. 2 old men stood on each chariot. They were majestic, like the sun god and the moon god. The sun-moon god is here. When they saw the 2 of them, the spirits of all the gods shook, and smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. The sun-moon god was extremely famous on the first level of the Dao Pagoda. Although they were universe giant gods, they were much stronger than ordinary universe giant gods. All the universe giant gods treated the sun-moon god as if they were seniors. Everyone knew very well why the sun-moon god and the others had come. Last night, Lin Ling had actually ambushed the sun-moon god and the others, tricking them. If it were anyone else, they would be in a bad mood, not to mention that the other party was the sun-moon god. That's great. They managed to escape last night. Some of the universe giant gods clenched their fists in excitement. Senior sun-moon god, the person who sneak attacked you is here. There were even people who pointed at Lin Ling and shouted happily. Brat, I told you, you're dead. Look, the sun-moon god and the others are still alive. This means that the heavens want you dead, ha 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 ha. Following that, many gods looked at Lin Ling, taking pleasure in his misfortune and sneering. How pitiful. You escaped last night and should have stayed far away. Now you're here to settle the score with me. Aren't you courting death? Lin Ling also looked at the sun-moon god and shook his head sympathetically. Brat, do you still remember what happened last night? At the same time, the sun-moon god and the others saw Lin Ling and smiled ferociously. I remember. The 2 of you ran away like stray dogs. Lin Ling nodded. Haha, you still dare to be arrogant. The 2 sun-moon gods were not angry. Instead, they smiled even more ferociously. You should repent for your actions last night for the rest of your life. We said that if we're still alive, we'll definitely come for revenge. Now, what do you have to say? They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, as if they were looking down on Lin Ling. I have nothing to say. If there's anything, it's because you blocked Lin Ling's path of survival. You deserve to die. Lin Ling sneered. His arrogant words made the sun-moon god and sun-moon god, who were not angry at all, finally angry. They thought that after seeing Lin Ling again, Lin Ling would regret, be afraid, and even beg for mercy. However, Lin Ling said everything was right and proper. It was as if they deserved to die for blocking his path of survival. Shameless boasting. Die, you bastard. They couldn't hold back their killing intent. They exploded with their techniques and attacked Lin Ling. Their divine power was indeed terrifying. It had reached more than 20 billion. When the 2 of them joined forces, it was close to 50 billion. Even a giant god of the universe would not be able to face such godly power, let alone Lin Ling. I'll use you guys to test my 3 extreme universe break. Facing such strong opponents, Lin Ling also knew that he could not win with his own strength. He activated his newly comprehended trump card, forming 3 large cosmic rays that shot out in a grandiose manner. This was the Jiayuan break of the 3,000 great universes. It sealed off heaven and earth and everything, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. At this moment, the sun-moon god was still riding the war chariot and attacking Lin Ling. However, suddenly, a terrifying sense of danger came, causing their souls to tremble violently. It was as if they were about to collapse. The Jiayuan break was obviously much more terrifying than the demon subduing break. Before the attack even reached them, the power of the Mahayana Buddhist technique was already enough to cause their souls to collapse. Run. Although the sun-moon god did not know what was going on, he wanted to retreat. He drove the war chariot and fled frantically. Unfortunately, it was too late. They had just turned around when the cosmic rays sealed them and froze them in the sky, motionless. the divine power that was attacking Lin Ling seemed to have lost its target because of the death of the Sun Moon God. It exploded in all directions, causing a large number of gods to die. The prairie was terrifyingly silent. Everyone was staring at the two war chariots on the ground. Over there, the sun god fire was burning, and the coldness of the moon was freezing the space. However, the masters of the war chariots were already dead. Moreover, they had died in a single blow, without knowing why. One had to know that these were two giant universe gods, and they were even two unusual giant universe gods. Earlier on, everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Fellow Taoist, I won't participate in this matter. The silence lasted for a moment until Lin Ling calmly looked at everyone. Someone swallowed his saliva and spoke in a low voice. Lin Ling only looked at him calmly without saying a word, but his eyes were as though he was looking at a dead object. Moreover, Lin Ling's body began to quietly grow, and he eventually turned into a towering giant, a fist smashed down from the sky, mixed with unparalleled power. You! That giant universe god's eyes widened. He had already decided not to participate in this matter, but the other party still wanted to kill him. Boom! Even though this giant universe god had erupted with powerful godly power and even god steps, this giant universe god was immediately reduced to ashes after the fist landed. Another giant universe god had died. Most importantly, he was killed in an instant without being able to resist. Fellow Taoist, you are too arrogant. The remaining giant universe gods said angrily. Although they were in awe of Lin Ling's strength, it was Lin Ling who provoked them first. Moreover, they had already taken a step back and no longer cared about this matter. I was originally arrogant. Lin Ling looked down at everyone. After stepping into the mid-stage high god realm, Panga's attack made him feel as though he could break through the universe. He stared at the giant universe gods with eyes full of disdain, saying that I won't participate in this matter and then not caring about it. This was not taking Lin Ling seriously at all. Boom! Lin Ling punched out again, and with a wha-la-la sound, another powerful universe giant god was killed. Next, he stomped out. It seemed huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. This stomp was like the leg of a giant. Beneath the soles of his feet, a giant cosmos god supported the heavens with both hands and used all his strength to resist. However, 13 incense burners appeared beneath his feet, forming smoke that actually blocked Lin Ling's foot. Of course, this was just barely blocking it, because Lin Ling's foot was still stomping down, but the speed had slowed down by a bit. You have some skills. You can be considered one of the stronger giant gods of the universe. Lin Ling looked down at the giant universe god and said indifferently. Fellow Taoist, spare me, spare me. However, Lin Ling's praise didn't make the giant universe god happy at all. Instead, he became more and more flustered, because when he looked up, it was as if he saw a mountain crashing down on him. Most importantly, he wouldn't be able to resist this power for long. Spare my life. When you wanted to kill me previously, you didn't say anything about sparing my life. Besides, do you think that the giant gods of the universe are so great? You're just king level. It's not like I haven't killed one before. I've already killed giant gods of the universe who are stronger than you. Lin Ling said coldly. The huge soles of his feet pressed down harder and harder, causing the giant god of the universe god to panic even more. His body continued to tremble, and his face turned pale. This was the scariest thing in life. Watching death approach with one's own eyes, yet there was nothing one could do. No, 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 don't. His body gradually bent, and it was obvious that he couldn't resist the huge palm in the sky. The surrounding gods were all trembling as if they had seen the scariest thing in life. In fact, as gods, they had seen countless life and death situations in their lives. However, to see a giant slowly stomping a giant god of the universe god to death was unforgettable. It was also the first time in their lives that they had seen it. Bang! The voice of the giant god of the universe became weaker and weaker until Lin Ling's foot stomped down and completely crushed him into minced meat. Only an endless powerful brilliance flowed out, but unfortunately, it couldn't hurt Lin Ling at all. I'll hand over my treasures. The god stared fixedly at Lin Ling and then handed over their treasures. Bang! However, Lin Ling still punched out and killed that god. I've said it before. Even if you hand over your treasures, you'll still die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for wasting too much of my time. Lin Ling said indifferently after killing his opponent. He had killed many gods in his life, but most of them were done with a purpose. This was also the first time he had killed gods on sight. No matter if they were good or bad, he would kill them all. The main reason was that this was the Dao Tower. Bang! Although Lin Ling had transformed into a giant, his speed was still very fast, and he continued to attack. With every punch, a god would die. Even a giant god of the universe couldn't escape death, let alone a superior god. Run! The gods couldn't care less. They only wanted to escape immediately. When they saw Lin Ling, it was as if they saw darkness descending. However, they weren't surprised by this scene. On the first floor of the Dao Tower, there were actually quite a number of violent gods like Lin Ling. In the Dao Tower, if you weren't killed, then you were killed. This was a very cruel law, but it was also a very simple principle. Escape? By the time I finished picking the spirit herbs, it's already too late for you to escape. Lin Ling took a step forward, and his speed was incomparably fast. This was because he had also activated Panga's absolute shock, doubling his speed. How could a superior god's speed be faster than his? Bang 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 bang. In the east, a large number of gods were killed, and treasures were scattered all over the sky. Bang bang bang. In the west, countless gods had fallen. Bang bang bang. In the north, even a giant god of the universe couldn't escape death. I gate divine technique. Burning blood forbidden technique. Many gods activated their life-saving trump cards, only wanting to leave this place immediately. Some of them teleported, and some escaped with the speed of 100 million worlds. Bang bang bang. However, only a few could escape. The main reason was that there were too many gods around, and Lin Ling couldn't take care of them all. Otherwise, he would have died all the same. And the surrounding gods gradually fell. In the end, there was no one left in the prairie, only treasures and bloodstains on the ground. There were also gods flying over from afar. After seeing this scene from afar, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Without saying a word, they fled into the distance. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that there must have been a massacre here. They fled so quickly. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly recovering. His hands and body were covered in blood. Then, he let Lei Gong and the rest collect the treasures on the ground. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Lei Gong and the rest were ecstatic. They didn't care about the dead gods at all. First, this was the Dao realm. Second, that group of people wanted to kill them. After Lin Ling recovered, he also helped collect the treasures on the ground. Then, everyone rushed into the distance, collecting many treasures on the way. In the following days, Lin Ling and the others gathered treasures every day and searched for palaces at night. As they gradually familiarized themselves with the first level of the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling and the others were like fish in water. On the first level of the Dao Pagoda, the strongest were the king-level giant cosmos gods. However, among these giant cosmos gods, there were very few who were as strong as the North Pole Emperor. It seemed that the stronger giant cosmos gods had all gone to the second level. This made Lin Ling and the others look forward to it. The first level already had so many treasures, so what about the second level? Every night, Lin Ling and the others stayed in the palaces, but they did not encounter any palaces with sunstone sculptures. It had to be said that they were lucky to have encountered one last time. On this day, they continued to move forward until a huge city surrounded by walls appeared in front of them. The reason why it was seen as a besieged city was mainly because it was surrounded by magnificent walls. Inside the city, there were no buildings or anything like that. However, there seemed to be no darkness in the city surrounded by walls. The light of the sun was constantly shining there. Big Brother Ling, what a strange place. Yu said in surprise as she stared at the city surrounded by walls from afar. Could it be that this is the only palace that won't be damaged? Lei Gong was also shocked. I think that's the way to the second level. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, you guys forgot that we were protected by divine light when we came here. There's also divine light here, so it must be the way to the second level. That's right. Everyone laughed. And Yuer looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, are we going to the second level? Now that we've gathered a lot of treasures and have enough resources for everyone to break through, it's time to go to the second level. After all, the treasures on the second level are probably more valuable than those on the first level. Lin Ling told everyone his idea after a moment of contemplation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Currently, they were considered invincible existences in the first level, and they had collected quite a number of treasures. However, they lacked the foundation of the innate talent of their divine embryos to break through. The first level did not have treasures that could increase the innate talent of their divine embryos. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lin Ling led everyone forward, approaching the besieged city. At this moment, there were quite a few people heading towards the city, but most of the gods stayed around the city and did not enter as they pleased. After asking around, Saint Guy found out that in order to enter besieged city, each person would need 10 million Dao realm fragments. Moreover, these were only those who had entered the fortress, not those who had entered the second level. Nowadays, most gods had more universe spirit herbs and fewer Dao realm fragments. 10 million wasn't a small number. So expensive. Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. During this period of time, they had killed quite a number of gods, and they had obtained quite a number of Dao realm fragments. However, there were many of them, and all of them added up to a total of 100 million. This didn't include the Dao realm fragments required to enter the second level from the first level. No wonder so many people are not entering the city. There are also divine lights around the city. Most people are probably here to seek refuge. Yu and the others looked around and said, "That's right. Right now, it's very, very difficult to enter the second level. Only those with heaven-defying strength can ignore them and directly enter the city." One of the gods sighed. Them? Yu was instantly curious. That's right. This city wasn't originally besieged. It was built by a group of powerful gods. They occupied this place and then collected the Dao realm fragments. These gods are extremely despicable. However, they are too strong. With so many giant gods of the universe holding down the fort, ordinary gods wouldn't dare to provoke them. Right now, in the first level, many gods have 10 million Dao realm fragments, but they don't have enough to enter the city. Seeing that it was Yu's first time here, the surrounding gods explained. They were all unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. When Lin Ling and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. At first, they thought it was a rule of the Dao Pagoda. It turned out that a group of gods had occupied a mountain and were sitting there collecting tolls. TSK. How profitable. 10 million per person, and they're not robbing us. Saint Guy said jealously. They are robbing us. Lei Gong said helplessly. An impulse arose in his heart. He wanted to rush into the city and leave immediately. After all, during this period of time, they had swept through and crushed many giant gods of the universe. They had become confident in their hearts. Of course, Lei Gong wasn't too sure about the experts in the city, so he was just thinking about it. Sorry, you want 30 million Dao realm fragments? At this time, a few gods were kicked out of the door. They were bombarded and flew backward, smashing into the ground. It was extremely embarrassing. After one of the gods stood up, his expression was furious. You guys are raising the price. Didn't we agree on 10 million Dao realm fragments? Also, why are you attacking us? Another god scolded angrily. Only the god in the middle remained silent, but his eyes were flickering with coldness. This god was an old man dressed in sloppy clothes. He didn't seem to have a high cultivation level, but his aura was extremely mysterious. Lin Ling stared at the old man, and his expression changed. He was extremely surprised. It's him. Yu and the others were also the same. This was because this person was Taoist master of many treasures. No one had expected to meet Taoist master of myriad treasures here. Moreover, Taoist master of myriad treasures wanted to enter the second level but was kicked out. This guy is so mysterious. I didn't expect his strength to be so good. He's about to enter the second level. Lin Ling smiled, and Lei Gong beside him asked, do we need to help? Let's wait and see. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I haven't seen this old man for a long time. Let's see how much his strength has improved. While Lin Ling and the others were waiting quietly, the two sides surrounding the city gate were facing each other. They didn't see eye to eye with each other. You guys occupy this place and forcefully collect the toll. That's one thing, but you even dare to raise the price. You guys are bandits, robbers. The god who was kicked out scolded angrily. Instantly, dissatisfied voices came from all around. This was because the gods were already dissatisfied with the gods surrounding the city. Shut up, all of you. The gods outside the gate shouted sternly when they saw the crowd speaking. One of the gods even flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly attacked. Rumble. Powerful divine power was activated, and the expressions of Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures and the others changed. They flew into a rage. It was one thing to cheat them, and it was one thing to attack them before, but now, it was another thing to attack them. They dared to come to the city because they were pretty strong. They had also killed many gods in the Great Prairie. When had they ever suffered such a big loss? Die. A god beside Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures also attacked. Rumble. The city gate shook, and the expressions of the surrounding gods changed drastically. This was because no one had dared to attack here for many years. Which junior dares to be so arrogant? The rumbling alarmed the gods within the city, and a large number of gods rushed out. The god in the lead rode a dragon and arrived majestically. However, when Lin Ling saw that deity, the expression on his face, which had been waiting to watch a good show, finally changed. A large number of gods walked out of the huge walls, causing the area outside the city to suddenly fall silent. Everyone looked at the few people who walked out with solemn expressions. That's giant god Pepsi. Someone said in a low voice, causing everyone to stare at that god with reverence. As for the so-called giant god Pepsi, he sat on a huge green dragon bound by chains and looked majestic. His eyes were also filled with killing intent as he looked around. Using a dragon as a mount, and it was a dragon god, showed how powerful giant god Pepsi was. What's going on with the three of you? Sitting on the dragon, giant god Pepsi said indifferently as he stared at Taoist Myriad Treasures and the other two. My lord. A god told him what had happened earlier. What? You attacked my people just because they didn't want to pay? Giant god Pepsi narrowed his eyes as 7 types of light emanated from his body like a dense fog. Legend had it that he was an elite of the Nether God tribe and cultivated the 7 emotions of the universe. All the emotions and desires of the world were under his control. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter such a farce as soon as I arrived. He's probably dissatisfied with having his Tao realm fragment taken away. However, the Tao Tower is extremely cruel. Without strength, only death awaits if you don't hand over your Tao realm fragment. That's right. Handing over your Tao realm fragment is better than being killed. Inside the walls, many people were watching with smiles on their faces. Some of them had already handed over their Tao realm fragments. They had slaughtered countless gods and had quite a number of Tao realm fragments. Some of them had heaven-defying strength and were invincible among the giant gods of the universe, so they didn't need to hand over their Tao realm fragments. Therefore, those outside the city who wanted to enter but couldn't hand over their Tao realm fragments naturally watched the show. It's you who raised the price first and even attacked us. A god beside Taoist Myriad Treasures said angrily. Good, you actually dare to talk back. Giant god Pepsi's eyes turned cold. Her face seemed to be constantly changing, with all kinds of colors swirling around it. Kill them. Giant god Pepsi shouted with a wave of his hand. At the city gates, a large number of gods rushed over, erupting with powerful strength and forming a storm. Among these people, even the weakest was a peak higher deity, and there were even quite a few universe giant gods. With such strength, even in the Tao realm, he would be an overlord of a region, an existence that no one would dare to offend. However, in the Tao Tower, they listened to giant god Pepsi. From this, one could see how cruel the Tao Tower was. An expanse of scarlet light gushed out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, spreading in all directions. Some of the gods who were surrounding the city to watch the show were instantly turned into pus and blood when the scarlet light approached them, and they were sucked into the scarlet light. This scarlet mist was clearly an incomparably powerful thing. High gods who touched it would die. At the same time, divine flowers bloomed on the ground like lotus flowers. After they bloomed, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The lotus flowers shot out a large number of lightning swords, which majestically shot towards Taoist Duo Bao and the other two. As soon as the lotus divine sword was unleashed, many gods in the surroundings were implicated and killed. In the Tao Tower, the lives of gods were extremely worthless, so even if they were implicated and killed, no one would stand up for them. Everyone could only hide further away, afraid that they would be implicated. However, there were also many weak gods who rushed. out from the city walls to collect the treasures of the dead gods, laughing excitedly. It was obvious that giant god Pepsi did not only want to kill Taoist Duo Bao and the others, but also the surrounding gods to obtain some treasures. It was just that they did not dare to be too obvious. Otherwise, who would dare to come here? The gods who were collecting treasures gained more and more. However, just as one of them was about to pick up the celestial Tao regression immortal on the ground, a foot suddenly stepped on it. Are you courting death? Let go. That god was enraged and raised his head abruptly. These celestial Tao regression immortals belonged to the city walls, and someone actually dared to disturb them. However, when he saw the person in front of him, his heart thumped, and he did not dare to say anything. He left with his tail between his legs and went elsewhere to collect celestial Tao regression immortals. With just a glance, he could sense the terrifying aura of the person in front of him, which made him shudder. After that person left, Lin Ling picked up the celestial Tao regression immortal on the ground and looked into the distance. Why is the dragon god of the Dragon Valley here? Also, I heard the people around say that giant god Pepsi of the underworld deity tribe. What is this underworld deity tribe? Could it be the ancient god race that the Tao child mentioned? Lei Gong frowned, but his words made Lin Ling nod. Rumble. At this moment, the battle at the gate was incomparably intense. Taoist Duo Bao and the other two were extremely powerful and could fight against a giant god of the universe. They actually blocked the attacks of the surrounding gods. It's them, the ancient Slaughter 3 gods. Someone recognized Taoist Duo Bao and the others. Although the prairie was vast and boundless, as long as one was a famous god, most people would know about them. After all, if one encountered these gods, one would have to flee or be killed, and the ancient Slaughter 3 gods were one of them. Rumor had it that these 3 gods were extremely powerful and could even kill a giant god of the universe. Humph, in this place where I've surrounded the city, all gods will die. At this moment, giant god Pepsi roared and pulled at the sky with both hands. 7 rays of light appeared, and they were joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. They had absorbed the life forms of the universe and condensed over countless years. These 7 colored rays of light transformed into a huge divine saber, which giant god Pepsi held in his hand. He rode on an azure dragon and pounced toward Taoist Duo Bao and the others. The saber ruthlessly slashed out, and it had the power to cut through time and the universe. This saber was a powerful god stare that could greatly affect the opponent's various powers, including soul power, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, all-encompassing and vast like smoke, originally had such power. Not good, my godly power has been weakened. This saber is estimated to have 20 billion godly power. The 2 gods beside Taoist Duo Bao said anxiously. Their strength was at the level of a giant god of the universe. It was just that they usually hid their strength and pretended to be weak to eat the tigers, killing the gods that passed by, but now, they felt that it would be difficult to block that saber. The main reason was that they were confident in blocking that saber's godly power. However, the power of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire had affected their fighting strength. I'll do it. At this moment, Taoist Duo Bao stepped forward with a solemn expression. A wine gourd appeared in his hand. The gourd looked ordinary, but when the stopper was opened, a vortex quietly appeared and formed a shield in front of Taoist Duo Bao. Rumble, the terrifying saber slashed out, and the prairie seemed to be split apart. However, when it landed on the vortex, the originally ferocious godly power actually turned into water and slowly flowed into the gourd. His joy, anger, grief, fear, love, hatred, and lust could affect all the states of a god. His godly energy, physical strength, soul strength, and god steps could even dim treasures. However, this sloppy old man actually blocked his saber strike, and his opponent was merely a late-stage high god. Looks like you're not an ordinary late-stage high god. Giant god Pepsi said solemnly. His hands pulled at the sky again, and as though he was pulling a rainbow, it transformed into a universe blade and slashed out. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, informing the other giant gods to attack together. So powerful. Lin Ling, is that Taoist myriad treasures the world will? Longyang, who had been watching the battle from the other side of the wall, asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. I didn't expect this to be the Taoist myriad treasures world will. But it's also very powerful. It actually melted the powerful blade. No wonder he can fight against a giant god despite being a mere high god. Longyang nodded in understanding. The power of the world's will, if one knew the method to control it, would be able to erupt with a powerful force. This kind of power was not the power of a god, nor was it the steps of a god, nor was it an ancient divine ability. It was the most invincible, the sharpest ancient power, therefore, it was normal for Taoist myriad treasures to be able to fight against a giant god. Lei Gong, attack! However, at this moment, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He realized that Taoist myriad treasure's gourd was indeed powerful, but it could only block one attack. This was probably because the world will hadn't grown, giant god Pepsi was extremely treacherous. After attacking, he got others to help him. Hee, I'll take this treasure of yours. Giant god Pepsi sneered. Taoist myriad treasures had also sensed the sneak attacks, but he could only use his gourd to block giant god Pepsi's attack. As for his friends, they were pinned down by other gods and couldn't help him at all. Rumble, but at this moment, a terrifying force came. The giant god of myriad treasures, who had attempted to sneak attack him, froze. Then, his body transformed into a pearl the size of a finger and gradually scattered on the ground, dead. A huge universe god died just like that. The area around the city was completely silent. Who is it? Titan god Pepsi's saber slashed down with enough force to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. However, the force was immediately sucked into the bottle gourd, and he let out a furious roar. Sorry, it's me. An old man stood not far from Taoist myriad treasures, and he walked over slowly. He had his hands behind his back, and his silver hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes shone like lightning. It's you. Taoist master of many treasures clearly recognized the other party and was extremely shocked. Old man, long time no see. Lei Gong said with a faint smile. Back in the Eight Gods Celestial Palace, Lei Gong had not been with Lin Ling, so compared to Lin Ling and the others, he was not very familiar with Taoist of many treasures. However, they had met in the void of the 9 continents. You're here too. Then Lin Ling and the others. Taoist master of many treasures fell into deep thought. Then, he looked around. He first saw Saint Guy, then treasure god Nanhua Fingyu, pure lady Bai, and the others. This made him smile excitedly. These people had fought with him against Tongtian's suppression in the Eight Gods Celestial Palace. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had gone through thick and thin together. Then, he saw Yu, young Master Yao, and the others. So many people are here. Haha, I didn't expect to see so many people from the 9 continents in the vast universe. Taoist myriad treasures was inexplicably excited. The 9 continents was so small. The Tao Pagoda was as huge as a mountain. Logically speaking, the gods of the 9 continents were not qualified to enter the Tao Pagoda. However, not only had people from the 9 continents entered the Tao Pagoda, but there were also many of them. Since they were here, it meant that the number 1 god of the 9 continents was here as well. Who are you? At this moment, Titan god Pepsi was shocked. The people in front of him did not have high realms, but they were not weak. Get lost. However, at this moment, a sword slashed over. Endless killing illusions resisted the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sharp sword, mixed with the terrifying power of gods, suddenly descended on Titan god Pepsi's head. This sword was too fast. Most importantly, its power was not weak. It could easily kill a high god. Therefore, Titan god Pepsi clenched his right fist and punched the sky. After resisting the sword, he cautiously retreated. Then, he saw that the person who attacked him was a young man. A young man who seemed to be a mid-stage high god. Who are you? Titan god Pepsi landed on the ground and shouted. This group of people was too strange. Could they be the helpers of the ancient killing 3 gods? Lin Ling. You really came. Taoist myriad treasures stared at the young man walking over, and the smile on his face deepened. He knew that wherever Yu and the others were, this young man would definitely appear. However, when he saw the young man strolling over, he sighed in his heart. Back in the 9 continents, this young man was a junior who had bought a treasure map from him. Now, however, this young man had become the leader of the 9 continents. Even he felt like he was looking up to him. Moreover, after seeing Lin Ling attack, he knew that today's matter would most likely be resolved. This guy is always in his place. No matter how big the problem is, he can always solve it. He's simply omnipotent. But that's normal. After facing such big problems so often, he's used to it. Taoist Myriad Treasure smiled. At this moment, everyone, both inside and outside the city, was looking at Lin Ling and the others. They were shocked by the courage of these people. They actually dared to ruin the siege. One had to know that this matter had nothing to do with them. Who are you? Titan God Pepsi asked again. He felt more and more that Lin Ling was mysterious. After all, he also sensed that this group of mysterious gods seemed to be led by this young man. However, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the azure dragon on the ground. The azure dragon was also looking at Lin Ling. Its eyes continued to flicker, and then it became extremely excited. Senior Dragon God, it's you. Lin Ling stopped in front of the azure dragon. With a cold expression, he kept slashing with the sword in his hand. How dare you? What are you doing to my mount? Titan God Pepsi shouted angrily when he saw this. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to cut the chains on the azure dragon's body. These chains looked ordinary, but in fact, they contained a powerful aura of the underworld that suppressed the power of the underworld. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring him, Titan God Pepsi pulled at the sky with both hands. A rainbow saber fell from the sky and slashed at Lin Ling. Previously, he only managed to avoid the attack because of Lin Ling's sneak attack, but now, his Great Universe 7 emotion slash could kill even a giant god of the universe, but this young man was still alive. Get lost. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly became huge. Pangu's strike appeared, heaven and earth slash. The boundless light of 7 emotions spread out, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. In the midst of that power, giant god Pepsi was dumbstruck. His blade, divine power, divine steps, soul power, and all sorts of treasures were all affected. Even the previous Taoist master of many treasures could only rely on the power of dissolution to dissolve his blade. However, this young man had met force with force and destroyed his blade with a single punch. The entire area around besieged city was completely silent. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a higher god could actually resist giant god Pepsi. After all, giant god Pepsi was no ordinary god. He was one of the best among the giant gods of the universe. What did he rely on? Giant god Pepsi was still in deep thought. He couldn't believe it and was also searching for Lin Ling's weakness. The biggest feeling he got from Lin Ling was that he had grown bigger. Could it be his physical strength? However, his saber could even restrain the power of his physical body. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to giant god Pepsi's investigation. He even allowed him to do as he pleased. Instead, his body kept returning to its original state. He looked in front of him and saw that after the azure dragon was freed, it slowly turned into a burly old man. He was the dragon god of Dragon Valley. Lin Ling. The dragon god shouted at Lin Ling, extremely excited. After all, he had already thought that he would be a slave for the rest of his life. He didn't expect that someone in a powerful world like the Dao Pagoda could actually save him. Moreover, it was a junior from the void of the 9 states. If he hadn't seen Lin Ling break giant god Pepsi's blade with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Senior Dragon God, long time no see. Lin Ling sighed as he looked at the old man. He already knew that the destruction of Dragon Valley was the work of the Netherworld. In order to rescue the world will host sealed in Dragon Valley, the Netherworld destroyed Dragon Valley and took away a large number of dragons. Among them, the dragon god was enslaved. All this meant that giant god Pepsi was related to the Netherworld. It's been a long time, a long time. The dragon god also nodded with a sigh, but he also knew that now was not the time to sigh. He looked around and knew that trouble was still around. Yu, protect senior dragon god. Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. He had also seen that senior dragon god was merely an early-stage high god. Although Yu and the others' realms were about the same, they had been in the Dao realm for a long time and possessed many trump cards. After that, Lin Ling looked at giant god Pepsi. He knew that the other party definitely wouldn't let the matter rest since he had saved the dragon god. At the same time, Daoist Duo Bao and the others walked to Lin Ling's side and looked around solemnly. Daoist master of many treasures and the others were powerful gods of the Great Prairie. But when faced with such a powerful force that was besieging the city, they had to unite and resist the enemy. After all, the strength of the siege was too terrifying. It's them. I've heard that there's a new force emerging from the prairie. They're very powerful, and they've swept through a region. Many universe giant gods have died in their hands. I've heard of it too. But this new force actually dares to besiege the city and oppose them. The gods in the surroundings started discussing spiritedly. More and more gods walked out from the siege. They all narrowed their eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling and the others. Pepsi, young master, said that the matter outside the city has been going on for too long. Young master wants you to resolve it immediately. If you can't, we'll help, said a skinny middle-aged man in a fiery red robe among the gods who walked out from the siege. Whoa! Giant god Pepsi glanced at the middle-aged man, but his expression changed when he thought of young master. Then, he stared at Lin Ling, still thinking about Lin Ling's previous moves. However, he still couldn't see through him. It was too strange. Why wasn't he afraid of his 7 emotions great cosmos? Could it be that this person didn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires? One had to know that his 7 emotions great cosmos not only countered the power of gods, but also the power of the physical body and soul. Even people with the 7 emotions and 6 desires would be affected. He's just a higher deity. That's not right. He grew bigger just now. Could he have used something? He's just a higher deity. No matter if he grows or shrinks, his realm will never change. That destroyed me just now, could it be? Giant god Pepsi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He realized that he had entered a dead end. His 7 emotions great cosmos was too powerful. Therefore, he assumed that any god would have their strength greatly reduced in the face of this move. However, he had forgotten that the universe had ways to restrain him. Although there were very few in the 7 emotions great cosmos that could restrain him, it wasn't like there weren't any. This meant that the mysterious young man's move just happened to restrain him. Otherwise, how could a mere higher deity destroy his move? Haha, I know. At that thought, giant god Pepsi laughed loudly. His voice interrupted everyone. Previously, everyone had seen giant god Pepsi in a daze. They knew that he had met his match and was having a headache. But now, they knew that giant god Pepsi knew the solution. As expected of giant god Pepsi, Huowu and the other gods standing at the gate also smiled. At the same time, 2 more people walked out of the door. The leader was a skinny young man. He wasn't tall and wore a long black robe. His face was pale, and his hands were very, very long, reaching the ground. It was extremely strange. However, his strength was unfathomable. No one could see through him. Beside the young man was a man with chains all over his body. He had a shifty appearance and seemed extremely wretched. Giant god Pepsi, are you not done yet? Young Master Ming is getting more and more unhappy. The man's voice was very sharp and unpleasant to the ears. Waiter, don't worry. I know how to kill him. Giant god Pepsi's body trembled as he hurriedly said. Huowu and the others' expressions also changed as they bowed to the young man. Hurry up, the man said unhappily. Yes, waiter. Giant god Pepsi nodded hurriedly. What was strange was that the man was actually called Waiter. This name was like the name of a waiter in a restaurant. Moreover, he looked even more despicable. In fact, this man was indeed a despicable waiter. However, even if he was a despicable waiter, giant god Pepsi and the others did not dare to underestimate him. This was because they knew that Waiter was young Master Ming's follower. They did not know what young Master Ming was thinking. There were so many followers, but he had to choose a shifty-eyed guy. Lin Ling also looked at the crowd. His gaze fell on young Master Ming, and his eyes flashed. There were so many experts present, but young Master Ming was the only one he could not see through. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. He still had 2 uses of the immortal exterminating sword array. It was his trump card. Kid, you insist on helping them, right? Your good luck has come to an end. I've seen through your tricks. His was Pangu's strike, the most ancient ability left behind by Pangu. He really didn't know that such an ancient ability could be seen through. However, it was hard to say, After all, the universe was vast and boundless. Anything was possible. It's simple. I've seen through your technique. Take this. Giant God Pepsi roared and turned into a giant as well. Then, a terrifying divine power fell from the sky like a meteor. How terrifying. Many gods felt chills run down their spines and retreated far away. The divine power in Seven's punch was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could withstand. Huowu, little fool, and the others smiled faintly. As for young Master Ming, his eyes were full of disdain, but he nodded slightly. Previously, you destroyed my saber strike because you happened to restrain my 7 emotions great cosmos. Now, I will only use the purest divine power to kill you. Brute force can overcome everything. A domineering voice fell from the sky at the same time. Many people's eyes narrowed. Yes, they had missed this point. No matter how mysterious that young man was, he was only a higher god. Wouldn't he be killed by divine power? Seven had used the 7 emotions universe to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife, which was a thankless task. As expected of Seven. His reaction is fast. Someone said solemnly. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as well. He thought that Seven had seen through his technique. So this was it? What was this? Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything. He punched the sky. It looked like a simple punch, but it was actually Pangu's split the heavens. Lin Ling didn't know if there was any way to counter Pangu's strike, but it was impossible to defeat him with the power of a god. Rumble. Lin Ling's body continued to expand, and so did his fist. In the end, his fist collided heavily with Giant God Pepsi. Boom. With a loud bang, Giant God Pepsi's arm was broken. Then, Lin Ling's left fist punched out again. With another loud bang, Giant God Pepsi's head was blasted apart. Swoosh, endless blood rained down like a river, and then a giant collapsed. Boom. When the rumbling sound rang out, the city was shaken. Everyone was silent. Young Master Ming and the others narrowed their eyes. Killed with 2 punches. Didn't Giant God Pepsi see through the young man's tricks? Was this what it meant to see through the opponent's tricks? Lin Ling ignored everyone's surprise and returned to his usual size. His eyes calmly looked at everyone. How could this be? He killed a universe giant god with just 2 punches? What kind of technique is this? Sometimes it becomes bigger, sometimes it becomes smaller. How ironic. I almost believed that Giant God Pepsi really knew how to counter it. Sounds of discussion could be heard from all around. Many people were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. They were happy that more and more experts were dying. Lin Ling. As for Lei Gong and the rest, they all looked at Lin Ling. They knew that this matter was not over yet. Besieged city, to be able to sit on the first level and collect tolls, his strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed, and now, although Giant God Pepsi was dead, a few more people walked out from the besieged city. Huowu. At this time, young Master Ming suddenly said. Huowu frowned. His strength was comparable to Giant God Pepsi's. If Giant God Pepsi died, then his fate would be the same. You have to kill him. Young Master Ming said once more. Don't worry, young master. Huowu knew that he had no other choice. He walked out step by step and looked at Lin Ling. His mind was also recalling the scene from before. It was too strange. What kind of technique did this young man use? Moreover, it was so powerful. Why had he never heard of his name in the Dao Tower? Young master, this person is quite powerful. The waiter said to young Master Ming. Only he dared to speak to young Master Ming so casually. A little. Young Master Ming smiled and nodded. Because I can't see through this technique. Hee, don't worry. Huowu will definitely find a way. The waiter said flatteringly. At this moment, Huowu's eyes were still flickering. He was still searching for Lin Ling's weakness. This was because he knew how powerful Giant God Pepsi's 7 emotions great cosmos was. This made him immediately reject many mystiques. Could it be that his attacks are powerful but his defenses are weak? Yes, anything is possible. Huowu's eyes suddenly lit up. He then attacked. His body trembled, and his external incarnation transformed into 9,000 doppelgangers. Each doppelganger had 99% of his strength, and they suddenly exploded, turning into countless red centipedes. Huowu, when the universe first formed, was a living being hidden under a huge great law. He listened to the law every day and obtained the Tao from it. His origin was incomparably powerful. After obtaining the Tao, he had killed countless gods in the ancient era. Later, he had incurred the wrath of the giant god, who had attacked him. However, it was said that Huowu had escaped, and his whereabouts were unknown. Now that he had resurfaced, it was unknown if he had experienced the tribulation of the world will, or if he was a reincarnation. Perhaps he was the same as Lei Gong and the others, a remnant of the world will's tribulation. I've seen through you. Your attack methods are very powerful. You must have borrowed the strength of your opponent and reflected it back. However, I don't believe your defense is that powerful. Countless red centipedes shot towards Lin Ling. They filled the sky, taking the initiative to attack. In Huowu's opinion, he only needed to be on guard against Lin Ling's attacks. Lin Ling frowned and shook his head again. Another self-righteous person. His fists were like a storm as he punched out. Bang bang bang, the ground was broken, and countless Huowu were smashed into meat paste. However, even more Huowu shot towards Lin Ling, crawling all over Lin Ling's body. Haha, I've caught you. A loud laugh was heard. He succeeded? Many gods' eyes lit up as they licked their lips. They did not believe that there was such a heaven-defying method that could destroy the giant god of the universe with one punch. Therefore, there must be a flaw, and the greatest flaw was probably his defense. Have you had enough? I thought the people besieging the city were some kind of experts. In the end, are they all trash like you who only knows how to play games? But at this moment, Lin Ling roared angrily. His body shook, and all the centipedes fell to the ground. Lin Ling's legs stomped down like meteors. With each stomp, an avatar exploded. How is this possible? You are not afraid of my godly power? Moreover, you are not afraid of my poison? Huowu's shocked voice came from the ground. He thought he had seen through Lin Ling's method, but who knew that he did not see through it at all? He had been constantly attacking Lin Ling, but there was no effect at all. Bang! Just as his voice fell, a foot came and stomped the Huowu into pieces. No. He only let out a single sound before he was deader than dead. I really admire your courage. Who gave it to you? Liang Jingru? Lin Ling shook his head. He was helpless against the self-righteousness of these giant gods of the universe. Dead, even Huowu is dead. All the gods were frozen on the spot. The second one. In the ancient fortress, everyone stared at Little Fool, their faces extremely solemn. This little fool was thin and had a sharp tongue. They could not understand how this person could become the follower of the fortress's owner. However, in terms of status, this little fool was obviously higher than giant god Pepsi and the others. This person is a little familiar. At this moment, young Master Ming stood with his hands behind his back, staring indifferently at Lin Ling. He felt that Lin Ling seemed to have seen him somewhere before. However, since he came out of the underworld and immediately went to the Tao Pagoda, he had not seen anyone, so he should not be familiar. Kid, you have some ability. You have a power that even I can't see through. Tell me, where did you get it from? If you can satisfy me, perhaps I can spare your life. I can even recommend you to young Master Ming and let you become a god above gods. Little Fool looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Although he seemed to have a lowly status, his words and eyes were full of arrogance. Lin Ling was silent as he sized up Little Fool. He realized that Little Fool had the strength of a giant god of the universe, but there was a mysterious power in his body that seemed to be beyond the steps of gods. This power seemed to be the power of yin and yang. Don't dare to speak? Let me tell you, young Master Ming has his eyes on you. Whether you beg for mercy or not, today's matter must be settled. Little Fool laughed again. He looked at the people beside Lin Ling again. You people have some strength, but only barely enough to enter my eyes. Fine, I'll let you see my power. After Little Fool finished speaking, he did not move, but he floated up. Suddenly, a huge black city appeared behind him. This city stretched for hundreds of miles. It was grand and ancient, like a mountain range lying in front of him. It flickered with a cold Yu's metallic luster and gloomy cold air. It was as if it was connected to the underworld. It possessed an ancient imprint, and its powerful aura made it hard for people to breathe. Moreover, on the outside of the ancient city, one could faintly see streaks of souls entering and leaving. It was extremely strange. However, those souls gave off a very powerful feeling, Because these were not the souls of mortals, but the souls of gods. This was an ancient city that imprisoned the fate of the gods. The child stood in front of the ancient city. He originally had a shifty-eyed appearance, but now, he quietly became stalwart. And below the ancient city, Lin Ling looked up. Compared to the majestic ancient city, he was undoubtedly extremely small and insignificant. What a terrifying power. Is this little fool really a little fool? Even a follower is so powerful. Wouldn't young Master Ming, the owner of the fortress, be even more terrifying? They are from the underworld god tribe. I heard that this tribe came from the underworld. The gods surrounding the city were all trembling. They now knew how powerful little fool was. This is the ancient city of Yin. Young noble Ming gave me 3 million god souls as a reward, and now they all obey my orders. At this time, little fool said contemptuously, not to mention a small god like you, even the real primordial giant god is a prisoner in my eyes. Bring it on. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His expression was as calm as ever. He sensed that the effect of Panga's attack was continuing to weaken. It seemed that he had to use another trump card. However, what made him feel troublesome was that there was an even stronger young noble Ming eyeing him covetously. Young noble Ming, this was what Lin Ling cared about the most. Hee, I'll let you see the methods of the underworld. Little fool sneered and was about to attack. Our underworld may seem like a land of reincarnation, but in fact, it is extremely rich. You are in the Dao realm, and we don't need the treasures that the Dao Pagoda seeks. This time, we came for the Dao Pagoda. So, do you think that an ant like you can resist us? After little fool finished speaking arrogantly, he opened the ancient city of Yin with both hands. The gate of the ancient city slowly rose, and rings of underworld energy surged out. It was incomparably terrifying, as if the underworld had been opened. Then, from the pitch-black metal gate, figures rushed out one after another. These people were actually gods, and they were all giant gods of the universe. What? Under the siege, the gods gasped. So many giant gods of the universe, and the giant gods of the universe that rushed out all pounced on Lin Ling, forming a powerful black mist that seemed to want to bring Lin Ling into the ancient city of Yin. Lin Ling wanted to dodge, but there were too many of them. He punched out and only killed one giant god of the universe. However, the destroyed giant god of the universe recovered once again. Like a ghost head, it curled around Lin Ling, stuck to Lin Ling's body, and disappeared. Behind Lin Ling, pitch-black shadows suddenly appeared. These shadows had great power, and they pulled Lin Ling into the ancient city of Yin. The most frightening thing was that these shadows were increasing in number, and the number of giant gods of the universe that rushed out of the ancient city of Yin was innumerable. 3 million. This was a total of 3 million giant gods of the universe. Although these giant gods of the universe were already dead, they were, after all, once the kings of gods, so they still preserved a lot of their strength. Lin Ling felt that Pangu would find it difficult to resist because these shadows were not the power of gods. Pangu could not resist them. His body was being pulled step by step toward the ancient city of Yin. He did not know what would happen after entering the ancient city of Yin, but he had a feeling that everything would be troublesome once he entered, because this was equivalent to entering someone else's universe. He would have to bear the great laws, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Lin Ling. On the ground, the dragon god shouted worriedly and wanted to help. Don't move. However, Lei Gong stopped them. He stared at the gate and said, if we help after we take action, all the gods surrounding the city will also take action. Among them, the most frightening is that young Master Ming. If he joins forces with Little Fool to fight against Lin Ling will have a hard time resisting. Lei Gong was the strongest among them, so he had a rough idea of young Master Ming's strength. Everyone nodded, but their eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling roared and suddenly became a giant. His feet were as big as Yinyang Ancient City. A moment ago, he was as small as an ant compared to Yinyang Ancient City, but now, Yinyang Ancient City was as small as an ant. Extremely small. Haha, what's the use? However, Little Fool was not worried at all. He said disdainfully and arrogantly. The truth was indeed so. Even though Lin Ling had become bigger, his strength was actually the same. The only difference was that after becoming bigger, the range of his attack had increased. He was still being pulled slowly toward Yinyang Ancient City. Although the speed was slow, he would be pulled into the ancient city sooner or later. Rumble, however, at this moment, the sky changed. Rolling darkness came like a tide, darkness descended. But this time, the ancient coffin was clearly different. It seemed to have paused in the sky, giving people the feeling that it was staring at the battle over here. Is it an illusion? Many gods frowned. They had been here for many years and had seen the ancient coffin countless times, but this was the first time they saw it pausing. It was extremely strange. An ancient coffin. Young Master Ming also looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing. He came from the netherworld, which was rich and had no shortage of treasures for cultivation. So he came here for the entire Dao Pagoda and the ancient treasures in it. For example, he knew that the ancient coffin in the sky was a treasure of great importance, and he guessed that the ancient coffin was the finger of a supreme being of the universe. Just a finger was so terrifying. This showed how powerful the supreme being of the universe was. However, the ancient coffin also disappeared quickly, the ground turned dark, and the demons became restless. Their eyes wandered around the surroundings. Fortunately, the gods were only hiding under the siege. There was a divine light shining here, so they were not attacked by the demons. Let's go. Lei Gong and the others also rushed to the edge of the siege. They were close to the siege and were illuminated by the divine light. Then, everyone looked outside the siege gate, where the battle between Lin Ling and Little Fool was still going on. The scary thing was that Little Fool was smiling and turning a blind eye to the demons around him. In fact, every time a demon pounced on Little Fool, the giant god of the universe in the ancient city would help him block the calamity. It turned out that it was not that he was not afraid, but that the giant god of the universe was blocking the calamity. Looking at Lin Ling, he was unlucky. Not only was the giant god of the universe pulling him toward the ancient Yin-Yang god, but there were also many demons attacking and tearing him apart. Because Lin Ling was too big, he naturally became a thorn in their side, and this was because the dark divine hound did not appear. Otherwise, Lin Ling would probably be dead. Lin Ling, quickly hide in here. Under the siege, Yu Yu and the others were anxiously shouting, incomparably worried. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that things were a little troublesome. In addition, the Panga's attack power had weakened again. It's about time. Lin Ling knew that it was time to make a move. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity. Earlier, he seemed to be resisting, yet he was actually secretly observing young Master Ming with the intention of evaluating the outcome of this battle. However, the more he looked, the more unfathomable he found young Master Ming to be. This was because young Master Ming was at the peak of the higher deity level, but the feeling he gave was even more terrifying than the giant god of the universe. Perhaps, only experts like Emperor Yao would be able to resist it. Get lost. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and roared. His huge body shook, and the shadows around him were scattered. Then, he pounced again. However, Lin Ling was also rapidly shrinking, avoiding a large number of shadows. He charged at Xiao Air at full speed. 3 extreme universe breaks were simultaneously activated. 3 huge cosmic rays descended, formless and colorless, sealing Little Fool from every corner. As for Little Fool, Lin Ling was 100% confident that he could kill him. He was just wary of Little Fool's other tricks. After all, this second-hand player was very strange. Who knew if he had any other trump cards? Therefore, he was just fooling Little Fool. Sure enough, Little Fool did not expect Lin Ling to be able to escape and suddenly activated a powerful technique. Not good. Little Fool shouted. He realized that his soul had been sealed, and there was no way to escape. What terrified him the most was that the power that sealed his soul was extremely terrifying. It was divided into 3 layers, each layer sealing his soul. He had a feeling that he might not be able to block even 1 layer, let alone 3. Yin-Yang godly earth. Little Fool roared. On his body, the ancient netherworld land appeared and floated around him, trying to block the cosmic rays for him. However, Lin Ling had already rushed in front of Little Fool. He was also shocked by Little Fool's technique. This guy could actually resist it. He could clearly sense that the ancient netherworld land had a large number of souls. The only weakness of the 3 extreme universe breaks was that it could be consumed by the souls until its effect became 0. During the War of the Gods in the Fog Sea, the North Pole Emperor had relied on countless god emperors to block this calamity. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to break those souls and let the 3 extreme universe breaks continue. Boom! the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed out. The netherworld godly earth was shaking. What little fool! You keep pretending in front of me, Lin Ling. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, I didn't say anything before because I wanted to see how laughable a clown like you is. Do you think Lin Ling cares about a giant of the universe like you? Lin Ling's sword slashed out continuously, destroying the netherworld godly earth. Little fool's expression changed drastically, and he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had thought that Lin Ling's silence was because he felt inferior and had no power to resist. It turned out that it was not the case. It was because Lin Ling did not care to speak at all. You said that my people are ants. You don't know their origins at all. They want to kill you in an instant in the future. This is just a backhanded move. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Just because you came from the netherworld, you think you can look down on everyone? The more Lin Ling fought, the crazier he became. His sword slashed countless souls. As a result, out of the 3 great cosmic rays, only one of them was consumed. There were still 2 more. Such a sudden turn of events caused the mouths of the countless gods under the siege to fall open. The young man who had just experienced a life-and-death crisis turned the tables and suppressed Little Fool crazily in the next moment. Little Fool's strength was obvious to all. They had never thought that the young man would have such strength to suppress him crazily. You're courting death. At this moment, young Master Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped out and wanted to help, roar, but at this moment, a deafening roar came, followed by darkness. It pounced on young Master Ming and brought him far away. The unforeseen event happened too quickly. Everyone was shocked. That seems to be the Dark Divine Hound. Someone muttered to himself, his voice trembling. He was targeted by the Dark Divine Hound as soon as he came out. The other gods all reacted. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had been wary of young Master Ming. Now, he had the Dark Divine Hound to help him. The Dark Divine Hound was probably targeting the strongest person here. Otherwise, it would not have pounced on young Master Ming but on Lin Ling. In addition, at the critical moment, young Master Ming had left the siege. Oh no! At this moment, Little Fool's face was pale. He was not as arrogant as before. He did not expect things to turn out like this. Now, his life was in danger. Who are you? He could not help but stare at Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered. He did not bother to say more. The great cosmic ray shot out and froze Little Fool's soul. Then, he fell from the sky, dead. On the surface, Little Fool looked fine, but his soul had completely disappeared. Under the siege, countless gods stared at the torn Little Fool. Their eyes flickered as if they still couldn't accept this result. Little Fool had used Enyang Ancient City a moment ago. Countless people could only look up to it and tremble in fear, but now, Little Fool was torn apart. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned and stared at Lin Ling. Although they didn't think Lin Ling killed Little Fool, it definitely had something to do with Lin Ling. After all, if not for Lin Ling's suppression, Little Fool wouldn't have been distracted and torn apart. Unfortunately, no one knew that Little Fool was actually dead before he was torn apart. This god is too strong. Previously, they killed many gods in the prairie. I knew they were strong, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Next, people whispered and quietly distanced themselves from Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others ignored them. Lei Gong and the others looked at Lin Ling with a smile. During this period, they had swept through the prairie, so everyone had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. But they didn't expect that someone as strong as Little Fool would be killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't surprised that Little Fool was killed. He looked into the distance. Darkness has descended. If not for that, we might not have been able to survive this great calamity. All this time, he was most worried about young Master Ming. But now, it seemed that young Master Ming had been killed by the Dark Divine Hound. Let's go into the second level, Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the others. How dare you? At this moment, there were still many gods guarding the gate. When they saw Lin Ling walking along the wall, they immediately looked like they were facing a great enemy. Lin Ling sneered and didn't attack. Instead, he said loudly, "This place wasn't besieged. It was you who occupied the mountain and stole the toll. Now, your boss is dead. How dare you stop us?" Then, he looked at the gods around him and said, "Now, only these small fries are left. What right do they have to stop us? We only need to reach the second level from here, and we only need to spend 10 million Dao realm fragments." Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the eyes of many gods flashed. For a long time, Besieging City had been forcing people to buy and sell, and they had long been unable to stand it. However, Besieging City was so powerful that they did not dare to voice their anger. But now, most of the strongest giant universe gods who had besieged the city were dead. What else did they have to fear? That's right. Whoever dares to block our way will be killed without mercy. An old man said in a cold voice. Kill without mercy. The other gods also shouted angrily. Although they weren't as fearful as before, they were still in awe of the Nether God tribe, otherwise, he wouldn't have just killed them without mercy. He would have killed his way in. Lin Ling's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He knew what everyone was worried about. It seemed like this underworld god tribe was indeed extraordinary. Then, without waiting for him to speak, the surrounding gods strode through the door. Scram! They walked along the wall, not daring to walk out of the divine light. They shouted angrily as they walked. The gods below the door looked gloomy. After exchanging glances, none of them dared to stop the crowd. Lin Ling followed the crowd and stepped into Besieging City. Within Besieging City, there were 3 ancient black mountains. The mountains weren't very tall, but they had their own characteristics. After all, mountains were extremely rare in the Great Prairie. These 3 black mountains were probably the path to the second level. Over there. Someone pointed at the 3 black mountains. There was a divine light shining down from the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, exactly the same as the divine light that entered the Dao Pagoda. I'll go first. A god flew over and took out his Dao celestial seat. Sure enough, his whole body started to turn into fine powder the size of a grain of rice. Then, under the illumination of the divine light, he gradually disappeared. He left. All the gods were delighted. Next, they fought to be the first to enter the divine light. Stop fighting. Let them come. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Several giant universe gods looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they understood and hurriedly made way. They all knew that if it weren't for Lin Ling and the others, they wouldn't be qualified to enter the second level. Therefore, they let Lin Ling and the others enter first. This was also their way of expressing their gratitude to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others didn't hesitate and strode toward the divine light. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. Then, the besieging city collapsed. A pitch-black giant broke through the walls and walked in step by step. Do you all think I'm dead? As the voice came out, a storm swept across, and the vast besieging city collapsed. Some of the weaker gods were even blown away by a gust of netherworld wind and fell to the ground with a thud. Could it be that he's young Master Ming? Someone shouted, his voice trembling. Impossible. Everyone's expression was full of disbelief. Previously, they had seen with their own eyes that young Master Ming was taken away by the Dark Divine Hound, escaping from the mouth of the Dark Divine Hound. This was unheard of. Young Master Ming. However, at this moment, all the gods in the besieging city bowed to young Master Ming. This also proved that this pitch-black giant was young Master Ming. Of course, what shocked everyone was that young Master Ming had actually survived from the Dark Divine Hound. Bang! At this moment, the giant swung his arm. Then, like a dense fog, darkness covered the ground as if a large amount of ink had been sprinkled. The ink gradually dispersed, and a giant hound as large as a mountain could be vaguely seen. It was the Dark Divine Hound. This result was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination because they were already very surprised that young Master Ming had escaped from the Dark Divine Hound. But who knew that young Master Ming didn't escape, but killed the Dark Divine Hound? All of you must die. At this moment, the darkness on the giant's body quietly dispersed, revealing a ferocious face. This face was similar to a human's, but its fangs were very long. Moreover, its arms were hanging straight to the ground, which was extremely strange. Young Master Ming, he's not dead yet. Everyone felt that a great calamity was coming, and their faces were as pale as paper. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others' faces changed drastically, and their brows were tightly knitted together. Even Lin Ling was shocked. He couldn't believe it, and then he felt that things were going to be troublesome. This powerful young Master Ming could even kill the dark divine hound, which Lin Ling was confident that he couldn't do. Yu, go into the divine light now. Lin Ling hurriedly transmitted his voice to them. Brother Ling. Yu and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling. Don't worry, I will find a chance to go in. Go now. Lin Ling said in a low voice, and Yu and the others nodded secretly. You are very powerful. You killed my servant and broke the rules of the besieging city. Shatter all your bones. Young Master Ming roared. A huge bronze door appeared in his huge palm. It was like a huge knife in his hand. Then, he slammed it towards Lin Ling. Gate of the Underworld. Lin Ling immediately recognized the origin of the bronze door. Who is this young Master Ming from the underworld? Why is he using the bronze door as a weapon? Lin Ling had seen the bronze door a few times. However, most of the time, the door was opened and the power of the underworld gushed out. This was the first time he saw a bronze door as a weapon. Rumble. Before the huge bronze door slammed down, the ground exploded. It was as if the universe had descended. The wind of reincarnation blew in all directions. Ah! Many gods were blown away. Their bodies were corroded. It felt as if they had entered the biggest reincarnation of the universe. Is this the power of the Great Law? Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that he had encountered an extremely strong opponent. He was even stronger than the Tao child. This young Master Ming could even fight against Emperor Yao and the others. Immortal Slaying Sword. At such a critical moment, Lin Ling did not hold back. He activated his trump card. A sword slashed down. It was incomparably huge. It was like a flattened universe. It slashed towards the sky. Clang, the sword collided with the huge bronze door. It actually blocked the bronze door. Eh? Young Master Ming exclaimed. He was extremely surprised. However, although the immortal slaying sword blocked the bronze door, Lin Ling could clearly see that the sword was sinking. It could not block the suppression of the bronze door, too strong. Immortal slaying sword. Kid, your origin is not simple. It's a pity that the broken immortal slaying sword can block the strongest reincarnation power of the underworld. Young Master Ming exclaimed. He had seen through the origin of Lin Ling's sword. Break! Boom, the bronze door became even bigger. The power of reincarnation burst out and shattered the sword of the immortal slaying sword. The terrifying thing was that this attack did not have the power of the gods. It was comparable to the power of the Great Law. For example, it was like the power of the world's will. So strong. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. His speed exploded as he dodged into the distance. At the same time, he glanced at Yu and the others and realized that they were entering one after another. However, it would take some time for all of them to enter. Rumble, the bronze gate smashed into the ground, turning the surrounding area into ruins. A terrifying shockwave not only destroyed the entire city, but also destroyed more than half of the grassland. Even the great grassland was destroyed, and countless monsters were killed. Perhaps, only the two dark godhounds could fight against an existence like young Master Ming. Puff, although Lin Ling managed to avoid the bronze door's sharp edge, he was still struck by the powerful force and spat out blood. Just as he steadied himself, the huge bronze door swept towards him like a mountain. The bronze door looked huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed angrily. With a slight movement of his fingers, the immortal slaying sword was unleashed. If he didn't activate it, he wouldn't be able to block this attack and would die here. Clang, a deafening sound was heard. The immortal slaying sword blocked the bronze door again. Of course, it was only a temporary block. It bought less than 3 breaths of time for Lin Ling. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and rushed towards the divine light. The only thing he could do now was to try his luck and leave the first level before the next wave of attacks arrived. Rumble, however, just as he left the place, there was a roar behind him. Finally, the immortal slaying sword was shattered. Too slow. Lin Ling's pupils quivered. He knew that the next wave of bronze doors would arrive quickly and stop him from entering the divine light. Now, he had no more trump cards to use. The only thing he had was the power of the world's will. However, Lin Ling couldn't control this power as he wished. Wait. However, at this moment, a crisp voice came from afar. Although it was just a simple word, it carried an endless amount of Buddha's power. It actually stopped young Master Ming's bronze door from attacking. "It's you." At the same time, young Master Ming said in a low voice. "You can't kill him." A woman came from afar. She didn't seem to be fast, but in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the bottom of the three black mountains. Lin Ling was originally rushing towards the divine light, but now he stopped abruptly. He knew that he couldn't be faster than young Master Ming. Young Master Ming's bronze door probably had the speed of 500 million worlds. He slowly turned to look at the newcomer. He wanted to know who was helping him, however, Lin Ling was also shocked by what he saw. Ning Qingxin? He saw the woman coming from afar. She wore a white robe and looked holy and serene, as if she was the purest eternal Tao. She was Ning Qingxin. Just like before, Ning Qingxin gave people an incomparably pure feeling. It was as if everything in the world had nothing to do with her. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that when did Ning Qingxin become so powerful? Didn't she go into reincarnation? In fact, Ning Qingxin had appeared in the last battle in the Fog Sea. She even fought against Dipunkar Buddha and wanted to save Lin Ling, but in the end, she was weaker than Dipunkar Buddha, so she couldn't save Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling was already unconscious. Naturally, he didn't know that Ning Qingxin had returned. "Ning Qingxin, this has nothing to do with you," young Master Ming suddenly said. He seemed to give Ning Qingxin face. "I said, you can't kill him." Ning Qingxin stopped in front of Lin Ling and said to young Master Ming. "What a joke. He destroyed my siege and killed so many of my people. Can't I kill him?" Young Master Ming said coldly. "He's the host of the world's will. So, you can't kill him now," Ning Qingxin said after thinking. Hearing this, young Master Ming also looked at Lin Ling in shock. "The host of the world's will? He's the host of the world's will? That's right. So, you should know that you can't kill him now." Ning Qingxin nodded. Young Master Ming began to return to his former appearance. He stood there calmly and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Finally, he said, "Okay, I won't kill him for now. You can go now. If I change my mind, you won't be able to leave." "Thank you." Ning Qingxin didn't say much and nodded slightly. Looking at her, she didn't seem to be afraid of young Master Ming. Then, she turned to Lin Ling and smiled. "Brother Lin Ling, follow me." After saying this, she walked out of the siege. Lin Ling was very suspicious. But after looking at young Master Ming, he finally chose to believe Ning Qingxin and left with her. At this moment, outside the siege, it was still a dark world. But after Ning Qingxin walked out of the siege, her whole body emitted a gentle green Buddha's light. This Buddha's light was like a divine light, so the surrounding monsters didn't dare to come close. Ning Qingxin didn't have her current strength back then. Why did Ning Qingxin change so much after entering reincarnation? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly felt that Ning Qingxin was very strange. "Brother Lin Ling, Ning Qingxin is still Ning Qingxin. When I entered reincarnation, many things happened, and that's why Ning Qingxin is here today." "Yes." Ning Qingxin seemed to have noticed Lin Ling's thoughts. She turned her head and smiled. Her smile was still as pure as before. "Oh." Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything, but he still felt strange. Young Master Ming, the master of the Nether God tribe, probably had a powerful background in the underworld. He could kill the giant gods of the universe like cutting vegetables and melons. He was on the same level as Emperor Yao. Such an ancient giant god actually gave face to Ning Qingxin. Moreover, when did Ning Qingxin enter the Tao Pagoda? Was she faster than Lin Ling? With complicated thoughts, Lin Ling had been following Ning Qingxin. The monsters on the prairie were wreaking havoc in the distance, and the dark divine hound was ready to attack. However, because they were afraid of Ning Qingxin's light of Buddha, none of them dared to get close. This was the second time that Lin Ling had seen a god who dared not to be afraid of the monsters of the prairie. The first one was naturally young Master Ming. "Well, here it is. Look, the moon tonight is very beautiful." At this time, Ning Qingxin stopped on a hill. The hill had knee-high grass, which was fluttering in the wind. The moonlight fell on the hill, as if a layer of silver-white snow had fallen. It was extremely beautiful. Ning Qingxin stood there, her clothes whiter than snow. Under the moonlight, her delicate body seemed to emit a faint holy light. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and she really looked like an otherworldly fairy. Lin Ling looked at her calmly, and a smile appeared on his face. Ning Qingxin was not a stunning beauty. Instead, she looked very ordinary. But she had an extremely attractive temperament, as if she was isolated from the world and untainted by a speck of dust. Because of this temperament, Ning Qingxin was more beautiful than many stunning beauties. "Brother Lin Ling, why are you looking at me like that?" At this moment, Ning Qingxin turned to look at Lin Ling and said shyly. She recalled the time when she was in the Dao realm, when Lin Ling accompanied her for many years. At that time, she grew older every day, but Lin Ling never despised her. He even took her for walks every day and helped her resolve all her worries. Therefore, in Ning Qingxin's heart, Lin Ling was really like her brother. "Ning Qingxin, I'm just surprised that you suddenly came back. After all, when I was with you back then, most of the time, it was you who looked old." Lin Ling said with a smile. "You're the old one." Ning Qingxin laughed and scolded him. She gradually became familiar with Lin Ling. "By the way, when you were taken away by Dipankar Buddha, how did you come back? You know about this too?" Lin Ling was surprised. Ning Qingxin nodded with a smile. It looked like a faint smile, but under the moonlight, it was even more beautiful. She said, "Because that day, I also came to help, but Dipankar Buddha was too strong. I couldn't fight against him, so I could only watch as you were taken away. Fortunately, you're back now." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes widened. "You're so powerful that you even want to fight against Dipankar Buddha?" He became more and more shocked and asked, "Why do I feel that your strength has become very strong now? After I sent you to reincarnation last time, what happened to you?" "Speaking of this, Qingxin really wants to thank you." Ning Qingxin explained, "That day, my lifespan was exhausted. My divine altar should have collapsed and I should have disappeared in the universe forever. It was you who protected me with all your strength. You fought against the Bronze Gate and the Underworld's great law, giving me the chance to reincarnate and preserving my memories. After entering the Underworld, I didn't reincarnate immediately. Instead, I encountered an opportunity that changed my life. Then, I came back." Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Although Ning Qingxin said it simply, Lin Ling knew that Ning Qingxin must have encountered her own opportunity. To be honest, Ning Qingxin was also the most stubborn and purest person Lin Ling had ever met in the universe. It was not strange that Ning Qingxin could have such an opportunity. "But, how do you know young Master Ming?" Then, Lin Ling asked again. "Because young Master Ming and I are the same people. We are formed by the universal law, so we are born with a power that makes us extraordinary." Ning Qingxin looked at Lin Ling and said, "Moreover, there are a few people like us. There are many more who are more powerful than me and young Master Ming." "A few people?" Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder young Master Ming was so powerful despite his young age. "Are there 9 of you?" Lin Ling suddenly asked. "How do you know?" Ning Qingxin was obviously surprised and stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. "If I'm not wrong, you should be the stars of the universe." "Ah." Ning Qingxin wanted to say this, but Lin Ling knew. "It seems so. In fact, when you told young Master Ming that I was the host of the world's will, I had this thought, but I wasn't sure." Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. "As for why I know about the stars of the universe, it's because I met one not long ago. He's called Taoist Child." "Taoist Child?" Ning Qingxin suddenly understood. "That guy is the weakest among the stars of the universe. Are the strongest among the stars of the universe comparable to Dipankar Buddha?" Lin Ling quickly asked. Ning Qingxin nodded. "There are 3 strongest people. Their identities are still a mystery. In fact, when we found out that we were stars of the universe, they had a gathering and knew each other. The 3 strongest people also came, but we couldn't see through their identities, appearances, and origins. Our mission is to kill the host of the world's will. However, to do so, we must eliminate it with all our strength. That's why young Master Ming didn't attack you so easily. He knew that even if he killed you, you could reincarnate and come back again. Big brother Lin Ling, now we're on opposite sides. However, I believe that although you're the host of the world's will, you don't want to destroy the world. Listening to Ning Qingxin, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He couldn't be sure of everything now. Perhaps in the future, he would have the power to destroy the world. He might really destroy the world, but there was also a possibility that he wouldn't. Let's talk about the future in the future. If there comes a day when you think it's time to kill me, don't hold back. Lin Ling pondered, then looked at Ning Qingxin solemnly. Ning Qingxin's body trembled. She suddenly gritted her teeth and didn't promise Lin Ling anything. Don't worry. When you think I must kill you, I might not be me anymore. Lin Ling said again, finally making Ning Qingxin nod. Lin Ling had a feeling that if a powerful giant god of the universe attacked him, he could control Lin Ling and force Lin Ling to do something he didn't want to do. Alright, let's not talk about this. We'll talk about the future in the future. Seeing that Ning Qingxin was a little down, Lin Ling quickly changed the topic. By the way, brother Lin Ling, have you seen the ancient coffin on the first floor? Ning Qingxin looked at the sky and asked. Lin Ling also looked at the sky and found that the moon was very big and bright, speaking of which, Lin Ling had been hiding in the palace at night since he came to the first floor. This was the first time he saw the moon in the sky. That coffin, I've seen it before. Lin Ling nodded. It's strange. In that coffin, I sensed an aura. This aura is very similar to brother Lin Ling's aura. Ning Qingxin said. Huh? Lin Ling frowned. In fact, when he saw the ancient coffin for the first time, he also had the same feeling. What aura do you think it is? Lin Ling asked quickly. It's hard to say, but brother Lin Ling's aura is different. Why don't brother Lin Ling use some of his skills to test it out? Ning Qingxin suggested. Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. If the ancient coffin in the sky was related to him, he didn't want to miss it. After all, the mystery of the ancient coffin was obvious to all. If there were secrets hidden in it, it wouldn't be weak. Then, Lin Ling used all kinds of skills. First, he used his dantian, but when he saw Ning Qingxin shaking her head, he used his fusion talent, but it still wasn't. Lin Ling had to use his trump card. Although this was his secret, when Lin Ling fought against the bronze door, he had already shown all kinds of trump cards in front of Ning Qingxin. When Lin Ling used Pengu's strike, Ning Qingxin's expression changed. She said in surprise, brother Lin Ling, this is the aura. Pengu's strike. Lin Ling's expression changed as he looked up at the sky. Could it be that the ancient coffin contained something left behind by Pengu? Pengu was the most ancient giant god. If this was true, then Lin Ling would have obtained a great treasure. Ning Qingxin, do you know where the ancient coffin is? Lin Ling looked at Ning Qingxin and said. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to find out more about the secrets of the ancient universe. Well, the ancient coffin only appears when night falls. I'm afraid it's difficult to track it down now. Ning Qingxin shook her head. Hearing this, Lin Ling sighed. Ning Qingxin smiled and comforted him. Big brother Lin Ling, we can wait until tomorrow night. At that time, I'll take you to find her. She knew that Lin Ling was afraid of the monsters at night, so she volunteered to help Lin Ling. I'll have to trouble you. That's not very good. Lin Ling frowned and was a little embarrassed. After all, who knew what dangers there would be in searching for the ancient coffin? Big brother Lin Ling, you're treating me like an outsider. Do you remember when you blocked the bronze gate of the underworld for me? In order to block the bronze gate, you risked your life. What I'm doing now is nothing compared to what you did then. Ning Qingxin shook her head. Seeing how stubborn Ning Qingxin was, Lin Ling could only nod. The two of them talked for a long time on the prairie, then walked toward the besieged city. Lin Ling was a little worried about Yu and the others, however, Ning Qingxin comforted him. Don't worry. Since young Master Ming has promised me, he won't touch your people in the short term. After all, he has to give face to the other stars of the universe. Hearing this, Lin Ling could only nod. When the two of them returned to the besieged city, it was already dawn. The besieged city had been rebuilt overnight. There were many gods in the besieged city, but when they saw Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin, they frowned but did not stop them. In the end, they allowed Lin Ling and the others to enter. Because it was dawn, gods arrived one after another. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, they were a little shocked. they were curious about who these two people were. They could enter without using a Tao state fragment. Don't be jealous. That young man destroyed the besieged city last night and forced young Master Ming to take action. Later, young Master Ming was only willing to give up when that woman came to help. No way. Destroyed the besieged city? Young Master Ming was not angry? Where did these two people come from? I don't know, but they are extremely powerful. That young man defeated all of young Master Ming's gods. Even Little Fool died in his hands. Only young Master Ming could suppress him. Young Master Ming is even more powerful. I heard that even the Dark Divine Hound was no match for him. We all know how powerful young Master Ming is. However, when that woman came, young Master Ming also gave her face. She is probably not weaker than young Master Ming. Whispers could be heard from all around. Lin Ling and Ming Qingxin ignored them. After entering the besieged city, they found that there were still traces of battle on the ground. However, young Master Ming had disappeared. The gods in the besieged city glanced at Lin Ling and did not stop him. You, come here. Lin Ling said to a god, after I left last night, did young Master Ming kill anyone else? The god was extremely dissatisfied. He came from the underworld and had never been so rudely summoned by a god from the outside world. However, thinking of young Master Ming's instructions before leaving, he held back and nodded. Young Master Ming let everyone go. After waiting for a long time, he also entered the second floor of the Dao Pagoda. Hearing this, Lin Ling asked the god to leave. Then, he left the besieged city with Ming Qingxin. He estimated that Yu Yu and the others had all entered the second floor. However, the second floor was definitely more dangerous than the first floor. If Lin Ling did not want to look for the ancient coffin, he would have followed him in. Forget it. Now that their strength has increased greatly, there shouldn't be any danger in the short term on the second floor of the Dao Pagoda. Moreover, they have been under my protection and need to explore on their own. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to their growth. Lin Ling comforted himself. He came to the prairie with Ming Qingxin and collected a lot of treasures. Now, Lin Ling had accumulated treasures for breaking through, but he still did not have any treasures for upgrading the divine embryo. This was also the reason why Lin Ling wanted to go to the second floor. Ming Qingxin was also collecting treasures, but Lin Ling could see that she had accumulated a lot of treasures. What surprised Lin Ling was that Ming Qingxin also had the strength of a superior god, the same realm as Lin Ling. Lin Ling suddenly had a feeling that perhaps if Ming Qingxin really wanted to fight with young Master Ming would not be Ming Qingxin's opponent. This was the reason why young Master Ming had given up. Unknowingly, night began to fall, and a large number of gods began to dissipate. They stared at Lin Ling and Ming Qingxin, who were waiting quietly in the same place. They were shocked that Lin Ling and Ming Qingxin did not run away. After coming here, most of the time when we encounter night, we mainly run away. This is the first time we are waiting for night. Lin Ling looked at the sky and said. The sky was dark like a dense fog. Gradually, the sun, moon, and stars appeared, and everything changed. It's here. At the same time, Ming Qingxin exclaimed and pointed into the distance. Night on the prairie came quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the ancient coffin appeared very quickly. Darkness spread across the sky like a tide. One moment, the sun was charming, and the next moment, it was like hell. On the prairie, countless gods flew at low altitudes, rushing forward at a terrifying speed in search of the shrine. Two figures were flying toward the sky. In their eyes, a huge ancient coffin was flying toward them at high speed, emitting an ancient aura, rumble. However, at that moment, a large number of eyes on the ground locked onto the two in the sky. Then, a dark wind whistled and rushed toward the sky. Being in the sky was undoubtedly the most dangerous place because one would become a thorn in their side. This was also why the gods only dared to fly at low altitudes. Moreover, the demons in the prairie were restless and actually rushed toward the sky. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular, as if countless divine dogs were tearing the sky apart. The entire prairie seemed to have been overturned. Countless gods fled along the ground, but the demons they encountered decreased. They all looked up and saw the shocking scene in the distant sky. Wow, how bold! A god laughed loudly. Because of the two attracting them, they didn't encounter any demons. Ha ha ha, interesting. They actually attracted more than half of the prairie's demons. Even more gods slowed down their footsteps, a look of schadenfreude on their faces. In their eyes, more than half of the prairie's demons had indeed gathered. Under the two people's feet, the demons were piled up like locusts. It was terrifying. It could be said that even a powerful giant god of the universe would be torn apart if he fell into a pile of demons. Let's watch the show as we move. With the two people attracting them, many gods knew that they would be safe for the time being. At that moment, Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin were flying toward the sky. Beneath their feet and around them, a large number of demons shot toward them. The scene was extremely thrilling. These demons are crazy. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. They're probably trying to protect the ancient coffin. Ning Qingxin nodded. The Buddhist light on her body finally bloomed, causing all the demons around her to be hit and fall to the ground. However, there were too many demons. The moment they fell to the ground, they immediately rushed up again. Moreover, because of the large number, Ning Qingxin's Buddhist light also dimmed a little. I can't hold on much longer. Ning Qingxin said seriously, Brother Lin Ling, if we fail and fall into the grassland, I don't think even our bones will be left. What are you afraid of? Aren't we immortal? At worst, we'll just reincarnate. Lin Ling laughed heartily, but his expression was still serious. What he said was only a joke. Although legend had it that they would not die, it was still a legend. If they lost their memories after death and their strength regressed, Lin Ling did not dare to take the risk. There's still a chance. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance and locked his eyes on the ancient coffin that was flying towards him at high speed. Ning Qingxin instantly understood Lin Ling's intention. He wanted to use the ancient coffin to escape. Amazing. It can actually fight against demons. That's Buddhist light, right? It's useless. There are so many demons. No matter how powerful the Buddha's light is, it can't stop them. On the great plains in the distance, many deities were strolling forward slowly as if they were witnessing some kind of natural wonder. At this moment, the ancient coffin in the sky flew over quickly. It was very fast, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin flew higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the ancient coffin. Ning Qingxin, success or failure depends on this. Lin Ling roared and rushed into the sky with all his strength. Behind him, Ning Qingxin did the same. When they got closer and closer to the ancient coffin, they suddenly realized that there were two figures standing on the ancient coffin. They were like ghosts and gods looking down on them. These two people stood on the ancient coffin as if they had been there for several eras. They were also like the ancient coffin's guardians. One of them was wearing dull bronze armor and holding a bronze heavenly halberd. He looked very simple, but this person was not reserved. His purple hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. The other person wore golden battle clothes that shone resplendently like a blazing sun. His armor was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. He stared at Lin Ling and Ling, his eyes surging with light flames as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Killing intent surged. Mortals are not allowed to approach the sky burial. They said the same thing at the same time. Sky burial? This seemed to be an ancient altar ceremony, but at this moment, Lin Ling could not care less. He reached out his hand. Blasphemy against the sky burial. Kill without mercy. The two mysterious powerhouses shouted at the same time. The battle armor on their bodies shone even more brightly. However, just as they were about to attack Lin Ling, they suddenly stopped at the same time. Then, they retracted their arms and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Finally, they disappeared from the ancient coffin. What happened? Ning Qingxin asked in shock. They probably sensed Pangu's aura on me. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed. Bang! He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed the edge of the ancient coffin. His other hand reached out to Ning Qingxin. Quick, catch me. Lin Ling knew very well that if Ning Qingxin fell into the grassland, she would definitely die even if she had the light of Buddha. If not for Ning Qingxin's help earlier, Lin Ling would not have been able to reach the sky. He would have been pulled back to the ground by the demons halfway. After Lin Ling caught the ancient coffin flew away with Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin at a terrifying speed. Wah, 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 roar, roar, roar. At the same time, countless demons below the grassland let out strange roars as they watched Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin leave. Look, those two have caught the ancient coffin. Countless deities also saw Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin's actions. They were shocked. This was the first time they had seen someone climb onto an ancient coffin. In fact, it was not that no one had touched the ancient coffin for so many years. However, most of them died in the mouths of the demons on the grassland. This was because no matter how powerful the deities were, they could not find the ancient coffin. Even if they were lucky enough to get close to it, it was said that the ancient coffin would suppress them and force them to fall to the ground. Oh no, you demons! Hurry up and run! At the same time, all the deities' expressions changed drastically. Due to Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin's departure, the demons on the grassland no longer had a target and started to disperse. Then, they headed straight for them. Moreover, there were so many demons that it was practically the most they had ever seen in their lives. Hurry up and run! All the deities scattered in all directions, their faces as pale as a sheet of paper. Previously, they had slowed down their advance because they knew that after those two fell onto the grassland, they would attract the demons' attention and hold them back for a very long time. However, they did not expect that those two would successfully climb onto the ancient coffin. At this moment, the ancient coffin shot forward. Lin Ling pulled the ancient coffin with one hand and looked at the grassland. The magnificent scene made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that the entire grassland was filled with demons. They were strolling and galloping, constantly devouring the deities. Meanwhile, the deities fled in all directions, but it was useless. Deities are nothing more than this. Darkness gradually engulfed the entire prairie. In the sky, the ancient coffin was still flying forward. In the distant sky, the bright moon hung high. However, judging by the ancient coffin's flight pattern, it seemed to be flying toward the moon. Lin Ling held the edge of the ancient coffin tightly and stared at the prairie. Only then did he realize that the prairie was incomparably grand. It was probably as big as 100 Jiuzhou voids. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw a large number of sacred sun temples. Similarly, the gods in the sacred sun temples also looked at Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin in shock. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. There was a rumor that if anyone could catch up with the ancient coffin, he could reach the bronze Kunlun and obtain the secrets of the universe. An old man mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with envy and even curiosity. How did the two of them get close to the ancient coffin? Brother Lin Ling, the ancient coffin is flying toward the moon. At this moment, Ning Qingxin also saw the ancient coffin's purpose of flying. Coming out from the moon and returning to the moon? Lin Ling frowned and said. However, at this moment, he felt a mysterious force appear in front of him. Moreover, this force was very familiar. This force seems to be the power of the sacred sun condor. Finally, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. When he was in the sacred sun temple, Lin Ling and the Taoist child touched the statue together and entered the mysterious universe. They experienced the race of time. Now, this feeling arose again. The legendary sacred sun condor? Ning Qingxin had obviously heard of this story before, so she exclaimed. This is troublesome. Lin Ling nodded. Because in the universe of the sacred sun condor, he didn't reach the end. He only reached 30 million years. Rumble. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, everything around them began to distort. It was as if time and space were leaping rapidly. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Even if they looked down, the prairie was gone. Below their feet was a vast expanse of whiteness. They couldn't see anything. After waiting for 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years, Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin suddenly felt great pressure. Brother Lin Ling, I know that time is flowing backward. We are flying back to the beginning of the Tao Pagoda. Suddenly, Ning Qingxin let out a cry of surprise. Could it be that they had returned to the beginning of the Tao Pagoda, or when the first floor of the pagoda, or when the ancient coffin first came to the pagoda? Thinking of this, Lin's face, Lin Ling, Ning Qingxin, the two of them held on to the ancient coffin tightly. Before they knew it, 30 million years had passed. At this time, Ning Qingxin couldn't hold on any longer. It was as if she was being pulled by time and was about to turn into nothingness. Ling Qingxin, Lin Qingxin, Lin Qingxin, Qingxin, Qing. Qingxin Ning Lin Ling shouted as he watched Ning Qingxin fall from the sky and disappear into the vast expanse of whiteness. This also made Lin Ling extremely worried because he didn't know where he would end up after being thrown back in time, but now, Lin Ling couldn't care so much. His hands clung to the edge of the ancient coffin, and he lay on the side of the ancient coffin, allowing the ancient coffin to carry him. Time passed crazily, and 50 million years quietly passed. It lasted longer than Lin Ling in the sun statue. Lin Ling sensed that although time was pulling at him, even making him appear illusory, there was a power protecting him from the ancient coffin. Otherwise, he could only hold on for 30 million years at most. Of course, even with the protection of the ancient coffin, Lin Ling still felt that it was difficult to hold on, because the power of time had pulled at his soul, gradually transforming it into nothingness. Finally, Lin Ling was completely unconscious, but before his consciousness disappeared, his hand still clung to the ancient coffin. If he let go, he would undoubtedly die. Like this, the ancient coffin carried Lin Ling and disappeared into the distance, and at this time, beneath the earth, a figure stood under the night sky, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. She worriedly said, "Big brother Lin Ling, you will definitely be fine." She was named Xianxia. When she fell from the sky, she leapt through time and returned to the great prairie, but now, she could no longer see the ancient coffin, only the bright moon. This made her realize that Lin Ling had entered time and returned to one of the most ancient eras of the Tao Pagoda. And on the other side, the ancient coffin finally stopped. Lin Ling fell from the ancient coffin and lay on the ground, motionless. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he discovered that he was standing on a piece of yellow earth. His surroundings were ancient and dilapidated. Bright moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, but he couldn't see the moon, and this piece of yellow earth wasn't large, only about 30 meters in size. Looking into the distance, he discovered that endless fog was tumbling like a flood. Primordial Qi? Lin Ling frowned. He felt that he seemed to have reached a very high place. Then, Lin Ling stood up and looked around. He found a huge ancient coffin lying in front of him. Beside the ancient coffin was a bronze stone tablet with 4 words written on it, Bronze Kunlun. Kunlun? Kunlun Mountain? Lin Ling kept blinking. In the ancient myths of Xianxia, Kunlun Mountain was the first sacred mountain, the mountain of ancestors, the birthplace of gods. Even little Kunlun seemed to be related to Kunlun Mountain. Bronze Kunlun? Could it be a part of Kunlun Mountain? Lin Ling guessed and then slowly walked forward. Kunlun Mountain was too mysterious, and Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with it. It was useless to guess too much now. On the contrary, the ancient bronze coffin was right in front of him. If he didn't see what was inside, Lin Ling would have come in vain. Heaven's burial? The 2 mysterious gods mentioned heaven's burial. Could it be that the owner of heaven's burial is buried in this ancient coffin? Lin Ling gradually approached the ancient coffin. What made him feel strange was that he didn't feel any pressure. However, just as he was about to open the ancient bronze coffin, a voice suddenly came from afar. "I've finally caught up." A mysterious person suddenly appeared in the midst of the primordial Qi. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to have chased after the ancient coffin. The appearance of this person undoubtedly shocked Lin Ling. He instantly guessed that this person's strength must be heaven-defying. After all, chasing after the ancient coffin wasn't something an ordinary giant god of the universe could do. Who are you, my friend?" At the same time, the mysterious person also saw Lin Ling beside the ancient coffin. He was even more surprised than Lin Ling, because he didn't expect that this ancient coffin would be so difficult to track down. There was actually someone beside the ancient coffin. "It's none of your business," Lin Ling said coldly. He knew that the other party was here to snatch the ancient coffin. How could he let him have his way? "How dare you?" And the mysterious person guessed Lin Ling's purpose immediately. He had used all his strength to come here. Seeing the ancient coffin in front of him, he naturally couldn't bear to give the ancient coffin to others. Rumble, as soon as the door was pushed open, a powerful force rushed out. The surrounding fog was like a flood, but it became even more turbulent. The mysterious man was already having a hard time. Now, under the impact of the flood, he could not get close to the yellow soil. Instead, he was pushed further and further away. "Fellow Taoist, how dare you ruin my plans?" The mysterious man's angry and unwilling voice came from the nebulous primordial chaos and gradually disappeared into the distance. If not for Lin Ling, the mysterious man would have been able to reach the bronze Kunlun. However, Lin Ling disturbed the nebulous primordial chaos and forced the mysterious man to leave. In order to find the ancient coffin, the mysterious man had spent countless treasures and was seriously injured. So, how could he not be angry? That was close. Lin Ling sighed. He felt that the mysterious man's strength was not much weaker than Emperor Yao and the others. This Dao Pagoda is indeed dangerous. The gods I meet are more powerful than the last. Lin Ling's expression was serious. No wonder people said that the Dao Pagoda gathered the strongest gods of this era. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. I hope this ancient coffin can increase my strength again. Then, Lin Ling looked at the ancient coffin excitedly. He saw that the inside of the ancient coffin was filled with fog. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling waited for a moment. He saw the fog gradually disperse, revealing a large number of ancient Sanskrit characters. Moreover, there was a lot of blood in the ancient coffin. Gua. Moo. At the same time, several strange cries came. 3 small animals were lying in the ancient coffin. They were a toad and 2 green and yellow calves. These animals were about the size of a palm and looked very ordinary. However, when they felt the fog disperse, they all cried out. What's going on? Lin Ling was undoubtedly very surprised. He stared at the ancient coffin and found that in addition to the 3 small animals, there was a finger. Moreover, this was a severed finger soaked in blood, a severed finger. Lin Ling was very surprised. He thought that the ancient coffin would have some treasure, but it turned out to be a severed finger. What kind of severed finger is this? Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something, and 2 words appeared in his mind: Heaven's burial. Could it be that this was a finger left behind by one of the most ancient gods? Lin Ling had heard a little about the sky burial. It was said that it was an ancient altar ceremony. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It believed that everything in the world came from the universe. Therefore, after people died, they would return everything to the universe. This was sky burial. Ha ha ha, we can finally leave. At this moment, a human voice came from the ancient coffin. The 3 little animals raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. Then, they turned into streams of light and shot out of the ancient coffin. Bang bang bang, 3 loud booms rang out. Behind Lin Ling, 3 gigantic monsters appeared. They were a 2-meter-tall toad, an azure wild ox, and a yellow ox. These 3 monsters were extremely unordinary. Among them, the toad's entire body seemed to be cast from iron. It had pitch-black lumps that were incomparably sturdy. As for the azure wild ox, its horns were sharp and had cloud-like spirals, as if it was hiding the universe. As for the yellow ox, its entire body was covered with golden long hair. It was very dazzling, like a golden wild ox, filled with an ancient feeling of power. After they appeared, they took a deep breath of the surrounding air as if they had not been here for a long time. More tears appeared in their eyes. What are these? Lin Ling stood beside the ancient coffin, his brows tightly knitted together. For some reason, he sensed an extremely powerful aura from these 3 ancient monsters. Lin Ling even had a feeling that these 3 monsters were even stronger than Emperor Yao and the others. Moreover, they came out of the ancient coffin. Could it be that they were also the ones who chased the coffin and had chased it for countless years? I didn't expect to be able to come out alive in this life. If I knew that this thing could only be obtained by that lineage, I wouldn't have chased after the coffin that day. Yeah, so many years have passed. I wonder if the people from back then are still alive. I remember. At that time, there was going to be a great war between the world wills. I wonder if the battle has started? After the 3 monsters sighed, they spoke in human language, and the light on their bodies became more and more vigorous. Let me ask you, did the great war between the world wills happen? Suddenly, the toad looked at Lin Ling. From its eyes, a terrifying aura filled the air, causing Lin Ling's 7 dantians to tremble. So strong, Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. He was even more certain that the origins of these 3 monsters must be very ancient. Moreover, they were asking about the great war between the world wills? I wonder which great war between the world wills you were talking about. Lin Ling asked. Is there any other time? Why do I remember that the great war between the world wills has never happened before? It's just that according to the rumors, a great war is about to happen and the era is about to be destroyed. The toad was very surprised. The golden wild ox also spoke in human language. 2 red teeth could be vaguely seen in its mouth. At that time, I heard that the great war between the world wills was about to happen. My divine ox clan had been preparing for a long time, but the great war still didn't come. Later, we chased after the coffin and then were trapped in the coffin. Did the great war happen? I think it should have happened, and we missed it. However, there are humans here. I think we won. The big green ox also said. Hearing that, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Could these 3 monsters be from before the Great War between the world wills of the First Era? At that time, the Great War between the world wills did not happen at all. Speak. At this time, the 3 monsters looked at Lin Ling. The Great War between the world wills that you were talking about actually happened long ago, and it happened twice. The second time was in the Age of Gods. At that time, the universe was destroyed, and all the gods were dead. Lin Ling did not hide and said bluntly, so, it's not that we won, it's that we lost. It's just that a large number of gods have reincarnated, preparing to guard against the third great calamity of the world. Wills. What? The 3 monsters roared in unison. Rumble, the terrifying sound wave almost tore Lin Ling apart. It was too strong. The sound that went out of control for a moment almost obliterated him. Lin Ling. The Age of Gods? Our ancient era is over? What happened to our clan? Could it be that they are all dead? Impossible, that's impossible. How many years have we been in the ancient coffin? The 3 monsters seemed to be unable to believe the result in front of them. Lin Ling did not pay attention to them. Instead, he stared at the broken finger in the ancient coffin. He had an ominous feeling. Because he was too weak, these 3 monsters would not give him face. They might even kill him, as expected. After the 3 demons sighed, they looked at Lin Ling with ferocious eyes. Who are you? How can you come here, and how can you open the ancient coffin? The yellow ox suddenly said with evil intentions. I don't know about your clan. Lin Ling shook his head. His expression became more serious. He estimated that these 3 monsters should be from the most ancient clan in the universe, similar to the Yifeng clan and other ancient clans. Then why are you here? The green ox also asked. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He felt a huge pressure because these 3 monsters could probably kill Lin Ling with a blow of dust, and these 3 monsters would definitely not believe an ordinary excuse. Should he tell them that he was also chasing after the ancient coffin? I'm here for the ancient coffin. After pondering for a while, Lin Ling decided to take a gamble. Chasing after the coffin? You're chasing after the ancient coffin? Impossible. The 3 monsters were obviously shocked. They carefully sized up Lin Ling and suddenly sensed an obscure aura on Lin Ling's body. This kid is a bit unlucky. In my opinion, we'll know everything after we kill him. Yellow Ox said coldly. It was as if killing Lin Ling was just a normal thing, and the truth was indeed so. In their ancient era, when heaven and earth were first created, everything was wild. Big monsters devouring each other was a common thing. Although they could already speak human language, they still had a wild aura on them. Give me your life. The toad opened its mouth and spat out a powerful spiral cloud towards Lin Ling. It was an extremely ancient power that Lin Ling had never seen before. Oh no. Although he had guessed it, Lin Ling still cursed his bad luck. He knew that with his strength, he could not fight against these 3 monsters. The only choice now was to sever his finger. He quickly rushed into the ancient coffin and suddenly grabbed the severed finger. At this moment, his palm suddenly became warm. Then, it gradually became scorching hot, and then it became like a knife. What's going on? Lin Ling was shocked. He rushed into the ancient coffin because he felt that the ancient coffin was the only thing that could help him. Moreover, these 3 monsters had been locked in the ancient coffin for many years, but they still did not dare to touch the severed finger. Perhaps the severed finger could scare them. However, Lin Ling did not expect such a reaction after touching the severed finger. This kid. At the same time, the 3 monsters also noticed Lin Ling's actions. They rushed to the side of the ancient coffin and looked at Lin Ling in shock. He actually touched the severed finger. Indeed, he's from that lineage. No matter how useless he is, he must have cultivated that lineage's cultivation technique. Kill him quickly. If we eat this kid, we can also have that lineage's bloodline. They were shocked, but at that moment, the ancient coffin's lid slowly closed. It caused the three-phase expressions to change. They wanted to enter the ancient coffin to kill Lin Ling, but when they thought of how they had been imprisoned in the ancient coffin for so many years, they did not dare enter so easily. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the ancient coffin closed. This kid. Outside the ancient coffin, the three monsters did not leave. Instead, they stood guard beside the ancient coffin, wanting to know what would happen. Lin Ling was lying inside the ancient coffin. He realized that he could not move at all. The severed finger followed his palm and slowly merged into his body. Moreover, the blood in the ancient coffin flowed into Lin Ling's body. The blood did not seem like much, but the oppressive power was terrifying. It was almost bursting Lin Ling's body. However, at the critical moment, the chaos divine formula quickly circulated and refined the blood. At this moment, Lin Ling felt that his left index finger seemed to have exploded. The bone cracked and then broke into pieces. The pain was even more painful than the damage to his soul, causing Lin Ling to groan and scream. He had a feeling that something was growing in his finger. Finally, Lin Ling's entire finger exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, a white bone slowly grew from the broken part. The flesh and blood were like bamboo shoots after a rain, quietly spreading. The pain suddenly disappeared. Lin Ling even felt that his body could move. He sat up and looked inside the coffin. He realized that the blood had dried up. Everything was normal. What the hell is going on? Lin Ling frowned. He realized that other than the change in his finger, everything was normal. Of course, if there was a change, he realized that his physical strength had greatly increased. It had reached 3 billion world force. This was a terrifying increase. One had to know that Lin Ling's physical strength was only 1.5 billion world force before. Now, it had doubled. This finger. Lin Ling looked at his finger. He realized that his finger was sparkling like jade. There was an ancient wind spreading around. Right, my physical strength has greatly increased. Pangu's last strike should be able to be used. After looking at it for a long time, Lin Ling did not feel anything. Then, he thought of the Pangu's attack. Thinking of this, he immediately used it. Sure enough, after his physical strength skyrocketed, he could also use the last strike of the Pangu's attack. This was the last strike, primeval fight. After using it, Lin Ling felt that his physical body was constantly expanding. Boom, the ancient coffin exploded. A giant grew crazily, completely frightening the three monsters outside the ancient coffin. They stared at the constantly growing giant, their bodies trembling. It's him, it's him, it's him. They exclaimed and became even more afraid, and Lin Ling was still growing. He felt that there was a force in his body. It kept erupting, making him unable to control himself. His body grew crazily. At this moment, he could not see his own appearance. Because his long hair was dancing wildly. His upper body was naked. His muscles were like rocks. On the surface of his skin, there were large amounts of runes flowing. It was like the laws of the universe. Moreover, when this force reached its peak, Lin Ling felt a sense of dissatisfaction. His eyes looked at the three great demons on the yellow soil. Subconsciously, he pointed his finger downwards. It's really him. That brat got that person's finger. Hurry up and run. This is the Pangu's finger. Looking at the meteorite-like giant finger slowly pressing down, the three monsters screamed in horror. Then, they shot in all directions at incomparable speed. Rumble, Lin Ling's finger landed on the yellow soil. The entire yellow soil cracked. The surrounding primordial clouds were like a storm, rolling in all directions. The Pangu's finger? Although he did not kill the three monsters, Lin Ling vaguely heard something from their mouths. Could it be that I got the Pangu's finger? Lin Ling was shocked. Then, he looked at his body and realized that he had changed. He had become like the most ancient giant in the universe. This was the Pangu's true body. The Pangu's final strike was the incarnation of the Pangu. Of course, this was the most ordinary Pangu. However, Lin Ling got the Pangu's finger and had the bloodline of the Pangu. Therefore, he could use the Pengu's finger, and the power of this finger, although it could not split the heavens and earth, was definitely more powerful than any of Lin Ling's techniques. After half an hour, Lin Ling could not control himself. He returned to his usual appearance and sat down in the ancient coffin. His expression kept changing. He still could not believe the result. The final level of the Pengu strike can be used for a much shorter period of time, roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, this finger is the most powerful technique, several times more powerful than the Pengu strike. Lin Ling sat quietly. He had some guesses in his mind. He sensed that there was a terrifying power hidden in the finger. Now, he had only used 1% of its power. As for how powerful Pengu's finger was, Lin Ling had not tested it. He had wanted to test it before, but the three old monsters had been scared away. However, Lin Ling was sure that the power of this finger was not weak. I always thought that Emperor Yao and the others were the strongest in the Tao Pagoda. But now it seems that there are still some great gods who survived the great calamity of the world's will. Their strength has been the strongest since ancient times. These ancient races of the universe probably existed before the creation of the world. Perhaps they themselves are part of the universe. Standing up, Lin Ling looked into the distance. The surroundings were still dense. It was the primordial aura. Now that Lin Ling had obtained the treasure in the ancient coffin, there was no need to keep the bronze kunlun. I didn't expect that Ning Qingxin would give me such a great opportunity. Lin Ling secretly sighed. If not for Ning Qingxin's reminder, he would never have obtained the ancient coffin. He would not have known that the ancient coffin contained Pengu's severed finger. And because he cultivated Pengu's strike, he was able to obtain the severed finger. Although Lin Ling had never seen anyone cultivate Pengu's technique, he guessed that he was not the only one who cultivated this technique. The primordial aura is no small matter. It seems that if I want to leave, I have to rely on Pengu's incarnation. Lin Ling rested for a long time. After feeling that all his strength had been restored, his body suddenly expanded. Then, he grabbed the ancient coffin beside him and threw out the primordial aura. He stepped on it, landed on it, and flew down. Rumble, grand mist energy was incomparably terrifying. Lin Ling had also encountered it in the fog sea. If it weren't for the ship's protection, he would have been torn to pieces. Now, although he had transformed into Pengu, he still felt as if his body was burning. Looking at the ancient coffin beneath his feet, it had also become scorching hot at this moment. It was completely red. It was because the ancient coffin leaping through the sky and directly shooting towards the earth were two completely different matters. Without a doubt, directly shooting towards the earth was more difficult. Time quietly passed, but the grand mist aura was still not broken through. Not good, the incense stick's time is up. Lin Ling's body was shrinking. He quickly hid inside the ancient coffin and closed the lid. Fortunately, he had taken the ancient coffin with him. Otherwise, he would definitely be in danger now. Dong dong dong. Even though the lid was closed, Lin Ling could still hear the sound of gongs and drums coming from outside the coffin. However, this sound gradually became softer. At this moment, on the Great Prairie, the sun was enchanting. A large number of gods were collecting treasures. However, in one direction, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. A giant universe god was fighting against three giant universe gods. He was constantly being suppressed and was in an extremely sorry state. These giant universe gods were all extraordinarily powerful. They could casually attack with 10 billion units of divine energy, so no one dared to approach them. So powerful. The giant universe god's divine energy is definitely above 15 billion. The three of them are ganging up on one person. That person is very strong. He actually managed to hold on for so long. His divine energy is estimated to be at 20 billion. Unfortunately, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. On the other side, a large number of gods were discussing animatedly. Ignored. Your good luck has come to an end. One of the gods looked down at the injured god and said. This person's body was colorful, and ripples were spreading out from his body. In his hand, he was holding an altar-like platform. It was shining with golden light as if it was made of gold. This platform was an incomparably powerful treasure. It was a chaos deity treasure that could raise one's divine energy by 5 billion units. The other two also had terrifying auras. They were holding small altars that were pitch black and blue in color. They looked extraordinarily mighty. This was the earth platform and the water platform. Both were precious treasures that could raise one's divine energy. 3 great emperors, hee. When did you become Emperor Yao's dog? A huge eye floated out from behind the injured god. It blinked from time to time, and it was very strange. It shone a powerful light on the god's body. However, at this moment, the surface of the eye was cracked. It was clearly damaged. Emperor Yao will definitely become one of the 5 great emperors. Now that he has collected enough Dao realm fragments, he has entered the Dao pagoda and will lead us to the final level. As for the Yellow Emperor, he has failed at the last step and will undoubtedly die. One of the gods holding a blue altar said indifferently. His words were like the words of the gods. Everything was true, and no one could refute them. Hee, do you think the other ancient emperors are flower vases? Even the Yellow Emperor can't beat them, and you want to go to the final level? It's not that I'm looking down on Emperor Yao, but the last few levels of the Dao pagoda are enough to take his life. The injured god sneered. As expected, you don't understand the universe's opportunities. No wonder you will die here. The 3 gods were not angry at all. They held altars in their hands. Endless divine light filled the air, illuminating half the sky of the prairie. However, just as they were about to attack, a meteor suddenly appeared in the sky, burning with flames as it descended. The light of the flames was actually more dazzling than the blazing sun in the sky. At this moment, the countless eyes of the entire prairie looked over, and all the gods' faces changed dramatically. A meteor was crashing down. Could it be that a calamity had arrived? The Dao pagoda was a place that hid too many secrets of the universe. If there was a change in heaven and earth, it would inevitably be a great calamity. Sure enough, when the meteor slowly fell, endless darkness began to descend. All the gods began to leave in search of the shrine. However, the flaming meteor was even more dazzling in the darkness. It rumbled nonstop and finally crashed into the prairie. Boom! A huge astral windstorm broke out in the prairie. Countless green grass was swept away, and the entire prairie was shaken. What is this? In the distance, the 3 gods' faces changed dramatically, and their brows were tightly knitted. However, the darkness had descended, so they did not dare to stay and quickly left. Ignore it. We won't kill you, so as not to dirty our hands. You can enjoy the darkness. The 3 gods said to the injured god as they left, and then they disappeared in place. What is that? The injured god sat on the ground, his eyes looking into the distance, and his heart was filled with shock. This was because he had already been to the Dao pagoda once, but he had never seen such a mysterious scene of heaven and earth. Not good, the darkness has descended. Then, he quickly stood up and ran into the distance. However, because he was injured, his speed was not fast. At the same time, on the other side, the grassland was sinking layer by layer, revealing a 100-meter-deep crater. This crater was so big that it covered an area of several thousand kilometers. There was nothing in the crater, not a single living thing. There was only a burning ancient coffin. Around the crater, a large number of monsters had gathered. However, they were afraid of the ancient coffin and did not dare to approach it. They just watched quietly. Even the dark divine hound was standing there. It was as big as a mountain, and its cold eyes revealed an unfriendly light. It was thinking if it should approach the ancient coffin. Suddenly, the ancient coffin moved. The lid slowly opened, and an arm reached out and climbed out of the coffin. It was a young man in a blue robe. His face was a little haggard, but it was full of determination. His eyes were full of killing intent and coldness. After the young man climbed out of the ancient coffin behind him was still burning. The rolling flames seemed to burn the ancient coffin to nothing. This caused the young man to pick up the coffin lid and leave unwillingly. Woo woo woo. At the edge of the crater, a large number of monsters stared at the young man who climbed out of the crater. They did not expect that there was someone in the ancient coffin. Moreover, they were familiar with the ancient coffin. It was the ancient coffin that flew across the sky every day. However, why did the ancient coffin fall today? Why did someone come out? Could it be that the person buried in the ancient coffin had finally awakened? It seems that I can't take the coffin away. The young man walked along the crater, his face full of regret. The ancient coffin was still burning, but it was gradually melting into powder and disappeared. Countless monsters stared at the young man. They seemed to be formed by darkness, leaving only their eyes outside. However, they did not act rashly. Instead, they stared at the young man with fear. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew. The darkness was like a tide, rolling toward the young man. A claw suddenly fell from the sky. The dark divine hound. The young man's eyes narrowed, and the huge coffin in his hand swept out. Bang bang bang, a powerful force exploded, and the young man was sent flying. However, halfway through, the young man stepped on the ground and suppressed the force. He grabbed the coffin lid and looked at the dark divine hound deeply. The mountain-like dark divine hound stood there quietly. Its eyes seemed to penetrate the sky and tear through time as it looked down at the young man. Of course, it was mostly looking down at the coffin lid in the young man's hand. A man and a dog looked at each other, and the atmosphere was incomparably stifling. Suddenly, a black light flashed and the mountain-like dark divine hound disappeared. The monsters around it also disappeared as if they were never there. On the ground, only the ancient coffin was burning, gradually turning into ashes. The young man suddenly frowned. He left? He looked around fearfully, then followed the grassland and flew away. The dark divine hound is so strong. Even though my physical strength has increased and I have the fusion talent, I am still at a disadvantage. However, the dark divine hound has left. Could it be because of the coffin lid? The young man muttered to himself as he leaped along the ground. And he was Lin Ling, who had descended from the bronze Kunlun. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad, encountering the night after descending. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling had just finished using his Pangu's strike. His only trump card was the universe's 3 extremes break. He seemed to lack something to fight against the dark divine hound. Let's find the palace first. Lin Ling had made up his mind. Along the way, Lin Ling also encountered many monsters, but when they saw Lin Ling's coffin lid, they immediately avoided him. It was extremely strange. This made Lin Ling very curious, but he couldn't care less. At this time, a light came from ahead. It seemed that a god was fighting and was surrounded by a large number of monsters. Lin Ling didn't want to pay attention to it, but after a quick glance, his expression changed slightly and he rushed over. Ignore. He held the coffin lid and rushed over, shouting at the same time. At this moment, the one surrounded by monsters was the injured Ignore. When he heard the familiar voice, he quickly searched and then said in shock, Lin Ling? It's you? Without a doubt, Ignore was extremely shocked, but he immediately shouted, Don't worry about me, go quickly. He was now surrounded by a large number of monsters. Wasn't Lin Ling courting death by coming over? Anyway, he couldn't escape death, so he might as well attract a large number of monsters and help Lin Ling escape. However, after he shouted, not only did Lin Ling not escape, but he even sped up. Lin Ling. Ignore was even more anxious, but he couldn't shout, because he saw that Lin Ling ran all the way. The monsters he encountered on the way fled as if they had met their natural enemy. Go. After Lin Ling rushed over, he pulled Ignore and then ran into the distance. Lin Ling, what's going on? Ignore was extremely shocked. It's a long story. How did you enter the Dao Pagoda, and alone? Where's the Yellow Emperor? And why are you injured? Lin Ling didn't have time to explain, but asked instead. It's the 3 great emperors, the heavenly official, the earthly official, and the water official. They are all Emperor Yao's people. After seeing me, they attacked me, and the Yellow Emperor went to the 2nd level. Ignore said. The 3 great emperors? Are they very strong? Lin Ling continued to ask. One-on-one, how could they be my opponent? Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be my opponent. It's just that when I was in the Dao realm, I fought with Emperor Yao and suffered some injuries, which allowed them to take advantage of me. Ignore snorted coldly, his words were full of arrogance. Fortunately, you met me, or you would have died here. Look, there's a palace over there. Let's take a rest first. Lin Ling's eyes looked ahead, and he sped up again. In the distance, a palace sat on the ground, dazzling with divine light, like a bright lamp, and in the palace, a large number of gods were gathered there, gloating as they watched the gods being chased by monsters on the prairie. Look at those 2, they're actually rushing over like that. Are there no monsters chasing them? Suddenly, someone saw Lin Ling and Ignore and was shocked. Hee hee, what good luck, but this palace is full. they want to come in? Dream on. The others thought that Lin Ling and Ignore were just lucky, so they sneered and blocked the door. On the second floor of the palace, several figures stood there with calm expressions. Hey, that's Ignore, he's not dead. One of them exclaimed, causing the other two to frown and look over, their faces immediately showing surprise. And they were the three great emperors. Obviously, they were very surprised, but when they saw Lin Ling, they immediately guessed that it was this person who helped. Get lost, the palace is full. The gods naturally wouldn't allow others to enter the palace. After all, it would be dangerous for them. Following behind Lin Ling, the god wanted to shout angrily and reveal his origin. However, Lin Ling didn't bother to say much and smashed the coffin lid. On the first level of the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling had never shown mercy. This place was cruel to begin with. It was either you die or I die. Lin Ling had already gotten used to the rules here when he was slaughtering on the prairie. Lin Ling. Behind Lin Ling, the god couldn't help but be shocked. He never expected Lin Ling to be so savage. You're courting death. As for the gods at the palace gate, they all frowned, thinking that Lin Ling was courting death. Let's talk about it when we get close to the palace. They didn't attack casually because there were the most monsters around the palace, especially those trying to get close to the palace. This was the most dangerous. However, Lin Ling and the god rushed over. When the monsters saw Lin Ling, not only did they not rush over, they avoided him. This is a bit strange. Many people's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Formation, ancient spinning top formation. Someone reacted and snorted. With a wave of his hand, countless petals floated up and formed an ancient formation in front of the palace gate. This person was very cautious and didn't attack rashly for fear of being dragged out of the palace by the monsters. Therefore, he used a boundary formation to resist Lin Ling. King of Spinning Tops. Many people looked at the god and couldn't help but smile. Although this person wasn't a giant god of the universe, his strength was half a step away from being comparable to a giant god of the universe. He was an extremely ancient god. This kid wants to resist the King of Spinning Tops with just a coffin lid? Then, everyone turned to look at Lin Ling, gloating over his misfortune. Boom. However, their smiles froze in place as Lin Ling's coffin lid smashed through the ancient formation of the myriad spinning tops. It even passed through the divine formation and smashed into the outermost gods. Bang bang bang. They did not have the slightest bit of divine energy in their bodies. They were directly destroyed. It was to the extent where the entire sun god palace trembled a bit. It was incomparably terrifying. What's going on? Oh my god, Wantua Luo King is dead, Jingyi Xianxia is also dead, Burning Heaven Ming Sound Emperor is also dead. You must be kidding me, right? A single coffin lid killed so many people. What kind of treasure is this? Within the sun god hall, cries of surprise rang out. Without a doubt, everyone was dumbfounded. It would be normal if Lin Ling had killed any high gods, but he had killed more than a dozen of them with a single coffin. Lin Ling walked through the door with Ignore. All the gods subconsciously took a step back, and their expressions changed drastically. Someone asked nervously, "Who exactly are you?" Die. Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at the god. The coffin lid swept out, and as if it had shattered the laws of the universe, a large number of gods in front of him were reduced to ashes. Ah! What a ferocious coffin lid! All the gods retreated, as if little white rabbits had seen a big bad wolf, and they stayed far away from it. There were even a few people who squeezed half of their bodies out of the palace door, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was because outside the palace, they had to be wary of demons, but inside the palace, Lin Ling was also a terrifying demon, and they had to be wary of him. Get out of my way, all of you. I'll kill whoever stands in my way. Lin Ling held the coffin lid and looked coldly at the crowd. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him, causing Ignore behind him to sigh. He felt that Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the Dao Pagoda than he was. Moreover, what was going on with Lin Ling's coffin lid? Why was it so powerful? Seeing that no one dared to stop him, Lin Ling looked in the direction of the second floor, and then asked Ignore, "Brother Ignore, are those three people?" At this moment, at the staircase on the second floor, three godlike figures stood there, overlooking Lin Ling and Ignore. It's them, the three great emperors, the sky official, the earth official, and the water official. Ignore nodded. Brother Ignore, you rest here. I'll take care of them for you. Lin Ling nodded. When he first entered the Dao Pagoda, it was the Yellow Emperor who led Ignore, Listen, and the others to block Emperor Yao's attack. Now, he naturally had to help Ignore. Ignore was a little worried. Lin Ling, they're not weak. They control heaven, earth, and water, 3 powerful magical powers. Don't worry. Lin Ling gave Ignore a reassuring look. Ignore didn't know that he was besieging the city, otherwise, he wouldn't be worried. They were just universe giants, and Lin Ling had killed enough of them. Your strength is not bad, so why do you want to follow Ignore? Why don't we take you on an adventure? When the great tribulation of the world will arrive, I guarantee that your strength will increase greatly and you'll be in control of your own life. At this time, a voice came from the second floor. A man was holding a blue altar and speaking. You want to subdue me? Lin Ling shook his head, his eyes full of sarcasm. If these people knew that he was Lin Ling, Emperor Yao's mortal enemy, would they still dare to speak? That's right. What price do you want? The 3 on the second floor looked at each other and nodded. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling stepped on the stairs, laughing as he walked. This made the 3 great emperors frown. They saw that the coffin in Lin Ling's hand was very powerful, so they wanted to subdue Lin Ling otherwise, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was just a high god. You only have one chance. The man holding the black altar said coldly. He stared at Lin Ling's coffin and said disdainfully, most of your strength comes from that coffin, right? Unfortunately, it's a little rough. Although it's a precious treasure, it's not a chaos deity artifact. My altar is a chaos deity artifact. Once my underground palace altar comes out, your coffin will definitely be destroyed. I don't want you to destroy the coffin, so I'm giving you a chance. Hearing this, Lin Ling's footsteps paused and the sneer on his face deepened. His coffin wasn't a chaos deity artifact, that was true, because even Lin Ling didn't know what grade the coffin was. The coffin used to store Pangu's severed finger was an ancient coffin that flew across the sky when darkness descended. How could a mere chaos deity artifact compare to it? Perhaps, only the 10 chaos deity artifacts could compare. After shaking his head, Lin Ling continued forward. Stop. The 3 great emperors were unhappy. One of them said coldly, don't force me to make a move. In his hand, the blue altar floated out and spun around, emitting a mysterious light. Then, seeing that Lin Ling was still moving forward, he finally shook his head in disdain. You overestimate yourself. The blue altar platform smashed towards Lin Ling, and the deafening sound of water exploded. However, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He gently swept the lid of the coffin, and a boom sounded. Then, the altar platform exploded and turned into dust. Silence. The entire palace suddenly fell silent. With a sweep of the coffin lid, the Chaos Divine artifact was destroyed. What kind of coffin lid was that? Even Wang Zhong, who was originally sitting cross-legged, could not help but stand up with his eyes wide open. Although he could defeat the 3 of them if he was at his peak, he could not destroy a Chaos Divine artifact. Even if he could, it would take a lot of effort. However, Lin Ling only used a simple and crude coffin lid. What? At this moment, the man in the blue robe let out a loud roar. Your Chaos Divine artifact is a bit crude, Lin Ling said disdainfully as he quickened his pace. Use your methods. Let me see if you are qualified to subdue me. Attack. The other 2 looked at each other and threw out their respective altars. These platforms suppressed powerful god energy and contained a piece of heaven and a piece of earth. That was why they were called the Sky Palace and the Earth Palace. Lin Ling did not even look at the altar platforms. With a light sweep of his arm, the entire sun god temple shook. Then, under countless gazes, the 2 altars exploded and turned into dust. The sky was destroyed, and the earth collapsed. It was just a coffin lid. Ah! The 3 martial monarchs on the second floor were startled as they began to back off. They did not expect this mysterious youth to be even more terrifying than Wang Zhong. You, what do you want to do? They kept retreating and asked anxiously. Didn't you want to subdue me? To be honest, I admire your courage. You don't even know who I am and you want to subdue me. Lin Ling stepped onto the second floor and looked indifferently at the 3 great emperors. There were many great universe gods on the second floor. They were originally gloating, but now they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were afraid that they would be implicated. He seems to be the young man who destroyed the city. All of a sudden, someone roared, his voice traveled all the way to the first floor, causing many gods to ponder. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They had all heard of a legend that on the first floor of the Dao Pagoda, there was an incomparably ferocious person who destroyed the siege and forced young noble Ming not to provoke him. In the end, he left. Originally, they guessed that such a fierce person should have gone to the second level. Who is this person? The three great emperors obviously didn't know about the siege. This man destroyed the siege and killed young noble Ming's servant and a few experts under the tomb. You should have heard of young noble Ming's strength, right? A god said solemnly. It's him. The three great emperors retreated even further. Although they hadn't heard of this matter, young Master Ming, who was besieging the city, knew about it. Because this person was collecting tolls, no one dared to provoke him. And the fact that young Master Ming's tomb was destroyed explained everything. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. One of the three great emperors waved his hand and said. Misunderstanding? Ning Fan was my brother, and you almost killed him. You say it was a misunderstanding? Lin Ling sneered. Disdaining to speak nonsense, he swept out the coffin lid. Hong, the great emperor called water official, was hit by the coffin lid. His body trembled, and with a loud roar, he was turned into ashes. Water official. The other two couldn't help but shout. Following which, they looked at Lin Ling angrily and said, We are Emperor Yao's men. Hong, Lin Ling swept out the coffin lid again, and the great emperor called Earth official was also killed. 2 coffin lids had killed 2 great emperors. This undoubtedly caused the entire palace to fall silent. After all, those were great gods of the universe, and they died so easily. Are you still taking me in? Lin Ling looked coldly at the last person. That person's face was ashen and cold. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his brothers were dead. And now, this person was mocking him and asking if he was still taking him in. Take him in? How? Was he qualified to take him in? Who are you? The last sky official gritted his teeth and said. Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised the coffin lid and said indifferently. It's you. The sky official's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. He had naturally heard of Lin Ling, and he had even heard that this man had killed Emperor Ziwei. However, the 3 of them combined were even more powerful than Emperor Ziwei, but against Lin Ling, it was useless. They couldn't stop the terrifying coffin lid at all. This meant that Lin Ling's strength had increased again after entering the Dao Tower. No wonder Emperor Yao wanted to kill you. So you really are that strong. The sky official knew that he couldn't escape death and said with a gloomy expression. My strength is not something you can understand. Lin Ling raised the coffin lid high and slammed it down. Hong, the palace shook, and the last sky official was as dead as he could be. He had been smashed into a meat patty. With Lin Ling's current strength, the coffin lid was only a part of his strength. If he used his full strength, he would even dare to fight Emperor Yao. You lot, do you want to go downstairs yourselves, or do you want me to invite you? Lin Ling looked at the remaining gods on the second floor and said. We'll go downstairs ourselves. These giant cosmos gods did not have any unwillingness as they left one after another. Whether it was Lin Ling's fierce reputation or the strength he had displayed, they didn't dare to resist. Brother Ignore, come up. Lin Ling shouted to Ignore, who hurried upstairs and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling, how long has it been since you entered the Dao Tower? How did your strength increase so much? Not long? Why do I feel like it's been a long time? Lin Ling laughed. He had experienced the bronze Kunlun and cultivated for more than 30 million years in the sun statue. Naturally, he felt that it had been a long time. Sigh, in any case, I feel like your strength is enough to fight Emperor Yao and the others. Ignore was indeed worthy of being the Yellow Emperor's follower. He was very knowledgeable and could vaguely sense this. This, I'm not too sure, but I also want to meet him. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly turned cold. The grudge between him and Emperor Yao started when he first entered the Dao realm. It was time to settle it. Brother Ignore, you can recover here. At dawn, we will enter the second floor. Then, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his realm. In fact, if not for Ignore's injury, Lin Ling might have already rushed to besieged city. After all, he had been in the Bronze Kunlun for a long time. He didn't know how Yu and the others were doing on the second floor. Moreover, how was Ning Qingxin? Time passed quietly. When the sun shone through the window, the palace also quietly dissipated. Everyone appeared on the grass, surrounded by rare treasures. Upon seeing Lin Ling, the gods surrounding the city made way for him, not daring to stop him. Under the three pitch-black mountains, Lin Ling and Jiyu stood in the godly light. Then, after spending 10 million Dao realm fragments, they turned into dust and disappeared. A mysterious feeling spread throughout their bodies. By the time Lin Ling and Jiyu realized what was going on, a fishy smell came from all around them. Godly light appeared, and endless light flowed, gradually condensing into Lin Ling and Jiyu's figures. "We're here." When the divine light gradually dimmed, Lin Ling walked out and looked ahead. Then, he sucked in a cold breath. This place was even worse than the first level. The ground was full of swamps, and there were no living creatures. Moreover, the fishy smell was very uncomfortable. "This is the second level?" Lin Ling couldn't help but ask. "That's right." Wu Ji nodded. "Back then, I came here with Sir Yellow Emperor. The only danger here is the rotten rocks that fall from the sky from time to time. These rotten rocks are so powerful that even king-level universe giant gods would be corroded in the blink of an eye." "Oh, right. There are also monsters from the first level, and many of them have strange shapes and are very disgusting. However, there's a sarcoma in their bodies that can increase a god's talent." After listening to Wu Yan's introduction, Lin Ling frowned. Compared to the first level, there was no difference between day and night here. "Yu, are you there?" Lin Ling quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. "Brother Ling, you're finally here." Yu's voice came from the jade talisman. "I'm with Sister Yu now. As for where I am, I don't know either." "What happened? Why were you separated? Where are Lei Gong and the others?" Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. "As soon as we entered the second level, we met a group of powerful beings who called themselves the Rotten World. They attacked us and separated us." Yu said. "Moreover, many people returned to Kyushu by returning to their heavenly seats. It's very difficult for them to enter now. Wait here. I'll go find you immediately." "By the way, where's Gur?" Lin Ling asked again. "Gur seems to have been taken away by someone called Great Ancestor Boundary River. Sister Whitewater Pure Maiden too. Damn it. Why are we in such trouble? I'll go find you immediately." Lin Ling put away the voice transmission jade talisman, his expression extremely ugly. Beside her, Ignore also heard the faint voice transmission. His expression was incomparably solemn. "It's actually Great Ancestor Jia. This person's strength is only below Emperor Yao. He's even comparable to Great Emperor Xianxia of the Five Emperors." Jia shook his head. Great Emperor, Lin Ling had come into contact with them before. He had met them once in Lingxiao City. That great emperor had wanted to take Lin Ling as his disciple. "Then what's the deal with the Rotten World?" Lin Ling asked again. "The origin of the Rotting Realm is extremely mysterious. Legend has it that it was formed from the dark energy of the universe, and it is a powerful ancient race of the universe. They can be found in the second, third, and even the last few levels. However, they are extremely strange. They go around provoking gods and killing them as fast as they can. Especially the Rotting Realm. Their strength is weaker than theirs, so they kill them whenever they see them. I heard that a part of the power of the gods that die in their hands will enter the body of the Rotten World's strongest god, the Rotten God, making him stronger." You explained. "Damn it. This Dao Pagoda is really messed up." Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. He took out the jade talisman and sensed Yu's direction. Then, he flew toward the distance. The gods on the second level were undoubtedly much stronger than those on the first level. Along the way, Lin Ling and the others encountered many powerful gods. "Who are you two?" "We are the gods of the divine light race. Get lost." Lin Ling was as anxious as an arrow, but he was blocked. He fused his innate talents. With one hand holding the coffin lid and the other holding the tyrannical song sword, he killed the other party. On the second level, superior gods were extremely rare. They were all at the level of giant universe gods. But now, with Lin Ling's strength, unless one was a king-level giant universe god, anyone who encountered him would be killed. In addition, Ignore's strength had recovered. With the two of them working together, killing some passers-by was a piece of cake. Rumble, just as Lin Ling and the others killed several gods, a sudden rumble sounded. When Lin Ling and the others raised their heads, they saw a pitch-black, mud-like object about 10 meters above them. Not good. Lin Ling dodged quickly. It's the rotten stone. Disregarding anxiously shouted out loud, Lin Ling's expression changed. When did this huge mud-like object appear? He couldn't care less. He ran at full speed. Flames appeared on his Quafu sun-chasing boots, and he disappeared with Lin Ling in the blink of an eye. They had just rushed a few hundred meters away when the huge mud-like object hit the ground. What was surprising was that the mud-like object was very calm. It didn't even make a loud sound. Moreover, it slowly sank into the ground. Rumble, the swamp on the ground kept swallowing the mud-like object, emitting a fishy smell. However, an invisible whirlpool also appeared on the ground. Lin Ling, the second level is very strange. If you want to leave here, you have to use your Dao regression to heaven status at a place with rotten stone. Once you leave, if you want to come back, you have to bring your Dao regression to heaven status and find the rotten stone. Only then can you come back. Ignore looked at the swamp with lingering fear and explained. What a mess of laws and rules. Lin Ling frowned. No wonder Yu said that everyone left and couldn't come back. This meant that Lin Ling had to find the Dao regression to heaven status of the people who left and find the place where the rotten stone fell. Only then could he bring them back. Where did this rotten stone come from? Why did it appear 10 meters above our heads? If you didn't remind me, I would have been hit. Lin Ling then said solemnly. The appearance of the rotten stone is invisible and colorless. It can't be detected by any means. If you are hit by the rotten stone, you will definitely die. Ignore said. What is hidden under the ground? Why did the rotten stone merge into the swamp? Lin Ling shook his head and left with Ignore. On the way forward, he became more cautious and kept his guard up against the sky. Indeed, on the way forward, Lin Ling and Ignore encountered a few more waves of rotten stone. Fortunately, they were on guard and narrowly avoided them. It seems that as long as we don't move, the rotten stone won't attack. Instead, it will suddenly appear when we are rushing or fighting. Lin Ling gradually figured out the rules. Yes, but in the Dao Tower, how can there be no fighting? It is said that the more intense the battle, the bigger the rotten stone. In the final stage, a rotten stone as big as the universe can appear. Ignore said, I heard the Yellow Emperor say that the first batch of people who entered the Dao Tower were them. I met them. The first batch. Lin Ling was shocked. He could imagine how many powerful gods were hidden in the later levels of the Dao Tower. Ever since entering the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling had almost forgotten about the square prison due to the influence of the strange laws here. Let's go. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Ling wanted to find Yu and the others first. The second level was also incomparably large. It was a vast swamp as far as the eye could see. Lin Ling and the others had been hurrying for 3 days, but they still hadn't reached Yu. On the contrary, Lin Ling encountered the monsters that Jia had mentioned. They were monsters formed from a mass of mud. They were as large as mountains, and some were as large as oceans. They were like elephants galloping on the ground, and their strength was incomparably powerful. They could devour gods. This gave Lin Ling an illusion that these things were very similar to chaos. Lin Ling's chaos also had the same power. It could devour everything and was one of the 4 great evils. However, after becoming a god, chaos gradually became less useful. Jia, you can get treasures by killing those monsters, right? Lin Ling asked Jia. Yes, they have sarcomas in their bodies, which are suitable for the promotion of various divine embryos. Jia nodded. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He now had many treasures for the promotion of realms, but he didn't have any for divine embryos. Therefore, the second level was a good place to promote divine embryos. On the fifth day, Lin Ling and the others finally arrived in another direction. On the ground, they saw two women standing there, surrounded by several gods. They were all looking at the two women maliciously. The two women were Yu and the others. Get lost. Lin Ling threw the coffin lid in his hand and smashed it on the swamp ground in front of him. Boom! When the swamp exploded, the gods were so frightened that they hurriedly fled. Your Excellency, we're just passing by, passing by. They shouted as they fled. If it were any other time, Lin Ling would definitely take their lives. But now, Lin Ling couldn't care less. Brother Ling. When the two women saw Lin Ling, they couldn't help but be delighted and rushed over. Be careful. However, Lin Ling saw that a huge rotten rock had appeared above Yu and the others. It was about 50 meters in size and was rapidly smashing down. Lin Ling rushed over at full speed and hugged his two beautiful wives. Then, he dodged the rotten rocks falling from the sky. That was close. When Yu and the others saw the rotting rocks that were slowly sinking to the ground, they all felt a lingering fear. Ah, no. Save me, save me. All of a sudden, loud screams came from the front. The gods who had fled earlier were all smashed by the rotten rocks. What was extremely strange was that after the rotten rocks smashed into them, it was as if they were sucked into sludge. They couldn't use any of their methods and could only continuously melt. It was extremely disgusting. In the end, before the rotten stones could even disappear into the ground, these gods had already been corroded into nothingness. This rotten rock is really hard to guard against. Lin Ling's brows were tightly knitted together as he witnessed the scene. Brother Ling, hurry up and save Ge and the others. Yu and the others said anxiously. Okay. Lin Ling glanced at the voice transmission jade talisman and hurriedly led everyone on their journey again. Lin Ling, this Realm River Patriarch is extremely impressive. It'll probably be very troublesome to rescue them from his hands. However, if we join forces, even if we can't defeat him, we shouldn't be afraid of him. At this moment, Lu Zhe said, his eyes fixed on Lin Ling's coffin lid. He knew that Lin Ling's strongest move was the coffin lid. I want him dead. However, Lin Ling spat out coldly. After entering the second level, he had no time to rest at all and was forced to search for his family and friends. This also aroused Lin Ling's anger. They all sucked in a cold breath. Killing Great Ancestor Realm River was not a simple matter. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't explain too much. He followed the direction of the voice transmission jade talisman and ran into the distance. Lu Zhe thought that the coffin lid was Lin Ling's strongest move. He didn't know that Lin Ling still had 3 more powerful trump cards: Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, 3 Great Universes to seal all souls, Pangu Strike the Primordial Gambit, transforming into Pangu. There was also the mysterious Pangu's Finger, that Realm River Patriarch dared to snatch Lin Ling's people. Lin Ling wanted to see how tough the other party's life was. In fact, ever since Lin Ling obtained the Pangu's Finger, he hadn't tried its full power. He hadn't even tried the Primordial Gambit, back when he faced the Toad, Green Ox, and Yellow Ox. Although Lin Ling used the Pangu's Finger, the other party fled very quickly. He didn't see any effect at all. This way. Along the way, Lin Ling saw only swamps and swamps. At this moment, in one direction of the swamp, there was a large number of springs. These springs were of different sizes and constantly bubbled, forming a dense mist. In the springs, a large number of people were soaking there, letting out cheerful sounds. These springs were the only places in the swamp that didn't have rotten stones. There were many in the swamp, but most of them were occupied by experts for resting. The one who occupied this area of springs was the Realm River Patriarch. At this moment, several figures were rapidly approaching. When they saw the springs in the distance, they couldn't help but be shocked. That's the hot spring, the only place in the second floor of the Dao Pagoda that doesn't have rotten stones falling. One of them explained, but he ignored it. That lecherous old man is the Realm River Patriarch. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He looked around and saw Xianxia and the others at the edge of the hot spring. However, looking at them, they were fine now. A moment later, Lin Ling and the others appeared above the hot spring and looked down at the people below. Lin Ling. At the same time, Xianyuan and Bai Shuisu Nu, who were tied to the hot spring, saw Lin Ling. "Who are you?" Realm River Ancestor raised his head and frowned at Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling and the others were just passing by, but he didn't expect them to come here. "Hee, quite handsome, but don't you know that this is Realm River Ancestor's territory?" Beside Patriarch Realm River, several women were wrapped around his neck and giggling. Lin Ling didn't say anything and still looked down at the people below. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he suddenly slashed down. An incomparably terrifying sword light, mixed with physical strength and divine power, bombarded the hot springs. Rumble, several hot springs were destroyed, and the women in the hot springs were killed by Lin Ling. These women were dirty and messy, and probably not good people. Lin Ling didn't have any pity for them. "You're courting death." Realm River Ancestor suddenly stood up and flew into a rage. These people came without saying a word and then directly killed his women. Was this a direct provocation? "You're all dead. How dare you kill the Ancestor's women?" Beside Realm River Ancestor, several women also pointed at Lin Ling and the others and scolded. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Ling smiled coldly and asked curiously. "Did you just come to the rotten world? Do you know who Realm River Ancestor is?" Those women had followed Realm River Ancestor for many years and knew how terrifying Realm River Ancestor was, so they were not afraid of Lin Ling and the others at all. "You're right. We did just come to the second floor of the Dao Tower." "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Ling still smiled. "You're courting death." Seeing that Lin Ling didn't look like he was reflecting at all, the women gritted their teeth in anger and were ready to wait for Lin Ling and the others to be torn into pieces. They all felt that this young man was too arrogant to kill people at will. "I don't know what death is." "You must be Realm River Patriarch's women." Lin Ling stared at the women and slashed down with his sword again. "How dare you?" The Realm River Patriarch hadn't expected that the youth would still dare to kill him. His body suddenly grew in size as he grasped an enormous black river in his hand, ready to resist Lin Ling's sword. However, Boundary River was secretly astonished. Although this young man appeared to be a mid-stage high god, his sword strike contained over 10 billion units of divine energy. Furthermore, there seemed to be some other power hidden within. It seemed to be the power of the physical body. Crash, the black river seemed soft, but it was incomparably tough. It actually blocked Lin Ling's huge sword light. Pung pung pung, Lin Ling's sword continued to slash, but it just couldn't cross the black river. "You're quite capable. My border river can block an attack with 10 billion units of godly power, but your sword only has 10 billion units of godly power, yet it still hasn't dissipated. This means that part of the power isn't godly power, but physical power." Great Ancestor Boundary River said faintly. "You're quite perceptive." Lin Ling smiled faintly. After fusing with Pangu's finger, his physical strength had reached 30 trillion units. After fusing with his innate talent, his overall strength was naturally not low. "You want to save them, but unfortunately, you might not be able to do so." At this moment, Ignore attacked as well. An enormous eyeball appeared behind him, covering the land and freezing time. Moreover, the light beams shot out from the eyeball contained 20 billion units of godly power. As the Yellow Emperor's bodyguard, Ignore wasn't weak to begin with. Previously, he was bullied by the 3 official Great Emperors because he had just been seriously injured. As soon as the light beams shot out from the eyeball, the black river began to churn, seemingly unable to resist. Kaboom! This caused Lin Ling's sword to cross the black river and slash at the hot spring, killing all the women in the hot spring. "You're courting death." Great Ancestor Boundary River roared furiously. Attacking his women once was enough, and now it was the second time. Most importantly, he didn't know why these people were here. "All of you will die. I can no longer hold back my anger. No one can withstand my wrath." The enormous Boundary River in Great Ancestor Boundary River's hand suddenly turned into a dazzling golden color. Coupled with Great Ancestor Boundary River's enlarged body, it was as if he was holding a cosmic river. "Lin Ling, be careful. Great Ancestor Boundary River's godly power has reached 30 billion. At this moment, Ignore reminded him. Great Ancestor Boundary River's strength was comparable to Great Emperor Xianxia of the 5 Great Emperors. If not for Ignore teaming up with Lin Ling, he wouldn't have dared to touch Great Ancestor Boundary River. Don't worry, I'll stop him. You do it. Lin Ling said to ignore. Pangu's attack was activated and the primeval gambit descended. You think you're the only one who can grow bigger? Lin Ling grew infinitely taller and turned into a giant. His long hair danced wildly, and there were large amounts of ancient runes on his body. His skin was bronze and extremely domineering. Most importantly, he became as tall as Great Ancestor Boundary River and looked at him coldly. You, bastard. Great Ancestor Boundary River cursed. Was this young man doing it on purpose? Seeing him turn into a giant, he turned into a giant as well. Hee, I'm a little taller than you. Lin Ling's voice was like a cosmic storm. His body grew a little taller again, taller than Great Ancestor Boundary River. What's the use of being taller? You're strong on the outside but weak on the inside. You must have the corresponding strength. Great Ancestor Boundary River roared angrily. He clenched the golden boundary river with both hands and suddenly smashed it at Lin Ling as if he was holding a giant rod. The moment he attacked, the wind and clouds surged. In the distant swamp, many gods were resting, but they also saw the two giants in the distance. It's Great Ancestor Boundary River. Heavens, who forced him to reveal his true form? The giant opposite is not much smaller than Great Ancestor Boundary River. They were shocked. Of course, many gods had the ability to transform into a giant, but it was just some camouflage and couldn't increase their strength. Therefore, they were curious whether the other giant had the corresponding strength. Lin Ling. At this moment, Great Ancestor Boundary River shouted. The eyeballs behind him suddenly changed and turned into 12 eyes. They were like 12 blazing suns hanging in the sky, shooting out endless divine light. These divine lights were full of the power of divinity. They were unstoppable and reached more than 3 million. Great Ancestor Boundary River had also unleashed his full strength. Whoosh, unfortunately, the Golden Boundary River was as majestic as Jiuzhou. It swept across and blocked all of the power of divinity. Great Ancestor Boundary River's strength was indeed heaven-defying. Seeing the Boundary River smashing towards Lin Ling, Great Ancestor Boundary River couldn't help but be more worried. His hands moved frequently, urging the divine eyes and forcibly turning the 12 eyeballs into 24. After doing this, he was panting. Obviously, he had exceeded his limit. However, it was obviously too slow to help Lin Ling. Boy, what's the use of growing bigger? You must have the corresponding defense. At this moment, Great Ancestor Boundary River said arrogantly. The Boundary River smashed towards Lin Ling. It wasn't difficult for this Boundary River to destroy the universe. Rumble. Are you giving me an itch? All of a sudden, a deafening laughter rang out. Lin Ling held the Golden River with one hand and sneered at Realm River Patriarch. Now that he had transformed into Pangu, the primeval gambit, he could resist even more divine power, and his attacks were undoubtedly twice as strong as before. You're fine. Realm River Patriarch's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. His Golden River had 50 billion divine power. He firmly believed that there were very few among the universe's giant gods who could block it, not to mention that his opponent was just a superior god. Lin Ling. Realm River Patriarch's eyes trembled as he was startled. When did Lin Ling become so strong? One must know that if he could block Realm River Patriarch's attack, it meant that he could block Xianxia the Great's attack. Lin Ling was still looking at Realm River Patriarch with a smile. He knew that the primeval gambit's duration was very short, only one incense stick's time. He said faintly, enlarging one's body depends not only on defense but also on attack. Take my punch. He swung the Golden River with his right hand and punched out with his left fist. Boom. This punch was incomparably terrifying, causing the air to explode. It was like a huge bomb, and also like a huge universe. There were even rings of smoke exploding around his fist, as if they were grand mist aura. Chi, Realm River Patriarch inhaled sharply. What was this guy's background? Realm River Universe. Realm River Ancestor roared and pulled back the Golden River. Moreover, he activated the universe so that the Golden River coiled around his body like a golden dragon protecting him. Looking carefully, there were many figures above the Golden River. They were all as tiny as ants, but their strength was not weak. The universe, Realm River Patriarch was also a god with a great universe. Generally speaking, powerful gods all had great universes. Although having a universe didn't mean that they were stronger than other gods, it was certain that every god with a universe was incomparably ancient. Watch me break your universe. Lin Ling took a step forward, causing the hot spring beneath his feet to explode. His fist continued to punch forward. When the fist landed on the Golden River, it actually bent the Golden River. Countless gods in the universe fell, and the world shattered. Ah! A large number of cries rang out, and the gods in the universe could only see a giant strike out with a fist, breaking the universe and destroying their world. What kind of power is this? Inside the Realm River, Patriarch Realm River was as shocked as a celestial being. He sensed that Lin Ling's fist didn't contain the power of divinity at all. It was pure physical strength. However, this kind of physical strength wasn't ridiculously powerful. Yet, it had a kind of power that could destroy everything. However, Boundary River Ancestor's universe was very powerful. Although Lin Ling had destroyed half of it, it was still able to block Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling, let me help you. It was at this point that the Ignore attack arrived. Boundless God eyes shone with the power of 5 million gods. Behind the Ignore, 24 eyes bloomed. These eyes had been comprehended by the Ignore and were incomparably powerful. Lin Ling glanced at the Ignore and suddenly thought of a person who had disappeared for many years. This person was the blue-robed youth who had helped Lin Ling when Lin Ling first entered the martial god realm. At that time, Lin Ling had one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe, and that youth seemed to be the same. However, after that incident, Lin Ling was unrivaled in the martial god realm and swept through the void of the 9 states, but he never saw that youth again. He only remembered that the blue-robed youth's name was Gan Liangping. Ah, you're actually working together? Shameless. Boundary River Ancestor was clearly unable to resist and let out a loud roar. However, he was also very powerful. Under the joint attack of Lin Ling's Panga Strike and Ignore, he actually didn't die. This gave Lin Ling a deep understanding of his own strength. At least with his current means, he wasn't enough to fight against 5 emperors. Your Excellency, please show mercy. Just as the two joined forces to suppress Boundary River Ancestor, suddenly, the light of the sun appeared in front of him. Several figures appeared and floated in the air, shrouded by the sun behind them, extremely mysterious. Solar Divine Race? Ignore's eyes flashed. Your Excellency, Boundary River Ancestor is a close friend of our race. How about giving us some face and letting him go this time? Moreover, Boundary River Ancestor didn't provoke you, why do you have to kill him? A voice floated over, extremely polite. Those from the Solar Divine Race naturally didn't dare to push Lin Ling too far after seeing the heaven-defying strength of the duo. Help me, help me! Boundary River Ancestor also shouted loudly. Who do you think you are? However, Lin Ling sneered. Not only did he not show mercy, but he also increased the speed of his attacks. 3 extreme universe breaks were activated. 3 extreme universe rays sealed Boundary River Ancestor's soul. Although Lin Ling was in the higher deity realm, he had 8 dantians as his foundation, so he could cultivate several powerful ancient techniques. It wasn't difficult for him to kill a giant god of the universe. Ah, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Boundary River Ancestor, who was in the Golden Boundary River, sensed that he couldn't resist any more. 3 layers of attacks, Pangu's punch, the divine eye that ignored everything, and the 3 extreme universe breaks. Ah! Boundary River Ancestor roared, and the huge river around him collapsed, smashing down bit by bit. Rumble, his huge body began to fall, smashing into the ground, and he died with his eyes wide open. He indeed died with his eyes wide open, because from the beginning to the end, he didn't understand why Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Sigh. Seeing Boundary River Ancestor die, those from the Solar Divine Race sighed softly, but when they looked at Lin Ling's group, they were immediately filled with shock. Such a powerful giant god of the universe died just like that, and the battle ended so quickly that it was beyond their imagination. It must be known that if a god at Boundary River Ancestor's level really died in battle, it would take several years for the battle to end. All of this proved that the strength of those 2 gods was heaven-defying. Your Excellency, why bother? A god with a sun hanging above his head looked at Lin Ling and smiled bitterly. Lin Ling sneered disdainfully. He knew very well that if he wasn't as strong as Boundary River Ancestor today, the Solar Divine Race would have helped him long ago, and they wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. After all, when he went to look for Yu, he also encountered the Solar Divine Race. At that time, they were also difficult to talk to. He stole my woman. Is that reason enough? Lin Ling's Panga's attack effect disappeared, and he slowly returned to his normal state. Then, he went to save Xianxia and the others. I see. Hearing Lin Ling's words and seeing Lin Ling's actions, those from the solar divine race finally understood. If that's the case, then Boundary River Ancestor deserved to die. They all smiled and said. Lin Ling looked indifferent, and his contempt for the solar divine race increased. The solar divine race had said that Boundary River Ancestor was their close friend, but now they were speaking for Lin Ling, which showed how shameless the solar divine race was. What's the matter? If not, then scram. Lin Ling didn't give them any face and continued to speak. I'm not free. Lin Ling didn't even look at them. Instead, he asked Yu, Xianxia, and the others. Lei Gong and the others had been forced to leave. He had to find the Tao regression celestial tablets they left behind. Only then could he bring them back. Big brother Lin Ling, we were chased by the rotting realm in that direction. Yu and the others whispered to each other. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded and left with Ignore, Yu, and the others. Wait. However, the gods of the sun god race looked at each other and quickly chased after them. Do you want to die? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He had already said that he wasn't interested. Why were these people still bothering him? Fellow Taoist, don't be rash. We really don't have any evil intentions, and we don't intend to deceive you. There is indeed a secret realm with a large number of sarcoma-like monsters. Now that the giant gods of the universe are besieging it, we are lacking some experts. Moreover, we have countless experts in the sun god race. It's just that they are in the 3rd and 4th layers. Only one of the 12 sun goddesses is left here. The gods of the sun god race smiled bitterly. I'm not free. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. Lin Ling wasn't interested in them at all. By the way, are you going to find someone? Can we help? You should know that the rotting realm is extremely big, and there are experts from it. These experts are in the 2nd layer, and they are innately strong. It is said that the 2nd layer is also called the rotting realm, and it is a part of their rotting realm. It was broken during the battle. With our help, you can save a lot of time. If you meet the experts from the rotting realm, you can take care of each other. The experts of the sun god race didn't intend to give up and chased after them. Your perseverance is still there. Lin Ling finally stopped and looked at them with a cold smile. Then, he looked at Ignore. Ignore's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Let's go with them. After all, with their help, we can find the others faster. Disregard also wanted to go to the Yellow Emperor's side, but the Yellow Emperor and the others were on the 2nd level. However, he could not bear to leave Lin Ling behind. What's more, Lei Gong and the others were also the Yellow Emperor's people. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Okay, I promise you. But let me say this first. You are the one who begged me to join. There is no agreement between us. We can leave at any time. Moreover, when facing a strong enemy, we will look at the situation. If we are not strong enough, we will not attack. Lin Ling said. Don't worry, as long as you're with us. If you encounter a strong enemy that you can't handle, just do as you see fit. But we believe that since we're all in the same camp, you'll help us. After all, there's a lot to be gained from the tumor. You definitely won't miss it. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the gods all laughed. All right. Now, I'm looking for a few friends to come with us. Lin Ling nodded and led the group forward. He was curious. Why were the people of the solar god race so easy to talk to and even took the initiative to help him find people? But after thinking for a while, he realized that they probably wanted to find more helpers. After that, Yu continued to point out directions. After spending a full 3 days, the group arrived at the place where Yu and the others had first come. This is the place. I remember there was a huge rock there. Everyone landed on the ground. Yu pointed at a huge rock in front of him. The huge rock was extremely strange, as if a stone monkey was sitting on the ground. It was very easy to notice. The first to leave are young Master Yao, Sakura, and the others. Yu said. Everyone, look around nearby. Lin Ling hurriedly said to everyone. He then asked Disregard, here, if the Tao regression celestial seat is lost, will it disappear? The Tao pagoda is different from the Tao realm. If the Tao regression celestial seat is lost, it won't disappear. Disregard explained. This meant that as long as no one picked up the Tao regression celestial seat, Lei Gong and the others' Tao regression celestial seat would be nearby. I remember you said that we can only leave if we go to a place with rotten stones. This means that some rotten stones fell during the battle. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly frowned. I'm most afraid that their Tao regression celestial seat disappeared in the swamp. In the current situation, we can only look for it. Disregard said helplessly. Found it, Your Excellency Lin Ling. There's a Tao regression celestial seat here. At this time, a voice came from afar. A few people of the solar god race laughed. Lin Ling looked over and found that there were 6 wings behind these people. It was extremely strange. And the sun above their heads seemed to be able to see through the swamp and see what was under the swamp. No wonder they could find a large number of sarcomatous demons. It turns out that they do have some ability. Lin Ling nodded, flew over, and took the Tao regression celestial seat. Then, he punched a few times towards the sky, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. Rumble, as if absorbed by the divine power, rotten stones strangely appeared in the sky. They were 50 meters in size and smashed down. After Lin Ling dodged, he watched the rotten stones sink into the swamp. He quickly took out the Tao regression celestial seat and disappeared. A moment later, when he reappeared, he was already in the void of the 9 prefectures. As soon as he returned, a feeling of omnipotence was born. In just an instant, Lin Ling noticed Lei Gong and the others. They were all in Lei Gong's main hall. Fortunately, everyone is here. Lin Ling could not help but smile. He took a step and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in Lei Gong's main hall. At this moment, in Lei Gong's main hall, everyone gathered and sighed. They had been back for a long time, but they could not contact Yu and the others. They could not enter the Tao pagoda and were extremely worried. Is everyone okay? At this time, Lin Ling's body suddenly appeared. Lin Ling, Lei Gong and the others were overjoyed. They were incomparably happy. Lin Ling, have you entered the 2nd level? Long Yang asked hurriedly. I have entered and obtained a Tao regression celestial seat. I don't know who it is. Now, I will try my best to help you find the Tao regression celestial seat. When you come back, pay attention. If you can sense the Tao regression celestial seat, then come in immediately. Lin Ling explained. That's great. By the way, how are Yu and the others? Everyone was overjoyed, but Xingyi asked worriedly. Don't worry, they are fine. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He glanced at everyone and suddenly felt that something was wrong because one person was missing. Young Lin was there, Xiaoluan was there, and Namwa Fingyu was there too. Right, the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. Senior Dragon God? Later, we split up and escaped. During the process of escaping, it was the dragon god who turned into a giant dragon and blocked the experts of the rotting world, buying us time. Although we really wanted to help, unfortunately, the dragon god told us that he didn't have long to live, so we shouldn't cause more deaths because of him. In the end, we had no choice but to split up and escape. Then, we encountered a falling stone. Inadvertently, we used the Tao regression celestial plane to leave the 2nd floor. After we left, our Tao regression celestial plane fell to the 2nd floor. Lei Gong continued. Lin Ling was stunned on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. At this moment, his heart felt like it was splitting open. Back then, when he was still very weak, it was the dragon god who helped him through the Kaiyuan River and reached the Dragon Valley. Later, when he went to the Dragon Valley for the 2nd time, it was the dragon god who allowed him to enter the ancestral dragon tomb in the Dragon Valley, which greatly improved his dragon talent. He, Senior Dragon God, was indebted to him for recognizing his worth. It's me, it's me. If I had followed you into the 2nd floor, he would not have died. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he did not feel it. If he had not chased after the ancient coffin, then today's events would not have happened. Lin Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. Seeing Lin Ling's depressed mood, Lei Gong could not help but shout. The sound of a copper bell echoed in Lin Ling's heart. Whether it was the dragon god or us, the moment we stepped into the Dao Pagoda, we were all prepared to die. The Dao Pagoda is cruel, and no god is immortal. When you slaughtered the gods of the Dao Pagoda, their thoughts were the same as yours now. Impossible, only they will die, and we will not die. This world is fair. The most important thing is that the dragon god also had this kind of awareness. Hearing Lei Gong's voice, Lin Ling gradually calmed down. He no longer blamed himself, but his heart was still sad. Lei Gong was right. When everyone stepped into the Dao Tower, everyone was prepared to die, including Lin Ling. However, the growth of the Dao Pagoda was very fast. Lin Ling had benefited, and so had Lei Gong and the others. Therefore, it was relative. Before the dragon god died, he asked you to help him find the dead Dragon Valley and bring it back to his hometown. Lei Gong said again. Yes, I will. Lin Ling clenched his fists into the Dragon Valley. He secretly swore that he would enter the underworld one day and bring the dragons back. Rotting world. Then, Lin Ling's eyes were full of killing intent. Lin Ling, when we fought against them, we all knew that they were incredible. They're extremely strong. Don't fight against them unless you're strong enough. You already have a lot of enemies. There's Great Emperor Yao, the 3 great sects of White Mountain, Prince Ming, and so on. It is not suitable to provoke strong enemies. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to move forward in this Dao Tower. Lei Gong suddenly advised. Pay more attention. Soon, you will be able to enter the 2nd floor of the Dao Tower. Lin Ling nodded and did not say much. He took out the Dao Regression Heaven tablet and left, looking at Lin Ling's disappearing figure. Lei Gong and the others sighed. They knew that Lin Ling did not take their advice to heart and still intended to be enemies with the rotting world. Perhaps, this was Lin Ling. The most ancient race in the universe has existed since the primordial age. It's just that they haven't formed yet and have grown up in the universe. In terms of history, they are even more ancient than the Yellow Emperor of the primordial age. Lin Ling, I hope you can calm down. Lei Gong sighed. After Lin Ling returned to the 2nd floor of the Dao Tower, his mood was still low. Yu and the others also noticed it. After asking around, they finally learned the news, and their mood became depressed. Then, with the help of the gods of the Sun God race, they continued to search for the Dao Regression Heaven tablet. They began to search from the original spot until they covered an area of thousands of miles. Gradually, the Dao Regression Heaven tablets were found, and Lei Gong and the others entered the 2nd floor one after another. Lin Ling was still searching for the Dao Regression Heaven tablet. His mind was filled with thoughts. Now, his strength was very strong, but against those ancient giant gods of the universe, it was still like an egg hitting a rock, unless he, Lin Ling, could bring Lin Ling's universe into the Dao Tower. However, the universes of other giant gods of the universe could be around, but for some reason, Lin Ling's universe could not. It was as if it was rejected by other universes. Lin Ling, everyone is back. After an unknown amount of time, Yu's voice came. Lin Ling looked like he was searching, but his mood was low. In fact, he could not help much. Everything was done by Yu and the others. Thank you. Lin Ling took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and walked toward the others. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with a smile. They could understand Lin Ling's mood now. Your Excellency Lin Ling, can we go now? The gods of the Sun God race looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although the strongest gods brought back by Lin Ling were only late-stage high gods, they could sense that these people's strength was not as simple as it seemed. This made them very happy. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded. After the death of Senior Dragon God, Lin Ling wanted to become stronger. The most important thing now was to improve his talent and then break through to the late-stage high gods. Please follow us. The gods of the Sun God race smiled and took the lead to fly into the distance. The group followed one after another. Along the way, Nan Wufingyu asked, Lin Ling, can these people be trusted? If they set a trap and catch us all in one fell swoop, it will be troublesome. Lin Ling shook his head inwardly, I am not too sure. But everyone, be careful. If something is wrong, leave immediately. The reason why we are following them is that they have found a place to improve one's talent. I hope they are not lying to us. Alright, fortune comes from danger. Let's do it. Yao young master, do your best. Indra and Yao young master nodded. In the past, they were the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures. But after reaching the Dao realm, their strength was not even comparable to Shaoluan and Longyang. This made them want to become stronger immediately and not be a burden anymore. After flying for 3 days, a large number of monsters began to appear in front of them. These monsters were as large as elephants. They did not have eyes or mouths, but had 4 limbs and a body. It was extremely strange, but their strength was incomparably strong. Along the way, many gods attacked these monsters. After destroying a large amount of flesh, they found palm-sized sarcomas in the flesh. These sarcomas were precious treasures that could improve one's talent. These things look like Taisui. The one who was staring at the fleshy monsters suddenly frowned. Now that you mention it, it does look like it. According to the records, Taisui is divided into 9 grades. One of them grows in a corrosive land, but its effects are boundless. Whitewater Pure Maiden pondered and nodded. Ever since he escaped from Dipankara Buddha, Lin Ling hadn't entered the square prison for many years. He didn't know if there were any changes inside. There were countless powerful gods in the square prison, but unfortunately, there was a limit. Only a few gods could be released at once, and the duration was very short. Otherwise, if Lin Ling released the entire prison, he would definitely have a group of powerful experts to help him. After following the sun god race for a while, everyone stopped and looked carefully. This place was still a swamp, but the swamp seemed to have become incomparably hard. Moreover, there were deep pits and large holes in the ground. The entire ground seemed to have countless valleys. A large number of gods were fighting, and there were many flesh-shaped demons wriggling in the valleys. Moreover, there were many caves beside the valleys, and those flesh-shaped demons seemed to have rushed out from the caves. Everyone stood on the cliff of the valley and looked down. Some of those flesh-shaped demons had 6 legs, while others had 4 legs. Their attacking methods were the same as Hundun's, mainly devouring. Upon closer inspection, it felt as if the swamp was swallowing people. Ah! Ah! After being attacked by the flesh-shaped demons, some of the weaker gods were sucked into the meat paste and disappeared without a trace. On the surface of the flesh-shaped demon, a human figure quietly appeared. It was the god that had been swallowed earlier. After swallowing a god, the flesh-shaped demon suddenly had 2 more legs. Kill. The most terrifying thing was that these demons weren't afraid of water, fire, or lightning attacks. They could only be killed by the purest power of gods, and a lot of it. These demons are so strange. They look weak, but their defense is very strong. Their attacking methods are monotonous, but they are extremely effective. I wonder how fast they are. Lin Ling and the rest looked on indifferently. Boom, in another valley, another monster rushed out. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but it could turn into a dark cloud and shoot out. It was a lump of meat paste, and its speed was incomparably fast. If the gods were touched by the meat paste, they would not be able to resist at all. Looking at the gods fighting the demons, they had wings behind their backs. Some had 6, some had 4, and all had suns above their heads. They were all gods of the sun god race. The most powerful one could see a god with 8 wings behind his back. Looks like the sun god race's strength is determined by their wings. Lin Ling thought to himself. Rumble. At this time, a huge rotten rock suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed into the valley. It seemed that the battle in the valley had triggered the 2nd level's taboo. Quickly hide in the cave. The gods of the sun god race shouted as they all rushed towards the valley. 2 of them were a step slower and were smashed by the rotten rocks, melting in the blink of an eye. Even the Taisui fungus was the same. After being hit by the rotten rocks, they melted into the rotten rocks. Your Excellency Lin Ling, can you help now? There's a 12-legged fleshy monster over there. We need your help. The super young divine race at the side did not disturb Lin Ling, because letting Lin Ling and the others see the characteristics of the flesh-like demon would be beneficial for the upcoming battle. All right. Lin Ling nodded and ignored them as he followed the others. A moment later, a valley that spanned several thousand li appeared in front of him. Within the valley was an enormous creature that was entirely white and had 12 legs. It was none other than the Taisui. Furthermore, this Taisui fungus was the largest one they had seen along the way. A large number of people from the sun god race were attacking him. Attack. Among them, the sun above the head of a woman was the most dazzling. She had 12 wings. Moreover, there were not only the gods of the sun god race here. There were also many unknown gods, and there were hundreds of them. Your Excellency, we found helpers. Beside Lin Ling, a few sun gods said to the woman. The woman had long golden hair. She glanced at Lin Ling and the others, then smiled politely. Your Excellency, let's attack together. Regardless of whether we can injure that demon or not, the harvest will be split equally. What was strange was that this woman gave off a very good impression. She did not have a domineering aura at all. Don't worry, there are many gods who cooperate with our sun god race. There are more in other places. Our sun god race has the means to find the lairs of these demons, so these gods cooperate with us. Of course, because we have found the lairs, we also have opponents, and they are very powerful. Therefore, we are looking for more people to help. The 12 wings behind the woman flapped slightly as she continued speaking. Don't worry, we follow the rules. As long as we don't do anything that violates our principles, we won't affect everyone's unity. Lin Ling said with a smile. The other party was very polite, so he did not force them. Moreover, he also needed the help of the sun god race to find more flesh-like demons. Everyone. Attack together. Then, Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the others. Then, they all erupted with powerful methods to attack the flesh-like demon. Of course, Lin Ling and the others were not stupid. They would not use their full strength at the beginning, just in case. In addition, there were many people around, so they did not need to use their full strength. The huge Taisui was also corroded by the attacks. Its body was full of holes, but it was also quickly recovering. These Taisui were extremely strange. Even though they were attacked miserably, they did not make a sound. It was as if they were moving instinctively. Lin Ling sensed that although the golden-haired woman ignored them, she would occasionally look at them secretly. She was probably evaluating their strength, Lin Ling pondered. He felt that he should hide his absolute strength, but he should not appear too useless. Therefore, he waited for the right time. When the Taisui was at its weakest, he fused his talent and attacked. Moreover, the angle of attack was very good. It happened to be when a big hole was blasted in the Taisui's head. He shot in. What's going on? At this moment, all the gods were shocked and stopped attacking. They saw that someone had actually rushed into the flesh-like demon's body. The golden-haired woman's eyes flashed. She seemed to be polite, but in fact, she was not stupid. After all, those who could survive on the second level were not idiots. Boom! At this moment, the huge Taisui's body rumbled. Then, it swayed, and countless white flesh shot out. It actually exploded from the middle. At the same time, a figure holding a big sword slowly walked out. Your Excellency, good move. Everyone was full of praise. Although they could also do this, it was a little difficult for them to grasp the opportunity and deliver a fatal blow like Lin Ling. They were praising Lin Ling's grasp of the opportunity, not Lin Ling's strength. After all, many of the people present were not much weaker than Lin Ling and the others. Impressive. You have the strength of a higher god, but the power you unleashed is not much weaker than the giant gods of the universe. The golden-haired woman also clapped and laughed. I was just lucky. Alright, the sarcoma has appeared. Everyone, collect it. Then, the blonde woman looked at everyone and said. The valley was sprinkled with smelly water. In the smelly water, there were things that looked like Ganoderma but were as white as jade floating in it. These Ganoderma lucidum were extremely strange. They seemed to grow in a dirty swamp, but the things that grew out of their bodies were incomparably clean and could be used to improve the divine fetus's talent. Soon, someone collected all the Ganoderma lucidum and distributed it to everyone fairly. During this process, the other gods stood in place, appearing extremely orderly. No one hid anything, and no one complained that it was unfair. It could be seen that these gods had been cooperating with each other for a long time, and there were unwritten rules between them. This sun god race is not simple. Lin Ling thought to himself. To be able to make the gods have no objections and wait for the harvest, this required great strength to intimidate the gods. It was just that on the surface, the sun god race was very polite. "These are yours." The blonde woman personally delivered the Ganoderma lucidum to Lin Ling and introduced herself. "My name is 12-winged sun god. Lin Ling." Lin Ling also spoke. "Haha, thank you for your help. You will slowly realize that there are many gods cooperating with our sun god race, beyond your imagination," the blonde woman said with a smile. In fact, Lin Ling could sense it without her reminder. In the following days, Lin Ling and the others followed the sun god race to hunt Ganoderma lucidum, and their harvest was extremely good. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others discovered that there were actually dark divine hounds in this endless valley. However, there were too many gods present, and they were too powerful, so they were not afraid at all. On the first level, if they encountered dark divine hounds, the gods could only be killed. On this day, Lin Ling accompanied everyone to kill another Ganoderma lucidum before resting. Lin Ling winked at Lei Gong and the others, and then Lin Ling quietly entered the square prison. Lin Ling held the Ganoderma lucidum and kept asking the prisoners in the prison, but no one knew it, even Third Ghost. Grandpa did not know it. These prison gods were mostly familiar with the Dao realm, but they had never been to the Dao pagoda. In the end, before Lin Ling arrived at the final 3 cells, he asked Master Guangqing. However, Master Guangqing had never been to the Dao pagoda. Lin Ling originally wanted to ask Monkey King, but in the end, he shook his head. Monkey King probably didn't know about this kind of treasure. After all, why would a big shot like Monkey King enter a place like the Dao pagoda? Hee, this is universe-tainted Taisui. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Among the 3 cells, a person slowly walked out from the last cell. This cell had a blue sky, and the person who walked out was an old man dressed as a Daoist. Yushui Taisui? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. At the same time, he secretly investigated, but he could not find out the origin of this Daoist. If we can find the bloodstained Taisui, then we'll have struck gold. The bloodstained Taisui has spiritual intelligence and can forcibly raise the divine fetus of a god. This is because the bloodstained Taisui is formed from the blood of the great universe. The Taoist laughed. How can I find it? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. I'll teach you a set of searching methods. You can find it by following the smell. However, there are probably a lot of bloodstained Taisui. They will escape, so don't let them escape. The Taoist held out one hand, and a ray of light appeared in his palm. Lin Ling quickly took it. After fusing with the light, a variety of mysterious spells suddenly appeared in his mind. Thank you, Your Excellency. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Taoist and said. Lord Prison Master trusts me very much. I gave you the Divine Power spell ball, and Lord Prison Master fused with it without looking at it. Aren't you afraid that I will harm you? The Taoist laughed. I believe not. Lin Ling shook his head. With your courage, you are indeed worthy of being our Lord Prison Master. Well, I'm going to sleep. The Taoist laughed and turned to leave, leaving behind a cell under a blue sky. Lin Ling looked deeply at the cell and turned to leave. The reason why he was so confident before was because he knew that Guangqingzi was next to the cell. Guangqingzi would not let anything happen to him. Bloodstained Taisui. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling's eyes burned with passion. Although he had gained a lot from following the sun god race, it would take a long time to gather enough Lingxi to break through to the divine embryo realm. Therefore, Lin Ling went to ask the square prison. Then, Lin Ling told Lei Gong and the others about his idea, making them extremely happy. I guess we have to leave the team and find Taisui alone. However, we have to inform the 12-winged sun god about this. Otherwise, we will break the rules. After Lin Ling pondered, he made a decision. At present, his relationship with the sun god race was still good. Lin Ling did not want to act privately without informing them. This would affect their relationship. We should inform them. After all, this area was found by the sun god race. Next, we will probably search this area. After all, it is their territory. Yu and the others also said. Lin Ling nodded and hurriedly went to find the golden-haired woman. When he saw the latter, Lin Ling also explained the purpose of his visit. You want to act alone? The golden-haired woman was a little surprised. Yes, but don't worry, we will definitely hand over a portion of our harvest to the sun god race. Lin Ling also knew the rules. That's nothing. It's just that it will be very dangerous for you to act alone. On the other hand, there is no danger when hundreds of people join forces to attack the flesh-like monster. Although the harvest is less, it will accumulate. The golden-haired woman said. We know that, but we are in a hurry, so we want to act alone. In that case, alright, but don't worry, there are still many of us underground. If you meet them, as long as you say our names, they will usually help you. After all, we are all allies. The golden-haired woman did not try to persuade them anymore. Okay, when we have something, we will definitely give you a portion. Lin Ling said goodbye and left. The golden-haired woman looked at Lin Ling with flickering eyes and then ignored him. After Lin Ling said goodbye, he found Lei Gong and the others again. Then, he cast a spell and sensed a strange smell. It seemed to be the smell of the bloodstained Tai Sui. Although the smell was very faint, Lin Ling still sensed that it came from a cave. Come, this way. Lin Ling led everyone into the valley and then walked along the cave in the valley. This was also the first time they had entered a cave. Generally speaking, the gods did not want to enter a cave because the cave was small, and it was difficult for the gods to join forces. Facing the Tai Sui with only a dozen people was undoubtedly dangerous. This way. Lin Ling walked forward. Fortunately, he did not encounter any danger. After walking for a full 6 hours, the sound of conversation came from ahead. Ha ha ha, we killed this flesh-like monster. Good harvest. In the silent cave, only soft voices could be heard. However, Lin Ling and the rest were powerful enough to hear those voices clearly. Lin Ling couldn't help but look back and see Lei Gong and the rest emitting killing intent. Emperor Yao was the #1 enemy of Lin Ling and the others. He had repeatedly tried to kill Lin Ling and the others. If it wasn't for Emperor Yao and the others, Lin Ling wouldn't have been taken away during the Battle of the Fog Sea. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that Emperor Yao couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die, even at the cost of everything. Therefore, Emperor Yao's people were killed on sight. Why are they here? Lin Ling asked in surprise. Who cares about them? Let's kill them first. Emperor Yao and the Yellow Emperor had reached a point where they couldn't live under the same sky. Lin Ling nodded with a cold smile and led the rest out. Who are you? 2 people appeared in front of Lin Ling. One of them had the strength of a giant cosmic god and the other was a higher god. In front of them was a 5-meter-long Tai Sui. It was very weak, so it was killed by them. So it's an ally. One of the gods glanced at Lin Ling and the rest. Seeing that none of them had the strength of a giant cosmic god, he relaxed. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The other god was the same. Instead, he became somewhat arrogant as if he had met a junior. Did you meet any flesh-like monsters and get the sarcoma? Let me see. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the rest laughed. What are you laughing at? Don't you want to give it to us? You must know that this is the territory of the sun god race. Our Emperor Yao has an agreement with the 12-winged sun god. Anyone who gets the sarcoma will have a share. That high god frowned. These people were too insensible. Then why didn't you share the sarcoma equally? Shaluan was the first to speak after laughing. She also felt that these people were too funny. They were clearly about to die, but they still wanted their Tai Sui Lingji. Impudent. When the deity saw that a young girl dared to mock him, he couldn't help but become angry. He grasped the sword in his hand and almost attacked. Necromancer, don't be rude. However, the giant cosmos god at the side said indifferently. He looked at Lin Ling with contempt. You are very lucky. Because this is the territory of the sun god race, we will forgive your rudeness. But remember, we are Emperor Yao's people. The next time you meet, you better be polite. Let's go. He wanted to leave with the other person, however, that person's face was filled with unwillingness as he cursed angrily. Consider yourselves lucky. Wait. However, at this moment, Longyang also smiled and said, leave your sarcomas behind, and then. What? Before Longyang could finish her words, the 2 gods were stunned. They didn't even want these people's loot, but they were the ones who were eyeing them, superior deity? They only had the advantage in numbers, yet they actually dared to ask for their harvest? And then? And then what? The two of them almost laughed out loud. They wanted to see where the limit of this joke was. Then, you will die. Longyang said honestly. Ha ha ha. The two gods couldn't hold back anymore. A superior deity wanted to kill them? Moreover, this was the territory of the sun god race. Were these people trying to violate the rules? Attack, attack. Let me see what abilities you have. The strongest is only a late-stage superior deity. What do you have to kill us? The superior deity seemed to be laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. Let me tell you, if you dare to attack, we will dare to kill you. After all, you are courting death. I think the sun god race won't blame us. Attack. As he spoke, this god's clamor became louder. In fact, he was waiting for Lin Ling and the others to attack. Who will attack? Lin Ling looked at everyone. Let me. Longyang nodded and slashed out. Ha ha ha, you really attacked. The two gods thought that Lin Ling and the others were joking. Who knew that they would really attack? Were they crazy? However, their smiles gradually froze because the superior deity realized that Longyang's attack was no small matter. It was mixed with incomparably terrifying power. Pooh, before the superior deity could say anything, his head was chopped off, and his Tao returned to the heavens. Dead. The giant universe god at the side was stunned. He looked at Lin Ling and the others in disbelief. You killed him? His pupils were trembling, and his anger was burning. Don't be angry because you will be chasing after him next. Lei Gong shrugged and sneered. The ferocious power of the worlds will blast it out, destroying everything. The characteristic of his worlds was destruction. You. The giant universe god sensed a power he had never seen before and instantly knew that this person was extremely powerful. He activated his godly power with all his might and barely blocked Lei Gong's lightning. However, he was forced to retreat continuously. If not for the sturdy underground cave, the nearby area would have been destroyed. Who are you? Why are you so strong? The giant universe god kept retreating, completely panicking. Didn't you say that with our strength, we can't kill you? Lei Gong walked forward slowly. Black lightning appeared in his hand, emitting a soul-crushing pressure. It was this black lightning that carried the will of destruction. Sir, this is the solar god race, and I am also Emperor Yao's subordinate. How about you give me some face? Seeing Lei Gong walk forward, that person's face became even paler. He secretly informed the others. Let me go. At most, I will pretend that I didn't see what happened before. He had even prepared a divine ability and was ready to escape. We are Lei Gong Hall, and this is Lin Ling. Unfortunately, although Lei Gong seemed to be a late-stage superior deity, his strength was not as simple as it seemed. He had already seen through the other party's thoughts. He flicked his finger, and the black lightning shot out. It seemed to be the size of a palm, but it carried an incomparably terrifying power. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. The giant universe god reacted. He was Emperor Yao's subordinate, so he naturally knew his number one enemy, Lin Ling. He never expected that Lin Ling would actually appear here. He wanted to inform Emperor Yao and tell them Lin Ling's whereabouts. But when the black lightning reached the giant universe god, it was hard for him to resist. This time, Lei Gong clearly used his full strength. The black lightning seemed to have infected the giant universe god's body, causing his body to twitch non-stop. He could not use any techniques, his whole body even floated up quietly, twitching non-stop. Lei Gong reached out and found the heavenly Tao return immortal on the giant universe god's body. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Let's go." Lin Ling was suddenly very curious because he saw that the giant universe god was not dead, but was still being ravaged by the black lightning. He smiled and nodded. Lord Lei Gong, your strength is not the same as before. Ha ha ha, I was just lucky. Everyone left. After a long time, several figures appeared in the cave. When they saw the giant universe god floating in midair, they were all shocked. Ah! Everyone was in disbelief. Oh no, run! Suddenly, someone roared loudly. Because he noticed that the black ball of lightning hadn't vanished, and it was emanating a will of obliteration. This power was not the power of the gods, nor was it the steps of the gods. It was a power that they had never seen before. Boom. However, when they wanted to escape, it was too late, the destructive willpower exploded, causing the nearby caves to collapse. A deafening sound could be heard coming from the caves. Even in the distant valley, many people sensed the fluctuations and were shocked beyond belief. This was because these underground caves were hardened swamps. This swamp was extremely mysterious and could melt rotten stones. Therefore, the hardened swamps were also extremely hard. However, to be able to make the sound and collapse a small area of the caves, this proved its power. At the same time, Lin Ling and the others were also shocked. They looked at Lei Gong in shock. They did not expect Lei Gong's attack to be so powerful. Haha, it's just a small power. Lei Gong smiled faintly. Everyone was delighted. Lei Gong's strength had become so powerful that he could kill the giant god of the universe. This had greatly improved their overall strength. This way, the group continued to move forward. After a long time, a cave appeared in front of them. Lin Ling pointed to one of the caves. This cave had the smell of the bloodstained Taisui. Lin Ling chose one of them. Not long after, Lin Ling and the others immediately encountered the huge Taisui. However, the cave was not big, so the Taisui was only a few dozen meters wide. Then, Lin Ling and the others worked together to kill it. Moreover, there was a dark divine hound in this cave. One had to know that the cave was not dark. The surrounding rock walls were like jade. Therefore, the dark divine hound appeared clearly in everyone's eyes. Of course, the cave was narrow and the dark divine hound was not big. In the end, it was killed by Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling, we have quite a lot of Taisui Ganoderma now. Yu Yu was in charge of keeping the harvest. After checking, she said happily. Don't worry. Once we find the bloodstained Taisui, our harvest will be the greatest. Lin Ling gave everyone a piece of good news. Kill. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the front, followed by a rumbling sound. This caused Lin Ling and the others to increase their speed and madly run along the cave. They were afraid that the bloodstained Taisui would be snatched away. However, after rushing out of the cave, they found that there was a huge valley outside. A dozen figures were fighting a Taisui, and the battle was extremely fierce, and that Taisui was not the bloodstained Taisui. Those are Emperor Yao's men. That's the Copper Earth Saint King. Gu Jun suddenly exclaimed as he recognized one of them. As expected, Emperor Yao's people are all here, cooperating with the Sun God race. I wonder if Emperor Yao is here. Lin Ling stared at the battle in front of him and said in a low voice, these people's strength is not ordinary, but if we sneak attack, there is an 80% chance of killing them. The gods of Emperor Yao were fighting Taisui, giving Lin Ling and the others the perfect opportunity. Wait patiently. When the Taisui dies, we will immediately attack. Lin Ling said. Rumble, the battle in the valley was still fierce, and several gods of Emperor Yao's side were injured. The eight-legged Taisui was also blasted with large holes. However, the Taisui was a miraculous creature with incomparably strong vitality, and it relied on its instincts to move, so it was still tenaciously resisting. Everyone, work harder and kill this Taisui. We will go to Emperor Yao's side. Emperor Yao has issued an order for the gods to return. One of the gods shouted, causing Lin Ling and the others who were hiding in the cave to change their expressions. Emperor Yao was indeed here. Bang! Bang! At this time, the Taisui finally died. After falling down, an endless amount of stinky blood sprayed out, and within the blood, a large number of sarcomas floated. Haha, success! All the gods laughed as they stared at the sarcomas in the blood. They were all so happy that they forgot themselves. Attack! This was undoubtedly the best time to launch a sneak attack. Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, Longyang, Xingyi, and the other experts each chose a god to attack. Yu Yu and the others were weaker, so they joined forces. Most importantly, they took advantage of the moment when the gods were at their weakest and at their proudest to double their combat power. Rumble. As expected, Lin Ling and the others killed several gods in a single exchange. Not good, someone is ambushing us. Someone immediately reacted, but as soon as he spoke, he was also killed. Kill. The remaining gods couldn't care less. They all unleashed their strength to fight back against Lin Ling and the others. Unfortunately, it was clearly too late to resist at this time. Lin Ling alone killed 3 universe giant gods, Ignore killed 2, and Lei Gong and the others killed 2. The remaining gods were obviously no longer a concern. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? The few gods paled, knowing that the situation was hopeless. Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered and slashed out with his sword. Under the gods' incredulous gazes, he killed all of them. You, collect the Taisui Ganoderma and leave immediately. Lin Ling knew that this was not a place to stay for long, so he shouted. It wasn't that he was afraid of Emperor Yao's gods, but that he didn't want to expose himself. After a long time, the group continued to advance through a cave in the valley. Along the way, they killed many more gods of Emperor Yao, causing the people in the vicinity to panic. Many gods found it hard to believe because this was the territory of the sun god race. Why would someone kill them? Lin Ling was still searching for the smell, but he gradually sensed that the smell was getting stronger. After a few days, the smell in front of them could be said to be assailing their noses. Even Lei Gong and the others felt that something was wrong. After that, Lin Ling asked them to slow down and secretly used his soul power to investigate. However, at the bottom of the swamp, his soul power seemed to be suppressed, so he couldn't investigate very far. When he got closer, Lin Ling discovered that there was an unprecedentedly huge valley ahead. The valley was thousands of miles wide, and it was filled with Taisui, protecting a Taisui that was only as tall as a human. This Taisui was blood red and was obviously extraordinary. Moreover, it looked around cautiously, indicating that it had intelligence. Above the valley, countless gods gathered. There were actually tens of thousands of them, and they were all universe giant gods. Among them were Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, Emperor Huang, and an extraordinary great emperor. It was Great Emperor Xianxia. Such a grand scene made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. For great emperors gathered, moreover, they were all here for the blood-tainted Taisui. Lin Ling told the news to Lei Gong and the others. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they were incomparably excited. Lord Emperor Huang is also here. Let's go and help them immediately. Wait. Lin Ling stopped them and said in a low voice, the current situation seems to be that Emperor Huang and Great Emperor Xianxia are together, and Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun are together. Their goal is to taint the Taisui. If we go out now, it will spoil things. Why don't we wait for the right time to strike? In the valley, Lin Ling and the rest hid their auras, waiting for the right time to attack. Fortunately, there were too many experts present, and their auras were chaotic, so no one noticed Lin Ling and the rest. Above the vast valley, tens of thousands of gods stood quietly, their expressions cold as if they were gods. They were divided into 4 groups, looking down at the large number of flesh-like monsters below. No one moved, waiting for the right moment. Yellow Emperor, this is the solar god race's territory. Aren't you afraid of offending the solar god race by snatching their treasures here? After waiting for a long time, Emperor Yao finally spoke. He had a smile on his face, as if he was very familiar with the Yellow Emperor, but only he and the Yellow Emperor knew how deep the grudge between them was. Of course, it didn't matter most of the time, but now, the bloodstained Taisui was right in front of him, and the Yellow Emperor's sudden arrival had disrupted his plans. Haha, treasures belong to those who are capable. How can we talk about who owns who? Of course, if you have any objections, you can let the 12-winged Yang god speak for you. You are not qualified. The Yellow Emperor and Emperor Xianxia looked at each other, and the Yellow Emperor suddenly laughed. The bloodstained Taisui was told to him by Emperor Xianxia, and Emperor Xianxia knew that he couldn't defeat it alone, so he joined forces with the Yellow Emperor. Good move, Yellow Emperor. Emperor Yao nodded coldly, knowing that the Yellow Emperor and the rest wouldn't leave so easily. In fact, he didn't think that the Yellow Emperor and the rest would give up so easily. He was just casually asking. Yellow Emperor, I've lost many people during this period. It must be your doing. Emperor Yao shook his head and suddenly laughed. Eh? The Yellow Emperor frowned, not understanding what Emperor Yao meant. He shook his head and laughed. Your people? I really don't know, but it's not bad that many of them died. I should thank the person who helped us in the dark. Yellow Emperor, you can be considered a senior. Since when did you not dare to admit what you did? Emperor Yao clearly didn't believe the Yellow Emperor's words. He guessed that his people must be related to the Yellow Emperor. You can deny it, but if I find out who it is, I won't let you off. After that, Emperor Yao snorted and ignored the Yellow Emperor. Instead, he began to whisper to Emperor Shun. "Old brother Yellow Emperor, something's not right." Great Emperor Xianxia stared into the distance and said softly. "That's right. Given Emperor Yao's temperament, he should be itching for a fight right now, so why is he waiting patiently?" Yellow Emperor frowned. He looked down at the valley. He originally wanted to attack Taisui, but he was afraid that Emperor Yao and the others would take advantage of the situation. Could it be that he's waiting? Suddenly, the Yellow Emperor seemed to have guessed something. "They are waiting for the people of the Sun God race." Xuanchu Great Monarch's face also changed. "Not good, the 12-winged young god of the Sun God race is very strong. If she comes to help, we might not be able to take the bloodstained Taisui." 12-winged young god. Yellow Emperor's face was solemn. "Let's make our move immediately. After all, our two sides are evenly matched. It's hard to say who will get the bloodstained Taisui, let alone the solar deity race's help. But if we act rashly, I'm afraid Emperor Yao and the others will reap the benefits." Xuanchu Great Monarch had his own concerns. If they acted and Emperor Yao and the others waited for them to kill the bloodstained Taisui, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. "We can't care so much. Who knows, we might be able to take the bloodstained Taisui in the chaos." Yellow Emperor shook his head and said, "Is our escape route ready?" "Yes. Yes, we've already set up a formation around the valley. As long as we take the bloodstained Taisui, we can leave safely." "Yes. Let's not waste time. Attack." Yellow Emperor made a prompt decision and signaled to the gods with his eyes. Everyone gathered their auras and remained motionless. Emperor Yao and the others were still talking, but they also sensed that something was wrong. Emperor Yao frowned. "From the looks of it, they seem to know our plan." "Probably. Yellow Emperor is a scheming man, he should have guessed that we are waiting for someone." Emperor Shun nodded, then his face changed. "They're making their move. Attack." On the other side of the valley, Yellow Emperor and the others all made their move, gathering their divine power and bombarding the valley indiscriminately. Rumble. Even though the valley was huge and sturdy, it couldn't withstand the attacks of thousands of powerful gods. Dazzling light rose like a blazing sun. All kinds of dazzling methods were used. There were giant palms, divine swords, origin runes, formations, and countless treasures, pagodas, and cauldrons. In addition, a large number of divine soldiers and generals appeared in the valley. These were all summoned by the gods. In just one exchange, countless Taisui in the valley were killed. Rumble. But at that moment, a giant Taisui crawled out from the ground. It had 24 legs and was thousands of miles long. After it appeared, it immediately protected the blood-colored Taisui. More and more Taisui crawled out. Second wave of attacks. "Yellow Emperor!" Yellow Emperor shouted. A new wave of attacks arrived, turning the valley into a purgatory. A large number of sturdy boulders collapsed, and the cave Lin Ling and the others were in was flooded. What a terrifying attack! Lin Ling and the others were shocked. With such a powerful joint attack, let alone King Clash Universe gods, even higher Clash Universe gods wouldn't be able to escape death. "Lord Lin Ling, what do we do now?" Shungi asked anxiously. It was so chaotic outside that he couldn't see clearly what was happening. "Don't worry. Emperor Yao and the others haven't made their move yet." Lin Ling shook his head and stopped the others from acting rashly. Rumble. Deafening booms were still ringing out, and the valley was shaking violently. The power was so strong that even the sound and light alone were enough to obliterate a god, let alone anything else. "Go down the valley." At this time, the Yellow Emperor gave an order. Countless gods rushed down the valley to reap the rewards. On the other side of the valley, Emperor Yao and the others had grave expressions and complicated emotions. In the end, Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun looked at each other and came to a decision. Attack. Although they also wanted to reap the benefits, it was too dangerous in such a chaotic battle. The Yellow Emperor and the others could easily take the treasures. "Kill Yellow Emperor and the others first," Emperor Shun shouted. They were extremely cunning. They would attack from behind the scenes while the Yellow Emperor and the others killed the Taisui. Of course, the Yellow Emperor and the others weren't stupid. In truth, they were already waiting for Emperor Yao and the others to attack. 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 Seeing Emperor Yao and the others rushing down the valley, the Yellow Emperor and the others turned around and attacked them. Rumble, the moment the two sides clashed, a terrifying power erupted. Lin Ling, have you made your move? Attack. Sensing the fierce battle outside, Ignore couldn't help but ask. Don't be rash. If you charge out now, you'll only be suppressed by the Yellow Emperor and the others, but you can't get the bloodstained Tai Sui. Attack. Lin Ling reminded him. Ignore could only endure. Rumble. As time passed, the battle in the valley became more and more chaotic, forming a chaotic battle between the two sides. Great Emperor Xianxia, don't let Emperor Yao succeed. The Yellow Emperor shouted anxiously. He transformed into an ancient river and rushed towards the center. They all knew that the goal of this trip was the bloodstained Tai Sui. Hung long long, like four rivers, they shot towards the center. Wherever they passed, the Tai Sui could not stop them. With a loud roar, large amounts of Tai Sui turned into blood water. The bloodstained Tai Sui at the center gradually became anxious, however, it could not stop the four great emperors working together. Hung long long, the four great emperors attacked from different directions and completely destroyed the bloodstained Tai Sui. Endless light scattered, and a blood-red sarcoma appeared in the middle of the bloodstained Tai Sui. It was extremely disgusting and looked like a human brain. It was even pulsating. At the same time, a hand grabbed the sarcoma. She was delighted. She was Emperor Shun. A huge demonic eye appeared behind her, giving her the ability to pass through any universe, but at this moment, a sword came and chopped off Emperor Shun's arm, and the tumor fell to the ground. It was too fast. Few gods present could react in time. It was Great Emperor Xianxia. Ah, my hand! Ah! Emperor Shun let out a shrill voice. His beautiful face turned even more cunning and cunning. Great Emperor Xianxia, over here. Ah! Not far away, Yellow Emperor shouted in delight. He had obtained the bloodstained Tai Sui, and he knew how precious this treasure was. It could greatly increase the innate talent of a godly embryo and allow ordinary gods to become giant universe gods, allowing them to enter a deeper realm. Retreat! Retreat! Great Emperor Xianxia was also delighted. He shouted anxiously. The Yellow Emperor knew that he could not stay here for long. The longer he stayed, the more casualties there would be. He wanted to leave with his people. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss, because he did not notice Emperor Yao. This should not be. Something is wrong. Great Emperor Xianxia, look at the bloodstained Tai Sui in your hand. Ah! Emperor Yellow roared. As for Emperor Xianxia, he wanted to retreat, but after being reminded, he suddenly looked at the blood-colored Lingji in his palm. The Lingji was still there and even exuded a mysterious aura. However, after sensing it carefully, he realized that the blood-colored Lingji did not give off the feeling of a divine fetus. Oh no, this is fake. Great Emperor Xianxia reacted. The Yellow Emperor's expression changed drastically. He looked around and saw Emperor Yao's shadow in the southeast corner of the valley. At this moment, he was attacking a Tai Sui. In the end, he blasted out endless blood. Emperor Yao dipped his right hand into the blood and flew towards the valley. Not good. The bloodstained Tai Sui already has intelligence and can distinguish between the real and the fake. The one we killed before was a fake. We've been fooled. The Yellow Emperor reacted and roared at everyone. Fake. It's actually fake. How did Emperor Yao know that it was fake? Great Emperor Xianxia stared at the blood-colored Ganoderma in his hand and crushed it. He clenched his teeth and charged at Emperor Yao. Haha, Yellow Emperor, you really are idiots. This is the Sun God race's territory. You want to find the real bloodstained Tai Sui? Dream on. At this time, Emperor Shun transformed into a giant demonic eye. The most ancient demonic snake appeared and swept away a large number of gods. With her strength, she naturally couldn't stop the Yellow Emperor and Emperor Xianxia. Her goal was to stop them, and that was enough. Damn it, hurry! Being stopped by Emperor Shun, the Yellow Emperor was furious. He ordered the gods in the distance to attack. Unfortunately, those gods couldn't stop Emperor Yao at all. Yellow Emperor, Great Emperor Xianxia, farewell. Emperor Yao flew further and further out of the valley. He held the blood-stained Ganoderma in his hand like a victorious general. Rumble. The battle in the valley was still fierce. but everyone could only watch as Emperor Yao left. Their efforts were in vain. The Yellow Emperor and Great Emperor Xuanxu's eyes were red. They gritted their teeth. So many of their people had died, but the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, at this time, several figures suddenly appeared above the valley. These people attacked one after another, erupting with powerful divine energy. The sudden change undoubtedly caught Emperor Yao off guard. Of course, if these people were ordinary gods, he wouldn't be afraid. However, among these attacks, there were a few that were obviously not weak. The will of the world, it's the people from Lei Gong's palace. After the collision, Emperor Yao's expression changed greatly. He felt the suppression of 3 wills of the world, forcing him to sink deeper into the valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, a large number of eyes appeared in the sky, erupting with endless divine light. It's ignore. Emperor Yao raised his head, resisting with the ruler in his hand. That's right, other than them, there's also me. The entire valley fell silent. All the gods, including the Yellow Emperor, Great Emperor Xuanxiu, and even Emperor Shun, stared at the sky in disbelief. In their eyes, a giant suddenly appeared and stood at the side of the valley, causing the valley to sink down. The giant crouched down and punched down like a meteor. Lin Ling. Everyone roared as they looked at the giant. Emperor Yao was the most surprised. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Why would Lin Ling appear here? One had to know that the Tao Pagoda was vast and boundless. When Emperor Yao entered, he was actually looking for Lin Ling. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He thought that it would be difficult to meet Lin Ling in the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling. Emperor Yao's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his ruler. Rumble. However, when the fist smashed down and collided with Emperor Yao's ruler, Emperor Yao felt an unprecedented pressure. He almost couldn't hold on to his ruler firmly. How is this possible? Emperor Yao roared. When did Lin Ling become so strong? He activated his divine power and swung his ruler, finally allowing Lin Ling's fist to pass by him and smash into the ground. Boom! The entire valley shook, and countless gods were sent flying. Such power! Everyone was shocked. Whether they knew Lin Ling or not, they were all shocked by Lin Ling's giant strength. Emperor Yao, on the other hand, managed to dodge Lin Ling's punch. However, when Lin Ling's punch landed on the ground, the powerful shockwave sent him flying. Come here. At this time, Lin Ling's other palm slapped down from the sky and smashed heavily on Emperor Yao's body. Puff. Emperor Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Of course, compared to being injured, he was more shocked by Lin Ling's strength. How could he hurt him? It must be known that before entering the Tao Pagoda, Lin Ling's other domains were not worth mentioning except for the fairy slaying sword. Bloodstained Taisui is mine. While Monarch Yao was heavily injured, Lin Ling's huge hand slammed onto Monarch Yao's palm and slapped away the bloodstained Taisui. Emperor Yao was already injured, and Lin Ling's palm hit him directly. As expected, the bloodstained Taisui in his hand fell to the ground. At the same time, Lin Ling took a deep breath and a powerful suction force burst out, sucking the bloodstained Taisui that fell from the sky. Lin Ling, damn you! Emperor Yao's expression was ferocious as he fell from the sky. He was so angry that he wanted to chop Lin Ling into pieces. Lin Ling. Above the valley, everyone was overjoyed. They had obtained the bloodstained Taisui. Great! Lin Ling, retreat! Retreat! The Yellow Emperor shouted at Lin Ling. Then he notified the gods around the valley to activate the formations and destroy the valley. They had spent a long time setting up these formations, and they were powerful enough to destroy the entire valley. Lin Ling, don't run if you have the ability. Emperor Yao crashed to the ground, his divine essence and blood roiling in his body. He had suffered heavy injuries. He was both anxious and angry. He was anxious because Lin Ling actually had the strength to injure him. Truly, a scholar who had been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. He was angry because the bloodstained Taisui he had obtained with great difficulty had been taken away by Lin Ling, and he was about to leave with a flick of his sleeves. How could he accept this? Lin Ling, retreat! The Yellow Emperor shouted at Lin Ling once more, then led the deities towards the top of the valley. Lin Ling, run! Above the valley, they were all shouting, especially Lei Gong, Yu, and the others. They were anxious and worried. Lin Ling was still not leaving at this time. Was he going to wait until Emperor Yao and the others recovered? After all, once Emperor Yao and the others recovered, Lin Ling might not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Big brother Ling, don't be rash. Yu was also reminding him. She knew of the great enmity between Lin Ling and Emperor Yao. She knew that Lin Ling wanted nothing more than to kill Emperor Yao, but Lin Ling couldn't do it at this time. However, Lin Ling was still in his giant form. He didn't move at all. He just looked down at Emperor Yao. He really did want to kill Emperor Yao. The great enmity between him and Emperor Yao was irreconcilable. Either you die, or I die. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, do you still remember when you were in the Dao realm? Originally, you wanted to join my territory, but I chose a piece of trash and didn't want you. At that time, you must have been very angry. Also, when you were hiding in the Dao Realm Valley, I was the one who sent people to kill you. Plus, there was the Fog Sea. This battle is too much. Now that I'm seriously injured, this might be your chance. On the ground, Emperor Yao laughed loudly and was immensely pleased with himself. He had sensed Lin Ling's killing intent, but this was also an excellent opportunity for him. Lin Ling might be blinded by hatred, lose his reason, and be killed by him in the end. Although he was heavily injured, Emperor Shun was still present. In addition, this was the territory of the Sun God tribe. If he caused trouble here, he would definitely be wanted by the Sun God tribe, a 12-winged Yang God. Even Emperor Yao had to give him some face. Moreover, although he was seriously injured, it did not mean that he could not kill Lin Ling. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, the Dao Pagoda was simply too big. If he missed this opportunity, he might not be able to find Lin Ling again. By the way, you saved your people at the foot of the Dao Realm God Mountain. You're incredible, but you were hunted down by my people for a few years. How does that feel? Haha. Emperor Shun also laughed and shouted, trying to provoke Lin Ling into losing his mind. If I remember correctly, in the meteorite starry sky, one of your friends was killed by us. I think her name was Ning Qingxin or something. What a pity, she was a little beauty. You didn't even get to enjoy the beauty's blessing before she died. Emperor Shun continued and looked at Emperor Yao. By the way, in the Fog Sea, it was us who announced that Lin Ling was the host of the world's will, which led to Lin Ling being taken away by the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Sigh, we really didn't do it on purpose. Haha, yes, it was us. But Emperor Shun, don't talk about it anymore. You're making me sound like a sinner. Emperor Yao smiled and nodded, but he was already preparing a powerful killing move. He's the host of the world's will? Countless gods in the valley stared at Lin Ling. They had heard of Lin Ling's name before, but the Dao returning realm was too big. They had only heard of it, but they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes today. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor and the others had already reached the top of the valley and were about to activate the array. When they saw this scene, they were extremely anxious. Although they knew that Lin Ling and Emperor Yao had a deep grudge, now was not the time. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't have the means to kill Emperor Yao. Lin Ling, don't be fooled, leave quickly. The Yellow Emperor was as anxious as a fire. He kept shouting. In his impression, Lin Ling wasn't this impulsive. Lin Ling, the people of the solar divine race are coming. If the 3 of them join forces, we won't be able to stop them. Leave quickly. Even Great Emperor Xianxia was trying to dissuade him. He had met Lin Ling once in Firmament City. At that time, he wanted to subdue Lin Ling. However, from the looks of it, he had been too arrogant. Although Lin Ling was weaker than him, he wasn't that much weaker. Emperor Yao was also heavily injured by Lin Ling's punches. That was enough to prove everything. Lin Ling, let's go. He ignored them and tried to persuade him again. This made Emperor Yao and the others anxious. They were afraid that Lin Ling would really leave. Yellow Emperor, you guys go first. There's something I want to try. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Sigh. The Yellow Emperor sighed softly. Great Emperor Xuanxu stomped his feet angrily. Try what? You were able to hurt Emperor Yao before because he wanted to leave. Now that he's wary, you can't do anything to him. he guessed that Lin Ling had been blinded by his temporary advantage. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, let's fight. As for Emperor Yao, he was incomparably surprised. Lin Ling was fooled, this was an opportunity, perhaps he could take back the bloodstained Taisui. It's time to settle the grudge between us. However, I didn't expect you to become so strong that you almost had the strength to kill me. Emperor Yao said calmly. In fact, Lin Ling could only injure him. It wasn't that easy to kill him, he said those words to give Lin Ling a little hope. You're right. Lin Ling was like a god with his head and feet on the ground. Emperor Yao grinned and said, then come at me. He had secretly informed Emperor Shun to attack at the same time. They had to kill Lin Ling no matter what, he even had a thought. Even if he didn't want to stain the Taisui, he had to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling was worth the price, after all, in such a short time, Lin Ling already had the strength to injure him. If given more time, Lin Ling would definitely surpass him. However, he wasn't surprised by Lin Ling's achievement because Lin Ling was the will of the world. Emperor Yao, Lin Ling is the host of the will of the world. He is immortal. Be careful. Emperor Shun reminded him secretly. Don't worry. As far as I know, Lin Ling has already offended the Netherworld. If he is killed by me and reincarnated, the Netherworld will definitely not let Lin Ling get what he wants. Once Lin Ling dies, all his strength will be taken away and he will have to start all over again. He won't be a match for the Netherworld. Emperor Yao said secretly, the two of them seemed to be able to kill Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling floated up like a giant overlooking the valley. His huge figure seemed to be bigger than the valley. Emperor Yao, our grudge can be traced back thousands of years. Emperor Yao was silent, but he sensed a large number of solar gods rushing over. Among them were the 12-winged solar gods. At this time, he finally relaxed. There was no need to pretend anymore. Yes, that's what I thought too. In fact, when I found out that you killed Emperor Ziwei and that you're the host body of the world's consciousness, I knew that you were a great threat to me. The Shenong ruler in Emperor Yao's hand emitted powerful divine energy that reached the level of 50 billion, moreover, his body was protected by divine light, as if he was the most ancient human being, purple chi from the east. No other divine emperor could compare to the light emitted from his body. Do you really think you can defeat me? Emperor Yao snorted coldly. I forgot to tell you that I have the Shenong ruler. To a certain extent, I'm immortal because the Shenong ruler has tasted hundreds of ancient herbs. On my body, hundreds of ancient herbs have gathered. Do you know why I said so much to you before? That's because I was afraid that you would run away. Emperor Yao even revealed the reason why he had bewitched Lin Ling. I know. Lin Ling nodded. Many people were shocked, including the Yellow Emperor and the others. They all thought that Lin Ling had been blinded by hatred. I don't even know if I can kill you. Lin Ling said again, even he himself didn't know how powerful his strongest trump card was. Ha ha ha, then why did you stay? Emperor Yao couldn't help but laugh, the Yellow Emperor and the others sighed even more. Lin Ling didn't have 100% confidence, or even 70% confidence. Why bother? Because there's something in my heart that I have to vent. Take this. Lin Ling said coldly, pointing his finger at the valley. Ha ha ha, even your fist can't kill me. It can only injure me, let alone your finger. Emperor Yao's eyes turned even colder. He raised the Shenong ruler in his hand and released endless divine light, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, this was the sound of ruler light tearing apart the void. It was too sharp, too incisive, unstoppable. The ruler pointed to the sky, illuminating the entire valley. At the edge of the valley, countless gods felt a chill run down their spines. Although they already knew that Emperor Yao was not to be underestimated, only when Emperor Yao unleashed his full strength did they realize how terrifying he was. This was a chilling light that could intimidate the world. Kill. In the valley, Emperor Yao's people were roaring. They didn't move and watched as Emperor Yao killed Lin Ling. Emperor Shun sneered and prepared to make his move. He would not allow Lin Ling to escape this calamity. However, the finger in the sky still didn't stop. At first, it was extremely ordinary, like the finger of a giant, but when it descended into the valley, the aura began to change, becoming that ancient, that dazzling, endless light appeared, and it was even more dazzling than the Shenong ruler. a finger that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. What? Within the valley, countless deities roared. The pressure increased greatly, and it was as if they were witnessing the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Above the valley, Yellow Emperor and the others were also roaring. What kind of power was this? Even Xianxia Great Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was witnessing a divine ability from an era even older than them. Everyone's breathing was suppressed to the point of stopping. What kind of divine ability is this? Emperor Yao was still holding the Xianxia ruler, but the ruler was trembling. It was as if he had encountered a natural enemy. His expression changed greatly, and his heart trembled. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Before, he was confident because although Lin Ling's methods were powerful, they could only injure him. He felt that Lin Ling was a little weaker than him, and that little bit was enough for him to turn the tables. However, Lin Ling still had divine abilities. I don't know what divine ability it is, so I wanted to ask for your guidance. A majestic voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. If he knew that this finger could kill Emperor Yao, he wouldn't have hesitated and attacked directly. Ah! Emperor Yao screamed. The Xianxia ruler in his hand not only trembled, but also began to crack. In the sky, the giant finger covered the sun and blocked everything. The gods in the valley were all shocked. They wanted to run, but they found that the world was sealed. There was only one finger. Lin Ling. Emperor Yao watched as the finger suppressed him. It was as if he saw a giant rock slowly crushing him. He was helpless. Ah. He could only scream, he could only helplessly resist. Emperor Shun's face was pale. Not only did he not dare to help, he was also looking for a chance to escape. Rumble, when the giant finger pressed down, the valley collapsed. Dust rose into the sky, and a giant rotten rock fell from the sky, sealing the valley. This rotten rock was also the largest one so far. It was thousands of miles wide, like the end of the world. Rumble, when it was sealed in the valley, countless gods died. Dead, I feel that Emperor Yao's aura has disappeared. Yellow Emperor suddenly said. His voice was very soft, but it was like a strange wind that blew into everyone's heart. Dead, one of the 5 emperors had died in the second level of the Dao Pagoda, killed by Lin Ling. No one had expected such an outcome. It was beyond imagination, a big surprise. Besides Emperor Yao, most of the people he had brought were also dead. Emperor Shun's fate was unknown, the power of one finger. Terrifying. Emperor Xuanxi's body trembled. Fortunately, he had joined the Yellow Emperor's camp. Otherwise, that finger would have been his fate. With the strength to kill Emperor Yao, this Lin Ling was simply an ancient emperor. I am Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling recovered his body and floated in the air. He looked coldly at the valley and shouted crazily. He had not expected that finger to be so terrifying. After killing Emperor Yao, there was only endless pleasure in his heart. The knot in his heart was quietly resolved. His fighting spirit surged and swept through the ancient times. This guy. Lei Gong and the others smiled bitterly. They had been worried at first, but now they were relieved. They stared at the young man, their smiles even more excited. After all, they had fought side by side with Lin Ling. They had escaped Emperor Yao's pursuit several times and killed countless of his gods. Now, seeing Lin Ling come from the 9 states and finally kill an ancient emperor, they felt proud, honored, and even more proud. This was a legend. Lin Ling, let's go. At this time, the Yellow Emperor shouted to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. He had also sensed that a large number of experts were coming from afar. Most of them were gods of the solar divine tribe. They immediately flew into the distance. Before long, a large number of gods appeared at the side of the valley. They all looked at the valley in shock, while the 12-winged Yang god looked into the distance with a complicated expression. 12-winged Yang god. At this time, a dozen figures flew over from the side of the valley, all of them looking extremely wretched. The one in the lead was Emperor Shun. At this moment, she felt a lingering fear. If she had not used all her strength to create a gap, she would have been dead. I know what happened. That Lin Ling is our ally. Quick, chase after them. Chase. Emperor Shun grimaced at the thought of the treasure being stolen and Emperor Yao's death. The 12-winged Yang god looked into the distance and suddenly shook his head. We can't catch up. There's a powerful array around the valley that's blocking us. Humph. Array? What array? Emperor Shun frowned. Almost at the same time, a towering power suddenly erupted from the side of the huge valley, destroying the heavens and the earth. The swamp in the entire area seemed to split open and then collapsed with a rumble. At the edge of the valley, everyone's expression changed drastically. It was not difficult for this power to destroy the universe. They all retreated and floated into the distance. When they looked at the ground in front of them again, a colorful aurora had erupted. It went up to the sky and down to the ground, as if it had separated the two worlds. Did they set up this array long ago? Emperor Shun's expression was extremely ugly. Such a terrifying array was definitely not something that could be set up in a day or two. This meant that the Yellow Emperor and the others had already prepared a backup plan. The Yellow Emperor and the others' goal is to stop the solar god race. The 12-winged young god said indifferently. His eyes narrowed, and killing intent filled the air. The Yellow Emperor is scheming and astute. Emperor Shun cursed angrily. They had prepared for a long time for the blood-stained Taisui. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. It's Lin Ling, damn Lin Ling. Then, Emperor Shun seemed to have thought of something and cursed angrily. Originally, they had already obtained the blood-stained Taisui, but Lin Ling had suddenly arrived, snatched the treasure, and killed Emperor Yao. Lin Ling, it's him, right? The 12-winged young god restrained his killing intent and suddenly sighed softly. Yes, he's Lin Ling. He used to be a tiny god, but he's the host of the world's will. His growth speed is incomparably fast. Now, his strength is no weaker than ours. In fact, he's even stronger. Although Emperor Shun hated Lin Ling to death, he had to admit Lin Ling's strength. Sigh, he violated the rules. The 12-winged young god shook his head. At this moment, Lin Ling was running forward with the Yellow Emperor and the others. When Lin Ling sensed the earth-shattering explosion behind him, his expression changed drastically. He never thought that the Yellow Emperor had actually held back. Hee, if it was just Emperor Yao and the others, we wouldn't be afraid, but Emperor Yao and the others are working together with the Sun God clan, so we have to be wary of them. The Yellow Emperor smiled. That. Lin Ling and the others nodded. Suddenly, Lin Ling looked back. It was as if he could see a blonde woman through the earth-shattering explosion in front of him. Was the 12-winged young god? Lin Ling could vaguely see that the other party was frowning as he looked at him. There was only resentment in his expression and no murderous intent at all. Lin Ling nodded. The 12-winged young god trusted Lin Ling and the others very much. He treated them as allies and allowed them to roam the nearby area. He was afraid that they would encounter danger, so he offered to help. However, not only did Lin Ling and the others snatch the treasures of Emperor Yao and the others, they even killed him. This was also against the rules of the Sun God race. In fact, if the Sun God race did not treat Lin Ling and the others well, Lin Ling and the others would not feel guilty at all. However, the Sun God race was too good to them. If there's a chance, I'll return the favor. Lin Ling thought to himself. After flying for a long time, a large hot spring appeared in front of them. Many people saw the Yellow Emperor and immediately came out to greet him. It turned out that this was the Yellow Emperor's territory. So many people. The Yellow Emperor can summon so many experts. Lin Ling and Lei Gong looked at each other in shock. It turned out that the gods they met in the Dao Tower were only the tip of the iceberg. Lin Ling, come in. The Yellow Emperor nodded to everyone and then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He personally called for Lin Ling to go with him. The gods who came out of the hot spring were all shocked. Who was this young man that the Yellow Emperor would personally welcome him? Only the gods who had wandered outside the Dao Tower knew of Lin Ling's origins. They felt that everything was normal. The hot spring was not affected by the corrosive rocks, so Lin Ling also brought Yu and the others in to rest. Beside the largest hot spring, there was a mansion. Although it was simple, it was one of the rarer residences on the second level. Only the Yellow Emperor and Great Emperor Xianxia had the qualifications to live in it. Everyone entered the mansion and immediately, good wine was served. Lin Ling and the others sighed inwardly. As expected of the 5 ancient emperors. Others entered the second level carefully, but the Yellow Emperor and the others seemed to be on vacation. Lin Ling, you're amazing. If not for your sudden help, we would have worked for nothing. Emperor Yao is indeed cunning. The Yellow Emperor and the others sat down and smiled at Lin Ling. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Lin Ling, you actually killed Emperor Yao. Great Emperor Xianxia could not help but exclaim. The junior he had met in Firmament City was now stronger than him. He sighed inwardly. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's origins, he felt that everything was normal. Emperor Yao and I are reconcilable enemies. I've wanted to kill him for a long time, and he did the same. Lin Ling took a sip of wine and smiled. Great Emperor Xuanxu felt a chill in his heart. This Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. From a weak god, he had killed his way to the position of ancient emperor. Fortunately, his hatred for Lin Ling was not deep. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Lin Ling. Emperor Yao also wanted to kill you as soon as possible. It was like a race between the two of you to see who could reach the finish line faster. Unfortunately, Emperor Yao lost. The Yellow Emperor sighed. When Emperor Yao was not dead, he wanted to kill him personally. However, after Emperor Yao's death, he felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Perhaps it was hard for him to accept the death of one of the 5 emperors of the same generation. Yellow Emperor, this is your blood-stained Tai Sui. Following which, Lin Ling opened his palm, and a blood-red Lingji appeared. This Lingji gave off a faint fragrance. Even a god could extend their lifespan by a few years just by smelling it. If a mortal smelled it, they would immediately become an immortal and live as long as the heavens and earth. When the blood-stained Tai Sui appeared, everyone present subconsciously trembled. They all knew how precious this treasure was. Who knew how many people had died in order to obtain this treasure? After all, the blood-stained Tai Sui was more precious than any tumor. Lin Ling, this is yours. How can we take it? The Yellow Emperor stared at the blood-stained Tai Sui and said with a bitter smile. Great Emperor Xuanxu licked his lips. He was envious, but did not dare to say anything. This. Yellow Emperor and Great Emperor Xuanxu exchanged glances. Finally, Yellow Emperor stood up. Originally, you were the one who obtained this blood-stained Tai Sui, so you should be the one to deal with it. But for this blood-stained Tai Sui, everyone put in a lot of effort, but don't worry, Lin Ling. This blood-stained Tai Sui can increase the power of the divine embryo, and not just one person can use it. Everyone can use it as long as they burn it with their divine essence. Oh? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he knew how to find the blood-stained Tai Sui, he had never studied how to use it. How about this? 3 days later, we'll enjoy this blood-stained Tai Sui together. Yellow Emperor suggested. I agree. Great Emperor Xuanxu nodded. Lin Ling also nodded. Seeing everyone agree, Yellow Emperor smiled. It was best if no one had any objections to this method of dealing with the blood-stained Tai Sui. Soon after, Great Emperor Xuanxu and the others left. Lei Gong and the others also left, only Yellow Emperor and Lin Ling were left in the mansion. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to increase by leaps and bounds after entering the Dao Pagoda. Now, you're strong enough to become one of the 5 emperors. The Yellow Emperor sighed. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before Lin Ling's strength surpassed his. If not for old brother Yellow Emperor's help, I wouldn't have had the time to become strong. Lin Ling bowed to Yellow Emperor. Outside the Dao Pagoda, it was Yellow Emperor who helped Lin Ling block Emperor Yao and the 3 gates of White Mountain so that Lin Ling could enter the Dao Pagoda. How could Lin Ling forget this favor? Hee, it was just a small matter. Yellow Emperor waved his hand and laughed. He suddenly sighed. In the Dao realm, we 5 emperors dominated the era, but not in the Dao Pagoda. There are too many ancient races of the universe here, and in the higher levels of the Dao Pagoda, there are powerful giant gods at the saint level. They are too ancient. Saint level? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Now, he had seen countless powerful king-level giant gods of the universe, and these giant gods were all heaven-defying. It was hard to imagine what a saint-level giant god would be like. Yes. Saint-level masters are extremely rare, and they only appear at the pinnacle of the universe. Even if we were to encounter one, we would have to bow our heads to them. It can be said that they are all half-step universe masters. The Yellow Emperor explained, their divine abilities are omnipotent. With the universe in their bodies, they are almost invincible. the big universe? Lin Ling pursed his lips. He also had the Lin Ling universe, but for some reason, he couldn't bring it with him. It was a pity. Alright, we're only on the second level now. We'll talk about the future in the future. The Yellow Emperor waved his hand with a smile and continued drinking with Lin Ling. For the next 3 days, Lin Ling cultivated in the hot spring and stabilized his realm. However, the signs of a breakthrough still did not appear. This was because his foundation was not strong enough. Other than the eternal killing world, which was a higher god, his other divine embryos were all middle gods. They were not even worth mentioning. If not for the fact that he had 8 dantians, his chances of becoming a mid-stage higher god were very slim. Bloodstained Tai Sui, I hope it can greatly improve my divine embryos. Lin Ling was looking forward to what would happen in the next 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Ling also refined the ordinary Tai Sui Lingji, allowing his divine embryos to improve. However, the improvement was very weak. After all, Lin Ling's 7 divine embryos had already reached their limits. It was the same for Lin Ling, and even more so for Indra and the rest. The 3rd day came quietly. On this day, the Yellow Emperor gathered everyone. First, he distributed a large number of sarcomas, and all the higher gods received them as rewards, and the giant gods of the universe were given the opportunity to cultivate the bloodstained Tai Sui. Of course, although Yu and the rest were not giant gods of the universe, because they had contributed to the fight for the bloodstained Tai Sui, everyone had a chance. In the largest hot spring, the Yellow Emperor floated there, holding the bloodstained Tai Sui in his palm, and this hot spring was surrounded by enchantments, sealing all leakage of energy. Outside this hot spring, countless higher gods were watching, their eyes red with envy, but they were not jealous. This was because they knew that the Yellow Emperor had always been fair. It was already good enough for them to receive the sarcomas. It has begun. At this moment, in the largest hot spring, the Yellow Emperor looked at everyone and said. And there were many giant gods of the universe around the hot spring, more than 1,000 of them. Everyone looked at the Yellow Emperor and nodded. The Yellow Emperor immediately activated his god energy and burned the bloodstained Tai Sui. At first, the bloodstained Tai Sui did not move at all, but the Yellow Emperor's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious that burning the bloodstained Tai Sui was very, very difficult, but after some time, a spark gradually appeared on the bloodstained Tai Sui. Next, a blood-red smoke floated out. This smoke was about the size of a finger, and after it floated out, it actually started to disperse. The whole area around the hot spring quietly turned blood-red, and an indescribable energy quietly spread throughout the bodies of the gods. Everyone felt as though they had been reborn. They could feel the godly embryos in their bodies becoming restless, as though they were undergoing a metamorphosis and evolving to the universe level. Most of the gods present were higher god embryos, but they had all reached the 8th or 9th stage. If they used this opportunity to cultivate, it would not be difficult for them to reach the universe level. Pong, pong, pong. Everyone hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling and Yu exchanged glances and also sat down cross-legged. The red light spread throughout the hot spring. There was no such thing as who obtained more or less. Furthermore, using the red light to transform one's godly embryos also depended on one's ability. Therefore, the gods were all comprehending and cultivating, entering a state of selflessness. The Yellow Emperor also floated away from the hot spring, allowing the bloodstained Tai Sui to float in midair and slowly burn. However, this burning speed was very, very slow, so slow that it could not be seen with the naked eye. The transformation of the gods this time will probably increase the strength of many of them. Among the King Stage Universe gods, they will be able to dominate. I wonder if there will be anyone who can step into the Saint Stage. The strongest god here is the Yellow Emperor. He has hopes of stepping into the Saint Stage. Lin Ling and the rest are also here. It's a pity that their godly embryos are very ordinary, so they probably won't improve much. Outside the hot spring, the gods were discussing spiritedly. Lin Ling and the rest were comprehending together. Among them, the one who reacted the fastest was actually Saint Guy. His bloodline continued to transform, and the power of the Donghuang Bell also increased by a notch. Yu and the rest had ordinary godly embryos, but under the tempering of the red light, their godly embryos were actually transforming. As for Lin Ling, his 7 godly embryos were also transforming crazily: Wraith Jellyfish, Double Dragon Innate Skill, Luai's True Body, Vajra Bodhi, Wraith Hell Body, human king's flame, eternal killing world. Among them, the eternal killing world had the biggest change, increasing by 2 stages. Next was the Vajrabodhi, which was transforming toward the godly embryos. The primal chaos deity formula can actually refine the red light, and the speed has increased by 8 times. Lin Ling was shocked. At first, he was just imitating the others, but the progress was slow. Later, he tested the primal chaos deity formula and immediately discovered a shocking change. Apart from the power of the world's will, all of my strength is evolving toward a higher level. This bloodstained Taisui is too powerful. No wonder it attracted so many gods to fight over it. Lin Ling was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed. With this, it should not be difficult for him to break through. Time quietly passed. A full year had passed, and the hot spring was still filled with red light. The gods around the hot spring had gone in and out countless times. They stared at the red-hot spring sky with envy in their eyes. More gods appeared on the 2nd floor of the Dao Pagoda. They were searching for flesh-like monsters. At this moment, on the other side, there was a huge swamp. A huge sludge sat there. It was at least 1,000 miles in size. White bubbles constantly emerged from it. Sometimes, white bones and flesh would float up and down. It was extremely disgusting. Around the sludge, a large number of gods in black robes stood there. They were incomparably smelly, and a large number of flies were flying around their bodies. They were motionless like statues, indifferently staring at the huge sludge. Bang, bang, bang. After an unknown amount of time, a fishy smell suddenly floated over. Then, a few figures in black robes arrived. After floating over, they threw a large number of gods into the sludge. No. The gods were all shouting loudly. However, those black-robed gods did not move at all. They were cold and emotionless. After those gods sank into the sludge, their voices became softer and softer. Their flesh was melting, and their bones gradually floated up. This caused more bones to appear in the sludge, but among them, there was one skeleton that was the largest. Because it was the skeleton of a dragon god, if Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize that this dragon skeleton was the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. Unfortunately, he was dead, and his body was used as nourishment. In the 2nd floor of the rotten world, who else is worth it? After an unknown amount of time, a person spoke. Most of them are ordinary gods. Melting them will not help the rotten god much. Another person said calmly. As he spoke, worms kept falling out of his mouth. It was extremely disgusting. In that case, how is Emperor Yao? The god who spoke first suddenly asked. After 365 days, the power of decay has fused into his body. He should be revived now. Emperor Yao was one of the 5 most ancient emperors. It's a pity that he died. After bringing him back, I'll make him a member of the rotting world. When you brought Emperor Yao back, were you discovered by the sun god race? No, the super young divine race is our mortal enemy, so we naturally won't let them discover us. That's good. Right now, the corrosive god is fighting against the sun god at an even higher level. I heard that the sun god was corroded, but he still passed down his legacy to the child of light. Many gods died in that battle, including many ancient giant gods of the universe. Pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li Jing, Tai Bai Jinxing, and other gods from the age of Pantheon couldn't even withstand a single blow. These gods kept talking in low voices, and when they spoke, the stench was enough to kill a god. The ancient races of the universe have existed since the birth of the universe. They used to look down on the growth of the gods like the great universe. They thought that they stood at the peak of the era, but they didn't know that there were many ancient races above them that were born from the power of the great universe. Cosmos gods, only the ancient races of the universe are the noblest, such as the sun god race, the One Fang race, the underworld deity tribe, the divine ox race, and others. Alright, Emperor Yao has revived. At this moment, all the gods looked towards the sludge, only to see a head floating up. The eyes of a skeleton appeared above the sludge, and more of them appeared. Gradually, the entire skull appeared. Furthermore, there were stinky bugs crawling on the skeleton, gradually turning it into flesh and blood. It's just that the flesh and blood were very smelly, causing the skull to turn into a human head. It was a gruesome sight to behold, and the skeleton walked up step by step, the flesh and blood on its body condensing. increasing in number. Finally, it completely transformed into a human, but just like its head, the flesh and blood were disgusting, and there were even bugs crawling on it, and this person was Emperor Yao. How am I still alive? So dirty. Ah, what are these, bugs? Scram. Emperor Yao looked at his body and shouted out in alarm. He flung away the bugs around him, but just as he did so, his body suddenly trembled, and a large number of bugs fell down. No, these bugs can't leave. Why can't I get rid of them? Emperor Yao held his head and shouted. It was as if he was possessed, unable to believe everything in front of him. And at the sight of the huge sludge pond, the god stood there indifferently, calmly looking at Emperor Yao. After a long time, Emperor Yao seemed to come to his senses. He looked at the gods in black robes and shouted, "Who are you people?" The gods didn't speak. After a moment of silence, they all took off their cloaks. Their flesh and blood were all rotten. The moment they took off their cloaks, a large number of stinky bugs fell down, flew away, and then flew back. Rotten race, you are from the rotten race? Emperor Yao roared. As the ancient emperor, he naturally knew of the mysterious race of the universe, the rotten race. In fact, before the calamity of the worlds will arrived, he had heard of this ancient race of the universe. It was just that he had heard of it, but had never seen it. However, when the calamity of the worlds will arrived, the universe was destroyed, including the various ancient races of the universe. That was why he could see so many ancient races of the universe in the Tao Pagoda. In order to punish you, bug, come back. One of the rotten race gods said indifferently as he stretched out his palm. A large number of bugs flew back from Emperor Yao's body, turning into a stinky black cloud that covered the god's back. Ah, no, no. Emperor Yao immediately felt as if his body was being bitten by 10,000 bugs. Even his soul power was in pain. From this moment on, you are already a member of the rotten race. You have no right to look down on us, nor do you have the right to say that we are dirty. Without the rotten race, there would be no you. The god in black robes said indifferently. Emperor Yao lay in midair, his body twitching in pain. His originally rotten body was gradually melting, revealing white bones in many places. It was a ghastly sight. I was wrong, I am also a member of the rotten race. Emperor Yao finally shouted, completely recognizing the reality. He, one of the 5 emperors, was also a dirty member of the rotten race. Every day, he had to work with stinky bugs, eat mud, and eat dirty flesh as food. Even if his heart was incomparably resistant, for the sake of survival, he had to grit his teeth and endure. At least you know your place. The god nodded indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, a large number of bugs flew towards Emperor Yao, allowing him to gradually recover. Remember, from this moment on, you are no longer the noble ancient emperor, but a dog of the rotten god. Even if you meet your old friends, they will despise you and kill you. This is the truth. The god said again. If it wasn't for the rotten god seeing that you had some ability, he wouldn't have resurrected you. We wouldn't have risked our lives to go to the sun god race's territory to steal your broken bone. Remember, the sun god race is our natural nemesis. Never go there again. I understand, my lord. Oh right, do you know who else is suitable to join the rotten race? I know. Lin Ling, the world will Lin Ling. Emperor Yao hurriedly shouted. His eyes were as red as blood. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. World will Lin Ling? I've heard of him, but he's an enemy of the rotten god. The eyes of the black-robed gods flashed. No, we should make a move on Lin Ling first because the 3 divine gates of White Mountain have been looking for Lin Ling. As far as I know, they've spent a lot of effort to get powerful gods to enter the Tao realm. Many of them should have entered the Tao Tower by now. If they find Lin Ling first, they'll definitely capture Lin Ling alive. By the way, you may not know this, but the gods behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are also hosts of the world's will. The hosts of their world's wills want to devour each other. Lin Ling is the target of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Emperor Yao told him everything he knew. After all, outside of the Tao Pagoda, he had fought against the Yellow Emperor with the gods of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, so he knew the purpose of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Dipankar Buddha? The decaying god's eyes flashed. You are now one of us. I'm not afraid to tell you that we decaying gods are one of the 9 great universe stars. We specialize in dealing with world-will hosts. However, your information is very useful, especially regarding White Mountain's 3 divine gates, 9 stars of the universe. Emperor Yao frowned. This was the first time he heard of this. However, Patriarch Subhuti also sent his gods. If the 3 divine gates want to capture Lin Ling, it won't be easy. Patriarch Subhuti's disciples will definitely help, so we can find Lin Ling first. Emperor Yao, if you can help us capture Lin Ling, the rotten god will reward you, said the decaying god coldly. I'll help. I'll definitely help. Emperor Yao hurriedly nodded. As long as he could kill Lin Ling, he was willing to do anything. In the depths of his heart, Lin Ling was the reason why he had become neither a human nor a ghost. Remember, the rotten god represents the purification of everything in the universe. The entire universe is too dirty, and the universe will be purified. At that time, the universe will belong to our rotten realm. The voice continued to float out and gradually disappeared. At this moment, at the hot spring, the red light gradually dissipated, turning into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing. A bloodstained Taisui was completely burned up, and the effect was incomparably terrifying. It actually made the thousands of divine embryos of the universe giant gods greatly improve. The region around the hot spring remained silent, but powerful auras permeated the air. Every single universe giant god was making use of this opportunity to increase their strength. They had long accumulated countless treasures in the first level. Just like Lin Ling and the others, they had been waiting for the divine embryo to advance, to surpass its limits and stimulate its potential. However, the first to level up was the Yellow Emperor. His terrifying divine power surged out from him, causing the entire swamp to tremble. Sir Yellow Emperor is finally breaking through. It's been countless years. Sir Yellow Emperor has been waiting for countless years. Everyone below the Yellow Emperor's tomb was extremely excited. The Yellow Emperor was their leader. Only by becoming stronger could they be safer and lead them to glory. Old brother Yellow Emperor will probably reach the level of a Saint Universe giant god after this breakthrough. Great Emperor Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at the Yellow Emperor in shock. His lips curled into a smile. Although he was somewhat jealous, he was now in the same camp as the Yellow Emperor. Naturally, he wanted the Yellow Emperor to become stronger. Old brother Yellow Emperor has broken through. Lin Ling and the others opened their eyes as well. They then saw the Yellow Emperor disappear in midair, just as if he had disappeared from the Dao Pagoda. What's going on? Lei Gong and the others were shocked. The Dao Pagoda had a powerful law of the universe. If one wanted to leave, they had to borrow the power of the Dao Pagoda. Thus, this was the first time they saw someone who could leave the Dao Pagoda without using the ancient Dao heavenly realm. It's the great universe. At this time, Great Emperor Xuanxu looked at Lei Gong and the others and laughed. If it was in the past, he would have disdained to pay attention to Lei Gong and the others. But now, he knew that Lei Gong and the others were Lin Ling's people. He had to give face to Lin Ling. Thus, he patiently explained, powerful gods have universes on them, but not every god can bring their great universe with them. Even I don't know what conditions are required for this. Some people can bring their great universe with them when they are still higher gods. Some people, even with the power of a giant god, still can't bring their great universe with them. It seems that the stronger the great universe, the more difficult it is to bring it with you. This is because this will cause the greatest universe, the Dao Pagoda, to reject it. As for old brother Yellow Emperor, he has always been unable to bring his great universe with him. But now, he seems to have succeeded. Just wait. When he returns, he will definitely be able to break the restraints of the Dao Pagoda's great universe and bring his great universe with him. Enter. When Lin Ling and the others heard this, they were all enlightened. Lin Ling also thought of his Lin Ling universe. He didn't know when he would be able to bring his great universe with him. This was because if he brought his great universe with him, his grandfather and the others would also be bringing it with them. Old brother Yellow Emperor has also broken through. Everyone, work hard. Use the power of the divine embryos to increase your realm. Then, Lin Ling said to the crowd. Yu, Sakura, and Yuer, and even Xian Yuangur nodded. After experiencing the tempering of the bloodstained Taisui, they had benefited greatly. The divine embryos had all transformed, and this was also their opportunity. One had to know that they were only higher gods. How could they have the fortune to enjoy the bloodstained Taisui? All of this was because of Lin Ling. Now, they didn't want to let Lin Ling down. Lin Ling smiled and also entered a state of cultivation. He had obtained a large number of treasures on the first level. He didn't lack the resources needed to break through at all. Unfortunately, the treasures needed to open the 9th Dantian were getting harder and harder. A large number of treasures appeared around Lin Ling, forming a colorful mist that floated above the hot spring. Then, Lin Ling began to refine them. Now, all 8 of his Dantians had reached the level of a higher god, and the eternal killing world had reached the level of a higher god. Breaking through wasn't a problem at all. Originally, many of Lin Ling's talents had reached the limit, but the bloodstained Taisui had the power to transform the divine embryos again. Only then did he step into the level of a higher god. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't the only one in the hot spring area who was borrowing treasures to cultivate. Everyone was doing so. It could be said that the gods who could reach the 2nd level didn't lack the treasures they needed in the short term at all. This also formed the hot spring area. Endless mist rose into the sky. Even in the vicinity of the hot spring, one's cultivation would improve just by smelling the spiritual energy. Time passed quietly, and unknowingly, another 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, there were gods whose strength increased greatly, stepping into higher realms, and the center of the hot spring had fewer and fewer people. After Yu and the rest had all increased their realms, they left as well. In the end, there were only 4 people left. They were Lin Ling, Lei Gong, Longyang, Nanwufingyu Treasure God, and Xingyi. These 4 were without a doubt the ones with the greatest progress. Not long after, Nanwufingyu Treasure God's body emitted a powerful divine energy of over 10 billion units. He had finally stepped into the ranks of the giant gods. Ha ha ha, this is great, this is great. I never thought that I would be able to step into the ranks of the giant gods in this lifetime. Nanwufingyu Treasure God sighed and stood there quietly for a long time. His eyes suddenly looked at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged. He knew that if not for this youth, he would definitely be stuck in the 9 prefectures void. It was Lin Ling who had brought him to a higher world, to the peak of the universe. I never thought that the youth that Xiaoyu saved back then would be of such great help to me today. Nanwufingyu Treasure God sighed and left the hot spring to guard Lin Ling and the rest. The second to break through was Xingyi. He had the bloodline of the Donghuang clan, which was also an ancient race of the universe. Coupled with the Donghuang Bell, his bloodline had transformed and reached the pinnacle of the higher gods, and with the power of his bloodline, he also smoothly stepped into the ranks of the giant gods, his divine energy reaching the millions. Next was Longyang and Lei Gong. They all stepped into the ranks of the giant gods. After standing up, they looked at Lin Ling and said curiously, Lin Ling is the strongest among us, but his realm didn't increase much. How strange. This is normal. Lin Ling's strength is more than 10 times stronger than ours. After this breakthrough, his strength will probably increase by leaps and bounds. If he becomes a giant god of the universe in the future, he will probably become an ancient great emperor. Although he's big, his strength is definitely not the same as before. Lei Gong laughed. It was all because of Lin Ling that they were able to grow so smoothly and become so strong. Lin Ling had determined their upper limit. Without Lin Ling, they wouldn't have dared to venture to the top of the universe because Lin Ling was like a flag that protected everyone. Go out and wait. Lei Gong left with a few people. As for Lin Ling, he was still breaking through. The 8 dantians in his body were spinning crazily. Not only were they absorbing spiritual energy, they were also spinning like 8 stars. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a wonderful scene. I'm about to break through. No heavenly tribulation is coming. Could it be that the Tao Pagoda can block the heavenly tribulation? Lin Ling thought to himself, huh? My power of the world is increasing, and it's increasing by a huge margin. What happened? Lin Ling's power of the world's will was very strong, but he had always been unable to control it. He relied on the faith of others to increase his power. All along, the power of the world's will had been constantly increasing, but at this moment, it had increased by the largest margin. This made Lin Ling feel very strange. Probably, if it's not Lei Gong and the others, it's the people of the Lin Ling universe, or the gods on the Yellow Emperor's side. Lin Ling thought to himself. In fact, it was all 3. now, the Lin Ling universe was changing as Lin Ling became stronger, forming more experts. And they all knew that the only god in this universe was Lin Ling, therefore, their faith was increasing. Lei Gong and the others had all broken through and were grateful to Lin Ling. Their faith was also increasing. In addition, after the gods on the Yellow Emperor's side learned that Lin Ling had killed Emperor Yao, they worshipped Lin Ling even more and their faith increased. I wonder if I can control the power of the world's will this time. Lin Ling's greatest wish was to control the power of the world's will, this trump card, Hong. At this moment, the 8 dantians in his body rotated even faster, and endless spiritual energy was absorbed by the vortex. 90% of the treasures Lin Ling had accumulated on the first level had been consumed. Hong. The sound of the dantians breaking through rang continuously. Finally, all 8 dantians had entered the late-stage high god level, and when one dantian's power increased, Lin Ling's strength would increase greatly. But now, all 8 dantians had increased at the same time, and his strength had increased by more than 8 times. My fleshly body strength has reached 4 billion, my godly power has reached 3 billion, and my speed has reached 150 million worlds. Lin Ling took in a breath of cold air. Even in terms of basic strength, he already had 7 billion, which was close to the foundation of a giant god. After all, the foundation of a giant god king was 10 billion godly power, and his speed was 150 million. If he used Pangu's true body and Quafu's sun-chasing boots, it could reach 300 million. His strength had increased in all aspects. One had to know that Lin Ling had yet to fuse with his innate talent. Otherwise, his strength could still increase. I didn't expect my fleshly body strength to be even stronger than godly power. Lin Ling sighed. He stretched out his finger and looked at it. He knew that the reason his fleshly body strength could increase was all because of this Pangu's finger, and a finger was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how much his fleshly body strength would increase if he used the other parts. It's too difficult for a giant god king to enter the saint level, so most giant gods are accumulating their foundation. And I heard that after entering the saint level, even the weakest godly power will double. This means that a giant god king with 5 billion godly power will have 10 billion godly power. 10 billion points of power of divinity, and it's doubled after breaking through. TSK, what level is this? And some even have 3 or 4 times increase. It's hard to imagine. But it's very difficult to break through to the saint level. Even old brother Yellow Emperor only did it by chance. Lin Ling sighed. He stood up, feeling as though he had an inexhaustible amount of strength. Now, Lin Ling couldn't defeat all the king-level universe giant gods, but he was confident that he could kill at least 70% of them. Old brother Yellow Emperor is still breaking through. After that, Lin Ling looked at the center of the hot spring. There, the Yellow Emperor's figure still hadn't appeared. He was probably undergoing his tribulation. The difficulty of entering the saint level from the king level was needless to say. After walking out of the hot spring, Lin Ling immediately saw Lei Gong and the others. Big brother Ling. Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and smiled happily. Lin Ling's gaze swept across everyone. Seeing that everyone's strength had increased substantially, Lin Ling was also very happy. After that, he took out the coffin lid from the first level and handed it to everyone. Take a look. Whoever can activate this coffin lid will get this treasure. Although this coffin lid could help Lin Ling, it wasn't very big. Moreover, Lin Ling had tyrannical song and wasn't used to using other weapons. What kind of deity weapon is this? Everyone blinked their eyes in surprise. Yu and Yuer, and the other girls immediately gave up. It was strange to let them carry the coffin lid to fight. I don't need it either. Ha ha ha, let me try. Nan Wufingyu was the first to try. However, he could not lift the coffin lid with all his might. This coffin lid is strange. It looks ordinary but I can't lift it at all. Nan Wufingyu gave up after a few tries. Let me try. Young Beast Lord was the second to try, but he also failed. Next was young Qilin, but he also failed. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that only those with Pangu's bloodline can activate the coffin lid. Second brother, let me try. At this moment, Sakura laughed out loud and suddenly lifted the coffin lid. This time, everyone was in disbelief, including Lin Ling. He secretly guessed that after his big brother's divine fetus metamorphosed, it seemed to have a trace of connection with the Pangu clan. Haha, this coffin lid is so domineering. Sakura held the coffin lid with one hand. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Second brother, are you giving this treasure to me?" He could see that the coffin lid was extraordinary, so he was a little embarrassed to take it. Take it. Lin Ling laughed and was happy for Sakura. This coffin lid has an extraordinary origin. It's big brother's fortune to be fated with it. Then I'll be thick-skinned and accept it. Sakura was excited. Alright, everyone take a rest. Let's go look for treasures. Lin Ling said to everyone. Everyone nodded. They had just broken through and wanted to test their strength. Plus, they had been in seclusion for a few years. They wanted to go out and explore. After Lin Ling tasted the benefits of the bloodstained Taisui fungus, he naturally wanted a second one. However, just as Lin Ling and the others were about to leave, someone suddenly ran over. Lord Lin Ling, Great Emperor Jun has sent a plea for help to the Yellow Emperor. Everyone is now discussing and asking for Lord Lin Ling's opinion. Lord Emperor Jun? Lin Ling frowned. If he remembered correctly, this was one of the 5 emperors. Moreover, he seemed to have an ordinary relationship with the Yellow Emperor. What did Emperor Xianxia say? Lin Ling asked. The person immediately replied, Emperor Xianxia wants to help. I heard that it was Emperor Shun who attacked Emperor Xianxia. Now that Emperor Yao is dead, Emperor Shun can't do anything alone. Emperor Xianxia wants to kill Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun attacked Emperor Jun? Lin Ling was shocked. Yes. That god nodded. Great Emperor Xianxia agreed to go, while Yan Wading and the others also had the same idea. However, since the Yellow Emperor isn't around, they can't make the decision. Hence, they sent me to invite Lord Lin Ling over. Ignore them. Let them make their own decisions. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He did not want to get involved in this matter. He wanted to find the bloodstained Taisui. Emperor Xianxia. Xianxia Emperor Xianxia is the head. Combi say something. The Thunder God suggested after pondering for a moment. The Yellow Emperor had taught them how to control the mystiques of the world's will. They were all grateful to him. Yes, Xianxia and the others can't make the decision. You killed Emperor Yao, and your reputation is comparable to the ancient emperors. You have the right to speak. Long Yang added. Xiaoluan looked at Lin Ling, but her meaning was the same. All right. Lin Ling could only nod. He led Lei Gong and the others in the hall. Before long, Lin Ling and the others saw a large number of gods gathered before them. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Even the giant gods of the universe numbered in the tens of thousands. They were all silent as they listened to the experts speak. Look, Lin Ling is here. At this time, Xianxia saw Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Countless gazes looked at Lin Ling, and the gods all revealed looks of respect. This made Lin Ling feel that the power of faith was increasing. It seemed like these gods all knew that Lin Ling had killed Emperor Yao. After killing Emperor Yao, Lin Ling was now an ancient emperor in the hearts of many. Lin Ling is here. Xianxia Great Emperor also stood up and personally welcomed Lin Ling. He knew very well that if they really fought, Lin Ling was not much weaker than him. And this was after his strength had increased greatly. If not for the bloodstained Taisui's cultivation, he was confident that he would not be Lin Ling's match. Lin Ling's opponent. It's like this. Xianxia Great Emperor also personally welcomed Lin Ling, and then told him the whole story. Lin Ling listened quietly, and then asked, although Emperor Jun and the Yellow Emperor are not mortal enemies, they have always been on opposite sides. I'm afraid it's not good to help him so rashly. Lin Ling, you're right. However, although Emperor Jun and the Yellow Emperor don't get along, it's just a small conflict. Helping him this time can pull him into the alliance to fight against the ancient races of the Universe God Tower. A powerful deity of the Tao Pagoda. I know that as well. Lin Ling nodded. But why did Emperor Shun attack Emperor Jun? Do you know? This. Everyone shook their heads. I only received Emperor Jun's request for help, and it's the same for the Yellow Emperor. As for why Emperor Shun attacked him, we really don't know. Xianxia Great Emperor frowned. I'm most afraid that this is a trap. Linling said intuitively. Everyone's expression changed dramatically, and they guessed, Lord Linling, do you mean that Emperor Shun and Emperor Jun have joined forces to attack us? If that's the case, then it's a bit troublesome. After all, it's not a big deal for the two great emperors to join forces. I'm most afraid that Emperor Shun will also pull the Sun God clan to help. After all, we broke the rules of the Sun God clan. They probably won't let us go. Emperor Shun shook his head. You don't have to worry about the Sun God clan. I have a feeling that they won't interfere in this matter and won't leave their territory. Linling pondered. Although he was not familiar with the 12-winged sun god, he had an intuition. I'm afraid of the others. Linling voiced out his concerns. As for the others, Emperor Shun just came to the second floor of the Dao Tower not long ago. How can he know them? However, Lord Linling is right. There was a lot of discussion, and they were in a difficult position. Linling looked at the crowd indifferently. He knew that everyone wanted to help and pull Emperor Jun into their camp. After all, this was an opportunity. If the Yellow Emperor was present, he would probably help out, given his righteousness. How about this? We'll go and help, but we have to be careful. If we feel that something is wrong, we'll retreat immediately. Linling finally made up his mind. At these words, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief, especially Emperor Xianxia, who smiled. In truth, he had not intended to ask for Linling's opinion at all. Instead, he wanted Linling to come and help. After all, the Yellow Emperor was not around, and he did not have the confidence to bring two gods to help. With Linling's help, it was equivalent to having two ancient emperors. And Ji Wading and the others had the same idea. If Linling did not help, they would not dare to move. When do we set off? Linling asked. How about tomorrow? As they traveled along the marshland, the area ahead of them was still as quiet as ever. Along the way, Linling and the others also encountered a few waves of attacks from deities. However, Linling didn't need to do anything. Sakura and the rest could handle them. With their current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to fight against ordinary giant gods of the universe. After a day, Linling and the rest finally arrived at the area where Emperor Dijun had asked for help. This area was full of hard rocks, formed by the hardening of the swamp. Wait. Linling didn't advance recklessly. He said to Lei Gong and the rest, let's split up and see if there's anything strange nearby. If there's anything strange, retreat immediately and inform me. Okay. Everyone immediately dispersed. Linling also looked around. However, he didn't find anything strange after searching for a long time. This was still the swamp. Linling, there's no change on my side. Same here. After a long time, everyone returned and shook their heads. Let's continue. Linling frowned. This was too strange. There was no ambush. Could it be that his intuition was wrong? The group continued forward for a full 6 hours. Finally, a great battle appeared in front of him. Terrifying light soared into the sky. The battle was incomparably fierce. Speed up. Lei Gong was anxious and shouted to Linling. Linling nodded. He was also afraid that something would happen to ignore Wading and the rest. However, he kept looking at the sky. He still felt that something was wrong. This was a swamp. However, the battle ahead was so fierce that it didn't attract any rotten rocks. This was somewhat illogical. After all, in the second level, only the hot spring area wouldn't have rotten rocks falling. However, the surrounding area was hard swampland. Of course, it was just a thought. Linling couldn't leave ignore Wading and the rest behind. As they ran, a huge valley appeared in front of him. This valley was actually twice as big as the one where they had obtained the blood-stained Taisui. In the valley, countless gods were clashing. All kinds of martial arts, divine energy, and other techniques soared into the sky. This was nothing more than a battle between gods. There was a giant steel ship as huge as a mountain. Wherever it passed, gods would be killed. There were ghost soldiers summoned from the underworld, and they were majestic. There were also gigantic heavenly pagodas, divine swords, and other items. The sky of the entire valley seemed to have transformed into the great cosmos, forming a collision between the cosmos. The battle was divided into two camps. One of them was led by Great Emperor Xuanxu, while the other was led by Emperor Shun. Dijun, you lied to us. It let out a loud roar. Sure enough, it was all a trap. In order to lure out Great Emperor Xuanxu and the others, Great Emperor Jun had deliberately asked for help. In fact, he had already cooperated with Emperor Shun. Alas, I can't help it either. Emperor Jun smiled wryly, looking extremely helpless. Bullshit. We came all the way here to help you, but you lied to us. Damn it. Great Emperor Xuanxu roared. Great Emperor Jun knew that he was in the wrong, so he did not say anything. He turned into a huge monster monarch and fought against the gods on Great Emperor Xuanxu's side. Dijun was a monster monarch, he could control thousands of monsters. His chest opened and countless ancient monsters rushed out. There were dragons, Kuan, Qilin, and other monsters. Their auras were extremely terrifying, and they could be called divine beasts. Hee, where's your yellow emperor? Did he run away? Emperor Shun sat on the huge eyeless grassland serpent and laughed sinisterly. A huge monster eye appeared behind her, as if summoning a large number of monsters from the depths of the universe. These monsters were extremely ferocious and terrifying. Not only were they huge, but they were also hairless and had no eyes. They were the monsters of the underground. Ji Yan, you ruined my plans last time. This time, I'll kill you first. Emperor Shun pounced on Ji Yan while Emperor Jun was suppressing Great Emperor Xuanxu. That day in the valley, it was Lin Ling who had led Ji Yan to steal their treasures. Therefore, Emperor Shun hated Ji Yan to the core. Stop him. Many gods on the Yellow Emperor's side shouted when they saw Emperor Shun swimming over on the huge serpent. Scram. However, Emperor Shun was too strong. With a sweep of the huge serpent's tail, the sky collapsed and the army was annihilated. Divine Eye. Ji Yan's strength was not as strong as Emperor Shun's, but he was not ridiculously weak either. He activated 49 eyes and released endless divine light. This was a powerful divine energy. For a moment, he was able to stop Emperor Shun. Damn it, your strength has increased. You're definitely the bloodstained Taisui. Seeing this, Emperor Shun was so angry that his whole body trembled. Ji Yan, I'll help you. At this time, Wu Ting also came to help. He activated a powerful mystique, and his divine energy reached the level of 50 billion. He formed a sonic attack that destroyed everything in front of him. A large number of sounds were heard. Strangely, there was the sound of the wind, the sound of the earth, and even the sound of the sun. It was as if all the sounds in the world had gathered, however, there was no sound at all. Ah! With this move, many gods on Emperor Shun's side exploded. They couldn't be more dead. You two pieces of trash? Humph, the might of the ancient emperor is not something you can offend. Emperor Shun screamed. His beautiful face began to change into the face of a fox. His mouth cracked open like a flower petal, but he had a large number of sharp teeth. They grew bigger and bigger, and he suddenly swallowed the demon snake under him. The huge demon snake was swallowed by him, and his entire body began to turn into ashes. What's going on? Countless people's expressions changed drastically, and they felt uneasy. However, at this time, the demon eye was still hanging where Emperor Shun had been standing. Suddenly, a huge figure walked out. It was a huge creature with 9 heads and the body of a snake. She had the face of a fox, and there was no doubt that it was Emperor Shun. Die! She roared and activated 80 billion divine energy, killing a large number of gods on the Yellow Emperor's side. The 9 huge snake heads pounced on Emperor Shun and Emperor Shun. Their expressions changed drastically, and they used their strongest moves to resist. However, after clashing, they realized that the 9 snake heads dared to swallow the entire universe into their stomachs. Emperor Shun, I'll help you. However, at this time, Lei Gong, Longyang, and Shaoluan arrived to help. They activated their powerful will of the world, and together with Emperor Shun and Emperor Shun, they formed a powerful shockwave that sent Emperor Shun flying. How dare you ruin my plans? Emperor Shun's huge body tumbled, and after smashing a large number of gods to death, she stood up and shouted. Emperor Shun, don't be rash. Those are Lei Gong. This means that Lin Ling is here too. At this time, the huge Emperor Shun also let out a loud roar. At the same time, a sword slashed down from the sky. It was the tyrannical song sword, and it contained an incomparably terrifying divine energy. It also contained an endless amount of divine energy, and it affected a large number of people's combat strength. Whoosh, after a fierce slash, one of Emperor Shun's arms was cut off, and green blood spurted out. Lin Ling did not use his trump card because he sensed that something was amiss. Lin Ling, you're here. Great Emperor Xianxia was overjoyed. He looked at Lin Ling happily and said, let's work together and eliminate them. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Great Emperor Jun. From the latter's eyes, he could sense a sense of fear and helplessness. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Everyone, retreat immediately. Leave the valley. Lin Ling couldn't care less anymore as he roared. All the gods were stunned, and they frowned. Great monarch Xuanxi's expression changed drastically. Now that Lin Ling was here, they had taken the initiative. It was possible that they could kill Emperor Shun and Great Emperor Jun. Why should they retreat? This was an excellent opportunity that he had missed. Lin Ling. In the distance, Great Emperor Xuanxia looked at Lin Ling. Even Lei Gong and the rest did not understand Lin Ling's intention. Retreat. Lin Ling was getting more and more uneasy. He shouted anxiously. If he was alone, he would have left by now. Unfortunately, Lei Gong and the rest were here. He could not escape alone. Ha ha ha, as expected of Lin Ling. His sense of danger is much better than Great Emperor Xuanxi's. Suddenly, Emperor Shun laughed loudly. She floated in the sky with her hands on her hips and laughed excitedly. That's right. You've been tricked. Emperor Shun finished laughing and looked coldly at the crowd. Finally, her gaze fell on Great Emperor Jun. Great Emperor Jun, you tell them. Great Emperor Jun looked troubled and sighed. Sigh, I was forced to do this. There are only two reasons why I tricked you here. One is Lin Ling and the other is the Yellow Emperor. However, it was not me or Emperor Shun who attacked you. It was the rotten race, people. Rotten race? Great Emperor Xuanxi's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura spread out. The rotten race was the murderer of the Dragon Valley's Lord Dragon God. They actually wanted to attack him and the Yellow Emperor? Lin Ling, there's someone looking for you. It's someone you can't imagine. Emperor Shun said again. Her eyes were cold and full of expectation. Go. Lin Ling was not interested in knowing who it was. He was not worried about himself, but he was worried about Yu and everyone else. Too slow. But at this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. He was wearing a black cloak and looked extremely mysterious. When Lin Ling and the others looked over, he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a face full of rotten flesh. There were worms crawling on his face. It was incomparably disgusting. Emperor Yao. After seeing that person, everyone was shocked, even Lin Ling was shocked. That was because he had clearly sensed that Emperor Yao was dead. Why did he appear again? Moreover, he looked neither like a human nor a ghost. Haha, Lin Ling, are you surprised? You didn't expect me to still be alive. Emperor Yao touched his face and laughed sinisterly. It's you who caused me to become like this. But you don't have to be afraid because you will also become like this very soon. Hearing this, Lin Ling guessed. Could it be that the rotten race had resurrected Emperor Yao? But why would the rotten race target him? He did not believe that Emperor Yao alone could persuade the rotten race. The rotten race would not make such a big move for Emperor Yao. Rumble, pop. Pop, at this moment, a deafening sound finally rang out. The valley shook, and a large amount of black mud suddenly appeared on the ground. Moreover, outside the valley, the originally hard rocks had also turned into mud. Not good, we are not on ordinary mud. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock as he shouted to everyone. He finally knew why there were no rotten rocks falling down. It turned out that they were on a hot spring. This is the rotten race's swamp. Great Emperor Xuanxia and the others stared at their feet and all of them panicked. They had heard of the rotten race's swamp before. It was said that it could corrupt any god. Any god that fell into the swamp would turn into a part of the swamp and become nourishment for the rotten race. All these years, the rotten race had been killing people on the second level for this very reason. Quick, run. They rushed into the sky but were immediately bounced back. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the sky above the valley had an additional layer of gray film. It looked thin but was extremely tough. Attack! Great Emperor Xianxia took the lead and attacked the sky above. Rumble. However, the film was like a bubble. It immediately reflected everyone's attacks, and many of them even died because of it. It's useless. This is the swamp's smelly bubble. It connects the entire swamp. Unless the swamp is destroyed, the bubble will not burst. Emperor Shun gloated when he saw Great Emperor Xuanxu and the others panicking. Lin Ling looked outside through the bubble and saw many people wearing black cloaks beside Emperor Yao. They were looking at the valley coldly. Not bad. We can't break this bubble, but how can you get out? Lin Ling looked coldly at Emperor Shun and the others. Emperor Shun and the others were gloating when they heard this. Their expressions changed drastically. Yes, they were also trapped in the swamp. Great Emperor Jun was the most panicked. He looked at Emperor Yao in the distance and shouted, "Emperor Yao, let us out. We are on your side." However, Emperor Yao did not move. He stood there like a statue. Emperor Yao. Emperor Shun gradually realized that something was wrong. He shouted crazily and panicked. Haha, idiot. Do you think Emperor Yao has a say in this matter? Emperor Yao is just a dog of the rotten race. The rotten race is using Emperor Yao to capture us all. You, us, and all of us will die. Lin Ling laughed when he saw Emperor Shun's reaction. Emperor Shun and Emperor Jun's faces turned ashen. They obviously thought that Lin Ling was right. Emperor Yao, you lied to me. You said that you would let me go if I tricked the Yellow Emperor and the others. Emperor Jun shouted crazily. No wonder he looked so helpless from the beginning. He was forced to do so. Emperor Yao, we have worked together for so many years. Please let me go. Your enemies are only Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor. Emperor Shun was still trying his best to persuade Emperor Yao to stay. However, it was useless. They were left with the cold eyes of Emperor Yao and the others. Stop shouting. Now that you have cooperated with us, there is still a chance of survival. Lin Ling interrupted them with a cold smile. Of course, if you want to fight, we will accompany you. After all, we will all die together in the end. Lin Ling, I will cooperate, I will cooperate. Emperor Jun said quickly. He had betrayed the Yellow Emperor because he was threatened. Now that his life was in danger, he did not care about anything else. Moreover, he had heard of Lin Ling's name. He was so powerful that even Emperor Yao was killed by him. If he followed Lin Ling, he might be able to escape. Emperor Shun, what about you? Seeing that Emperor Shun was silent and his face was ashen, Lin Ling ignored him. I agree. However, just as Lin Ling was about to turn around, the Emperor Shun finally spoke. There was a crazed look on her face, as if she didn't believe in her own choice. Her feud with Lin Ling happened on the Divine Mountain of the Dao Realm. At that time, Lin Ling had killed a large number of her immortals. She chased after him but failed. Instead, Lin Ling killed many more of her immortals. This was the greatest humiliation in her life. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. However, before she knew it, Lin Ling had already grown to her current height. She needed to rely on Lin Ling to survive. Up to you. Lin Ling looked at the Emperor Shun indifferently. He knew that the latter was unwilling to give up. Lin Ling, don't believe the Emperor Shun's words. She ignored the Emperor Shun and whispered to Lin Ling, I don't believe her either. However, I don't plan to attack her either. Lin Ling shook his head and said, now, our lives are on the line. Escaping is the most important thing. Lin Ling, do you have any ideas? Emperor Jun looked at Lin Ling expectantly. The others stared at their feet and realized that the smelly swamp was rising higher and higher. It was about to drown them. The time left for them was estimated to be only about an hour or so. Lin Ling's face was solemn. He kept investigating and found that the swamp was extremely strange. It seemed to be floating on the ground, but the power seemed to be coming from another side. Everyone, use whatever means you know and see if you can break it. Then, Lin Ling said to the crowd. Everyone nodded. After a moment of silence, they used all kinds of magical means. An old man took out a gourd and said solemnly, "My universe water gourd can absorb any water in the universe. I wonder if it can absorb this swamp." As his words fell, he poured divine essence into the water gourd. The water gourd produced a powerful suction force, aiming at the pitch-black swamp. However, after the powerful suction force was born, the swamp mud below did not move at all. It kept rolling and bubbling, and there were even many white bones that appeared and sank in from time to time. "It's useless." The old man's expression changed slightly. "Let me." A middle-aged man floated out with 18 silk banners in his hand and threw them down. "My 9x9 heaven overturning God's formation can teleport to other universes. I wonder if it can teleport these swamps to other places." However, when the banner fluttered into the swamp, it gradually corroded, losing all of its divine force. It began to melt, disappearing into the swamp's mud. It was ineffective again. The pressure on everyone increased greatly. "The swamp is water. Try using my divine fire." A god with a 9th-stage divine embryo opened his mouth and spat out a torrent of flames. What was shocking was that these flames were transparent and seemed to be formed from mist, but they had the form of flames, and this kind of flame was incomparably powerful, capable of burning everything. However, after falling into the swamp, everything disappeared. Even the flames were swallowed by the swamp. Too powerful. Everyone's face turned pale. Emperor Jun was even more anxious. He opened his chest and released a large number of demons, intending to fill the swamp with demons. However, when the demons entered the swamp, they instantly turned into white bones. In the end, Emperor Jun released an incomparably huge Kuan that was even bigger than the valley. However, when it touched the swamp, it immediately turned into white bones and rolled along with the swamp. Lin Ling frowned at this scene. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. In the rolling swamp, he saw a familiar skeleton. It was a dragon skeleton. At this moment, his eyes narrowed and his hands clenched tightly. He knew that it was the skeleton of the dragon god from the Dragon Valley, rotten race. For the first time, Lin Ling had the thought of exterminating this race. He wanted to exterminate this dirty ancient race in the universe. It's useless. The only way is to rely on divine force. Suddenly, Emperor Shun, who had been silent all this time, said. Everyone immediately looked at Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun explained, "Attack the swamp with the most basic attack. When the swamp's energy reaches the maximum level, the swamp will disappear." After all, the swamp actually came from the rotten god's body. It's a treasure that can corrode everything in the world and enhance one's cultivation. However, there must be a limit to the amount of energy the swamp can carry. There are so many of us here. If we all use our full strength and expend all our divine origin, we might be able to fill the swamp. Emperor Shun, what if we fail? If our divine origin is exhausted, won't we be waiting for death? Hearing this, Emperor Jun immediately frowned and retorted. The others' expressions changed. Emperor Jun was right. In such a place, if all their energy was exhausted, they would die even faster. This is my understanding of the swamp. Believe it or not. Emperor Shun snorted. She already knew that no one would believe her. We believe you. Why wouldn't we believe you? But since you're the one who suggested it, I think you and your people should release all your energy first. Guan Wading suddenly said. Emperor Shun's expression changed and she fell silent. Hee, you're just trying to trick us into wasting our energy. In the end, you'll catch all of us in one fell swoop. I now suspect that you're still Emperor Yao's man and a mole. Emperor Xuanqiu also said. That's right. Hearing this, everyone quietly took a step away from Emperor Shun. After all, if Emperor Shun was lying to them, when their strength was exhausted and Emperor Shun attacked them, wouldn't he be able to take their heads in exchange for his own survival? Moreover, although Emperor Shun seemed to be trapped here, she could probably leave at any time. Her purpose was to deceive everyone. I won't be the first to test it. If my energy is exhausted, I won't be able to fight back if you want to kill me. Emperor Shun gritted her teeth and said. Like hell we'll believe you. Don't force us to kill you. We're going to die anyway. You might as well be the first to die. That's right. Guan Wading said one after another, her eyes full of murderous intent. Wait. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Ling interrupted everyone and looked at Emperor Shun. He said calmly, I believe her. Ah, Lord Lin Ling. Everyone was shocked. Emperor Shun looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Because, among everyone present, she had the biggest grudge with Lin Ling. However, when others didn't believe her, Lin Ling was the first to believe her. Why? She really couldn't understand. She felt very conflicted for a moment. Now, we've tested all the methods that we can, but none of them worked. Therefore, I believe her. Lin Ling looked at everyone and said, moreover, I don't think she's a mole. Because this is too dangerous. I can kill Emperor Shun before Emperor Yao kills us. Therefore, Emperor Shun isn't that stupid to help Emperor Yao at this time. End of chapter 4961. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.